Chapter 1. The Sacred Land of Taiwan. In the eastern Xian domain, on Lingzhou Island, the sacred land of Taiwan. At this very moment, the night is deep. Within a chamber, Su Lingyuan awakens from her meditation, her lively eyes fluttering open. She stretches languidly, emitting soft, murmurous sounds. Her exquisite figure is revealed, accentuating her graceful curves, with the fullness of her bosom rising and falling in rhythm with her movements. What is this? Su Lingyuan casually glances around, only to discover a quietly resting black and gold notebook beside her. She reaches for it, her fingers brushing over the cover. Diary of Chu Ge, Su Lingyuan's copy. How curious. How did this diary come to be in my possession? Who is this Chu Ge, and why does it bear my name? Her exclusive meditation chamber is safeguarded by a remarkably sophisticated formation. To enter without her express permission, one would need to be a figure of great power or a master of formations, capable of doing so without triggering the array. Even such individuals would require considerable effort to achieve this feat. It is utterly nonsensical that someone would go to such lengths merely to deliver a diary to her. I shall see who is behind this mischief. With a light snort, Su Lingyuan opens the diary and begins to peruse its contents. September 9th, clear weather. Today marks the 18th year since my transmigration, and it is also the first day of my awakening of the golden finger. Su Lingyuan furrows her brow. Transmigration? Golden finger? What does this mean? As if sensing her confusion, a message suddenly floods into Su Lingyuan's mind. Could it be such a miraculous phenomenon? Upon grasping the concepts of transmigration and the golden finger, Su Lingyuan is immediately taken aback. She continues to read further. I have awakened the villain's diary check-in system. How should I put it? This system gives me the impression of being a patchwork creature, but the stitching is quite impressive. Su Lingyuan extracts key phrases from the information, but this time she is left in a daze. Villain, writing a diary, check-in. These words she recognizes individually, yet when combined, they render her bewildered. However, soon another message flows into her mind, and Su Lingyuan swiftly comprehends the meanings of these terms. What? Are you saying that the owner of this diary, Chu Ge, can do nothing each day, no meditative practice, no drawing in the essence of heaven and earth, yet simply by jotting down a diary and visiting certain special locations, he can obtain rare treasures and elevate his cultivation? Su Lingyuan's voice shifts, her composure shattered. How can such a thing exist in this world? How infuriating! Why do I not have this? Her small fists clenched tightly, her face a canvas of indignation. Born into a prestigious family and having entered the sacred land at a young age to become a direct disciple of the sacred land's master, she has always been the object of others' envy. Yet today, for the very first time, she feels envy towards another. Wicked artifact. Malevolent force. The cultivation gained through such a wicked artifact must surely be unstable. This person named Chu Ge likely has a very weak foundation. Sooner or later, he will fall into madness. How can that compare to my steady and reliable progress, step by step? I am not envious at all. After muttering fiercely to herself, Su Lingyuan's emotions begin to settle somewhat, and she continues to read. Today's check-in has rewarded me with spiritual root bones. Merely spiritual roots. While that is indeed decent talent, it is nothing extraordinary. Consider me, Su Lingyuan, with unparalleled talent, possessing the sacred body, a physique that ranks among the top 10 of all documented sacred bodies throughout history. With such thoughts, Su Lingyuan feels her mood lighten considerably. The system indicates that during the beginner's welfare period, if I check in and write in my diary for 7 consecutive days, my spiritual root will transcend to a royal body, and after a month, it will upgrade to a sacred body, which seems to be referred to as the 10,000 method sacred body. That sounds rather impressive. I am somewhat intrigued. Snap! Su Lingyuan's hand trembles, causing the diary to fall to the ground, yet she seems oblivious to it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fake, it's all fake. Upon reading that the diary recorded her spiritual root transforming into a sacred body after a month of check-ins, Su Lingyuan can no longer maintain her composure. The 10,000 Methods sacred body ranks 6th among all recorded sacred bodies. This ranking is not inherently problematic. The issue lies in the fact that Su Lingyuan's own sacred body happens to be the 7th-ranked primordial spirit sacred body. Chu Ge just so happens to surpass her. Ha! It's fake. I refuse to believe that such absurdity exists in the world. Su Lingyuan mutters angrily, her bosom rising and falling with her agitated breaths, as if burdened by an unbearable weight. I cannot take it anymore. I feel a tightness in my chest. Chu Ge, I shall remember you. After taking a few deep breaths, Su Lingyuan picks up the diary once more and continues to flip through its pages. She is eager to discover what further absurdities lie within. Simultaneously, she is keen to know where this Chu Ge currently resides and what kind of person he is. Not for any ulterior motive, but simply to meet Chu Ge, she harbors no ill intentions. September 10th, check-in, received a small pouch of Tao Enlightenment tea leaves, though they seem to hold little significance for me at this moment. Su Lingyuan's eyes twitch. Tao Enlightenment tea leaves, as the name suggests, assist in enlightenment and comprehension of techniques, enabling one to grasp the mysteries of heaven and earth. Such divine treasures are rare even within her own Su family, where only a few leaves exist. Her father, the family head, worked tirelessly to procure a single leaf from their ancestral treasury for her. Even now, she has yet to use it, saving it for a crucial moment in the future to aid her understanding of the Tao. And Chu Ge, a small pouch. Do not be angry, do not be angry. Whether this is true or not remains to be seen. Perhaps all of this is merely the figment of this fellow named Chu Ge's imagination. Thus, she reassures herself internally and continues to read on. On the fourth day of acquiring the system, it seems my initial assumptions may have been incorrect. My life has not changed at all, nor have any strangers appeared around me. It appears there are no diary copies distributed to others, as depicted in the novels I read in my previous life. Uncertain, I shall observe for a few more days before making a judgment. Upon reaching this point, Su Lingyuan's expression freezes. This Chu Ge is actually aware of diary copies? No, it's merely conjecture and probing. He must have learned about similar occurrences through the novels he mentioned. This fellow is remarkably astute. Having received such a fortuitous opportunity, he still manages to maintain such vigilance. Despite her immense envy towards Chu Ge for this tremendous opportunity, to the point of feeling somewhat displeased, Su Lingyuan cannot help but admire Chu Ge's alertness. Haha, this fellow surely does not suspect that the diary copy he speculates about did not appear immediately. With this thought, Su Lingyuan's heart finally lightens. Her eyes instinctively narrow, resembling a pair of crescent moons. Her beautiful face is adorned with two shallow dimples, radiating a captivating charm. With her spirits lifted, Su Lingyuan continues to delve deeper into the diary. The subsequent entries are largely mundane, detailing Chu Ge's daily life. Upon reaching the 7th day, when Chu Ge's spiritual root transcends into a royal body, Su Lingyuan's previously improving mood takes a nosedive, her expression darkening once more. This fellow is truly enviable. With such thoughts, Su Lingyuan grits her teeth and presses on. The entries that follow lack any particularly noteworthy content. Aside from trivial daily affairs, they detail the rewards this Chu Ge receives from the so-called system. Fortunately, no more extraordinary treasures like the Tao Enlightenment tea leaves appear. Yet even so, they consist of items that are difficult for ordinary people to acquire. Su Lingyuan claims to feel no envy, her heart remaining utterly unperturbed. Until October 7th, unexpectedly, the system's beginner phase includes a final task. Participate in the entrance test to the sacred land of Taiwan, complete the check-in and sign-in, and only then may one claim the ultimate reward. Upon reading this, Su Lingyuan is struck with astonishment. Today is indeed October 7th, and the sacred land she resides in is precisely the sacred land of Taiwan. Well then, Chu Ge, I was just hoping to seek you out, yet you have come knocking at my door. Just wait, I, the direct disciple of the sacred Lord, shall thoroughly test you tomorrow. Su Lingyuan mutters to herself, her expression shifting from gloom to brightness, her sparkling eyes swirling as if plotting something delightful. Ding! Diary reading complete. Would you like to bind the Chu Ge diary copy? This voice abruptly resonates in Su Lingyuan's mind. It also echoes throughout the realm, reverberating in the minds of many beautiful female cultivators who have read the diary. Within the sacred land of Taiwan, apart from Su Lingyuan, several other exceptionally gifted women gaze at the diary in their hands, lost in contemplation. Chapter 2. Observations during the test. The following day, in the testing hall of the sacred land of Taiwan, Chu Ge enters alongside a group of young boys and girls. He stands out prominently among the crowd. This is primarily because most around him are not only shorter in stature, but also possess more youthful features. As they undergo the test of their spiritual roots today, the majority of the disciples are aged between 12 and 15, with 16 being considered somewhat older, let alone Chu Ge, who is already 18 years of age. However, this is not the primary reason for the multitude of gazes. Rather, it is the visage of Chu Ge, which is indeed exceedingly handsome and ethereal. With a face resembling a jade crown and eyes akin to bright stars, his long, unrestrained hair cascading freely. He stands tall like a pine tree, and his white garments, pure as snow, only serve to accentuate his otherworldly charm. Such an ethereal appearance draws the attention of many young maidens in the crowd, their cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Often, when their eyes inadvertently meet Chu Ge's, they cannot help but shyly lower their heads, only to steal glances once his gaze diverts elsewhere. Chu Ge can only express his helplessness at this. After all, his level of attractiveness has reached a reader's standard. The Tai Huang Sacred Land, as an immortal sanctuary that has inherited a long history, boasts architecture that is towering and magnificent, exuding an air of grandeur. Yet, at this moment, Chu Ge finds little inclination to observe his surroundings. His attention is wholly consumed by the system panel in his mind. Within his mind, several sections are displayed on a luminous screen. Villain points, 0. Basic section. Diary entries, 29. Sign-in instances, 29. Clock-in instances, 29. Basic task. The novice period is nearing its conclusion. Proceed to the entrance hall of the Tai Huang Sacred Land to complete the special location clock-in and the final sign-in of a novice period. Advanced section. Not activated. Consuming villain points may unlock randomly. He calls forth the diary section and writes with his thoughts. The entrance test is about to commence. I must record this. When it is my turn, I can complete the clock-in and sign-in task and receive my reward, the sacred body, which is indeed something to anticipate. Just as Chu Ge finishes his writing, Su Lingyuan, who has been secretly observing the entrance test within the Tai Huang Sacred Land, senses something. With a thought, a beam of light appears, and the diary copy materializes in her hand. Having bound the diary copy, she can summon it with a mere thought and is immediately informed of any updates. Glancing at the contents, Su Lingyuan pouts her cheeks, feeling somewhat displeased that Chu Ge can so easily obtain the sacred body. Meanwhile, as Chu Ge records, the entrance test at the Tai Huang Sacred Land has already begun. Hearing the announcement, he returns to his senses. Yi Wu Tian, root bone, grade C inferior, disqualified. A middle-aged man clad in a moon-white robe reads the test results with a blank expression. The complexion of a young boy on stage instantly turns pale. I have failed to qualify. How infuriating. I still have aspirations yet to achieve. How can I falter here? Yi Wu Tian, shall not be mediocre, nor shall I become a commoner. I refuse to accept this. The boy clenches his fists, the sound echoing ominously. Stop dawdling, it down now. If you refuse to leave, you may register as a servant disciple at the ancillary disciple station. The middle-aged man speaks impatiently, eyeing the boy who continues to rant. Feeling the invisible pressure radiating from the middle-aged man, the boy can only silence himself and leave, crestfallen. Next, Zhao Wujin, root bone, grade B middle, eligible for outer sect. Song Wudi, spiritual root bone, indeed, eligible for inner sect. Stand behind me, we will proceed to the inner sect disciples registration together shortly. The middle-aged man, previously expressionless, now reveals a slight smile, no longer maintaining a stern demeanor. Tang Shan, root bone, inferior grade? Who among those who have come here lacks a qualified root bone? You scoundrel! How did you manage to sneak in? Get out! The middle-aged man erupts in fury, a wave of energy emanating from him, overwhelming the boy clad in azure robes beside him. Tang Shan pales in fear, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. I'm the son of the outer sect steward, Tang Hao. Senior, spare me. Tang Shan hastily pleads, fumbling in his clothing to discreetly present something to the middle-aged man. Outer sect steward, Tang Hao, is it? Excellent. The middle-aged man responds, a knowing smile creeping across his face. Seeing this, Tang Shan believes he has narrowly escaped disaster and smiles in relief. However, in the next moment, he feels himself lifted and hurled into the crowd below, rolling several times upon impact. Wretched fool, you dare to walk through the back door and come before me. The middle-aged man bellows, his gaze sharp. Tang Shan scrambles to his feet, indignantly shouting, my father is the outer sect steward. How dare you treat me with such disdain? An outer sect steward, what great authority you claim. I am Xing Feng, the law elder of the inner sect. The middle-aged man, Xing Feng, speaks in a calm tone, yet to Tang Shan, it sounds like a thunderclap. His mind reels in shock. He loses all courage, stuttering and unable to utter another word. An inner sect elder. Simply the title alone is enough to crush his steward father. Moreover, the inner sect elders of the sacred land are all beings whose cultivation reaches the 5th layer of heaven. This Xing Feng is among the elite, wielding real power, with cultivation reaching the 6th layer of heaven, while his father barely reaches the 3rd layer. The disparity is akin to a chasm. It is well known that the law elders are the most upright. He had just contemplated bribing a law elder. It's over. Tang Shan feels as though the sky is falling. Not only him, he senses that his father, Tang Hao, is likely doomed as well. Amidst his overwhelming fear, Tang Shan also feels immense confusion. From what he knows, this entrance test should be of small scale, and the presiding authority ought to be an outer sect steward. His father had already made arrangements for him. Yet unexpectedly, the one presiding is an inner sect elder, a figure of tremendous significance. Filled with doubt and resentment, Tang Shan notices the surrounding crowd gazing at him as if he were a clown, especially a familiar face among them, whose gaze is tinged with pity and mockery, igniting a fierce anger within him. Yichun, this waste, dares to mock me so. He has sealed his own fate. His heart seethes with rage, yet he dares not unleash it here, fearing further ire from Xingfeng. This is one man he cannot afford to offend. His father cannot either. Even invoking the name of the Tang family would not guarantee him much leniency. On stage, Xingfeng resumes his initial expressionless demeanor. Yet internally, he is perplexed. Just as Tang Shan is bewildered, he too finds it strange. For an entrance test of this scale, he need not have been summoned as a significant intersect elder. But alas, when a master speaks, he must comply. Next, Yichun. Xingfeng calls out again, and from the crowd emerges a youthful figure, possessing a strikingly handsome face and a resolute expression. The boy, around 16 or 17 years of age, stands out among the crowd. Chu Ge notices that when Yichun steps forward, it is as if he emanates a magnetic force, drawing all eyes towards him, especially the previously humiliated Tang Shan, who now glares at Yichun with a fierce intensity, as if they share an irreconcilable enmity. Whispers ripple through the crowd. That is the one who once possessed the royal physique, only to fall into the realm of the useless. Yichun? Huh? This worthless fool. Could it be that he still harbors hopes of entering the supreme radiant sacred land? It is utterly ludicrous. What an immense power the supreme radiant sacred land possesses. Even to be an outer disciple, one must possess at least a B-grade constitution to qualify for entry. Chu Ge's expression was exceedingly strange. Yichun seemed to have activated a mocking buff, instantly provoking the derision of many. Could this person be? He mused inwardly. Speculating furtively. Chapter 3. The enchanting figure above the firmament. Though he harbored suspicions, Chu Ge refrained from hasty conclusions, choosing instead to observe quietly. The surrounding mockery directed at Yichun echoed incessantly. Upon observing the scene, Chu Ge noticed Tang Shan drawing near to Yichun, incessantly chattering with a sinister grin that evoked the essence of a mindless minor antagonist. In stark contrast, Yichun maintained an unwavering composure, appearing utterly unaffected by the words directed at him. The atmosphere oscillated between silence and raucousness, an indecorous display indeed. On the stage, Xingfeng furrowed his brow, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, striking the hearts of all present. In an instant, the tumultuous scene fell into silence. Even those who had mocked Yichun most vehemently, including Tang Shan, turned pale, their spirits shaken. The emergence of a youth suspected to be a child of destiny, met with collective scorn, stirred a premonition within me. I sensed that after Yichun's forthcoming evaluation, it shall be a moment for him to rise and retaliate, turning the tables on his detractors. In the depths of his heart, Chu Ge quietly pondered and casually recorded his thoughts in his diary. Meanwhile, a group of female cultivators, who possessed copies of the diary, turned their attention to the spirit testing platform, curious about Yichun, who was suspected to be the son of fate. At this moment, Su Lingyuan concealed herself, equally engrossed in the unfolding events. Is it truly so mysterious? It is indeed rather strange. Who would be ridiculed by everyone right from the start? She mused, continuing to observe, eager to see if the anticipated reversal, as chronicled in Chu Ge's diary, would come to pass. She also scanned the crowd, attempting to locate Chu Ge. In her current state, she found it difficult to use her spiritual sense and powers, so she had to rely on her eyes. But the throng was indistinct, leaving her somewhat frustrated. On the stage, Xingfeng's gaze fell upon Yichun, who ascended the platform with measured steps, a look of approval flickering in his eyes. He thought to himself, this young man, despite his tender age, faces ridicule with neither humility nor arrogance. His countenance as serene as a placid lake, yet his heart bears the depth of a chasm. Truly, he possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Even if his innate talent is somewhat lacking, it does not preclude him from achieving great things. This is indeed commendable. With this thought, his tone softened, shedding the earlier coldness as he placed his hand upon the spirit testing stone. Yichun, calm in demeanor yet resolute in spirit, placed his hand upon the stone, determined to cleanse himself of all mockery and humiliation he had endured from this day forth. Under the scrutinizing gazes of those who had scorned him, some derisive, others indifferent, and a few venomous, Yichun slowly laid his hand on the spirit testing stone. In the next moment, a brilliant red light erupted from the stone, illuminating the faces of all present, as if a shadowy dragon was concealed within the radiance. Royal dragon body. Xingfeng could not suppress an exclamation. his expression brimming with excitement. Below, those who had previously mocked Yuchen were now blinded by the dazzling red light, especially as Yuchen turned. Gazing down from the high platform, it filled them with a profound sense of shame, compelling them to lower their heads, unable to meet the piercing gaze of Yuchen. A mischievous grin curled at the corners of Yuchen's mouth, exuding an undeniable charm. Such an innate talent will surely draw the attention of the elders. Yuchen, come to my side. Once the testing concludes, I shall personally introduce you to a multitude of elders eager to take on disciples. Xing Feng's face radiated with warmth, completely shedding the earlier icy demeanor. Thank you, Elder Xing Feng, Yuchen replied with a respectful bow, his smile warm and his manners exceedingly courteous. Observing the young man before him, who displayed none of the arrogance typical of youthful prodigies, Xing Feng felt further satisfaction and began to entertain certain thoughts. Little did he know, however, that Yuchen held a profound disdain for him. Despite Elder Xing Feng's somewhat favorable treatment, Yuchen had discerned his ulterior motives. It was evident that this elder wished to take him as a disciple, hence the display of camaraderie. An intersect elder of the sacred land, wielding considerable authority and possessing a cultivation level of the sixth heaven, such a figure was indeed impressive. Yet, Yuchen's aspirations soared higher. He sought to become a core member of the sacred land, to be the disciple of a core elder or a peak master. Each of these individuals was a pivotal figure within the sacred land, commanding a peak and possessing the cultivation of the seventh heaven. Only such prominent figures were worthy of being his mentors. He had no interest in those of the sixth heaven. Moreover, he harbored even grander ambitions, to ascend to the position of the sacred Lord's disciple, ultimately aiming for the sacred Lord's throne itself. Naturally, mere royal body talent was insufficient to secure such a position, but Yuchen had greater leverage. His comprehension surpassed that of his innate talent. Once he showcased his abilities before the sacred Lord, he was certain to catch their eye. At that moment, he would soar to greatness, transforming from a concealed dragon into a magnificent beast. As Chu Ge gazed at Yuchen on the stage, exuding confidence and occasionally gracing the audience with a devilishly charming smile, he found himself murmuring, "Indeed, it aligns closely with my expectations." With this thought, he could not resist summoning his diary interface to document his observations. Yuchen was no longer merely a suspect. He was highly likely to be the fated child of destiny. TSK, that quintessentially seductive smile. It was said that Yuchen had been identified years ago as possessing the physique of a king, only to inexplicably become a waste. Following that, he had faded into obscurity, enduring years of ridicule and derision from the outside world. If my assumptions are correct, he may have once been betrothed, though that engagement has likely been annulled by now. I just noticed an unassuming, ancient ring on his finger. This serves as concrete evidence that it undoubtedly houses a remnant soul of a powerful being. After pinning down several passages, Chu Ge withdrew his thoughts. The other dungeon owners promptly caught sight of the content Chu Ge had inscribed. Su Ling Yuan, not far from the testing area, possessed remarkable skills in concealment. Even Xing Feng, a six-layer elder of superior cultivation, remained oblivious to her presence. This Yuchen has such a peculiar smile. How could anyone twist their mouth to smile like that? Naturally, she was among the first to see the diary's contents and the snapshot of Yuchen's smile captured by Chu Ge. In an instant, she felt a sense of discomfort wash over her. That smile was genuinely unsettling. Simultaneously, she marveled in secret that events were indeed unfolding as Chu Ge had chronicled in his diary. Chu Ge had already come to believe much of the speculation regarding Yuchen as the son of destiny. Meanwhile, high above in the celestial expanse, a woman, ethereal as a fairy, observed everything unfolding below. Clad in a flowing white gown adorned with intricate patterns of delicate golden embroidery, she radiated an air of noble elegance. Her long, cascading hair, reminiscent of a waterfall, danced gently in the breeze as she stood alone in the heavens, appearing like a celestial maiden gracing the mortal realm. So sublime that she seemed beyond the earthly plane. The indifferent expression on her exquisite visage further accentuated her cold beauty and grandeur, evoking a sense of awe that would render any ordinary person immediately self-conscious, hesitant to harbor even the slightest thought of irreverence. At this moment, this ethereal lady held in her hand a copy of a diary. The diary of Chu Ge, the copy of Luo Huangjun intriguingly. It is indeed as the owner of this diary has described. Within the ring worn by Yuchen, a remnant of a soul exists. Luo Huangjun gently parted her crimson lips, her voice resonant and melodious, akin to pearls cascading upon a jade plate. A faint smile graced her lips as she cast a glance below, her gaze settling upon a vacant area near the spirit testing platform. In the void there, a barely perceptible familiar aura lingered. She then swept her eyes toward the distant peaks of Taihuang, shrouded in mist and rich in spiritual energy, where a divine consciousness appeared to be observing the spirit testing platform at this very moment. Together with myself, there are 3 individuals possessing the diary's copy? No. Perhaps there are more. Luo Huangjun's voice echoed once more, ethereal and elusive, evoking a sense of unreality. Chapter 4. The Path of Cultivation. Whether it be the concealed figure of Su Ling Yuan, the celestial presence of Luo Huangjun above the firmament, or the remaining observer, Chu Ge remained entirely oblivious to their existence. His attention was wholly fixated on the impending test that awaited him. The root bone assessment was nearing its conclusion. After a few more individuals completed their evaluations, Xing Feng's voice rang out. Next, Chu Ge. As Xing Feng pronounced this name, The eyes hidden in the shadows turned toward the crowd. Upon hearing his name, Chu Ge stepped forward from the crowd without hesitation. His heart raced with excitement as he embarked on this path, symbolizing his genuine entry into the realm of cultivation. After traversing over a decade, he had previously lived a mundane life, untouched by calamity and devoid of significant upheaval. Although he had recently awakened a system that granted him some cultivation prowess, he remained blissfully ignorant about the world of cultivation and the intricacies of the practice itself. Even the skills he possessed were beyond his control. Now, being able to join a powerful faction and truly engage with the practice filled him with exhilaration. Riding the winds, plucking stars and moons, traversing the North Sea by day and reaching Kanwu by dusk, dining on the breeze and drinking dew, transcending the ordinary, and wandering the heavens in pursuit of immortality, these dreams represented the ultimate romance for Chu Ge, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom in his past life. A fantasy long sought after by countless souls throughout history. Now, this fantasy lay before him. All he needed to do was steadfastly tread the path of cultivation, and one day transform his dreams into reality. With measured steps, Chu Ge emerged, each stride resolute. As the last participant in this examination, he naturally garnered the attention of the entire assembly. Finally, it's this fellow's turn. Chu Ge, I'm curious to see what makes you special, thought Su Lingyuan, concealed in the void, a smile gracing her youthful face. She had previously searched for Chu Ge among the crowd, but to no avail, and now, the anticipation of finally witnessing his true form stirred her heart. On the stage, after announcing the last name, Xingfeng glanced at the records before closing the jade tablet containing the details of the disciples participating in the test. 18 years old, quite late to begin. And although his root bones are mediocre, if they had been exceptional, it would have been a pity to waste such potential at this age, he mused, his gaze drifting to the crowd where he immediately spotted Chu Ge approaching. This young man, among the many gifted individuals I have encountered over the years, possesses an unparalleled beauty. He truly resembles a celestial being, a fairy tale figure. Just a fleeting glance, and Xingfeng was astonished by Chu Ge's striking appearance, his heart swelling with emotion, reflecting on his own youth as a renowned disciple of Tai Huang, admired by many junior sisters. He found himself instantly overshadowed by the boy before him. He is Chu Ge. Su Lingwan gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. She had never anticipated that the subject of her discontented musings would possess such extraordinary looks. How could he be so handsome, like a dashing rogue from a romance novel, designed to captivate hearts? She thought, unconsciously touching her flushed cheeks, feeling warmth envelop her face. Her turbulent emotions disrupted her ability to conceal herself, causing a thread of energy to escape uncontrollably. Startled, Su Lingyuan sought to remedy the situation, but it was too late. The energy leak would undoubtedly be detected by Xingfeng, a cultivator of considerable prowess. This girl is truly troublesome. Just from seeing a handsome face, she experiences such emotional turmoil. Clearly, her daily practice is insufficient, lamented Luo Huangjun, watching from above. With a gentle flick of her finger, she masked the escaping energy before Xingfeng could perceive it, demonstrating the suppression power higher-tier cultivators hold over those of lesser realms. Despite her distance from the ground, she could effortlessly conceal the disturbance before Xingfeng's awareness could alert him. Yet, the diary's subject was indeed striking. How remarkable, she murmured, her tone laced with an elusive emotion. An inexplicable joy welled up within her. No one would know that, just moments ago, the typically aloof and proud Tai Huang sovereign, Luo Huangjun, a figure of extraordinary cultivation, felt her composure ripple like a still lake disturbed by a single drop of water upon seeing Chu Ge's visage. Luo Huangjun had encountered many handsome young talents before, but none had stirred her heart as Chu Ge did today. His features struck a perfect balance between masculine and feminine, embodying an aesthetic harmony that was undeniably pleasing to behold. This combination of beauty and balance resonated deeply with her, igniting an uncharacteristic urge to gaze upon him longer. Had she been familiar with modern vernacular, she might have realized that Chu Ge epitomized her ideal aesthetic. While she was captivated, the young women below found it even harder to maintain their composure, initially observing from a distance. They now felt as if a wild deer was leaping within their chest as Chu Ge passed by. After her initial shock, Su Lingyuan collected herself, devising a plan. Even if she were discovered, she could fabricate an excuse, relying on her status as the sovereign's disciple, knowing Xingfeng would likely not probe too deeply. However, after a few moments, she noticed that Xingfeng exhibited no sign of awareness, seemingly unaware of her energy leak. Could it be that Elder Xing has not fully enveloped the area with his consciousness? As an intersect elder, how careless. What if someone with ulterior motives infiltrates? I must discuss this with my master and admonish him. Realizing that she had not been discovered, Su Lingyuan felt no relief. Instead, she harbored some grievances towards Xingfeng. The unfortunate Elder Xing, a significant figure as an inner door elder, was tasked with duties typically reserved for outer sect deacons. Despite his diligent service, he found himself the subject of scrutiny, with others scheming to undermine him. Had he been aware of the underlying reasons, he would surely have felt wronged. Fortunately, at that moment, Elder Xing remained oblivious to the unfolding events, allowing him to focus his attention on the already ascended Chu Ge on the spirit testing platform. The closer he got, the more strikingly handsome Chu Ge appeared, sparking immense curiosity within him regarding Chu Ge's innate qualities. Beside Xingfeng, Yichen, however, was frowning in discontent. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yichen felt an inexplicable displeasure upon first seeing Chu Ge. The situation in the arena exacerbated his irritation to its peak. Previously, when he revealed his royal lineage, he had garnered much attention, some envious, some jealous, others astonished. All eyes upon him, including the adoring gazes of several young women. Though Yichen considered himself above such trivial admiration, he relished the spotlight, believing it was his day to shine. The rarity of his royal physique promised a bright future, deserving of such attention. Yet, unexpectedly, before he could savor his moment, Chu Ge emerged, effortlessly diverting all attention toward himself before even revealing his innate potential. The spirit residing within Yichen's ring, which had previously communicated with him, fell silent in the wake of Chu Ge's entrance, seemingly captivated. The young women, too, were transfixed by Chu Ge, their admiration far surpassing anything Yichen had ever experienced. Even more so from two particular girls he had noticed earlier. These two were exceptionally beautiful, standing out among their peers, and possessed extraordinary innate qualities. Being of the highest caliber, when Yichen displayed his royal physique, they merely glanced his way, remaining remarkably composed, indicating their exceptional background and experiences. Nonetheless, what captivated Yichen most was their striking resemblance, almost as if they were twins. This intrigued him greatly, and he contemplated engaging with them once the testing concluded, hoping to win their favor. Yet, at that moment, his desired targets were fixated on another man, which only fueled his growing resentment toward Chu Ge. Despite his tumultuous emotions, Yichen was not foolish. He understood that this was not the time to act out. He needed to maintain the composed and humble image of a youthful prodigy before Xingfeng. Senior, do you perceive anything unusual about this Chu Ge? He attempted to communicate with the spirit within his ring. Just then, a voice, ambiguous in gender, resonated in his mind. No. Wait, this is... The voice abruptly ceased, leaving him bewildered. Yichen barely had time to process it before feeling a tremendous shock reverberate through him. The next moment, an overwhelming force propelled him backward, causing him to crash to the ground, dazed and embarrassed, desperate to discover the source of his sudden attack. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a magnificent beam of light shooting skyward from the spirit testing platform. Chu Ge stood tall, one hand resting on the spirit stone. His posture regal as a pine tree, his features as exquisite as jade. The spirit stone before him radiated brilliant golden light, illuminating him like a celestial being descending from the heavens. What is happening? Yichen suddenly felt a foreboding sense of dread. The commotion eclipsed even the impact of his royal physique. This young man possesses a sacred body. The voice in his mind returned, laden with unexplainable emotions. What? Yichen's mind buzzed, almost causing him to stumble again. On the platform, Xingfeng was equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events. So much so that he disregarded Yichen, who had been flung aside. The spirit pillar ascends, a world-shattering sacred body, he exclaimed hoarsely, his robes billowing in the wind generated by Chu Ge's overwhelming presence. This extraordinary phenomenon not only astonished those present, but also stirred the entire Taiwan's sacred land into motion. The golden beam soared into the clouds, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. That place, is it the spirit testing platform? Murmured someone observing from afar among the peaks of Taiwan. In the next moment, powerful figures began to extend their senses toward the source of the commotion. Indeed, something is amiss at the spirit testing platform. I recall records within the sacred grounds of such an event. A sacred body has emerged. The spirit stone has awakened its original essence. Instantly, figures ascended into the sky, unleashing formidable spiritual power. Li Laogui, what are you doing? Trying to seize my disciple? Lu Sandao, you shameless old fool. What do you mean my disciple? That is the disciple I have chosen. A heated argument broke out between two prominent figures, escalating into a confrontation as they materialized in the skies, their formidable auras shattering the surrounding clouds. These two haven't changed a bit over the years. Someone remarked with a smile, clearly accustomed to such antics. The emergence of a sacred body left everyone in awe, even Chu Ge himself. He had anticipated that completing his novice task to obtain a sacred body would cause quite a stir, likely surpassing Yichen's royal physique. However, he never imagined such a cataclysmic spectacle would unfold. The golden beam persisted, and Chu Ge found himself uncertain whether to withdraw his hand from the spirit stone or to keep it there. Incredible! This fellow's sacred essence is astonishingly potent. Su Lingyuan exclaimed, captivated by the golden brilliance illuminating Chu Ge, momentarily lost in thought. As a sacred body herself, she had once invoked a similar divine light from the spirit stone within her family, though her event remained largely obscured from public knowledge. Yet, she understood that her own sacred essence paled in comparison to that of Chu Ge. Sacred body, where are you? Master has arrived. Bah, how shameless. You old fool. At your age, you still have no shame. Everyone, please allow me to converse with this young friend first. Get lost. Do you think I don't know your intentions? Your scheming is evident. Everyone, please give me a moment of courtesy. Who do you think you are? You want courtesy? I'll give you a couple of punches to make you behave. Before encountering anyone, a cacophony of disputes echoed in the void. Ah, there are so many ancient beings. Su Lingyuan covered her mouth, her lively eyes darting around. Although her stealth techniques eluded Xingfeng, they could not deceive these formidable powers. In the next moment, she stealthily revealed herself, feigning to have been drawn in by the commotion. Fortunately, at that moment, all attention was focused on Chu Ge, and no one paid her any heed. Or perhaps some had already discerned her presence but chose to remain silent, fully aware of her identity. This fellow certainly attracted a great deal of attention. She murmured to herself, completely oblivious to the ethereal figure in white who had appeared behind her. Lingyuan, could you enlighten your master as to why you are here instead of cultivating on the peak? I do not recall you having completed the training task I assigned to you. And what were you just muttering about? Do you know this holy body? A melodious voice rang out behind her. Su Lingyuan's delicate form trembled, and she turned stiffly, revealing a smile more grotesque than tears. And master? She met Luo Huangjun's gaze, which held a semblance of amusement, causing her mind to momentarily freeze, leaving her with only 2 words, trouble. Chapter 6, Foolishness. And master? Su Lingyuan stammered. Unable to articulate a coherent sentence, her mind a blank slate. How did you end up here? Her face bore a naive and charming smile, sparkling innocently. Yet, this charm proved futile against Luo Huangjun, who merely regarded Su Lingyuan with a smile that made her feel increasingly uneasy. For now, I shall let this slide. Luo Huangjun gently patted Su Lingyuan's head, akin to an elder sister chastising a disobedient younger sibling. Her gaze shifted back to Chu Ge, who still stood on the platform. Seeing that she had managed to evade immediate scrutiny, Su Lingyuan felt a sense of relief and obediently followed Luo Huangjun. On the stage, Chu Ge felt as though he were caught in a predicament. He intended to withdraw his hand from the spirit testing stone. Yet it seemed as if his hand were adhered to it, an immense force preventing him from moving. Those powerful figures who had arrived, along with Xingfeng beside Chu Ge, initially assumed he merely wished to linger on stage a bit longer to bask in the limelight. However, as time passed and expressions changed on Chu Ge's face, they began to sense something amiss. Chu Ge, my young friend, is there an issue? Xingfeng ventured to inquire. Aye. As Chu Ge began to respond, an even more terrifying force erupted from the spirit testing stone, radiating in all directions. Looking towards his hand, Chu Ge was horrified to discover that amidst the golden light, fine cracks were beginning to spread across the spirit testing stone, resembling an intricate web. This is going to explode. In the depths of his heart, Chu Ge cried out in horror. The terrifying might radiated outward, causing even Xingfeng, a seasoned cultivator of the 6th level, to lose his footing and be flung from the spirit testing platform. Unlike Yi Chun, however, he landed gracefully on the ground. Immediately after touching down, Xingfeng cast a glance towards Chu Ge, his face etched with astonishment. The overwhelming force that had just surged forth felt as vast as the ocean, making it difficult for even a cultivator of his caliber to withstand. It was hard to believe that such power emanated from someone who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, possessing only a meager amount of spiritual energy. If Xingfeng struggled against this force, the newly tested disciples were even more vulnerable, with Yi Chun being the most unfortunate among them. Being so close, he was the first to feel the brunt of it. Yet, having learned from a prior experience, he was somewhat vigilant this time. However, rather than retreating, he, for reasons unknown, chose to confront the oncoming wave of pressure head-on. Retreat quickly, a voice echoed in his mind. Yet, Yi Chun disregarded it, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his lips. Why should I retreat? Previously, I was unprepared, but this time I shall not. Suddenly, a cry escaped Yi Chun's lips. His intentions were noble, but the outcome was far from delightful. Although he possessed some cultivation, how could he possibly withstand a force that even a 6th-level cultivator found difficult to bear? In an instant, he was swept away like a kite severed from its string, tossed haphazardly in the air, spinning uncontrollably. His once handsome visage was distorted by the wind, and his attire, which had been relatively dignified, was now in tatters. When he attempted to call for help, a mouthful of sand and dust was forcefully blown into his mouth. Ultimately, it was Xingfeng who could no longer bear to watch, stepping in to rescue Yi Chun from his plight. Once on solid ground, Yi Chun's hair was a disheveled mess, his body covered in dirt and grime, rendering his previously neat attire a sight to behold. His face was smeared with mud and grass, and he had lost one of his shoes, likely whisked away by the tempestuous winds. At that moment, Yi Chun resembled a beggar, devoid of the regal demeanor he had previously exhibited. After saving Yi Chun, Xingfeng merely cast a fleeting glance at him, his thoughts of accepting him as a disciple evaporating entirely. With his vast experience, he could easily discern the reasons behind Yi Chun's reckless choice to confront the overwhelming force created by Chu Ge. It was evident that after falling from the high platform, Yi Chun, feeling humiliated, desperately sought to prove himself before others, leading him to make such a rash decision. From this single act, Xingfeng recognized numerous flaws in Yi Chun's character: arrogance, narrow-mindedness, and a lack of self-awareness. With such a disposition, even possessing a royal physique would not lead to greatness. Previously, Xingfeng had considered him a worthy prospect for investment and cultivation, but now it seemed he was merely an arrogant youth. fortunate enough to possess exceptional talent, but utterly ignorant of his limitations. Foolish. With this cold remark, Xing Feng turned and departed. Many powerful figures who had gathered to witness the spectacle noticed this exchange, yet they paid it little mind. The royal physique was indeed an impressive foundation, with the potential to reach their current realm, but it remained merely a possibility, not a certainty. Every individual who ascended to greatness in their youth was exceptionally gifted. Each held talents that rivaled, if not exceeded, those of a royal physique. A royal physique alone was not worthy of their attention. Damn it! Yichen gritted his teeth, his fists clenching so tightly that they creaked. Xing Feng's words, declaring him foolish, echoed in his mind, igniting a fierce inferno of rage within him. Are you angry? Do you believe he is wrong? A neutral voice resonated in his mind. I believe he is quite correct, Yichen. What has led you to believe that a mere royal physique can contend with a sacred body? Look around. The very royal physique you pride yourself on has become a laughingstock. In the eyes of others, your actions are akin to those of a mere jester. I now question whether choosing you was a wise decision. Your thoughts and actions are utterly foolish. Upon hearing these words, Yichen's face turned an alarming shade of green, his countenance darkening ominously as if he might burst into tears. He turned to survey his surroundings. The gazes that had once been filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration for his royal physique had now transformed into mockery and derision. Notably, a young man clad in a sea-blue robe was silently mimicking him, his lips contorting as though repeating something. Upon closer inspection, Yichen nearly fainted in disbelief. Tang Shan was silently taunting him by repeatedly mouthing the word clown. In that moment, Yichen felt a surge of fury ignite within him, an uncontrollable desire for vengeance growing ever stronger. Chapter 7. Unworthy of my shoes, Yichen's fist crackled ominously, his nails digging painfully into his palms. Damn you, Tang Shan, for old grievances and new grudges alike. I shall surely kill you one day. His mind seethed with anger, and he felt his emotions spiraling out of control. Yet, lingering questions haunted him, until he found clarity. He would find no peace. Elder, is there truly such a vast chasm between a royal physique and a sacred body? He practically ground out through clenched teeth. The reason he had chosen to seek entry into the Taiwan sacred land was precisely that the opportunity to elevate his royal physique to a sacred body lay within its confines. However, from what he understood, the disparity between sacred bodies was not supposed to be this drastic. The sacred body of Chu Ge is evidently distinct from an ordinary sacred body. Are you only now contemplating the disparity between yourself and your adversary? Might it be somewhat too late for such realizations? A chilling laughter echoed in the recesses of his mind. I do not. Do not hastily deny it. Do you truly believe you harbor no intent to oppose the sacred body of Chu Ge? Are you convinced by your own words? Or do you plan to cultivate amicable relations with him in the future? At these words, Yichen trembled slightly, reflecting on the tribulations he faced today. He recognized that these trials were not intentionally inflicted by Chu Ge. Yet, he undeniably endured a succession of blows. Setting aside the facts, does Chu Ge not bear even the slightest fault? Had he not tested his own roots and possessed such an astonishing sacred body? How could Yichen have found himself in such a predicament? If Chu Ge had not possessed the sacred body, would all of this have transpired? Damn Chu Ge! He roared inwardly, recalling his resentment towards Chu Ge, which only intensified. How could he possibly set aside this animosity and forge a friendship with Chu Ge? Yichen, with his indomitable spirit, had never bowed in the face of past humiliations, and he would not bow to Chu Ge either. The presence within his mind showed little interest in understanding Yichen's thoughts. As if still unsatisfied, the voice re-emerged. Since you wish to comprehend the gap in talent between you and Chu Ge, very well, I shall enlighten you. This era, a time following a great calamity, is marked by imperfections in both heaven and earth. Thus, all sacred bodies possess certain flaws to varying degrees. The disparity between sacred bodies and king bodies is substantial, yet it is nowhere near as vast as what you perceive today. However, this sacred body before you is extraordinary. It is not flawed, but rather perfect and flawless. Its innate power is as vast as the ocean, and even in the era I once inhabited, a time when the path of cultivation was still intact, it was a rarity. Nearly impossible to find. Do you understand now? Your proud king body is unworthy even to serve as this perfect sacred body's attendant. Unworthy to serve. Unworthy. Unworthy. The echo of that phrase reverberated through Yichen's mind. I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe. He murmured as if possessed, and in the next moment, he shouted defiantly towards the heavens. Everyone turned to look, only to witness Yichen spewing a mouthful of blood after his furious outcry, his body convulsing before collapsing to the ground. Is this boy perhaps out of his mind? Such insanity, has he been tainted by something malevolent? What a shame, to possess such a king body yet be born to a madman. The powerful figures present displayed expressions of astonishment, but ultimately it was a stately woman in a flowing light blue gown, her graceful figure and elegantly coiled hair, who could no longer bear to watch. She raised her delicate fingers, and soon a pill floated towards Xing Feng. Your spirit is injured, take this pill, and you shall awaken shortly. A king body, even with some mental issues, can still benefit the sacred land. Yes, Elder Shui, Xing Feng obediently accepted the pill. The stately woman waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor indifferent, clearly not concerning herself with the matter any longer, and turned her gaze towards Chu Ge, watching silently. As time passed, the group of powerful figures began to grow restless. A quarter of an hour had elapsed. Why had it not yet concluded? Could there be an issue? Lusando, what are you so anxious about? If you cannot wait, then be on your way. Li Laogue, I curse you, you immortal. A dispute erupted between two powerful figures who had previously clashed. They were now bickering heatedly, their faces flushed. One bore marks of blue and white on his face, while the other's garments were torn with several footprints still visible, remnants of their earlier confrontation. You fools, what are you arguing about? There are younger generations present. Do you not feel ashamed? An elder with hair as white as snow stepped forward, reprimanding them without mercy. He raised his dark green bamboo staff and struck one of the bickering figures on the head. The two mighty beings, chastised like children, were not angered. Instead, they immediately ceased their quarrel, obediently falling silent. Elder Su's reprimand is just. Those two should be dealt with properly. Observing this, the others could not help but smile knowingly. As this was a familiar sight, the elder glared at the now subdued figures before continuing. I have just sensed that this young friend's aura is continuously strengthening. It appears that the current situation is auspicious and not perilous. Could it be that within this spirit testing stone lies some hidden opportunity? Awakened by the essence of the sacred body today, some were perplexed. Elder Su stroked his beard thoughtfully and spoke slowly. Some of you may be unaware, but this spirit testing stone was originally brought back to the sacred land by the revered Master Ling Xiao. There was much speculation about the potential opportunities it might hold, but after several attempts and no results, it was ultimately forgotten. Now it seems this spirit testing stone indeed harbors secrets, yet for so many years, none in our Taiwan have been fortunate enough to uncover its mysteries, allowing the opportunity to gather dust. At these words, everyone was struck with astonishment. Who would have thought that such an unassuming spirit testing stone not only carried a legacy of ancient times, but was also connected to Master Ling Xiao? If that is the case, this young friend, even before stepping onto the path of cultivation, is destined to acquire an opportunity brought back by Master Ling Xiao. Truly a profound fortune. Bearing such a sacred body, with deep-rooted blessings, and possessing such striking looks, this young man is indeed the envy of many. Hee, Brother Zhao, it seems you envy nothing more than this young friend's appearance? Indeed, had Brother Zhao possessed such striking features, he might not have chased after that renowned beauty in vain back in the day. At least he would have had the chance to meet her, right? Do not tease Brother Zhao any longer. That famed beauty was notoriously dismissive of those with average looks. He was not the only one who never got to see her true face. The one being teased was a middle-aged man whose appearance was indeed quite ordinary. Yet beneath this unremarkable exterior lay a formidable cultivation. As a mighty being, he was anything but ordinary in the grand scheme of the world. Unperturbed by the jest, he merely smiled faintly. He indeed reminisced about the past. Had he possessed the appearance of this sacred body, would the outcomes have differed? But who can say for certain? Were it not for the setbacks he faced in those days, spurring him to strive forward, he might not have become who he was today. Now, as a mighty being, he could easily alter his appearance at will, whether to be handsome or plain, all at the flicker of a thought. Yet, what of it? Ultimately, it was not his true self. To achieve greatness, one must possess clarity of heart. If one cannot even grasp this, they would have long been reduced to nothingness. Lacking today's accomplishments, every action and event is predestined. Chapter 8. The sacred body of all laws, the evolution of heaven and earth. Look, their essay change. The spirit testing stone is about to shatter. It must contain a universe within. A keen observer noted the transformation, exclaiming in astonishment. The cracks on the spirit testing stone had widened significantly, as if it would explode at any moment. Simultaneously, radiant beams of light began to emanate, transforming into streams of golden energy that swirled and danced around Chu Ge. As for Chu Ge, he had unknowingly closed his eyes, seemingly immersed in a profound realization. Concurrently, strands of mysterious energy surged forth from him, swiftly enveloping the entirety of the Taihuang sacred land. What is this? No, wait. This is not the opportunity from within the spirit testing stone. This is the heavenly transformation path. Only the sacred body of all laws can trigger this magnificent phenomenon. This youth possesses the sacred body of all laws, capable of awakening the heavenly transformation path. How fortunate we are to witness such a breathtaking sight. A marvel rarely seen since ancient times and only recorded in legends. The elder of the Su clan, stroking his beard, could not help but clench his hands, exclaiming in awe. The surrounding crowd displayed expressions of bewilderment. When had they ever seen this esteemed elder, revered within the sacred land of Taiwan, lose his composure so dramatically? What an overwhelming source of power, what a flawless sacred body. It was beyond comprehension. Quickly, we must comprehend this transformation, as it will be immensely beneficial to us, no less than a stroke of fortune. The elder Su, however, was utterly unfazed, his neck taut as he almost shouted. Yet, this clearly did not require his reminder, for many formidable figures had already settled into meditation in the void. As they sat cross-legged, Streams of profound energy were immediately drawn in, merging with their beings. Yet, compared to the vast energy enveloping the heavens and earth, what they assimilated was but a mere fraction. When he noticed the two dimwits beside him still in a daze, the elder Su erupted in anger. His dark green bamboo staff showing no mercy. Crack, crack. Two crisp sounds echoed as visible lumps formed atop their heads. Lu Sandow, Li Renhui, you two fools. At such a moment, you remain dazed? Why do you not quickly meditate and comprehend? Do you wish to drive me to madness? He puffed his cheeks and glared, visibly frustrated. Simultaneously, he took care to muffle his voice to avoid disturbing others. Master, you know as well as I do that with our brains. We might as well be guarding you instead, protested Lu Sandow, wincing as he rubbed his head, his burly figure contrasting sharply with his pitiful expression. You fool. Why drag me into this? Am I as foolish as you? Retorted Li Renhui, clearly displeased. Fool, how can you claim superiority? What do you think the tranquil heart pill, the meditation pill, and the enlightenment pill are for? If we miss this opportunity, I shall break your legs. The elderly raised his staff as if to strike. Oh, I get it. Lu Sandow chuckled awkwardly, rummaging through his storage ring for the pills, muttering. Tranquil heart pill, enlightenment pill, where did I put them? Found it. The elder Su nearly fainted when he glimpsed the pills Lu Sandow retrieved. You, what on earth are you holding? He seized the jade vial from Lu Sandow, his face darkening with rage. Blood-burning pill, explosive chi pill, deathly pill. What do you intend to do? You ungrateful disciple, do you mean to rebel? Are you prepared to fight me? Lu Sandow, the foolish pig, was met with laughter from Li Renhui, who was nearly breathless with mirth. Lu Sandow glared at Li Renhui, his face flushed with indignation. Suddenly, he caught sight of the pills in Li Renhui's hand, his eyes narrowing with a cunning plan. Boldly, hand them over. He moved with lightning speed, snatching the pills from Li Renhui's grasp and swallowing them whole, refining them in an instant. Li Renhui's smile instantly froze, his face contorting as if he had ingested a dead rat. Crack. Another sharp sound rang out as the bamboo staff landed mercilessly on Li Renhui's head, forming a lump. Li Renhui, snapping back to reality, dared not meet the elder Su's gaze, instead cursing Lu Sandow inwardly, while hastily retrieving more pills and sitting cross-legged. What sins have I committed to deserve these two disciples? The elder Su muttered under his breath as he observed the two fools finally beginning to comprehend. He then turned his attention to the meditative Chu Ge, the heavenly transformation path. Oh, this youth's innate talent is truly extraordinary, perhaps rivaling even the most gifted beings of ancient times. He marveled, seeing many of his peers fully immersed in meditation. While even his two disciples occasionally displayed expressions of deep thought and fleeting enlightenment, their faces breaking into satisfied smiles. Elder Su, why not join in the comprehension? Such an opportunity would be a pity to miss. I can keep watch here, so fret not about unexpected occurrences. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Su Xiuju's mind. He was startled, then bowed respectfully toward the void. Thank you for your guidance, Holy Master. The next moment, he too settled into meditation. In the void, Luo Huangjun maintained her ethereal demeanor, concealing her inner thoughts. Beside her, Su Lingyuan sat cross-legged, her delicate features occasionally betraying moments of clarity. Her gaze swept across the scene below, where numerous powerful figures were meditating. Even those who had yet to formally enter the sect were reaping benefits. Those without cultivation, after being bathed in the enigmatic energy permeating the heavens and earth, found their physiques enhanced, gaining a gentle spiritual energy within, marking their initiation into cultivation. Once their practice concluded, it would transform into genuine cultivation, saving them considerable effort. For those who already possessed familial legacies in cultivation, their levels naturally increased. But their innate talent also saw an improvement. Albeit slight, it was still immensely valuable. Among them, a few fortunate individuals, on the basis of their enhanced innate talent, truly grasped the profound energy's essence. This was the core of the heavenly transformation path, and understanding its quintessence would greatly benefit even the most powerful cultivators. An authentic exposition of the law. In ancient times, it would be akin to a supreme being from the ninth heaven personally imparting wisdom. These lucky few managed to engrave this understanding as a mark upon themselves. Although it may not yield immediate results, when their cultivation reached the sixth heaven, this insight would prove crucial for breaking through to the seventh heaven. Her gaze landed on the still-lying Yichen, the child of destiny, truly remarkable. Even in this state, he still managed to benefit from the heavenly transformation path, silently elevating his cultivation, nearly on the verge of a breakthrough. However, this time, he may very well be the most unfortunate one. A faint smile graced Luo Huangjun's lips as she observed the ancient ring adorning Yichen's hand. Every action here fell under her scrutiny. The ring silently absorbed the profound energy from the heavenly transformation path, energy that rightfully belonged to Yichen, yet most had been siphoned away. All these actions did not escape her keen eye, yet she made no move to intervene, merely observing in silence. Chapter 9. The Commencement of Cultivation and the Acquired Fortunes. I have broken through. Su Lingyuan opened her bright eyes, filled with joy as she spoke. Her aura suddenly surged, and having once been at the pinnacle of the fourth level, she had now ascended to the fifth level. At barely 20 years of age, she had already entered this esteemed realm, a testament to her extraordinary talent. It is important to understand that in this world, following the Great Calamity, the cultivation levels are divided into 9 tiers. The first level marks the beginning, while the 9th level represents the summit. The lower 3 tiers encompass the realms of nascent spirit, seed cultivation, and enlightenment. The middle 3 tiers include incessant, cave heaven, and life palace. The upper 3 tiers consist of divine platform, heavenly connection, and creation. To reach such heights at her tender age, Su Lingyuan truly embodied the essence of a prodigy. Indeed, upon returning, she must solidify her newfound realm and express her heartfelt gratitude to the sacred body for this breakthrough. Luo Huangjun gently nodded, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Regarding her second disciple, she held great satisfaction not only in her attitude towards cultivation but also in her innate gifts. I understand, Su Lingyuan replied with a playful smile, fully aware of the underlying truths. This breakthrough could not have been achieved without Chu Ge's significant contributions, and beyond that, she had reaped even greater rewards. Merely expressing her gratitude verbally felt insufficient. Su Lingyuan's advancement was but a prelude. Within the Taiwan sacred land, waves of spiritual energy rippled as others experienced similar breakthroughs. Below, Xingfeng opened his eyes from meditation, his gaze sparkling with profound surprise. I have touched the threshold of the 7th level. He couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, having once thought that achieving the great power realm was beyond his reach. He now found himself amidst newfound hope. An ordinary entrance test had bestowed upon him such fortuity, allowing him to truly grasp the threshold of cultivation. He was confident that in a decade at most, or perhaps even 3 to 5 years, he would ascend to the great power realm and become a core elder of Taiwan. Should the other elders in the inner sect learn of this fortuitous opportunity, they would likely be consumed by jealousy. Chu Ge, you are indeed a benefactor to me. This was a monumental favor akin to being reborn, one he would forever remember, vowing to repay Chu Ge with all his might in the future. Just then, Yichen, who had been lying nearby, stirred awake, blinking away the remnants of slumber. He stood unsteadily. Ah, my head hurts. Yichen groaned, surveying his surroundings. Xingfeng shot him a glance laced with disdain. Now that you're awake, stay quietly to the side. Do not cause any disturbances, but wait patiently for Chu Xiaoyu to finish his comprehension. I will take you both to register for entry. His expression was stern, his words devoid of warmth, a stark contrast to the friendliness he had shown Yichen earlier. Yichen wished to inquire about what had transpired. Yet upon meeting Xingfeng's icy gaze, he felt a jolt of apprehension and refrained from speaking. Instead, he sought answers from the presence in his mind. Senior, what happened while I was unconscious? The voice within his mind responded, do you realize you have missed a grand opportunity? The sacred body has awakened the cosmic path of evolution, granting immense benefits to all present, except for you, who due to your unconscious state fail to seize this divine chance. Had I not guided you through several strands of the evolutionary energy, you would not have gained even the slightest advantage. The tone bore a hint of frustration. Yet Yichen sensed that this voice no longer felt as ethereal as before, instead resonating with a newfound vigor. However, he had no time for contemplation and hurriedly assessed his own condition. To his astonishment, his cultivation had significantly progressed. What had previously been a recent breakthrough now stood on the brink of another leap. Such advancement naturally delighted any cultivator. Yet knowing that his gains were merely scraps left him feeling far from elated, especially as they stemmed from Chu Ge, whom he secretly despised. How could he accept such bounty? It was but a trifle of cultivation. Such unearned benefits were beneath him. Furthermore, was the senior's claim not an exaggeration? How could minor gains be labeled as a grand opportunity? He harbored a sense of pride, unwilling to acknowledge Chu Ge's favor. Well said, Yichen, you are so lofty and remarkable. The benefits I toiled to secure for you, and you dare to reject them? The voice continued, since you disdain them, I possess my own means to sever them. If they can restore even a fraction of my strength, I would consider it a boon. Yichen fell silent. He could not possibly regurgitate the benefits he had inwardly accepted. Humph, short-sighted fool, look around you. Which of the great powers has not grasped something from this cosmic evolution? Even that cultivator beside you, who was once unlikely to ascend to great power, has now touched the threshold due to this opportunity. Do you still believe these are mere trifles? The voice's owner scolded mercilessly, causing Yichen's pale complexion to flush with embarrassment. He longed to retort, but recognized that this presence was invaluable to him. Now was not the time to sever ties. You are right. I have been narrow-minded. He begrudgingly conceded, choosing to lower his head in submission for the moment. The energy I guided you through has drained a considerable amount of my soul power, and I may have already drawn attention to my existence. Proceed with caution in your actions. The tone softened somewhat, offering a way out for both parties. I understand, Senior. Yichen replied, bowing his head in acknowledgement. In the skies above, the cosmic path of evolution began to dissipate, the pervasive energy gradually vanishing. This energy did not simply fade. Aside from a minuscule portion absorbed by others, the majority coalesced within Chu Ge's body. Within Chu Ge, A round mirror of faint golden hue now quietly floated in his dantian. This mirror was born from a vast accumulation of pure evolutionary energy, fused with the essence of the sacred body awakened within him. The two elements underwent a wondrous integration under the spectacle of cosmic evolution. It could be said that this mirror was unique, unparalleled in the cosmos, and throughout ancient history, there was none other like it. It belonged solely to Chu Ge, embodying the laws of transformation and understanding of myriad principles, a true supreme treasure. At the moment of its formation, Chu Ge recognized this, for it was crafted from a fragment of his sacred body essence, naturally bearing his mark. This truly is a tremendous opportunity. In the depths of his heart, Chu Ge mused upon the profound journey of the heavenly transformation. Not only had he acquired an exquisite treasure, but he had also experienced a remarkable elevation in his cultivation, establishing an unparalleled foundation, with the first layer of the spirit-gathering realm and the second layer of the seed condensation realm. While ordinary practitioners rely on spiritual energy for their advancement, he cultivated through the ethereal and pristine essence of the heavenly transformation, creating a foundation that is truly unmatched in the world. Even within the third layer, the enlightenment realm, he had opened dozens of acupoints during this transformative baptism. Furthermore, a significant reservoir of pure transformative energy remained within him, ready for his command. Moreover, the opportunity embedded within the spirit measuring stone had also fallen into Chu Ge's possession. Chapter 10. The Radiant Dragon Seal. From the shattered spirit measuring stone, Chu Ge unearthed a fragment of an ancient and majestic seal, known as the Radiant Dragon, crafted by the inaugural sovereign of the Tai Huang's sacred land. Within the Radiant Dragon Seal resided a profound scripture entitled the Eternal Radiant Dragon Classic, a technique aimed at transcending to the exalted 12th layer of existence. Following the acquisition of the Radiant Dragon Seal and its inherited teachings, Chu Ge discerned the entirety of its origins. This spirit measuring stone had existed for an extraordinarily long time, superficially. It appeared to be an ordinary tool for assessing one's innate qualities. However, its true purpose was to confine the Radiant Dragon Seal within. As time flowed and the world transformed, the sealing power diminished significantly, under the overwhelming force of Chu Ge's sacred body essence. The residual sealing energy proved insufficient to contain the Radiant Dragon Seal. Consequently, the true spirit within the seal, compelled by this surge of primordial energy, instinctively absorbed Chu Ge's sacred body essence, ultimately breaking free from its confines and re-emerging into the world. In gratitude, the true spirit bestowed upon Chu Ge the unparalleled scripture, the Eternal Radiant Dragon Classic. Thus concluded this day, which felt nothing short of a dreamlike reverie. As Chu Ge murmured, he opened his eyes. After being cleansed by the ethereal essence of the universe, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. An aura of profound mystery, akin to the Tao itself, emanated from him. It was astonishing for one at the third tier of the Qi awakening realm. Should those with immense powers catch sight of Chu Ge, they might immediately assume he was a significant figure reincarnated to cultivate anew. The awakening of a mighty being from a state of enlightenment was met with an expression of wistfulness, soon followed by an overwhelming joy. His cultivation had advanced, and his comprehension of the Tao had deepened, broadening his own path and facilitating a smoother journey ahead, one that promised to carry him further than ever before. This fortune could save decades, if not a century, of arduous practice, a supreme opportunity for those at this stage. Several formidable figures experienced advancements in their cultivation. An awe-inspiring spectacle, with a few even breaking through their limits on the spot. "I have broken through," exclaimed the elegant woman in the blue dress, who once bestowed pills upon Yi Chun, now among those few who achieved a breakthrough. Among this assembly of great beings, she was relatively young, having only recently ascended to the realm of the mighty and was still at its nascent stage. Yet today, she had directly advanced to the next tier, a stroke of fate that left her elated, her gaze toward Chu Ge brimming with gratitude. "It is time to concoct some flawless foundational elixirs. I must also prepare the pills needed for the middle three heavens," she pondered. Over the years, she had crafted numerous high-quality elixirs, and soon she would allow him to select from them at will. If outsiders were to learn that Shui Qianrou, one of the foremost alchemists in the Tai Huang sacred land, was eager to present elixirs to a junior cultivator, permitting him to choose freely, they would surely be consumed by envy. This was a master capable of refining sacred-grade pills, and countless souls had sought her creations in vain. Now, she was willing to give her treasures to Chu Ge, a prospect that would incite jealousy potent enough to shatter teeth. Many shared her sentiments. It could be said that today, whether present or among the numerous disciples and elders within the Tai Huang sacred land, all had reaped benefits from this celestial event, some through advancements in cultivation, others through insights into their techniques. Before formally entering the realm, Chu Ge had already garnered a considerable amount of goodwill from the denizens of the Tai Huang sacred land, suggesting a future replete with unimpeded opportunities. At the testing spirit platform, the spirit stone shattered into fragments, revealing a grand seal suspended before Chu Ge. Was this the fabled treasure contained within the spirit stone? A voice of inquiry arose from a powerful figure. This is... Su Xiuju's aged eyes widened in astonishment. his expression one of sheer disbelief. Does Elder Su recognize this artifact? Curiosity flickered across the faces of those present. Yet, before Su Xiuzhu could respond, a melodious voice rang out, resonating with clarity among all attendees. Behold the Huanglong seal. A delicate figure materialized from thin air. Upon seeing her, the esteemed figures in attendance bowed respectfully in unison. The sight left the novice disciples, who had yet to step into the fold, utterly dumbfounded, rendering them momentarily helpless. The powerful beings before them were already figures of reverence, towering above most, and the Taiwan sovereign, who surpassed even these titans in both status and strength, was a being of unmatched esteem. Fortunately, Lord Luo Wang paid no heed to the formality, gesturing for the assembly to dispense with excessive decorum. This artifact is the path-founding weapon of the first-generation sovereign, long lost to time, only to be unexpectedly sealed within the spirit stone brought back by the thunderstorm ancestor, she explained, her voice as cool as the winds of autumn. Indeed, it is the Huanglong seal. How lamentable that we have never ceased our quest to reclaim this treasure, only to find that it had returned to Tai Huang long ago. Truly, it is our failure to have overlooked such a significant object, lying so close at hand. A voice echoed with remorse, and the gazes directed at Chu Ge softened considerably. This young man is truly the auspicious star of our Taiwan sacred land. Many hearts swelled with this thought. At this moment, even if Chu Ge were to suddenly change his mind and refuse to join the Taiwan sacred land, they would never acquiesce. They would resort to force, binding him if necessary. The Huanglong seal? This is indeed the Huanglong seal. Elder, did you hear? This is what you spoke of the Huanglong seal. It can elevate my potential as the king of the hidden flood dragon into the sacred body of the soaring dragon. Yu Chen's heart roared with fervor, his eyes ablaze with intensity. He yearned to seize the Huanglong seal from before Chu Ge at once. I never anticipated that this object would indeed be sealed within the spirit stone. Alas, this item was meant to be bound to your fate as well. Had I known. Sigh, such is fate. The voice in his mind fell silent for a moment before expressing its wistful sentiments. Had I known? What then, Elder? Yi Chen pressed, feeling an innate sense of entitlement to this artifact. If I had known the Huanglong seal lay within that spirit stone, I could have lent you my assistance, granting you a fleeting possession of the dragon's primal power. Thus, perhaps there would have been a chance to awaken the true spirit of the Huanglong seal and shatter the seal upon the spirit stone. Upon hearing this, Yu Chen's heart seethed with indignation. Damn it, the Huanglong seal should have rightfully belonged to me. Chu Ge, you have robbed me of my opportunity. This is a grudge that cannot be resolved without bloodshed. I shall surely kill you. His visage contorted, filled with a surging tide of murderous intent and resentment. He conveniently disregarded the words had I known and possibly, unilaterally perceiving that Chu Ge had usurped what was rightfully his. Elder, did you not say that the Huanglong seal is most attuned to those with dragon-like primal attributes? Why then can Chu Ge's sacred body of all laws also invoke the Huanglong seal, aiding in its spirit's awakening and breaking the seal? Yi Chen inquired once more. Yet deep within, he had already marked the loss of this opportunity against the presence in his mind. The Huanglong seal was even present before us. And yet we failed to perceive it. What a farcical elder. No wonder only a remnant soul remains. Yu Chen's heart boiled with fury, his thoughts twisted in anguish. Chapter 11, Dantai. His primal essence is overwhelmingly potent. A voice of reflection echoed. Could it be that with abundant primal essence, one can act with impunity? Yu Chen remained unsatisfied. I am uncertain whether one can act as they please, but imagine being imprisoned in a dark, lightless cell. Only a special key can unlock your freedom. If one day, someone were to forcefully shatter the prison door and grant you release, would you not wish to escape? Yu Chen fell silent, rendered speechless. Who would not wish to escape? The means of unlocking the door were inconsequential. It mattered not at all. The true spirit of the Huanglong seal was not a fool, even though the primal essence of the sacred body of all laws may not resonate with it, and could not awaken it. The principle remains. His primal essence is indeed profound. A single unit of essence may yield only a fraction of effect. But what of 10 or 100? Even the true spirit of the Huanglong could very well be forcibly awakened under the relentless tide of such abundant primal essence. The presence in his mind articulated this reasoning, and Yi Chen found himself at a loss for words. Previously, this entity had repeatedly asserted the robust essence of Chu Ge's sacred body, yet he had scarcely taken it to heart, lacking a clear understanding. But now, he began to grasp the truth. Chu Ge, relying purely on his innate power, recklessly breached the seal, forcibly awakening the true spirit of the Huanglong seal. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Yi Chen seethed with fury within, yet felt utterly powerless, consumed by impotent rage. His gaze fell upon Chu Ge, who at that moment was illuminated like a moon surrounded by stars. Just then, Chu Ge's eyes shifted, and to Yi Chen's astonishment, they locked onto him. Though it was but a fleeting moment, Yi Chen distinctly perceived a smile gracing Chu Ge's face. What does this scoundrel mean by that? Could it be that his keen intuition has sensed my malevolence? A chill ran down Yi Chen's spine, despite his desire to eliminate Chu Ge swiftly. He dared not provoke him at this juncture. The powerful beings surrounding them seemed eager to revere Chu Ge as a treasure, should he recklessly antagonize him. He risked being cast out of the Taihuang sacred land, or worse, facing immediate execution. The wrath of the mighty is not to be trifled with. Yi Qin's instincts were not misguided. Chu Ge had indeed sensed his ill intent, not through intuition alone, but via the system's notifications. Ding. The host, endowed with unparalleled talent, eclipses the Chosen One, Yi Qin, and gains 2,000 villain points. Ding. The host disrupts the Chosen One Yi Qin's Dao Heart, earning 1,000 villain points. Ding. A rift emerges between the Chosen One and his rise to power, granting the host 2,500 villain points. Ding. The host seizes a crucial future opportunity from the Chosen One, amassing 15,000 villain points. These 4 notifications, all surfacing as Chu Ge tested his roots and acquired the Huanglong seal, collectively bestowed upon him an astounding total of 20,500 villain points. A bounteous reward indeed. Yet, it did not end there. Ding. The host has forged an unresolvable grudge with the Chosen One Yi Qin, gaining insight into part of the latter's future trajectory. An unresolvable grudge? TSK. I have yet to exchange even a word with Yi Qin, and already such animosity has formed. Could this be what they refer to as the inherent repulsion between a villain and the Chosen One? Chu Ge pondered deeply, her heart filled with vigilance, secretly contemplating a way to resolve everything once and for all. Chu Ge did not immediately examine Yi Qin's future trajectory. Before him stood a multitude of formidable figures eager to engage him in conversation, and he could not afford to neglect them. Chu Ge, your extraordinary talent is evident. Would you consider taking me as your mentor? A voice, cool and ethereal, resonated through the air. Luo Huangjun stepped gracefully forward, her movements elegant as she approached Chu Ge. As she reached him, the surrounding powerful individuals instinctively parted, captivated by her celestial presence, which left everyone in awe. The enchanting presence of the ethereal figure before him momentarily left Chu Ge spellbound, though he quickly regained his composure. As he gazed upon her, the delicate and otherworldly demeanor, coupled with an air of icy aloofness, made an indelible impression on him. Beside the illustrious Luo Huangjun, Su Lingyuan was discreetly observing Chu Ge. When their eyes met, she offered a sweet smile reminiscent of an adorable and obedient little sister from next door. The gentle dimples blossomed on her cheeks, and her pristine white teeth were adorned with 2 slightly pointed canine teeth, lending her an added touch of vivacity. Yet, for reasons unknown, Chu Ge felt an uncanny resemblance to a mischievous little imp. There was an underlying sense that the girl presenting him with such a charming smile was not as innocent as she appeared. Nevertheless, he refrained from pondering further, for Luo Huangjun awaited his response. "I." As Chu Ge was about to respond, a voice suddenly echoed through the void, commanding him to halt. Chu Ge was momentarily taken aback, and as he looked up, he beheld a captivating figure in red gracefully approaching. The visitor, with her striking crimson hair flowing freely, exuded an arresting presence merely by standing there. At that moment, this unexpected woman gazed at Chu Ge with a charming smile, discerned the visage of the arriving individual, whose beauty was strikingly akin to that of the illustrious Luo Huangjun. At the center of her brow lay a crimson mark, resembling a blooming red lotus or perhaps a flickering flame. Beautiful yet perilous, her fiery exterior concealed an intense heat capable of incinerating those who dared approach. In her eyes, flickers of fire danced, her lips a luscious red, and her flowing crimson gown enveloped her like a magnificent blaze. Anyone daring to reach out would first have to endure the searing trial of that fervent flame. I am Dantai Jinglian, the Grand Elder of the Taihuang Sacred Land. Chu Ge, would you consider becoming my disciple? I assure you, I am not inferior to my junior sister. And if you choose me as your mentor, I shall treat you well. Dantai Jinglian cast a glance at Luo Huangjun before turning her radiant smile back to Chu Ge. Sister has emerged from her retreat, and it seems her cultivation has been significantly enhanced. It has been a while since we have tested our respective progress. Rather than waiting for an opportune time, why not seize the moment now? Luo Huangjun maintained her demeanor of icy composure. Very well. If my junior sister desires this, I shall gladly accompany you. Let me, as the elder sister, witness whether you have neglected your cultivation since ascending to the position of sovereign. Dantai Jinglian's smile grew even more brilliant, and the firelight in her eyes intensified, the red lotus mark upon her brow gleaming ominously. The two exchanged glances, their gazes sparking like electricity. An atmosphere of tension began to envelop them, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding space as their energies intertwined. Su Lingwan, positioned closest, shrank back like a quail, afraid to even breathe. In the next moment, both women vanished from the scene. Only then did the assembled powerful figures dare to exhale, engaging in hushed conversations. Chapter 12, Direct Transmission. For those like Chu Ge, whose cultivation was still in its infancy, the sensation was manageable, merely perceiving the palpable tension between Luo and Dantai. However, only those who had attained significant prowess could truly feel the overwhelming and profound pressure emanating from Luo Huangjun and Dantai Jinglian. It was a suffocating threat of death that made hearts race. After a brief moment of close proximity, their souls, bodies, and even every pore screamed in alarm, urging them to flee the vicinity. Phew, that scared me. Why has this wicked woman also arrived? Su Lingyuan stuck out her tongue, her expression reflecting lingering apprehension. Having been closest, her experience was profound. Dantai? This woman bears the surname Dantai. Yi Chen clenched his fists, the name stirring memories of intense humiliation. Dantai Xianin. Just wait. One day I shall drag you down from your lofty perch and trample you underfoot. A fleeting image of a woman flashed in his mind, contorting his expression into one of fierce rage. With Luo Huangjun and Dantai Jinglian engaged elsewhere, Su Lingyuan felt a significant alleviation of pressure. Her eyes darted playfully as she approached Chu Ge, her bright gaze twinkling. Junior brother. May I have a look at that Huanglong seal? She asked sweetly. Chu Ge always felt that this overly familiar senior sister seemed particularly delighted when she called out to her junior brother. Su Lingyuan's words attracted the attention of other powerful figures, who turned their gazes toward her. They too were curious to see one of the long-lost treasures of Taiwan. However, due to their statuses, they found it inappropriate to speak directly. Chu Ge nodded and passed the brilliant dragon seal to Su Lingguan. Although he found this senior sister somewhat peculiar, he harbored no significant wariness towards her. Su Lingguan reached out to accept it and examined it closely. She found the seal to be rather weighty in her hand, exuding an aura of ancientness, with minuscule cracks adorning its surface. However, she could not discern its true nature. And with a slight pout, Su Lingguan returned the brilliant dragon seal to Chu Ge. She had initially thought that being a sacred body herself might enable her to evoke the seal's power. Yet, to her disappointment, there was no response whatsoever from it, leaving her with a tinge of melancholy. The true spirit within the dragon seal had once awakened briefly, imparting the indomitable dragon scripture after breaking its seal, only to fall back into slumber thereafter. Chu Ge took the Huanglong seal and gazed at the assembly of formidable figures. His words held a deeper significance. Su Xiaozhu stroked his beard and nodded, his eyes reflecting increasing admiration for Chu Ge. It is well that you have been able to assist in breaking the seal of the Huanglong seal, gaining the true spirit's acknowledgement and receiving the teachings. This is indeed your rightful reward, so focus on your cultivation. As for the Huanglong seal, its fate still rests with the Holy Master's decision. Furthermore, once you formally enter the sect, the Holy Grounds will bestow further rewards upon you. Your innate talent is exceptional, and it is imperative that you dedicate yourself to your training. There was a slight pause in Su Xiaozhu's words, as he too was uncertain about who would ultimately prevail between Luo Huangjun and Dantai Jinglian. Chu Ge nodded in agreement. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. In the next moment, a blinding red light surged dramatically, enveloping the surrounding heavens for thousands of miles. Even Chu Ge, standing beneath it, felt the temperature around him rise sharply. Fortunately, although it was somewhat scorching and uncomfortable, it did not burn. After the dazzling red light covered the sky, a crisp cry suddenly echoed above. In the following moment, a pair of massive wing shadows unfurled, blanketing the entire expanse of crimson clouds. The void began to tremble, and Chu Ge felt the very ground beneath him quaking. Looking up, he saw that the extraordinary phenomenon had dissipated, leaving behind a vast expanse of gaping fissures that spread like a shattered mirror in the void. At a glance, it appeared as though the sky itself had split open. Such a scene of conflict was truly alarming. Thankfully, the two senior sisters were merely validating each other's cultivation and had not engaged in earnest combat. The graceful and voluptuous beauty, Shui Qianro, patted her ample bosom, seemingly relieved. She, along with Luo Huangjun and Dan Jinglian, belonged to the same era and were of similar age. Despite the apparent enmity between the two, they shared a good rapport. The assembly of formidable beings nodded in acknowledgement. A chill ran through Chu Ge's heart. This scene, akin to a calamity from the heavens, was merely a mutual verification of their cultivation, indicating that no genuine effort had been exerted. What cataclysmic spectacle would unfold if they truly unleashed their full power? Undoubtedly, Master would triumph over that wicked woman. Ahem, cough, Elder Dantai. Su Lingyuan's words suddenly faltered. The phrase that lingered on the tip of her tongue was forcefully swallowed. This was prompted by the sudden appearance before her of Danai Jinglian. Adorned in a flowing red gown, her crimson hair dancing with the breeze. In that moment, this enchanting and fervent woman, akin to a red lotus, gazed at Su Lingyuan with a smile. Slap. The sound of blunt words rang out as Luo Huangjun also materialized in the arena, raising her delicate hand to gently tap Su Lingyuan on the head. Dantai Jinglian chuckled softly. She was not one to hold grudges against the younger generation. In truth, she held a certain fondness for this spirited girl, having once contemplated taking her as a disciple. However, that notion had been abandoned when the girl explicitly expressed her desire to be mentored by Luo Huangjun instead. Chu Ge, Dantai Jinglian spoke, her piercing gaze settling upon Chu Ge. Chu Ge, perplexed, gazed at the other party. This item shall serve as a token of my master's courtesy upon our first meeting. He continued. Moreover, my junior sister's teaching skills are rather mediocre, far inferior to mine. Should you encounter any perplexities during your daily cultivation, feel free to seek my guidance. I am always at your service. Upon hearing the remark about her mediocre skills, Luo Huangjun's eternally unchanging expression finally exhibited a subtle shift, as if a tinge of frustration had surfaced. The words still resonated in Chu Ge's ears, yet the speaker had already vanished without a trace. Confused, Chu Ge accepted the gift from the other party without uttering a single word throughout the encounter. He couldn't help but reflect. This esteemed elder Dan Tai truly acts with remarkable decisiveness. His senior sister, however, seemed to hold him in high regard. A chilling voice echoed, causing Chu Ge to shiver as he met the cool gaze of Luo Huangjun. Well, I too am uncertain of the reason, she murmured, attempting to quell her displeasure. She then solemnly regarded Chu Ge, asking, Chu Ge, do you wish to take me, Luo Huangjun, as your master? Chu Ge reciprocated with a serious demeanor. I am willing. Chu Ge, I have met the revered master. Chu Ge naturally could not overlook the formidable support before him, and without a moment's hesitation, he readily acquiesced. Very well. The moment Luo Huangjun turned, a smile blossomed at the corner of her lips. Akin to frost melting under the sun, she gazed at the assembly of esteemed figures awaiting with utmost respect, proclaimed to the sacred land, announced that Chu Ge is my third direct disciple, and furthermore, designate him as one of the candidates for the title of Sacred Son of Tai Huang. The assembly of dignitaries stood momentarily stunned, their hearts suddenly quaking with astonishment. Chapter 13, The Hall of Tai Huang, the direct disciple of the sovereign. A candidate for the Sacred Son. Such an honor is tantamount to ascending to the heavens in a single leap. Yet, considering Chu Ge's profound fortune, his exceptional roots, and the multitude of benefits he has already conferred upon Tai Huang before formally entering, they soon felt this recognition was entirely justified. Without a hint of hesitation, the esteemed figures immediately clasped their hands in reverence. We shall faithfully adhere to the sovereign's decree. The attitude of the many dignitaries towards Chu Ge grew increasingly amicable. Their gazes warm, while the new disciples exhibited expressions of envy and admiration. Ascending to such heights in a single bound, Chu Ge, as a fellow newcomer, had already far surpassed them. His current status was a pinnacle they could only dream of reaching in their lifetimes. Only Yi Chun, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, thought, the sovereign's direct disciple, a candidate for the sacred son. This should have been mine. Chu Ge, you have usurped my fortune, stolen everything that rightfully belonged to me. A multitude of venomous thoughts surged within Yi Chen's heart, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Ding. The son of destiny's mental state has been compromised, fortune wanes, and the host acquires 6,000 villain points. With a smile gracing his face, Chu Ge's already handsome features now radiated an even more resplendent charm, leaving Su Lingyuan, who was conversing with him, momentarily entranced, nearly lost in the brilliance of his smile. As night fell upon the realm, the sacred land of Tai Huang came into view, specifically the Taiwan Palace. This place served as the daily abode of the sacred lord, nestled at the heart of the Tai Huang mountain range. As a direct disciple of the Holy Lord, Chu Ge naturally possesses the qualifications to reside within. Not only him, but Su Lingyuan also occupies another dwelling within the Grand Hallowed Palace. After dismissing several accompanying maidservants, Chu Ge reclined upon the bed, his mind a blank slate. His emotions were far from the tranquility he had displayed during the day. Have I truly ascended so swiftly, becoming a direct disciple of the Holy Lord, and even a candidate for the position of the Grand Hallowed Son? Chu Ge still felt a sense of unreality. Yet, the comfortable bed, the grand and luxurious abode, and the rich spiritual aura that pervaded the entire Taiwan Palace all conveyed to Chu Ge that this was indeed real. The entire Taiwan sacred ground was now aware that a disciple named Chu Ge had become the third direct disciple of the Taiwan sovereign, Lord Luo Wang. This news was rapidly gaining momentum, spreading alongside the events that transpired at the spirit testing platform today. The unfettered sacred body, the Tao of heaven and earth, the radiant dragon seal, and the fierce confrontation between the sovereign of Taiwan and the Grand Elder had rendered the heavens and earth colorless. It can be said that by tomorrow morning, Chu Ge's name will resonate across the entire region. His name will also enter the list of individuals closely monitored by various powerful factions. Some rising stars of prominent forces will regard him as a future rival. Chu Ge has not only ascended to a prominent position in Taiwan, but has also stepped onto the central stage of the cultivation realm. However, having only recently embarked on the path of cultivation, he still requires time to grow and is not yet ready to grace this stage. With such attention and status, it is inevitable that Chu Ge will face numerous challenges in the near future. Overthinking is of no avail. Chu Ge softly murmured to himself, casting aside myriad tangled thoughts. Perhaps the future would present numerous challenges, yet he currently bore the immaculate holy body and occupied a position of great esteem. He possessed talent, resources, status, and support, and even his network of connections had flourished remarkably due to the evolution of the cosmos. Whatever other prodigies possessed, he too was equally endowed. All he required was a modicum of time. With just a little time, he could catch up and even surpass others. Moreover, he held a unique advantage that others lacked, his own formidable ally, the system. Armed with such substantial support, Chu Ge was unafraid of any challenges or obstacles. It is merely a matter of confronting soldiers with soldiers and water with earth. With such a perfect beginning and the system at my side, what is there to worry about? With this thought, Chu Ge ceased to ponder further. His fleeting feelings of unreality and inexplicable anxiety were simply remnants of his previous mindset. If he lacked confidence, it would be one thing. However, his confidence was ample. Those who should feel apprehensive were the future adversaries, not he. Chu Ge. With a shift in thought, Chu Ge summoned the system. System, what can I do with the villain points I currently possess? Having gradually acquired a total of 500 villain points from each on, Chu Ge had no intention of holding on to them. Ding. The current quantity of villain points can be used to upgrade the foundational modules. Each upgrade of a foundational module requires the expenditure of 10,000 villain points. Upon hearing the words, Chu Ge raised an eyebrow. He had initially believed that his accumulation of over 20,000 villain points was considerable, only to discover that an upgrade required a consumption of 10,000 points. And upgrading all 3 foundational segments would demand a staggering 30,000 points. If I wish to unlock new segments, how many villain points would that require? Randomly unlocking would necessitate the expenditure of 100,000 villain points, while designated unlocking is contingent upon the respective price. Designated? Is there a system segment akin to more children, more blessings? Chu Ge's eyes suddenly sparkled. 1,000,000 points are required. In that case, all is well. Chu Ge's gaze regained its tranquility, devoid of both sorrow and joy, stripped of worldly desires. After a moment of contemplation, he had already made his choice in his heart. Informed by his prior experiences with the system's functionalities during the novice phase, the conclusion drawn by Chu Ge is that the rewards for keeping a diary are the most substantial, followed by check-ins, with clocking in being the least rewarding. However, considering that the rewards for clocking in may vary depending on the location, it is possible that in the current sacred place of Taiwan, the daily clock-ins yield rewards surpassing those of check-ins. As for the check-in function, the rewards are contingent upon special dates and the continuity of successive check-ins. With the rewards progressively increasing, the system allows for the consumption of villain points to upgrade the diary and clock-in sections. Upon issuing a command to the system, Chu Ge received an alert. Villain points minus 20,000. Current remaining villain points, 6,500. The system module is set to upgrade, with an estimated duration of 2 hours. Chu glanced at the time. In 2 hours, it would be midnight. He retrieved the numerous books that Luo Huangjun had previously prepared for him. These were not manuals of cultivation techniques, but rather volumes encompassing a wealth of knowledge regarding cultivation principles, history, and various other subjects. With a sudden rise to prominence, Chu Ge became a direct disciple of the Holy Lord, and undoubtedly, his origins would attract scrutiny. Luo Huangjun was well aware that Chu Ge had previously dwelled in the mortal realm, possessing an exceedingly limited understanding of the cultivation world, bordering on ignorance. Therefore, she did not hasten him into rigorous training. Instead, she encouraged him to peruse knowledge related to cultivation at his own pace. Once Chu Ge had attained a preliminary and clear comprehension of the cultivation realm and the path of cultivation, he could then embark on his training without delay. Furthermore, Chu Ge had already achieved commendable progress, reaching the 3rd level of the opening Qi realm, with 3 pathways of essence, spirit, and energy. He had successfully opened 24 meridians in each pathway, totaling 72. For ordinary cultivators, reaching a total of 108 meridians signifies readiness for a breakthrough to the next realm. However, this rule clearly does not apply to Chu Ge. As a direct disciple of the Holy Lord, he is undoubtedly a paragon of excellence, and the more meridians he opens, the better. Not to mention, his somewhat eccentric senior sister, Su Lingyuan, had unlocked all 324 meridians across the 3 pathways, a prodigious feat in the opening Qi realm. The preliminary stage involves opening 9 meridians in each pathway, the mid-stage involves 18, and the late stage, 36 in each pathway, totaling 108, marking the pinnacle of this realm and the readiness to attempt a breakthrough to the next level. Yet, beyond this pinnacle lies the realm of minor perfection, where each pathway comprises 72 meridians, summing to 216. The ultimate perfection is represented by 324 meridians, with each pathway containing 108. This signifies a flawless foundation. Su Lingyuan is indeed such a celestial being who has forged a flawless foundation. Not only that, upon this perfect foundation, she has also opened numerous hidden meridians. Each hidden meridian equates to the totality of 10 or even dozens of ordinary meridians combined. Furthermore, among these hidden meridians exist unique entities, imbued with various miraculous effects, serving as formidable trump cards, truly invaluable. Chu Ge's modest ambition is to attain the flawless pinnacle of enlightenment, and upon achieving that, to unlock as many hidden pathways as possible. With the resources and status he currently possesses, he certainly cannot afford to lag behind others. As time passed quietly while Chu Ge perused his reading, 2 hours slipped away, ushering in the early hours of the next day. Fortunately, he now possessed formidable cultivation. Even if he were to sleep a little later, or remain awake for days on end, the most he would suffer would be a slight depletion of spirit and vitality. Moreover, the Taiwan Palace, where he resided, was constantly suffused with tranquil spiritual energy that nourished the body, rendering any minor loss of vitality inconsequential. In addition, The grand hall was adorned with numerous arrays and spiritual inscriptions designed to cultivate the mind and foster tranquility, alleviating any concerns regarding mental fatigue. Although Lord Luo Wang had instructed Chu Ge not to rush into his cultivation, the environment itself ensured that merely staying in Taiwan Palace without any active effort would gradually enhance his abilities. While the progress might be slow, it was undeniably steady. Over the course of a month, this accumulation would suffice for Chu Ge to open 1 or 2 meridians. This exemplifies the advantages of being backed by a formidable power. Ding. The system module has completed its upgrade. The diary section now features a new function, daily journaling, which contributes additional cultivation. Based on the host's current realm, daily entries can unlock 0.52 meridians, and the probability of receiving rare rewards has increased. The next upgrade for this section will require 20,000 villain points. The check-in module has also been upgraded, enhancing the rewards for repeated check-ins and introducing a critical hit feature. Each check-in now carries a 50 chance of doubling the rewards, with further upgrades improving the probability and multiplier. The system's notification resonated in Chu Ge's mind, and he closed the book with a joyful expression. The system truly proved to be advantageous. Writing in a diary to augment his cultivation means that even without active training, Chu Ge could casually record thoughts and still earn the minimum reward of 0.5 meridians daily, amounting to a total of 15 meridians in a month. Coupled with the daily cultivation growth provided by Taiwan Palace, it could be said that even if he were to remain idle for a year and a half, he would establish an impeccable foundation for the pinnacle of enlightenment. And this is considering the worst-case scenario. He could hardly expect to receive the minimum cultivation rewards with each entry, nor would he truly do nothing at all. Thus, this span of a year and a half is merely a theoretical maximum. The actual duration could be halved or even reduced further. The enhancement of the check-in feature is equally significant. Although the rewards from repeated check-ins can occasionally be disappointing, often yielding items suited for mortals or low-tier elixirs, the essence of the check-in function lies not in redundancy, but in venturing into different areas for the first-time check-ins, which tend to yield far more generous rewards. This upgrade not only amplifies the rewards, but also activates the critical hit feature, boasting a 50 chance of doubling rewards. Just imagine, if he were to venture to a certain location within Taiwan for his inaugural check-in, and fortune smiles upon him with a rare item, coupled with a critical hit, transforming a single reward into 2, what immense joy that would bring. Merely contemplating this, Chu Ge felt an irresistible urge to explore various locations within Taiwan for check-ins. Calming himself, Chu Ge activated the system. System check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. This marks the first check-in following the novice period, with rewards enhanced. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the seed of innate divine abilities. Chu Ge was momentarily taken aback, soon thereafter overwhelmed with joy. Initially, he regarded the act of signing in as merely a prelude, for the rewards from the upgraded diary and check-ins surpassed those of the sign-in. To his astonishment, he encountered such a delightful surprise. The seed of innate divine abilities could nurture within him a singular innate divine power. Such mystical techniques are inherently precious, and the innate variety is even more so. However, this particular gift would remain temporarily unusable until he attained the realm of the middle 3 heavens. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ge re-established communication with the system. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the first check-in at the Taiwan Palace, receiving the ancient inheritance Great Zhou Tian star refinement diagram. The influx of information surged into Chu Ge's mind, overwhelming him momentarily with its sheer volume, causing him to feel disoriented. After a brief interval, he processed the information completely, his eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and elation. The refinement diagram. This is an indispensable facet of cultivation in the aperture opening realm. Yet, such inheritances are often monopolized by major powers. Ordinary grassroots cultivators, lacking opportunity and heritage, remain unable to access the refinement diagram. Its significance lies in linking the apertures a cultivator opens, enhancing the synergy between them, resulting in a cumulative effect greater than the sum of its parts. In contrast, most ordinary cultivators merely open their apertures aimlessly, hastily breaking through upon meeting basic requirements. Unable to delve deeper into this realm, the sophisticated refinement diagram not only amplifies the benefits derived from connecting 2 apertures, but also provides methods for unlocking hidden apertures. Once a cultivator illuminates all necessary aperture points on the refinement diagram they practice, the enhancements they derive from their apertures will escalate to a terrifying degree. Thus, a cultivator equipped with the refinement diagram can effortlessly dominate one without such an inheritance. It is for this reason that the aperture opening realm has become the most enduring stage beneath the 6 heavens for the prodigies of various powers. This realm not only serves as the final stage of the lower 3 heavens foundation, but also allows for the greatest exploration of one's potential. Moreover, mastering the refinement diagram significantly facilitates the subsequent stage of cultivation, the unceasing realm. Chu Ge's exhilaration did not stem merely from acquiring a refinement diagram. While rare, within the Taiwan sacred land, aside from the few diagrams safeguarded by the core of the sacred ground, the others do not hold extraordinary value. Even the core refinement diagrams are accessible to Chu Ge, now a direct disciple of the Sacred Lord, as he possesses the immortal Flame Dragon Classic, which includes a related inheritance of high caliber. What truly thrilled Chu Ge was the fact that the diagram awarded by the system contained an astonishing total of 360 complete apertures. The trio of essence, chi, and spirit apertures surpassed even the apex number of the aperture opening realm by a substantial 36. Furthermore, the 360 apertures unlocked by this refinement diagram, known as star apertures, are forged through the power of the stars, rendering them significantly more formidable, one comparable to 10, capable of rivaling hidden apertures. Additionally, the Great Zhou star refinement diagram chronicles the methods for unlocking 5 special hidden apertures. With 360 star apertures that can rival hidden ones and 5 powerful special hidden apertures, this diagram is truly an unparalleled inheritance. Chapter 15, A Beauty Beyond Compare. Having received such a breathtaking inheritance, Chu Ge naturally accepted it at once. As his thoughts stirred, an overwhelming surge of cultivation knowledge flooded into his mind. The apertures now opened by Chu Ge are merely ordinary ones. After cultivating the Great Celestial Circulation Star Refinement Diagram, he shall be able to channel the celestial energies, transforming the 72 apertures into far more formidable star apertures. Having received the inheritance, Chu Ge did not immediately engage in cultivation. Instead, he prepared to document his thoughts in a journal. He had never possessed the habit of journaling, whether in this life or the last. However, with the advent of the system, writing in a journal gradually became an indispensable part of his daily routine. Yesterday was indeed filled with numerous experiences, and he felt an overwhelming urge to articulate his thoughts and reflections. He had entered the sacred land of Taiwan, ascended to great heights, and become a direct disciple of the saint, while also being considered a candidate for the title of Holy Son. It felt somewhat surreal, yet entirely justified. For as a transmigrator with a system, if he did not achieve anything noteworthy, it would truly be a disgrace to the many predecessors among transmigrators. Chu Ge was recording on his end, while Su Lingwan, who was also in the Taiwan palace, sensed it immediately. With a flicker of thought, a copy of the diary appeared in her hands. At present, she could be considered the most devoted reader of Chu Ge's diary, frequently checking for updates, which had become one of her pleasures. Chu Shitty, let me see what you plan to write. You better not say anything bad about me, or else I want to let you off lightly. Su Ling Yuan's eyes sparkled like black gemstones, and a mischievous smile graced her face. In the quiet room, Luo Huangjun was also holding a copy of the diary. Ding, would you like to bind the diary copy? As usual, every time she opened the diary, this voice echoed in her mind. Although Luo Huangjun had heard it many times before, this time she chose not to ignore it as she usually did. The image of Chu Ge's handsome face flashed through her mind, a visage that truly captivated her. Consequently, she was reluctant to associate any malicious speculations about the diary with Chu Ge. It could be said that her decision to take Chu Ge as her disciple was influenced by 2 main factors: the peculiar diary copy and his striking appearance. These 2 aspects were indeed the primary reasons for her exception, with his status as a holy body being secondary. After all, she had never entertained the notion of accepting male disciples. Merely being a holy body was not sufficient to warrant an exception. Luo Huangjun pondered for a moment, gradually reaching a decision. Since this item appeared because of Chu Ge, and he was now her personal disciple, it made sense to bind it. Moreover, after observing it over the past few days, the diary copy had not posed any threat. After considering all this, Luo Huangjun silently thought, bind. Ding, binding successful. The voice sounded again, then fell silent. Yet, Luo Huangjun had already gleaned much information. With a flicker of thought, the diary copy unexpectedly vanished from her hands. Previously, she could only carry the diary with her, unable to store it away. But now, she could summon or retrieve the diary with her mind. How wondrous, she mused, reflecting on the diary's many extraordinary attributes. From the moment the diary first appeared in her possession, she had tested its durability. No matter the method, she could not destroy it completely. Even if shattered, it would quickly restore itself. It could not be stored away, nor could others perceive it. If she spoke of the diary to anyone, whether through words, writing, or mental communication, an unseen force would prevent her from expressing the content, distorting her intended message into something else entirely. With a thought, Luo Huangjun summoned the diary copy once more. After binding it, she could browse through it in her mind, but she still preferred the tactile experience of holding it. Sister Su is very kind and enthusiastic towards me, and she is exceptionally beautiful. Although she seems a bit silly, her figure is truly remarkable. If one were to look down, they wouldn't see their toes. She is indeed a beauty, Luo Huangjun thought, her mind drifting to Su Ling Yuan's alluring form. Such proportions were astonishing, and no wonder Chu Ge had mentioned it specifically in his diary. Even she, as a master, often found herself marveling at it. This girl, having grown up under my very nose, I wonder what she has consumed to develop such assets, she mused. Not seeing her toes, she glanced down at herself. While her own curves were indeed enviable, they paled in comparison to her disciple's astonishing physique. A sense of defeat washed over her. Her thoughts then turned to her eldest disciple, whom she had not seen in quite some time, who also possessed a noteworthy figure. Reflecting on this, she felt a sense of defeat as a master in this regard when compared to her two disciples. It must be that this girl has been diligent in her cultivation, unlike me in my youth, who was relentless. The spiritual resources and elixirs she consumes haven't been fully digested, accumulating in her body and resulting in her figure. She deserves punishment. Luo Huangjun's mood was rather grim. While on the other side, Su Lingwan was in high spirits. Chu Ge has good taste, she thought gleefully. During the day, as she guided Chu Ge around Taiwan Palace, his gaze had lingered on her figure several times, making her blush. Although he had called her a bit silly in the diary, he had also praised her beauty and figure, stating that she was a stunning sight to behold. With a delighted heart, she leapt off her bed, her movements causing her ample figure to bounce enticingly, almost spilling out from her attire, creating a mesmerizing arc. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced at her own feet, where her smooth, snowy white feet were now exposed, requiring her to lean forward to see them. I, Su Lingwan, am a beauty among mortals, she thought joyfully, continuing to read the diary. I heard I have a senior sister, though she is currently not within the Holy Land. After mentioning her senior sister, she turned her attention to her master. Upon reading this, Luo Huangjun subconsciously tightened her grip on the diary. An unexpected wave of anxiety washing over her. How will Chu Ge perceive me as a master? Luo Huangjun's mind was filled with thoughts, and her feelings became tangled. Having read all the diary entries, she knew that Chu Ge was still unaware of the existence of the diary copy. Therefore, its contents essentially represented his most genuine thoughts and sentiments, devoid of any pretense. Chapter 16, Lotus Flower. With a heart full of trepidation, Luo Huangjun began to peruse the diary's contents. My first impression of my master is that she is cold and speaks little, giving an impression of being difficult to approach. Upon reading this, Luo Huangjun tightened her grip even further, but she soon relaxed. Yet, I feel she isn't as hard to deal with as she seems. Her exterior doesn't appear to reflect her true self. She has been quite good to me, and although our interactions have been brief, she has clearly outlined my future cultivation path. She is a very responsible master. Though my master may appear somewhat aloof, she is undeniably an extraordinary woman, strikingly beautiful. Her grace akin to a solitary snow lotus atop Tianshan, independent and ethereal, a sight I have never encountered before, one that lingers in memory eternally. Perhaps her only flaw is the air of aloofness that surrounds her, yet to me, this is not a defect but rather a distinctive trait that befits such a woman who seems to trample upon frost and snow. A figure of such formidable elegance should indeed present herself in an unapproachable manner. How I long to be a rebellious disciple. Oh, my esteemed teacher, how splendid you are. In that moment, Luo Huangjun was momentarily stunned, clutching her diary copy, rendered motionless for quite some time. Her cheeks, as delicate as white jade, flushed rapidly. A faint rosy hue creeping to her earlobes, making her appear particularly translucent. What on earth is this child saying? What does unforgettable for eternity mean? And what is this rebellious disciple nonsense? She gazed fixedly at the words rebellious disciple, and soon, the diary copy provided an explanation. How utterly embarrassing. This rebellious disciple harbors such thoughts, and there are others reading this diary. In the serene room, Luo Huangjun could distinctly hear her heart thudding louder, her cheeks growing ever warmer. After a long while, she finally managed to compose herself. The void rippled, and a mirror quietly floated in midair, reflecting her visage. Am I truly so captivating? She gazed into the mirror, where a striking beauty appeared, her eyes bright as stars in moonlight, long and thick eyelashes curling upwards, a regal nose, and a flawless face seemingly enveloped in a glimmer of snowlight. Her lips, naturally rosy, were neither overly full nor thin. Luo Huangjun reached out, gently brushing her fingers across one cheek. She had never been particularly concerned with her appearance, her self-image frozen in her youth. This meticulous examination of her countenance was a first in her life. In her younger years, her status and background deterred anyone from coveting her. As she matured, she swiftly rose to prominence, showcasing extraordinary talent and prowess. With her formidable strength and esteemed background, no one dared to harbor intentions towards her. Now, as the revered leader of the sacred land, her cultivation reached unparalleled heights, her presence exuding an icy, compelling aura, leaving few brave enough to meet her gaze. Thus, Luo Huangjun found herself somewhat unclear about the extent of her own beauty and allure. Yet, Chu Ge had elucidated this for her. In the diary, he extolled her appearance and grace in extravagant detail, boldly speculating about her true nature, unabashedly expressing a desire to be a rebellious disciple. All of this stirred within Luo Huangjun an unprecedented, peculiar sensation. This was undoubtedly an affront, a breach of propriety. She felt she should be indignant rather than the flustered state that she currently found herself in. Humph, rebellious disciple, I shall spare you this time. A soft murmur broke the tranquil silence of the room. In the next instant, the mirror revealed her cold, imperious visage, and her lips curled slightly. A smile emerging like the melting of ice and snow. You naughty junior disciple, how dare you covet your master's intentions? Rebellious disciple, pfft. How could you even write such a thing, you mischievous rascal? Su Ling Yuan muttered incessantly, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Initially pleased with Chu Ge's praise of her in the diary, she now felt he was favoring Luo Huangjun excessively. After all, his descriptions of Luo Huangjun were excessively detailed, overflowing with compliments. Though slightly displeased, Su Lingyuan was not one to sulk. For she acknowledged that her master was indeed an unparalleled beauty, a fact she wholeheartedly accepted. Continuing to read, after discussing her master, she could not help but mention another equally remarkable woman who left a profound impression on her, Dan Tai Jinglian, the Grand Elder of the Tai Huang Sacred Land. Her master's senior sister. Perhaps I should refer to her as my aunt. It matters little. After all, in this diary, I could call her my beloved without anyone knowing. Haha, Dan Tai, my beloved. Cough. Perhaps that title is a bit presumptuous. She is Elder Dan Tai, a woman as resplendent and fervent as flames. If my master is the solitary snow lotus atop Tian Shan, then Elder Dan Tai is the fiery red lotus blooming in a raging inferno, capable of purging all darkness from the world, much like her name suggests, a blazing red lotus that cleanses impurities. Radiant, dazzling, fervent, exquisite, domineering. Her unique aura and unparalleled charm are unforgettable to any man who gazes upon her. And I, too, a mere mortal, cannot escape the allure of such a woman. She acts decisively, with an assertive demeanor, her personality as bold and flamboyant as her appearance. Her gaze carries a sense of disdain for the world. And she possesses a certain cunning sharpness, having clearly articulated her grievances regarding her master's failure to educate her disciples. Elder Dan Tai's beauty is undeniably striking. In my view, rivaling that of my master. Both appear as if meticulously crafted treasures from the heavens, and no amount of praise could adequately capture their essence. In essence, both women embody the type of elder sisters I admire, one serene and the other fervent. It is no wonder that despite being sisters in teaching, there exists a sense of intense rivalry between them. Yet, I do not perceive any tension between the two. Perhaps this rivalry is rooted in other factors? Cough. I inadvertently wrote so much. Today's diary has almost transformed into a collection of my praises for women. Chu Ge, you must not be easily swayed by beauty. Diligent cultivation should be your priority. However, speaking of which, if I could indulge in the blessings of having both, my left hand embracing the serene master and my right hand holding the passionate Elder Dan Tai, ugh. I must not dwell on such thoughts. My resolve may waver. Starting tomorrow, I shall practice the great Zhou Tian star refinement diagram passed down from the system, transforming all the acupoints I have opened into more powerful star acupoints. To enjoy the blessings of both, one must possess strength. First, I shall set a small goal, surpass my master. I also need a plausible excuse to appease my master, after all, as her disciple. It would be somewhat unreasonable not to practice the Tai Huang Sacred Land's refinement diagram. Ugh, such a headache. Moreover, the system requires an upgrade. I have too few villain points and must find opportunities to continue suppressing Yichin, this child of destiny, and see some gains. Chapter 17. Fleeing in Disarray. This mischievous junior disciple dares to entertain thoughts even about that wicked woman? Su Lingyuan was taken aback, utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that her newly initiated junior disciple not only wished to be a rebellious disciple but also dared to harbor notions about that fearsome aunt. Truly, a bold endeavor that opened her eyes. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of discontent. Why doesn't that troublesome junior disciple have any thoughts about me? Only focusing on the master and that wicked woman? I am quite remarkable too. The subtle murmurs of Su Lingyuan echoed in the room. Beloved? Such audacity indeed. Upon learning of this term, which she had never encountered before, a smile capable of bewitching souls graced the exquisite countenance of Dan Tai Jinglian. In the flickering candlelight of the room, she reclined upon her bed, her long hair cascading freely, exuding an air of languor. Beneath her fiery red gown, a pair of long, shapely legs, as lustrous as jade, elegantly crossed, revealing a pair of exquisite feet unencumbered by shoes or stockings. To desire both embraces? That shall depend on your capabilities, she murmured softly, seemingly unperturbed by Chu Ge's audacious thoughts within the diary's pages. I wonder what expression my junior sister would wear upon encountering these musings? As she spoke, it appeared she could foresee an exceptionally amusing scene, and her smile deepened. Meanwhile, the junior sister mentioned by Dan Tai Jinglian was currently beset by a sense of unease. Embracing both sides? This rebellious disciple. How audacious to entertain such thoughts so early in her training. Indeed, her boldness knows no bounds. Luo Huangjun chided lightly, feigning immense anger. Yet her true feelings were more a tumultuous need to release the intense emotions brewing within her. The very thought of her disciple, her senior sister, and even more strangers perusing the contents of the diary filled her with an overwhelming sense of shame. And when the phrase master and disciple flitted through her mind, it left her inexplicably anxious, accompanied by a curious thrill that was difficult to articulate. She dared not contemplate how she would respond should Chu Ge truly initiate an advance upon her, the master. Just then, a notification chimed in the minds of Luo Huangjun and several others bound to the diary's copy. Ding. The diary's owner has upgraded the system, and the number of binders who have interacted with the diary owner now meets the requirements for an upgrade. The copy will synchronize and unveil new features. From now on, Binders may receive random rewards upon completing their daily reading of the diary, influenced by the owner's favorability. The friend function has been activated. Binders within a certain proximity may add each other as friends. At this moment, Su Ling Yuan, who also resided in the Tai Huang Hall, found herself in a daze upon hearing the notification. Ding. Detected nearby binders of the diary copy. Would you like to add them as friends? Could it be that my master possesses a diary copy as well? As day broke within the Tai Huang Hall, the atmosphere was charged with energy. Luo Huangjun was elucidating the intricacies of the Qi awakening realm to Chu Ge, although she had not insisted that Chu Ge commence immediate practice. It was essential to grasp certain concepts beforehand. Chu Ge listened intently, occasionally nodding in understanding. Beside her, Su Ling Yuan appeared somewhat disinterested. Having already heard these teachings numerous times before and having transcended the realm of enlightenment herself, while Luo Huangjun elaborated on the nuances of cultivation for Chu Ge, a fragment of her consciousness remained focused on Chu Ge. Observing the earnest expression etched across Chu Ge's face, she recalled some information she had encountered after the recent update of the diary copy function. Diary copy binder. Name, Luo Huangjun. Appearance, 10. Note 1. The maximum score for appearance is 10, determined by the aesthetic standards of the diary's owner, Chu Ge. Note 2. This score encompasses various aspects, including looks, physique, and demeanor. Favorability, 71. Liked. Note. Favorability is categorized from top to bottom as follows. Blood feud, negative. Hatred, 0 to 10. Hostility, 11 to 20. Disgust, 21 to 30. Aversion, 31 to 40. Indifference, 41 to 50. Favor, 51 to 60. Trust, 61 to 70. Liking, 71 to 80. Infatuation, 81 to 90. Obsession, 91 to 99. Devotion until death, 100. Note 2. You may view the appearance scores of others and the favorability ratings of the diary's owner. What should I do? Luo Huangjun pondered, feeling somewhat troubled. A favorability rating of 71 was not insignificant. Of course, she understood that Chu Ge's current fondness for her was likely rooted in admiration for her external appearance and character, rather than a romantic inclination. However, their relationship was still in its nascent stages, primarily defined by the mentor-disciple dynamic, where admiration prevailed. Yet, what if this favorability continued to ascend? Her gaze shifted to Su Ling Yuan beside her. Name, Su Ling Yuan. Appearance, 9, 7. Favorability, 66. Trust. Although Su Ling Yuan had a deeper rapport with Chu Ge, having engaged in more conversations, including a shared exploration of the Tai Huang sacred land the previous day, it was curious that Chu Ge's favorability towards her was 5 points lower. This incongruity led her to ponder further. Let it unfold naturally. Luo Huangjun sighed internally. Since the emergence of the diary copy and her connection with Chu Ge, her thoughts had become exponentially more vibrant. The once placid state of her mind had recently stirred with ripples, all concerning Chu Ge. She was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, and thus, she chose to let things take their course. Unbeknownst to her, her inclination to go with the flow stemmed from a genuine lack of aversion towards Chu Ge, accompanied by a burgeoning fondness. Otherwise, had someone she despised appeared before her, disturbing her peace of mind, she would have swiftly dealt with them, rather than remaining in a state of indecision and inner turmoil. Master? Master? The calls jolted Luo Huangjun from her reverie. She realized she had unexpectedly drifted off, and upon regaining her focus, her eyes met Chu Ge's bright, star-like gaze. The air seemed to thicken, and in that fleeting exchange, Luo Huangjun felt warmth creep into her cheeks. Let us conclude for today. I have suddenly remembered some matters that require my attention. With this remark, she swiftly turned, her figure gradually becoming ethereal until it vanished from sight. The air lingered with the faint, cool fragrance that emanated from Luo Huangjun. Chu Ge felt somewhat perplexed. Yet the fleeting moment of eye contact with Luo Huangjun allowed him to keenly perceive a hint of panic that flickered in her gaze. However, he remained unaware of the source of this unease and chose to set aside his speculations for the moment. Turning his attention to his companion, Su Ling Yuan, Chu Ge inquired in an inquisitive tone, "Senior sister?" Su Ling Yuan withdrew her similarly puzzled gaze. She had an inkling that the retreating figure of their master had an air of hasty escape. Chapter 18. Causality. Without further contemplation, Su Ling Yuan returned her focus to Chu Ge, only to be overtaken by a sudden surge of irritation. Internally, she berated him for the stark disparity in their perceived affections for their master. It was disheartening to realize how much he seemed to favor her. After all, she had kindly taken the time to help him acclimate to the sacred land of Tai Huang just the day before. Reflecting on Chu Ge's apparent admiration for their master's frosty demeanor, Su Ling Yuan's mind conjured an image of Luo Huangjun's typical aloofness. With her chin held high, she cast a disdainful glance at Chu Ge, her eyes narrowing at a sharp 45-degree angle, reminiscent of someone looking down upon refuse. A nonchalant tone seemed to emanate from her delicate nose as she endeavored to adopt an air of aloofness that discouraged approach. Yet, she overlooked a crucial detail. Her own youthful appearance leaned more towards that of an endearing younger sister, lacking the chiseled elegance and icy aura of Luo Huangjun, and instead radiating a certain plump and vibrant charm. In that moment, her feigned demeanor failed to convey any semblance of cold detachment. Rather, it only enhanced her adorable and spirited allure. Chu Ge, perplexed by Su Lingyuan's sidelong glance, found her current disposition rather endearing. The hint of arrogance in her eyes struck a chord with him, prompting him to capture this charming visage of his senior sister using his diary's camera function. This version of senior sister is truly adorable. She seems so easy to tease, he mused, before clearing his throat and continuing with his thoughts. On the surface, Chu Ge appeared earnest, yet clandestinely he was recording his thoughts in a diary. Simultaneously, Su Lingyuan caught sight of a particular passage, accompanied by a photograph that Chu Ge had captured. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, as her delicate, porcelain-like toes, encased in socks and shoes, curled restlessly. Ah! How infuriating, you mischievous junior brother. Why must you document everything? Had this occurred earlier, she might not have reacted so strongly. However, now that she was aware that the diary had copies not just in her possession but also in the hands of their master, the notion that others could view its contents left her utterly mortified. Su Lingyuan could no longer maintain the facade of icy composure. In an instant, her pretense shattered. Junior brother, do you need something? Her words stumbled as she struggled to uphold her exterior, desperately trying to conceal her discomposure from Chu Ge. She was acutely aware of her junior brother's keen intellect. He might very well discern her unease from the slightest detail, leading him to connect the dots regarding the diary copies. Senior sister, did you not say that today we would continue familiarizing ourselves with the sacred land of Taiwan? Chu Ge was perplexed. Just yesterday, they had agreed upon something, yet his senior sister seemed to have forgotten. Could it be that even those who cultivate their spirits are prone to forgetfulness? Yes, let us set off at once. Su Lingyuan, appearing as if she had only just grasped the situation, responded with a hasty remark before swiftly turning and exiting the hall, almost as if fleeing. This demeanor bore an astonishing resemblance to the hurried departure of Luo Huangjun from earlier. This senior sister. Chu Ge was at a loss for words, letting out a sigh before following suit. As he traversed the magnificent grounds of the Tai Huang sacred land, his gaze swept across the towering edifices surrounding him. This was indeed the Hall of Punishment within the inner sanctum. Su Lingyuan had regained her composure and was now elaborating on the grandeur of the hall before them. At that moment, a number of disciples encircled the Hall of Punishment, engaged in hushed whispers. Chu Ge's current cultivation level allows him to perceive his surroundings with exceptional clarity. Indeed, Yichen is quite a troublemaker. Having only entered the sect for a mere 2 days, he has already found himself in the Hall of Punishment. You may not yet be aware, but the individual who clashed with Yichen belongs to the esteemed Dantai family. Though merely a collateral branch, they are certainly not individuals to be trifled with. It seems Yichen is in for significant misfortune this time. It is said that he once had a marriage contract with a highly esteemed daughter of the Dantai family, which was later rescinded, subjecting him to great humiliation. Consequently, upon encountering members of the Dantai family within the sacred grounds, it is only natural for him to feel a heightened animosity. Chu Ge was intrigued, for he had not anticipated that the one who entered the Hall of Punishment today would be none other than the fated child, Yichen. He was even more astonished to discover that, despite Yichen's royal physique, no formidable master was willing to take him as a disciple, leaving him confined within the inner sect, devoid of the opportunity to become a core disciple. The name Dantai also evoked memories of the remarkably elegant elder Dantai. Sister, is the Dantai family they speak of connected to elder Dantai? Chu Ge cast a glance at Su Lingyuan beside him. At that moment, she appeared to be thoroughly engrossed in the animated discussions of the inner disciples. You mentioned the Dantai family. Indeed, it is that infamous family, the one associated with Master Dantai. As she spoke, a thought seemed to strike her, and she abruptly ceased her words, instinctively glancing around. Clearly, the incident where Dantai Jinglian had caught her off guard previously had left an indelible mark on her. The Child of Destiny is indeed worthy of the title. Possessing a remarkable knack for causing trouble, just 2 days after entering the sect, he had already found himself embroiled in conflict and summoned to the punishment hall. The Dantai family, entangled with such a fateful figure, surely faces impending calamity. And what of the Dantai family's legitimate daughter, who had called off her engagement to this Child of Destiny? Her fate is likely to be dire. Allow me to contemplate. According to the typical trajectory of such fortunate individuals, the best outcome for the Dantai daughter would be to become one of Yichen's many beloveds in his harem. Next, she might find herself eternally mired in regret for her initial decision to withdraw from the engagement. Her family reduced from prominence to decline due to their entanglement with the Child of Destiny, and her own status plummeting from the heights to the depths. The worst outcome, alas, might involve the annihilation of her entire family. Upon reflection, the future of Elder Dantai appears rather precarious. One might argue that her situation is scarcely better than that of the Dantai daughter. I must consult the insights I previously acquired regarding Yichen's future trajectory. After all, I am now a direct disciple of the Holy Lord, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility that I may one day govern the entire Tai Huang sacred land. I yearn to partake in that splendid fortune. As a pillar of the sacred land, Elder Dantai will undoubtedly be my right hand when I ascend to the position of Holy Lord. I cannot allow this Yichen to undermine her. This is a matter of duty, not mere self-interest. I must thwart him. As a villain, My role is to prevent the child of destiny from achieving his aims. That is my purpose. How could I permit this fellow to rise unimpeded? Moreover, I need to extract my villain points from him. Having written this, Chu Ge decided to pause. The fate of the Dantai family was of little concern to him, yet elder Dantai, such an enchanting beauty. While he wasn't the type to be completely captivated at first sight, the thought of someone he admired being toyed with by the child of destiny was intolerable. What is this child of destiny, after all? In what regard does he surpass me? In terms of status, resources, connections, talent, and strength. I currently overshadow him in every aspect. Not to mention, I possess the ability to foresee Yi Chen's future path. Backed by a system, it's akin to riding a dragon while he flounders. It would be trivial to overwhelm this fledgling child of destiny. Chapter 19, Confrontation. The sudden update in the diary of Chu Ge left several owners of the diary replicas taken aback, prompting them to examine it immediately. After perusing its contents, expressions of perplexity adorned their faces. Luo Huangjun's eyes glimmered with contemplation. Her intellect remained remarkably sharp even in the absence of Chu Ge, allowing her to make further connections. If the situation truly unfolded as Chu Ge described, and if Dantai Jing Lian ultimately found herself entwined with Yi Chen, then the Tai Huang's sacred ground would likely find it difficult to remain aloof. Sister, what are your thoughts on this matter? A cold glimmer flashed in her eyes, chilling the surrounding atmosphere. At that moment, a thought struck. Interestingly, this Yi Chen was the very individual whom Xian Yin had clamored to break off their engagement a few years prior. It seems that her success in doing so was, in part, due to my support. Dantai Jing Lian maintained her languid demeanor, her bright eyes half closed, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Upon finishing Chu Ge's diary, she was instantly reminded of the little girl who had surrounded her with noise for several days when she returned to the Dantai estate years ago. It is likely that the girl has blossomed into a striking beauty by now. I recall that a month from now, there will be a competition for the newly initiated disciples. Since Xian Yin is currently at Yun Miao Pavilion, I shall send her an invitation. And as for Yi Chen, how amusing. I look forward to witnessing the true essence of this so-called son of fortune. As she mused, a distinctly playful smile graced Dantai Jing Lian's face. Chu Ge remained unaware that the contents of his diary had begun to stir the winds of change. At that moment, he was observing Yi Chen, who had just exited the Hall of Punishment. The latter, equally aware of Chu Ge's presence, exhibited an even darker countenance, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Beside Chu Ge, Su Lingyuan had also finished reading the diary. At this moment, she couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Chu Shi's system is truly extraordinary. It even possesses the ability to foresee the future. How I long to have one as well. So I wouldn't need to cultivate every day. She had yet to notice the increasingly tense atmosphere between Chu Ge and Yi Chen. It wasn't until the surrounding murmur of discussions reached her ears that she came to her senses. This individual must be the third direct disciple of the Holy Master. Chu Ge Xixiang, right? Indeed, he possesses the ethereal grace and celestial beauty as rumored, truly living up to his reputation. I must also express my gratitude to Chu Xixiang. Had it not been for his invocation of the heavenly transformation, I would not have been able to break through my realm so swiftly. Ascending to the inner sect. Chu Xixiang is indeed the lucky star of our Tai Huang Holy Land. Numerous inner sect disciples cast grateful and admiring glances at Chu Ge, most of them friendly, with only a few indifferent, and not a single person harbored ill intent. After all, the majority present had benefited from Chu Ge in some way. Regardless of their inner thoughts, they naturally had to maintain appearances. As for others, due to Chu Ge's esteemed status, they dared not show any signs of disrespect. Chu Ge, without any pretense, wore a gentle smile and nodded lightly to the crowd. Given his current status, this was more than sufficient. To engage in individual conversations would be to lower himself. The atmosphere was one of harmony, showcasing the camaraderie among peers, yet Yi Chen's expression grew increasingly sullen. His gaze shifted to Su Lingyuan, who stood beside Chu Ge, and his resentment deepened. Su Lingyuan's beauty was captivating, a rare gem in this world, especially her innocent demeanor, combined with a figure that could only be described as devilishly enchanting, ignited a longing within Yi Chen that made him almost gnash his teeth in frustration. This exquisite beauty was now conversing amiably with other men, while he remained a mere observer, unable even to steal a few glances. For she was of noble birth. Should he attract her attention and incite her displeasure, it could spell disaster for him. Such a price was beyond his current means to bear. Yet, Yi Chen was unwilling to accept this fate. With esteemed status, the admiration of many, and a lovely companion by his side, all of this should rightfully belong to him. Now, however, it had all been taken away, usurped by Chu Ge. Yi Chen had thought he could rein in his emotions upon encountering Chu Ge again, but now he realized this was utterly impossible. Not only did he harbor deep-seated hatred for Chu Ge, but there also seemed to be an unknown force compelling him, making it impossible to confront Chu Ge with a calm demeanor. The flames of animosity steadily rose within him as he slowly stepped out of the crowd. Advancing towards Chu Ge, "What do you intend to do?" "Halt. Do not provoke this individual." A voice in his mind suddenly rang out, urgent and anxious. What was Yi Chen planning? Was he approaching senior brother Chu in hopes of winning his favor? Did he intend to use senior brother Chu as a shield against the disfavor of the formidable Danai family? Naive. What standing did senior brother Chu have to deign to acknowledge someone like Yichun? Did he truly believe that being a member of the Wang lineage would earn him a place in senior brother Chu's esteem? Such a lack of self-awareness. Naturally, Yichun's actions attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, no one intervened, and they all watched in silence as Yichun approached Chu Ge. A hint of surprise flickered across Chu Ge's face, yet he remained silently observant of Yichun, his expression tranquil while the cold glimmer in his eyes gradually solidified. Su Lingyuan wore an expression of eager anticipation, unperturbed by any potential harm Yichun could inflict upon Chu Ge. With her presence, Yichun could stir no tempest. Moreover, she possessed numerous trump cards bestowed by her family and master, sufficient to safeguard Chu Ge for a time against even formidable foes. Will the villainous Chu Ge confront the child of destiny? Will a clash ensue? Her excitement was palpable, a rosy hue grazing her cheeks. In her exuberance, she sent a thought into her mind, messaging her soul friend in the diary replica panel. Master, Chu Ge is about to engage with the child of destiny. Come quickly. Upon sending the message, she realized this feature was far superior to the conventional communication methods employed by cultivators, requiring merely a thought and incurring no cost. Hee. This diary replica is truly wonderful. Far away in the Taihuang Palace, Lady Luo Huang sensed a subtle tremor in the diary panel within her mind and noticed a red dot appearing in her friends list. Upon clicking it, she was greeted by Su Lingyuan's message. Has there been a conflict with Yichun? A wave of inexplicable concern washed over her. Despite knowing that Chu Ge's cultivation had surpassed Yichun's and that he possessed the illustrious Hualong seal, the likelihood of harm befalling him in Taihuang was virtually zero. Still, her unease lingered. Better safe than sorry. After all, she had heard tales of righteousness prevailing over evil, where the nefarious often met grim fates. With the villain now being her own disciple, how could Luo Huang not worry? A chill crept across her delicate features, akin to frost in the depths of winter. Piercingly cold. Her divine sense radiated outward, swiftly enveloping the entire Taihuang sacred land, focusing intently on Chu Ge. Should the two engage in a fair contest, she would refrain from interference. Yet, she remembered that Yichun harbored an unknown remnant soul, the nature of which was shrouded in mystery, compelling her to remain vigilant. If she sensed even the slightest anomaly, she would not hesitate to act. She had contemplated eliminating the threat preemptively. But the enmity between Chu Ge and Yichun was evidently rooted in deeper causality. Should Chu Ge triumph over Yichun, the benefits would be immense. Her excessive interference might inadvertently hinder Chu Ge's growth. Chapter 20. Overlooking. Unbeknownst to Chu Ge, his aloof and proud master was currently observing him, as well as the actions of all present outside the Hall of Punishment. Confronted by the approaching Yichun, Chu Ge felt a ripple of emotion within. This marked the first occasion in which he, the antagonist, faced the Son of Fate, although his actions thus far have been largely uncharacteristic of a villain. The title of antagonist seemed somewhat undeserved. Chu Ge. Before Chu could utter a word, Yichun had already spoken, his tone laced with intense animosity. Even those who were oblivious to the intricacies of their relationship could discern the fervent emotions within his words. Truly, Yichun was audacious. His demeanor so contemptible that he dared to address Chu directly by name. Do you not comprehend? This fellow, upon his entrance, had the audacity to offend a member of the Dantai family, clearly a reckless individual. Whispers of speculation arose around them, yet Chu wore a smile. Yichun, my junior. Do you have any insights to share? Though Chu Ge's words were calm, his gaze was laced with disdain as he looked at Yichun. Observing the profound animosity in Yichun's eyes, the smile at the corner of Chu Ge's mouth grew increasingly frigid. Despite the smile, it elicited an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Yichun's demeanor was abrasive. Thus, Chu Ge had no intention of playing the role of the good-natured gentleman or engaging in superficial niceties with him. Being naturally tall and surpassing his peers, and with his age exceeding that of Yichun, he towered over him significantly. In this moment, with a condescending posture directed at Yichun, an overwhelming sense of pressure began to envelop the atmosphere. Yichun, what exactly do you intend to do? This individual is not someone you can contend with at present. The voice echoing in his mind persisted, yet Yichun remained oblivious and unfazed. The scornful gaze of Chu Ge was akin to the finest kindling, fueling Yichun's ire to an ever greater blaze. Yet, fortunately, a vestige of reason remained within him, preventing any impulsive actions. Chu Ge, you two are a newly initiated disciple. I shall await you at the grand competition in a month's time. Yichun spoke, suppressing his fury in a low voice. Grand competition? With a raised eyebrow, Chu Ge turned his gaze towards Su Lingyuan, who remained unaware of the matter at hand. Ah, it seems there was indeed such an event. Yet as you are already a direct disciple, your participation is not required. Observing the look of confusion on Chu Ge's face, Su Lingyuan spoke up to clarify. Upon hearing the words, Chu Ge nodded slightly. Noticing that Chu Ge did not respond immediately, Yichun grew somewhat anxious. Chu Ge, could it be that as a direct disciple, you fear engaging in combat with us, the newly initiated disciples? This remark caused several inner disciples around them to change their expressions, while others exhibited a flicker of intrigue in their eyes, casting discreet glances at Chu Ge. Yichun fixed his gaze upon Chu Ge, awaiting a response. He sought an opportunity to confront Chu Ge directly, to validate himself and dispel the obsession that had taken root in his heart. Yichen had gradually come to realize that recently, Chu Ge had become a formidable constraint upon him, transforming what was once a smooth path of cultivation into one fraught with obstacles. He felt compelled to shatter this phenomenon. Junior brother Yichen, it seems you are rather impatient, Chu Ge remarked, remaining composed and unperturbed. In moments of haste, one is prone to lose rationality and commit errors. A scenario that Chu Ge found rather amusing. It appears that you are eager to seek my guidance, but unfortunately, dear junior brother, my recent training has been meticulously arranged by our master in preparation for the grand competition, and thus, it falls outside of my plans. I fear I may disappoint you. Chu Ge chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by Yichen's furrowed brows and unwavering gaze fixated upon her. Chu Ge, do not seek excuses. As a fellow newcomer, despite your current esteemed position as a direct disciple, it does not alter the fact that you ought to participate in the grand competition. Are you perhaps fearful? Afraid of failure? Afraid that your present standing may shatter due to a setback? Yichen's voice escalated, resonating with a compelling intensity. Indeed. Many inner disciples were stirred by his words, casting glances at Chu Ge that were decidedly altered. Chu Ge surveyed everything with keen perception. Ah. Is this the influence of the halo of the favored by fortune? With such an aggressive demeanor from Yichen, Chu Ge's gaze turned icy. His eyes, sharp as blades, swept across the assembly, instilling a sense of impending danger in the inner disciples, as if they were all under the threat of swords. Yichen felt a chill run down his spine, a sudden sting on his cheek. This scoundrel, such a piercing gaze, during the earlier assessment. He was clearly of low cultivation, yet now he possesses such remarkable strength. His heart twisted with growing jealousy. Yichen, senior brother, given your fervor, participating in the grand competition is acceptable. However, what can you present to persuade me to lower myself to your level? With a smile gracing the corners of Chu Ge's lips, he continued to speak. After all, I am not like you. I am a direct disciple and one of the candidates for the Holy Sun, my innate talent far surpassing yours. You merely need to focus on your cultivation and make some contributions to the sacred land in the future, which will suffice. However, my path is different. I am destined to bear the great responsibility of Taiwan and uphold its honor. Time is of the essence. And my master has already devised a future cultivation plan for me that cannot be altered lightly. To compel me to change this plan in order to participate in this trivial competition would be detrimental rather than beneficial to me. And you should be prepared to pay a price for this. After all, even the rewards of such a competition hold little value in my eyes. Though this may seem like Chu Ge was simply seeking advantages, the truth is otherwise. His words reflected the futility of disrupting a carefully crafted cultivation plan to engage in a mere competition. Such a plan, designed personally by the Lord, is incomparable to the trifling rewards of a competition. It is akin to disregarding a mountain of gold and silver before one's eyes in favor of picking up scattered coins from the ground. Moreover, considering Chu Ge's esteemed status, how could Yichen, with his lesser standing, be swayed to participate in the competition merely by a few words? Would that not diminish his own status and lower his own standing? The words of Chu Ge rendered Yichen momentarily speechless. He wished to counter, but found himself at a loss for a point of rebuttal. Chu Ge's gaze was laced with mockery. His words, though perhaps somewhat harsh, might incite discontent in some. Yet what of it? Who among the discontented would dare to challenge him over a mere handful of sentences? Besides, he was not wrong. The entrance examination for disciples, from his current standing, was indeed trivial. It was not only he, a revered direct disciple of the Holy Master, who had never participated in such an event, but even those exceptionally gifted core disciples had never partaken in this so-called entrance competition. It was akin to bullying. As for the so-called future cultivation plan he mentioned, its existence was inconsequential. No one dared to question the esteemed Luo Wangjun observing the scene. Luo Wangjun revealed a smile on her exquisite countenance. Earlier, she had feared that Chu Ge might mishandle the situation in the face of Yichen's aggression. However, it now seemed that Chu Ge's performance was quite satisfactory. He had neither succumbed to arrogance due to his sudden elevation in status nor had he shown any fear in response to Yichen's words. Throughout, he remained calm and unruffled, whereas Yichen had clearly faltered. Chu Ge had expertly maintained control over the rhythm of their confrontation, effortlessly turning the tide with just a few words. Presently, it was Yichen who found himself in a predicament. As for the future cultivation plan that Chu Ge had fabricated in her name, Luo Wangjun was indifferent. Whether it existed or not depended solely on her own decree. As a mentor, how could she not stand by her disciple? Using her name was merely a matter of convenience. Why would that be a problem? To neglect such a significant advantage would be sheer folly. Chapter 21. The Holy Source Stone. Yichen felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty. He had not anticipated the situation to unfold in this manner, naively believing that Chu Ge would likely acquiesce under the pressure of his words. In the past, he had employed such tactics with great success. Yet today, the circumstances were markedly different. He possessed numerous treasures, rare artifacts acquired through years of arduous training. But the thought of giving them away to Chu Ge was unbearable. Fool. At this juncture, why are you hesitating? The voice in his mind erupted with indignation. Yichen suppressed his frustration and replied, I implore you, senior, to guide me. Produce the holy source stones you have acquired thus far. The voice in his mind turned calm. How could this be feasible? These were meant for the enhancement of my ascendant dragon sacred body. I have invested tremendous effort into this. Would I simply hand it over? At these words, Yuchen nearly lost his composure. Since his engagement was annulled over 2 years ago, he had ventured out for training under the guidance of the presence in his mind. He had devoted a full year to gathering these holy source stones. Otherwise, how could his cultivation level still be merely at the second celestial realm? Rest assured. At this stage, you should stake a direct wager with him, using the holy source stones as collateral to demand the Huanglong seal. Should you emerge victorious, you would gain everything, utilizing the Huanglong seal to elevate your ascended dragon sacred body. At that point, as a fellow sacred body, your status within Taiwan would soar. There is no need to fear his direct disciple status. The voice in his mind softened, taking on a coaxing tone. Yet, Yuchen remained indecisive. The allure of the Huanglong seal and the opportunity for body enhancement stirred his heart, but a sense of unease loomed within him. What if I cannot best this scoundrel? Such thoughts flooded his mind, causing unrest. For the sake of these holy source stones, he had sacrificed time and effort. They were his most treasured possessions. Senior, what if I? Yuchen found it difficult to voice his concerns, realizing that he had become increasingly insecure. To ascend to the pinnacle. How could one be so hesitant and cautious? Do you wish to live your life overshadowed by Chu Ge? Merely a temporary disadvantage has caused your spirit to falter to such an extent. If this continues, you may never step into the realm of the 7th celestial level. The voice in his mind became stern, imbued with a sense of urgency. Yuchen hesitated, unable to reach a conclusion. The presence in his mind, seeing him display such a lack of resolve, began to regret its hasty choice, and other thoughts began to take shape. Reflecting on the time of his annulled engagement with Danai Xianin, she had initially possessed the 3rd celestial realm. Now, 2 years later, she likely had established a flawless foundation in the opening realm, and perhaps even stepped into the 4th celestial level. And what of your current state? How much time remains until your agreement with her expires? Do you wish to be humiliated by her once more, to be trodden upon? The voice in his mind reverberated within Yuchen, igniting a surge of fury. No, Danai Xianin. I shall ensure that she is beneath my feet come the 3-year pact. She will regret her decision. He recalled the invincible spirit he had in Little Stone City. At this point, the presence in his mind struggled to contain itself. Little Stone City was but a remote and insignificant place, where one could hardly find a proper cultivator. It was incomparable to the current situation. Against a talent like Chu Ge, Yuchen had never faced such an opponent. Yet, to spur Yuchen on, she paid little heed to these comparisons. Indeed, in Little Stone City, I was so full of vigor, and after years of obscurity, I shall rise spectacularly. It is not as if I have never defeated my peers, Chu Ge. I too can make you my vanquished foe. A spark ignited in Yuchen's eyes, a surge of combativeness awakening within him. The presence in his mind had not anticipated that merely a few words could bolster Yuchen's confidence to such an extent. She was somewhat speechless. The peers Yuchen had once defeated were hardly worthy of the title genius. They were but insignificant figures from small sects, whose names rang louder than their prowess. Yet, if it provided Yuchen with confidence, it aligned with her intentions. So, have you made your decision? As Chu Ge gazed at Yuchen's conflicted expression, his heart blossomed with delight. The notifications from the system echoed in his mind repeatedly, indicating a substantial increase in his villain points. Chu Ge, I possess a treasure of great significance. Let us wager. If I win, you must temporarily lend me the Huanglong seal. If you prevail, this treasure shall be yours. What do you say? Yuchen fixed his gaze, determination etching itself into his features. He had considered the implications if he were to demand the Huanglong seal outright. Chu Ge would undoubtedly refuse, for ultimately it belonged to Tai Huang. Even now, Chu Ge was merely its temporary custodian, lacking the authority to make such a decision. However, if it were merely a matter of borrowing, the conversation would take a different turn. As for the aftermath, should he emerge victorious and utilize the Huanglong seal to transcend into the ascendant dragon sacred body, then the rightful ownership of the Huanglong seal would rest solely with him. At that point, reclaiming it would not be an easy feat for Chu Ge. Oh, a treasure? Chu Ge felt a surge of interest. He had not anticipated that Yuchen would present anything remarkable, yet the current situation exceeded his expectations. It is only fitting that he is indeed the child of destiny. Blessed with profound fortune. You possess the sacred body. I presume you are well acquainted with the sacred source stone? Yuchen did not keep him in suspense. Having resolved to partake in this grand wager, he would no longer hesitate. The sacred source stone? With a slight arch of her brow, Chu Ge recognized the object in question. The sacred origin stone, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, offers various benefits to those who possess a sacred physique. Whether it is to mend the deficiencies of one's constitution, enhance the fundamental essence of their being, or to elevate from a royal body to a sacred body. This object plays a crucial role, truly a treasure of unparalleled value. Upon hearing the term sacred origin stone, the surrounding inner disciples displayed expressions of utter confusion. Indeed, this object was so exalted that they lacked even the qualification to comprehend it. Only a scant few, upon hearing the name of the sacred origin stone, revealed looks of astonishment, soon followed by a glimmer of greed, their gazes directed at Yuchen as though he were prey. Beside Chu Ge, Su Ling Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, her delicate lips slightly parted in surprise. She too had sought the sacred source stone, with both her family and Lord Luo Huang keeping a vigilant eye for it, all in hopes of further perfecting her own primordial spirit body. However, This treasure was exceedingly rare, despite the formidable strength of her family, they could not uncover even the faintest trace of it. To her utter disbelief, this Yuchen, a mere lowly cultivator from the third heaven, actually possessed such a precious artifact. Hearing is but a shadow of reality. As Chu Ge spoke, mere words could not instill belief within him. Humph! Yuchen scoffed, and in the next moment, a peculiar stone, the size of a human head and shimmering with golden radiance, flashed in his hand, though it was but an instant. Both of the holy body possessors present captured the essence of the dense holy source energy. This energy was of the same lineage as the holy body's primordial force, and absorbing it would yield immeasurable benefits. Chapter 22, Hierarchy. Indeed, it was a holy source stone, and of such considerable size. Su Lingwan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, even she found herself contemplating the notion of murder to seize the treasure. This large holy source stone, while it might not elevate her holy body to the flawless state of Chu Ge, could undoubtedly amplify her own essence severalfold, even tenfold. Such an object would incite fierce competition among various factions and young prodigies alike, all vying for it with fervor. Though she was somewhat naive and whimsical in her daily demeanor, when it came to her own path, she displayed utmost seriousness and would not hesitate to employ ruthless measures if necessary. Chu Ge, what say you? Although you possess a flawless holy body, this holy source stone would undoubtedly hold great significance for you as well. Su Ling Yuan's exclamation and the envy of the other disciples brought Yuchen immense satisfaction, as he had finally regained some semblance of dignity in front of Chu Ge. As for the consequences of revealing such a treasure, he had considered that too. For the time being, at least until the grand competition, there would be no major repercussions. He had no plans to venture outside during the remaining month. The influence of the Tai Huang Holy Land was not so shameless as to seize a precious treasure from their own disciples. Moreover, this item had already been wagered against Chu Ge. Should someone attempt to steal it, it would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of Lord Luo Huang, who stood behind Chu Ge, a consequence not everyone could bear. As for what would transpire thereafter, he could not concern himself with such matters. If he lost, everything would be for naught. If he triumphed, then it would be akin to a dragon emerging from the depths. Brother Yi, you truly possess great fortune. It is indeed a cause for envy among your peers. I shall accept this wager. Without hesitation, Chu Ge readily agreed. It is settled. Yuchen responded in a solemn tone, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. For the ensuing month, he would exert a monumental effort to elevate his abilities. The mere thought of one day standing triumphantly on the arena, having defeated the revered Chu Ge, his esteemed master, filled him with exhilarating anticipation, causing him to tremble with excitement. Chu Ge, you are destined to be my vanquished foe. Await that day, for it shall arrive swiftly. All that is rightfully mine, I shall reclaim. In light of this, I entrust you, junior brother Yi, with the responsibility of safeguarding this sacred source stone for the next month. Should it be carelessly misplaced, the consequences would be exceedingly grave. With a smile gracing his face, Chu Ge exuded warmth, yet his words were exceedingly arrogant. He lightly patted Yuchen's shoulder, expressing his delight at receiving such a precious gift from his junior. However, the attitude displayed by Yuchen left him rather displeased. Remember, I am a direct disciple of the Holy Lord, while you belong to the inner sect. Be mindful of the hierarchy when in public and do not disrupt the order of seniority. Next time, remember to address me as your senior brother. As the two passed each other, Chu Ge's words resonated clearly in Yuchen's ears, causing his expression to darken instantly. Before he could react, a formidable aura surged towards him, destabilizing him, and with a resounding thud, Yuchen fell to his knees, utterly defenseless. The force of his kneeling struck the stone floor, creating cracks that echoed with a sharp sound. With a confident stride, Chu Ge departed, accompanied by a beautiful companion, leaving Yuchen, whose knees were now bloodied. Chu Ge, how could you repeatedly insult me? Yuchen's heart roared in fury. This was not merely an insult, it was a dual assault of words and physical dominance. How has this scoundrel become so powerful? Just his aura leaves me utterly defenseless. Will I truly be able to defeat him in the grand competition a month from now? The humiliation weighed heavily on him, and his hatred and murderous intent towards Chu Ge surged to a boiling point. Yet, even in this near uncontrollable rage, a twinge of fear towards Chu Ge lingered within him. The last time, he had felt like a solitary boat adrift on a vast ocean, unable to resist the onslaught of Chu Ge's sacred body. This time, he found himself equally powerless against the pressure of Chu Ge's aura. The fighting spirit that had just ignited within Yuchen now dissipated almost entirely. The shadow that had yet to fully fade away, cast by Chu Ge, deepened further. This is terrible, a voice in his mind sighed. The youth named Chu Ge truly wielded the ability to kill without a trace. With mere words and a crushing aura, he had reduced Yuchen to a pitiable state. Yuchen had always harbored a profound wariness of Chu Ge, but now, that wariness had transformed into fear, becoming his inner demon. The challenge posed by Chu Ge has become an insurmountable hurdle that Yuchen must overcome. Yet, it is not entirely devoid of advantages. Should he fail to surmount it, the implications are dire. He would be condemned to live perpetually in the shadow of his adversary, devoid of any prospect for resurgence. Conversely, should he succeed, Yuchen could undergo a profound metamorphosis, a sublime transformation that promises unimaginable benefits. However, is this obstacle, aptly named Chu Ge, truly as surmountable as it seems? Ding. The child of destiny has begun to harbor fear towards the host, giving rise to inner demons. And the host has accrued 15,000 villain points. The system's notification resounded at precisely the moment Chu Ge anticipated. Reflecting on the previous notifications, 3,000, 5,000, 7,000, and now this 15,000, totaling a remarkable 30,000 villain points. Yuchen, oh Yuchen, you are indeed a fine crop of chives. This is still insufficient. The child of destiny must not easily be vanquished. With 30,000 villain points acquired, Chu Ge was undoubtedly in high spirits. The various verbal assaults and pressure exerted were not mere whims. Had he not encountered Yuchen, it would have been inconsequential. Yet, by chance, he did cross paths with him, and harvesting a bountiful yield was but a simple task. At this moment, Yuchen, the child of destiny, is experiencing a surge in fortune, poised for ascension. He is in a phase of rapid growth, yet still lacks maturity. If he were too young, having scarcely ventured beyond the novice village, he would yield little profit. If he were overly mature, he would not be easily subdued by someone of Chu Ge's current caliber. Yuchen is perfectly situated, ripe for the taking, and thus, an exceptionally valuable target. At this point, Chu Ge harbored a slight concern that Yuchen might falter, as he has recently encountered such a formidable child of destiny. Observing the smile on Chu Ge's face, which radiated delight, Su Ling Yuan delicately prodded his arm with her slender finger. Chu Ge turned to Su Ling Yuan and inquired, Junior brother, do you possess complete confidence? After all, this Yuchen is. Ahem. Su Ling Yuan momentarily let slip, nearly uttering the term child of destiny, but fortunately halted just in time. What is it? Confused, Chu Ge spoke up, but I bear the royal physique. I have embarked on the path of cultivation even before entering the sect, and my experience in combat far surpasses yours. Su Ling Yuan's mind raced with thoughts, as she was keen to prevent Chu Ge from discerning any clues. Do not worry, senior sister. Chu Ge did not express any certainty, yet the intense confidence reflected in her piercing gaze left Su Ling Yuan momentarily stunned. Memories of Chu Ge's earlier verbal duel with Yuchen surfaced in her mind, where Chu Ge strategized effortlessly, easily overpowering the fortunate son, Yuchen, leaving one in awe. Lost in thought, she found herself momentarily entranced. Senior sister? Senior sister? Upon hearing the call, Su Ling Yuan snapped back to reality, lifting her gaze to find Chu Ge already standing before her. Their eyes met. The smile on Chu Ge's face resembled a gentle breeze, causing Su Ling Yuan's heart to skip a beat. What was she pondering? We should return now. The gentle words of Chu Ge reached her ears. Oh, here it comes. She hurriedly lowered her head and quickened her pace to walk alongside Chu Ge once more. Yet, the slight warmth radiating from her flushed earlobes betrayed her unsettled emotions at this moment. Chapter 23. Testing. Taiwan Sacred Land. Inner Gate. Yuchen returned to the residence of the inner disciples with his head bowed, enveloped in silence. Along the way, many pointed fingers at him, their conversations predominantly revolving around him. In a mere moment, the incident of Yuchen challenging Chu Ge had spread throughout a significant portion of the Taiwan Sacred Land. Is this person really Yuchen? What audacity he possesses to dare challenge senior brother Chu. The world is indeed full of foolish individuals. It is hardly surprising when one occasionally surfaces. I am eager to see how, in a month's time, Yuchen will appear beneath the feet of senior brother Chu. Surely, it will be a spectacle worth witnessing. Yuchen lifted his gaze and, not far ahead, spotted a crowd gathered around his residence, blocking the path entirely. He understood that these individuals were all there to witness his humiliation. The gazes directed at him were a mixture of mockery, derision, contempt, and pity. In that moment, Yuchen felt a wave of disorientation, as if he had been transported back several years to when he had fallen from grace in his family, ridiculed by his kin. The looks he received then mirrored those he faced now. Creak. Yuchen's fist clenched tightly, emitting a creaking sound. Oh, is that not Yuchen? It has only been a few hours, and you have once again made a name for yourself in the sacred land. Congratulations, A casual voice emerged from the crowd, and soon a lavishly dressed young man strolled out from among them. Dandai Lan. Yuchen's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharpening. TSK, Yuchen, I must say, I am surprised by your audacity to even provoke that esteemed Chu. Have you truly grown a leopard's courage? Dandai Lan sauntered towards Yuchen, his mocking eyes scrutinizing him, producing a series of sking sounds. Dandai Lan, get out of my way. If you persist, I shall not hesitate to pay another visit to the punishment hall. A fierce glint flickered in Yuchen's eyes, his tone low and menacing, akin to a beast ready to pounce. The anger from being humiliated by Chu Ge still blazed within him, and now, encountering Dandai Lan, whom he despised, only fanned the flames further. Yuchen, how imposing you are. Under Yuchen's ferocious glare, Dandai Lan's heart tightened, and he took a step back. However, upon realizing that most of the onlookers were his allies, his confidence surged once more. Yuchen, today is not like any other. Here, I stand among my close comrades. How dare you act so brazenly here? Dandai Lan wore an insidious grin on his face. Images of a recent directive from a highly regarded figure within his family flashed through his mind. That figure was a leader among his lineage, a presence to whom even the proud would bow their heads. With such backing, he was determined to express his grievances today. I will say this once more. Get lost. Yuchen bellowed, his eyes flashing crimson. Ha ha, Yuchen, we are all fellow disciples here. In the eyes of the public, do you still dare to act ferociously? I am not afraid to tell you that Sister Xian Yin is now a direct disciple of Yun Miao Pavilion, having reached the fourth heaven realm. Your so-called 3-year agreement is laughable. You dare to dream of making Sister Xian Yin your servant? Do you even think yourself worthy? Such a talented lady, pursued by countless outstanding individuals, yet only someone as remarkable as Senior Brother Chu can be her match. And you? Merely a peasant. I advise you to abandon those delusions and leave Taiwan. Dan Tailan's words were undoubtedly the final straw, igniting the last remnants of Yuchen's reason in a blaze of fury. Yuchen, do not act impulsively. A voice in his mind cautioned him, sensing something was amiss. But it was too late. Die. Yuchen's eyes glowed crimson, letting out a primal roar as he lunged forward, delivering a punch straight to Dan Tailan's face. Dan Tailan smirked, the jade pendant at his waist radiating brilliance, deflecting Yuchen's attack. What audacity! You dare to act ferociously? Brothers, unite. Dan Tailan feigned panic, calling out loudly as he retreated hastily. The group he had prepped for this moment surged forward. These inner disciples were at least of equal standing to Yuchen, each a prodigy in their own right. One or two could be easily subdued by Yuchen, but against a dozen or more, he stood no chance. Not to mention, several among them were at the third heaven realm. The moment he threw that first punch, he lost all capacity to fight back. Even though his royal physique granted him formidable strength, how could two fists contend against dozens of hands? His head, chest, abdomen, and even vital areas were mercilessly struck. As the commotion gradually subsided, only Yuchen remained, lying on the ground like a beaten dog. Dan Tailan had long since led the crowd away. Yuchen lay on the ground, his face bruised, his once resplendent robe now resembling a beggar's garb, covered in footprints, dust, and tattered remnants. In the sky, two striking figures, one red and one white, stood apart, quietly observing the scene below. This young man shares a fate with Chu Ge. It may be unwise for Sister to intervene rashly. Luo Huangjun furrowed her brow. It was not out of pity for Yuchen's woeful state but concern for the potential repercussions on Chu Ge. It matters not. This is merely a minor test. It seems this child of fortune possesses some talent, albeit limited, and will not amount to much yet. My primary aim was to probe the remnants of the soul within that ring. Dan Tai Jinglian smiled nonchalantly, as if Yuchen's plight below had no bearing on her. As it turns out, I have previously examined that ring, and the remnants of the soul are well concealed. However, it does not solely exist for Yuchen. It harbors its own ulterior motives. Luo Huangjun informed Dan I Jinglian of the actions taken by the soul within the ring while Yuchen was unconscious. In that case, it shall be intriguing. In the depths of Dan Tai Jinglian's eyes, a flicker of fire sparkled, and a mischievous smile graced her face, lending her an air of delightful mischief. Luo Huangjun had no intention of probing further. Her senior sister's temperament had always been rather capricious and unruly, to say the least. Su Ling Yuan aptly dubbed her a wicked woman, and indeed, she could not have been more accurate. If her counterpart truly desired to pursue a particular course of action, there was little that could be done to deter her. Their bond, forged during their cultivation, was akin to that of sisters, having weathered numerous experiences together, granting them a profound understanding of one another. Even should Dan Tai Jinglian commit an act that would incite public outrage, Luo Huangjun would undoubtedly stand by her side. In this moment, their conversation brimmed with harmony, the atmosphere remarkably congenial, devoid of the tension that had previously characterized their interactions in the presence of others. Should an outsider witness this scene, they would likely be taken aback, for rumors had long circulated regarding the abysmal relationship between the sovereign and the grand elder of the Tai Huang sacred land. A rift so deep it could almost be likened to fire and water, with enmity ready to explode at any moment. It seemed that all was but a fade. The hearts of powerful factions were invariably tainted. Chapter 24, Crisis of Trust. Yuchen remained oblivious to the sudden misfortunes that had arisen merely from the whims of a capricious woman. Dragging his pain-racked body, he limped back to his dwelling. Senior, why did you not assist me just now? If you had intervened, could Dan Tailan and her sycophants have possibly stood a chance against me? His heart seethed with fury, feeling utterly betrayed. During the brutal assault, he had called out countless times in his mind, yet received no response. A sigh echoed in his consciousness. The presence had grown profoundly disappointed in Yuchen, to the point of feeling disinclined to reprimand him any further. A sense of unease gripped Yuchen. If you could heed my words and exercise restraint, would we have found ourselves in this predicament? Dan Tailan clearly intended to provoke you. Did you not consider the consequences of your actions? Yuchen was rendered speechless. Do you believe we are still in the realm of external trials? Even at my peak within Tai Huang, I cannot act recklessly, let alone in my current state. I have warned you repeatedly that once you enter the sacred land, you must tread carefully and avoid impulsiveness. Did you truly absorb that advice? Yuchen felt a mix of shame and anger. Senior, you are a formidable figure from the complete era of cultivation. Is there truly anyone in Tai Huang that you fear? He could not help but inquire. The mysterious being in his mind possessed an enigmatic origin, and Yuchen could only grasp fragments of its history. It hailed from an era before the Great Catastrophe, a being who had undoubtedly ascended beyond the ninth heaven. Such a figure, even in the face of Tai Huang's overwhelming might, should not be so easily intimidated. What do you understand? Tai Huang is beyond your comprehension. The presence in his mind grew exasperated, no longer willing to enlighten Yichen. This only deepened Yuchen's dissatisfaction, leading him to believe that the entity was reluctant to aid him further. Nevertheless, he sought to persuade it once more, suppressing his discontent for the time being. This was his greatest trump card. In times of peril, he had relied on this remnant soul to turn the tide in his favor. Then, Senior, if you are unable to intervene now, for the upcoming competition against Chu Ge in a month's time, is there a chance, if I exercise caution? Will I be safe? Yichen probed delicately regarding the imminent competition, feeling a lack of confidence. Very well, I shall assist you one final time. After this, our ties will be severed, and you shall have to rely solely on your own strength. The voice resonated in his mind. Yuchen's face instantly brightened with joy, dismissing the notion of severed ties as inconsequential. As he gradually grew stronger, this so-called senior would ultimately be at his mercy, and he would not let go until he had extracted every last ounce of value from it. Numerous thoughts swirled within Yuchen's mind. While the remnant soul harbored its own intentions, the two, once bound to support one another, now drifted toward divergent paths. Meanwhile, Chu Ge remained entirely unaware of Yuchen's predicament. He found himself puzzled. Shortly after returning to the Tai Huang Palace, 2 notification chimes echoed in his mind. Ding. The Child of Destiny has been ruthlessly suppressed by a minor antagonist and beaten, rewarding the host with 4,000 villain points. Ding. A trust crisis has emerged between the Child of Destiny and its rising support, rewarding the host with 10,000 villain points. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Ge began to piece together a theory. Yuchen had only recently joined Tai Huang, and among those he had offended, it seemed the members of the so-called Dan Tai clan held the highest status. This incident was likely connected to that individual, though Chu Ge remained oblivious to the intricate details and was disinclined to dwell on them. Regardless, it was a matter beneficial to him, and he eagerly anticipated such occurrences daily. As for the second system notification, a smile graced Chu Ge's face. This unexpected rise in strength, without a doubt, stemmed from the powerful remnants of the soul residing within the ring held by Yichen. Previously, it seemed that Yichen had developed a rift with this entity, and now, a crisis of trust had emerged. There was no reason why he couldn't exploit this situation to his advantage. It was evident that the lingering soul within the ring chose to assist Yichen largely to restore its own essence, to reshape its corporeal form and attain rebirth. Yet, given Yuchen's current prowess and available resources, achieving such feats was akin to chasing a pipe dream. However, as a direct disciple of the Holy Master, his circumstances were markedly different. The rare spiritual materials essential for nurturing the soul and shaping the body were, although scarce, mere trifles that could be requested from Lord Luo Huang. It might even be unnecessary to approach her by assisting Elder Su in reclaiming the Huanglong seal. He had been promised numerous rewards. At that juncture, a casual mention of his needs would likely result in someone delivering the desired spiritual materials to his doorstep. Just envisioning the moment when he would confront Yuchen and seize his grandfather before his very eyes filled him with delight. The expression on the face of this child of fortune would undoubtedly be quite spectacular. This, perhaps, was a form of poetic justice. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Evil intentions detected. Villain task activated. With a slight furrow of her brow, Chu Ge expressed her displeasure. System, this is quite erroneous. How could it possibly be deemed evil? She couldn't help but retort. Ding, the task is as follows, in the grand competition 1 month hence. Engage in a direct confrontation with the Child of Destiny to seize their ascendancy support. Successful completion will yield the reward. Emperor's banner, failure will incur no punishment. Do you wish to accept this task, host? Chu Ge found himself in a state of distress. Oh, system, you have truly misunderstood me. I hold no allegiance with evil, he declared, yet without hesitation, he accepted the task. The system responded with silence. Summoning his diary, Chu Ge prepared to jot down his thoughts. This diary had nearly transformed into his ledger. Any intriguing ideas or occurrences were promptly recorded. Intriguingly, Yichen had already developed a crisis of trust with the lingering soul residing within his ring. Although the reasons remained unclear, this development was undoubtedly advantageous for him. With mutual trust eroded, the distance between them would soon resemble that of strangers. If he intervened, promising to restore the old man's soul in corporeal form, it was likely that they would turn against each other. Moreover, it was absurd that Yichen could be so easily subdued by a mindless little villain. While the identity of the perpetrator remained unknown, the opportunity to extract villain points from this situation was indeed a boon. It was evident that Yuchen's fortune had diminished significantly after Chu Ge had harvested villain points from him several times. He estimated that after he overwhelmed Yuchen in the upcoming competition, he would be ready to reap the rewards entirely. After noting down some content, Chu Ge ceased his writing. Meanwhile, the other diary holders, upon reading Chu Ge's entries, fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 25, Trajectory. That insufferable junior brother has indeed thought this through. Su Lingyuan begrudgingly praised after reviewing the diary's content. She was oblivious to the specific benefits Chu Ge intended to extract from Yichen. However, it was not difficult to infer that Chu Ge aimed to thoroughly exploit the advantages afforded by Yichen, the Child of Destiny, before callously harvesting the outcome. Though his methods were somewhat ruthless, Su Lingyuan held no objections. Rather, she admired his cunning. The cultivation world was inherently cruel, and having been born into a prominent family, she understood this truth from an early age. She had stained her hands with blood more than once. Due to the diary's nature, she naturally leaned towards Chu Ge. As for Yichen, her feelings were far from favorable. His unsettlingly charming smile still lingered in her memory. Oh, Chu's thoughts align with my own. I have not misjudged him. Indeed, my junior and I are quite compatible, Dan Taijinglian remarked with a smile, glancing at Luo Huangjun, while her mind entertained other speculations. Luo Huangjun frowned slightly. Her senior sister had not yet relinquished her interest in Chu Ge. Sister, please conduct yourself with propriety, she replied, seemingly unfazed. After all, this boy currently held an impressive score of 71, surpassing her own. It was rather displeasing to be outshined by her junior sister. Dan Taijinglian's smile remained radiant. In her mind, a panel materialized. Name, Dan Taijinglian. Appearance, 10. Affection, 64. Luo Huaojun fell silent. Should she make contact with that old man? Perhaps it would serve as a preemptive measure for Chu Ge? Noticing Luo Huangjun's silence, Dan Taijinglian continued unabated. A sly smile on her face. If her intuition was correct, that so-called old man was likely a woman. She eagerly anticipated witnessing Chu's astonished expression upon encountering this old man. It would surely be an extraordinary sight. Since you have this intention, go ahead. If you require anything, feel free to ask, she encouraged. This time, Luo Huangjun did not remain silent. It seems that whenever it involves Chu Ge, my junior sister becomes particularly attentive, Dan Taijinglian teased. Her gaze laced with mischief as she observed Luo Huangjun until her figure faded from sight. Attentive? Luo Huangjun murmured softly, her hand resting gently over her heart. As time passed, the night deepened. A chime signaled the commencement of the diary reward calculation. Congratulations, host, you have received your daily cultivation reward. Chi Aperture 2. The system's notification roused Chu Ge from his reverie. He attempted to convert his already opened apertures into star apertures and unexpectedly became engrossed in the task. Several hours slipped by unnoticed, yet the rewards were substantial. He had successfully transformed 1/8 of his apertures, significantly enhancing his strength. After claiming the system's rewards, his star apertures increased by an additional 2. The sensation of perceiving his own progress and growing strength was truly sublime. This was his first reward since upgrading the diary segment, and it was undeniably impressive, yielding maximum value right from the outset. Although the daily check-in and diary entries had refreshed, Chu Ge did not complete them immediately. He had other matters to attend to, specifically concerning Yichen. System. Display Yichen's future trajectory, he commanded within his mind. Is this future trajectory indicative of Yichen's original fate, or has it been altered by my actions? Chu Ge simultaneously raised a question. This inquiry holds significant importance. If it merely pertains to Yichen's original future, its impact may be considerably diminished. Given that he is a time traveler endowed with a system and has already established a causal enmity with Yichen, it is highly likely that the trajectory of the future has undergone alterations. If it reflects Yichen's original path, it would only serve as a point of reference for Chu Ge. Only the latter scenario would wield substantial influence, potentially bestowing considerable benefits upon Chu Ge. Ding. It is a segment of the future trajectory that has been altered since the host's emergence. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Very well, let us commence. Closing his eyes, Chu Ge felt a flicker in his mind as the system's interface illuminated. Gradually, an image unfolded before him, akin to experiencing a 3D film, bestowing upon him a profound sense of immersion. After a considerable time, Chu Ge opened his eyes. System, why has the segment of the future trajectory concerning myself, as well as that of my master and junior sister, become so indistinct? Chu Ge has glimpsed various possibilities concerning Yichen's future. Yet a sense of perplexity has taken root within him. This is due to the fact that the host is perpetually influencing the future, rendering any predictions about the host's destiny inherently uncertain. Furthermore, those who intersect with the host will also be affected, leading to an unpredictable future. Is it truly so? Chu Ge fell into deep contemplation. He was somewhat preoccupied with the system's assertion that one is constantly influencing the future. As a time traveler, does my mere existence in this world inevitably affect what is to come? Thoughts flickered through Chu Ge's mind. Yet he could not shake the feeling that there was more to it than met the eye. However, he refrained from overthinking. Matters concerning the future are perpetually elusive. Even the most meticulous dissection is unlikely to bring clarity. It is far more prudent to take one step at a time. Moreover, this uncertainty could very well serve Chu Ge's advantage. The fact that even the system cannot foresee the future indicates that it is entirely in his own hands. As a time traveler, he was never meant to exist in this realm. Therefore, every thought and action of Chu Ge has the potential to alter the destinies of others. Reining in his thoughts, Chu Ge redirected his attention to the series of futures concerning Yichen. This segment of future trajectories was not extensive, spanning merely half a month. Yet, within this brief time frame, Yichen had unexpectedly stumbled upon 3 fortuitous opportunities. In the intersect marketplace, he discovered a treasure that could significantly enhance his cultivation speed. At the scripture pavilion, Yichen fortuitously acquired a fragment of an ancient spiritual technique. Within the long-abandoned peaks of Taiwan, he unearthed the relics of a 6th-level celestial cultivator. It must be said that the fortune of the child of destiny is indeed profound. While these items may not constitute great opportunities for Chu Ge, they are nothing short of a lifeline for Yichen. With the aid of these fortuitous encounters, had it not been for the variable that is Chu Ge, Yichen would likely have shown brilliantly in the grand competition a month hence. These are indeed promising opportunities, but soon they shall be mine. With a smile gracing his lips, Chu Ge had already devised a plan in his mind. Chapter 26. The Reward. Summoning the System. Chu Ge gazed at the panel displaying a formidable 500 villain points, lost in contemplation. Would upgrading the system panel once more unveil new functionalities? At present, Chu Ge has no intention of accumulating villain points to unlock new features. The diary, sign-in, and check-in functions are already sufficient. Ding. No. The next additional feature requires the diary section to be upgraded to level 4, and the host is currently at level 2. Although somewhat disappointed, this outcome was within Chu Ge's expectations. How many villain points are needed to elevate the diary section to level 3? Inquired. It requires the expenditure of 40,000 villain points. Hiss. Chu Ge experienced a slight toothache, and the increase in the upgrade was unexpectedly exponential. It seemed that the villain points he had just acquired would soon be spent. System, I wish to expend 50,000 villain points to upgrade both the diary section and the check-in section. Although no new features would be unlocked, Chu Ge still intended to enhance the diary section, as well as the check-in section, which had not yet been upgraded. Ding. Consumed 50,000 villain points. Commencing upgrade. Remaining villain points, 500. Please, host, exercise patience. As Chu Ge awaited the system upgrade, unbeknownst to her, several diary copy owners were immersed in a tempest of emotions. Su Lingyuan, who had recently broken through to a new realm, was in the midst of consolidating her strength through cultivation. The sudden prompt from the system jolted her from her meditative state. Fortunately, the method of the copy was gentle, thus sparing her from any adverse effects. Upon opening her lively eyes, Su Lingyuan initially felt a twinge of annoyance, as anyone would when interrupted during their practice. Yet, as she carefully examined the content of the system's notification, her spirits were instantly lifted, and her mild dissatisfaction dissipated, replaced by profound gratitude towards the diary copy and Chu Ge herself. Ding. The system detected that the diary owner, Chu Ge, had concluded the rewards for her daily entries. The copy owner, Su Lingyuan, received a reward, a strand of the holy body's essence, 1% of what Chu Ge possessed. Such a reward was beyond her imagination. Although it was merely a single strand, Su Lingyuan was exceedingly elated. Any enhancement of the essence bore significant benefits. Without hesitation, she promptly claimed her reward. In the next moment, a surge of potent essence flowed into her body, overwhelming in its intensity, filling her completely. This caught her by surprise. She had assumed that this single strand would not be considerable. After all, it was only 1% of Chu Ge's essence. Yet she never anticipated that even such a fraction could be so tumultuous. Once the surge subsided, Su Lingyuan discovered that her own essence had astonishingly doubled. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, and her lips parted in disbelief. Even though the absorption was complete, the sensation of being filled to capacity lingered throughout her being. This enhancement was truly terrifying. After a considerable time, Su Lingyuan managed to calm her racing heart, though a hint of astonishment remained etched on her face. She arrived at a chilling conclusion. The origin of Chu Ge's essence is astonishingly 100-fold greater than her previous state. It is not that her essence is feeble, rather, her sacred body essence is quite robust. With an extraordinary background, she is like a cherished gem within her family, naturally benefiting from various forms of support. Although she has not acquired treasures like the sacred source stone in recent years, she has nonetheless enhanced her own essence through a variety of other means. After multiple enhancements, she has reached her current level of essence. Su Lingyuan reflects on her own journey into cultivation, recalling how, with the help of her family, she has similarly improved her essence, which amounts to about a doubling in her case. Thus, when considering this, Chu Ge's essence is effectively 200 times that of her initial state. Terrifying. Incredulous. Simultaneously, a question arises in Su Lingyuan's mind. Is Chu Ge truly just a flawless sacred body? Even though the sacred bodies in the world today are incomplete, such a vast disparity should not exist. While Su Lingyuan is still reeling from this shocking revelation, her master, Luo Huangjun, is equally unsettled. A notification chimes, indicating that the rewards for Chu Ge's daily journal entries have been calculated, granting the owner of the instance, Luo Huangjun, a revival of the divine bloodline, progress at 1%. Luo Huangjun, previously in a meditative state, is jolted by the sound, her delicate features betraying her astonishment. A revival of her bloodline? She utters in disbelief, her attempts to calm herself failing to suppress the profound shock emanating from within. Born into an ancient and formidable lineage, she belongs to a branch of the revered Shenhuang clan, known for its historical significance. Her branch descends from Luo Taiwang, the clan leader of the Shenhuang clan, a figure who ascended to the 12th heaven, renowned for her unparalleled prowess. This very Luo Taiwang established the Taihuang sacred ground, serving as its inaugural sacred leader. Over the years, many members of the Luo family have ascended to the esteemed position of sacred leader, signifying an inseparable bond between the Luo family and the Taihuang sacred ground. The secrets of the Shenhuang clan are known only to a select few, with only the direct descendants of the Luo family, such as Luo Huangjun, privy to this knowledge. However, due to the disruptions along the path of cultivation and the turmoil within the clan, the bloodline has gradually diluted over time. Today, Few within the family can awaken even the bloodline of Luo Tai Wang, let alone the divine bloodline itself. The true direct descendants of Luo Tai Wang have long since been scattered and diminished due to multiple power shifts within the family. As for Luo Huangjun, although she possesses exceptional talent, her ascent has not solely relied on her bloodline, but rather on unique fortuitous encounters. Yet now, she perceives a glimmer of hope for the revival of her bloodline, a hope that stems from Chu Ge. Although her strength is not heavily reliant on her bloodline, who among cultivators would not wish to enhance their own power? Luo Huangjun initially believed that as a sacred leader, taking Chu Ge as her disciple was a stroke of fortune for Chu Ge. However, it seems the true beneficiary of this arrangement may not be so clear-cut after all. For the first time, Luo Huangjun experiences the extraordinary power of the system. Previously, she had only observed Chu Ge's journal entries without truly grasping the system's might. But now she feels the miraculous nature of the system firsthand. She realizes that, even without a legacy or guidance, Chu Ge, endowed with the system, is destined for greatness. Poised to reach the pinnacle of power, it is she herself who has benefited from Chu Ge's fortune, as she senses the faint stirring of her bloodline awakening within her. Though it is still quite weak, it marks a breakthrough from nothing to something. Chu Ge, Luo Huangjun murmurs, her tone laced with an inexplicable emotion that even she is unaware of. Binding to the journal brings such remarkable benefits. And what of Ling Yuan and the senior sister? Thoughts of the other two journal holders arise, stirring a long-buried curiosity within her. Su Ling Yuan has gained the essence of a sacred body. Luo Huangjun's bloodline begins to awaken. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dan Taijinglian also reaps significant rewards, as the moonlight bathes the earth, illuminating the flickering candlelit room. Dan Taijinglian, who had previously indulged in solitary revelry, suddenly finds her once drowsy eyes sparkling with clarity. This awakening is prompted by a voice echoing in her mind. Ding. The rewards for Chu Ge's daily journal entries have been calculated. Instance owner Dan Taijinglian receives a reward, Golden Crow Essence X1. Collecting 100 pieces allows for the refinement of true sun fire, the primordial essence of all flames. Capable of commanding all fires in the world, representing the apex of the fire path. Time seems to stand still. Dan Taijinglian's grip on her wine cup tightens abruptly. With a sharp crack, the exquisite cup, crafted from high-grade spiritual material, shatters, yet she seems oblivious to it. She clings to the remnants as if afraid to let anything slip away. After a long while, she gradually calms the tumult within her heart and loosens her grip. Cousin Chu, you have truly surprised me beyond measure. She whispers to herself, her lips glistening alluringly in the light. No one knows the extent of her excitement and astonishment at that moment. Unlike Luo Huangjun, Dan Taijinglian's path of cultivation has been fraught with challenges from the very beginning, though she hails from the direct line of the Dan Tai family. Her innate talent is average, leaving her position within the family rather unremarkable, receiving scant support, with only a handful assisting her. Fortunately, despite her mediocre roots, her talent and comprehension are nothing short of extraordinary. Through sheer determination and intellect, she has made her way step by step, ultimately becoming a core disciple of the Tai Huang sacred ground. Subsequently, she gained access to one of the sacred ground's highest teachings, the Yin Huang Burning Universe Sutra. Through her practice of this sutra, Dan Taijinglian charted her own course upon reaching the realm of great powers. Utilizing the Yin Huang Burning Universe Sutra as a foundation and the extraordinary fires of heaven and earth as her core, she crafted a unique path of her own. By refining various extraordinary flames, Dan Taijinglian has transformed her very essence, evolving from an ordinary mortal body to the fiery spirit body, then to the Song Yin King body, and finally attaining her current Red Lotus sacred body. From being a descendant of a family that was not valued to becoming the Grand Elder of the Tai Wang sacred land, her journey is nothing short of legendary. In the past, her elder brother, who treated her well and took care of her, not only ascended to great power with her assistance but also became the head of the family. Now, even the entire Dan I clan must regard her with respect. However, she has now encountered a bottleneck, unable to advance further. She lacks a crucial element, one that would allow her to dominate the multiple strange fires within her body. Ordinarily, Dan Taijinglian could suppress these strange fires with her formidable cultivation, keeping them subdued. Yet, this would undoubtedly hinder her own training. Only by mastering the strange fires and calming their restlessness could she mitigate this peril. However, mastering strange fires is exceedingly challenging, especially considering she possesses several, which raises the difficulty to a terrifying extent. Over the years, she has only encountered one object that meets her needs, the Tai Wang Supreme Treasure. The Huang Yin Tower. Once crafted by the first-generation Saint Lord, it is one of the three path-making weapons, also known as supreme weapons or imperial weapons. The Huang Yin Tower, the Huanglong seal retrieved by Chu Ge, and the Huang Jiajian wielded by Luo Huangjun constitute the three great treasures of Taiwan. Moreover, the Huang Yin Tower is currently in Dan Taijinglian's possession. However, its specifications are too lofty. She has the right to use it but cannot refine it at all. After all, it is one of the path-making weapons of the first-generation Saint Lord. The 12th-layered celestial cultivators expended great effort to create this supreme treasure, which houses a powerful true spirit. Forcing its refinement would undoubtedly provoke a backlash from the true spirit within. Furthermore, the Tai Wang sacred land would never permit her to refine the Huang Yin Tower. After years of fruitless searching, she had long since lost hope. Yet unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged from this remarkably magical diary replica. Upon first encountering this diary, Dantai Jinglian instantly recognized its extraordinary nature. What other diary could be burned and yet restored to its original form? Having witnessed the indestructible nature of this diary replica, her curiosity was piqued, and she began to burn it repeatedly. Consequently, she learned a valuable lesson. On the 999th instance of her incinerating the diary replica, a bolt of divine lightning struck down upon her. Had it not been for her unparalleled cultivation, far beyond that of ordinary realm cultivators, she might have been grievously injured or even killed on the spot. Although the divine lightning did not inflict any harm upon her, it did not come without a cost. The diary had forcefully bound itself to her. This revelation left her in shock and disbelief, but fortunately, no hidden dangers emerged after the binding, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Thus, her curiosity about the diary's owner, a person named Chu Ge, deepened, leading to her desire to take Chu Ge as her disciple. Feeling the intense heat emanating from the crimson Jinwu source crystal in her hand, she understood that, although seemingly insignificant, it represented her future, albeit only 1% of it. Chu Ge, how should I repay you? Her tone was far from the usual frivolity. Dantai Jinglian was now extremely earnest, her eyes ablaze with fervor, reflecting the tumultuous emotions within her. She recalled the precious gift she had previously bestowed upon Chu Ge, which, though valuable, now seemed utterly insufficient to repay his kindness. Just as the three of them were consumed by their own rewards, a voice echoed in their minds once more. Ding. This is the first reward received by the owner of the diary replica. Therefore, this reward is of the highest specification that aligns with oneself. Subsequent rewards will return to normal levels. Note 1. Each day, the diary's owner will settle rewards, and the replica owner has a small probability of obtaining the highest specification reward again. Increasing the diary owner's favorability and upgrading the diary will enhance this probability. Note 2. If the favorability of the diary's owner significantly decreases after receiving the highest specification reward, all rewards will be revoked, the diary replica will be unbound, and all related memories will be erased. Dantai Jinglian fell into contemplation, and after a long while, she revealed her irresistibly alluring smile. Increasing favorability, how intriguing. She murmured softly, her emotions elusive. With her intelligence, she naturally understood the implications of the system's prompt. The first point clearly indicated that she should engage more with Chu Ge, perhaps even pursue him romantically. Of course, she could choose not to do so. Although the system mentioned a small probability with some time invested, she could certainly gather the required 100 Jinwu source crystals. Receiving just one per year would mean 100 years, which was a trivial matter for someone of Dantai Jinglian's stature. At merely over 100 years old, she had ample lifespan remaining. 1,000 years, although not insignificant, was certainly within her means. As for the second prompt, it seemed designed to prevent any cunning diary replica owners. Yet, Dantai Jinglian was unconcerned. She had no interest in employing false sentiments to achieve her aims. Such behavior was not her style, nor did it align with her true nature. If she wished to obtain what she desired more swiftly, some sacrifice was inevitable. When interacting with Chu Ge, she would treat him with genuine sincerity. And should feelings develop in the process, she would not shy away but rather embrace them openly. Throughout her life, she had never encountered matters of love or affection. However, the prospect of investing effort to gradually shape this young man into someone she admired seemed rather delightful. As Dantai Jinglian contemplated, Chu Ge's visage inevitably surfaced in her mind, her smile brightening even further. The thought of making Chu Ge fall in love with her intrigued her greatly. She had not forgotten that. At present, Chu Ge held the highest favorability towards Luo Huangjun. Yet if she could gradually draw Chu Ge, who was a direct disciple of Luo Huangjun, closer to herself, the expression of her junior sister at that time would surely be quite entertaining. With this thought, Dantai Jinglian felt a surge of warmth coursing through her, akin to the restlessness of strange fires, and her mood inexplicably lifted. A sensation of excitement, previously unexperienced, surged within her, causing the flames in her eyes to shine even more brilliantly. The captivating smile that adorned her face now bore an enchanting allure. Chapter 28. The Destruction of the Eight Desolations. Unbeknownst to Chu Ge, his diary had begun to stir up a commotion. Ding. The diary section and the sign-in module have completed their upgrades. The host shall now receive doubled cultivation rewards for daily diary entries. The sign-in module has activated its storage function, allowing the host to accumulate sign-in attempts. The more stored, the richer the rewards to be reaped. A notification echoed in his mind. With the sign-in module's storage function now operational, he could save his sign-in counts and utilize them all at once after reaching a certain number, likely resulting in rewards that were both rarer and more abundant. Excellent, indeed. As he mused, Chu Ge summoned the diary interface. The system had undergone another upgrade. Now, with daily diary entries, he could unlock rewards for 14 meridians, truly splendid. Alas, his villain points were still insufficient. Tomorrow, he planned to seize a few of Yichen's future opportunities, which would undoubtedly yield a considerable amount of villain points. Yichen, oh Yichen, you must muster your strength and not fall too easily. I'm counting on you. Who knows when he might encounter another quality figure like Yichen. Cough, cough, the destined child of fortune. Chu Ge casually jotted down a few thoughts before immersing himself in cultivation and the transformation of his meridians. As for the act of signing in, he intended to accumulate a number of sign-in instances. Regarding the clock-ins, he planned to utilize them in other locations within the Taiwan Holy Land during the day, believing that the rewards would surpass those of repeatedly clocking in at the Taiwan Palace. As time flowed, daybreak swiftly approached. Chu Ge, feeling refreshed, opened the door to the room and took a glance around, only to find that Su Lingyuan was unexpectedly absent, as was his master, Lord Luo Wang. He did not dwell on it for long, assuming that the two were merely engrossed in their cultivation. Without hesitation, he exited the Taiwan Hall. Intending to seize the opportunities presented by Yichen, Chu Ge first ventured to the long-abandoned Peak of Ruins, following the trail of his memories. He effortlessly located the legacy left by the six-layered celestial cultivator, and the process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any mishaps. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing the fortune of the destined child, thereby acquiring 5,000 points of villainy, just as Chu Ge claimed the opportunity that rightfully belonged to Yichen. The latter, far away in the intersect, suddenly felt an unsettling void, as if something precious had been lost. What is happening? Yichen furrowed his brow, his bare torso revealing the remnants of yesterday's brutal beating, his body marred with bruises of various hues, presenting a rather pitiful sight. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming unease, an inexplicable urge urging him to take action. He attempted to dismiss this feeling, immersing himself in his cultivation, yet found it impossible to calm his restless mind. What is wrong? A voice in his mind inquired. It's nothing, Yichen replied dismissively. Unable to concentrate on his cultivation, he begrudgingly donned his clothing and exited his residence, while Chu Ge, at that very moment, had already discovered the ancient fragment of spiritual law within the scripture pavilion. Chu Ge initially paid little attention to this fragment, yet upon careful examination, he found himself pleasantly surprised. It turned out to be a technique for combat, crafted by a figure from the ancient times, a being of the nine heavens. Known as the Eight Desolations Destruction Finger, a lethal method of attack. Although it demanded immense energy, its power was astonishingly formidable, capable of turning the tide of battle. The Eight Desolations Destruction Finger consists of 6 complete forms, and this fragment contained records of 2 of them. Nevertheless, even in this incomplete state, it was an invaluable technique for combat, brimming with countless applications. Chu Ge promptly committed it to memory and stored it within his spatial ring. Within his dantian, a golden mirror gently swayed, emitting a soft radiance as it began to slowly evolve the Eight Desolations Destruction Finger for Chu Ge. The Myriad Law's transformational mirror had initiated the process of autonomous cultivation for its host. Should Chu Ge choose to harness the capabilities of his Myriad Law's sacred body, the synergy of both forces would enable him to master this ancient technique in no time. A stream of insights began to flood into Chu Ge's mind, prompting him to close his eyes in contemplation. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, having grasped the fundamentals of the first form of the Eight Desolations Destruction Finger, enabling him to perform it at a rudimentary level. Good mirror, truly my precious treasure. Within her heart, Chu Ge felt a surge of joy, unable to restrain her praise. The small mirror within her dantian seemed to respond to her commendation. Its previously still form stirred slightly, as if acknowledging Chu Ge. Very well. In the future, when I acquire the spiritual materials, I shall surely forge a physical body for you. With a smile illuminating her face, Chu Ge gazed upon the myriad of laws embodied in the mirror, resembling a newborn child, possessing a faint consciousness that could sense her emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. However, at present, it possessed only spirit, intent, and form, lacking a substantial body to encompass its essence. It would require Chu Ge's future endeavors to forge it into a tangible entity, thus deeming it a true treasure. Just then, the familiar chime of the system notification resonated in her mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for seizing the future opportunities of the Child of Fortune, earning 8,000 villain points. Another influx of villain points brought joy to Chu Ge's heart, filling her with renewed vigor as she resolved to head directly to the inner gate market to claim the final segment of Yichen's future fortune. She had initially intended to embark immediately, but a sudden thought crossed her mind. With a flicker of intention, she connected with the system. System check-in. Ding. Check-in at the Scripture Pavilion. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Spirit Law of Flying Immortal Steps. A new technique of movement had been bestowed upon her. As Chu Ge perused the content on the ethereal technique, he discovered a skill that rivaled the esteemed Eight Desolations technique in its finesse. Even at the initial stage of mastery, it could significantly enhance his agility. When cultivated to greater depths, each movement would resemble that of a celestial being, graceful and elusive, almost impossible to capture. Having completed the transmission of knowledge, Chu Ge exited the scripture repository and made his way to the Intersect Market. The Intersect Market was an establishment autonomously created by the disciples of the Intersect of the Taiwan Sacred Ground, where practitioners frequently engaged in the exchange of resources essential for their cultivation. Yichen walked along the path, his gaze shifting left and right, as an instinctive awareness guided him from within. Almost there, just a little further, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a small stall ahead, causing his heart to leap. This is the place. He hurried forward, only to see a somewhat familiar figure approaching the stall ahead of him. Chu Ge. An ominous feeling surged within Yichen, compelling him to push through the crowd, provoking the ire of many passers-by. Chu Ge naturally noticed Yichen, who was rushing towards him with great fervor. He felt a twinge of surprise, for in his recollection, Yichen was supposed to arrive at this marketplace 7 days later. Yet, he had unexpectedly come ahead of schedule. It seems I must have seized his opportunity prematurely, resulting in a butterfly effect. Chu Ge remained unhurried, leisurely retrieving the fateful object from his memories. The disciple from the inner sect, upon recognizing Chu Ge, immediately donned an expression of ingratiation. Senior brother Chu, it appears you have taken an interest in this humble item. On that day of the celestial transformation, I fortuitously benefited and transcended my realm. Should you fancy anything? Please feel free to take it. Though his demeanor was one of flattery, his tone was sincere, devoid of mere pleasantries. Just as Chu Ge was about to speak, Yichen, risking offense, hurriedly made his way through the crowd, even colliding with several individuals along the way. His already injured body was now engulfed in pain, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead in copious amounts. Chu Ge, naturally disinclined to pay any heed to Yichen, directly grasped the ancient-looking jade pendant in his hand. Once the item was in his possession, Yichen could do nothing about it. Chapter 29. Misfortune. Chu Ge. You. Yichen, witnessing Chu Ge's utter disregard for him as he claimed the object for himself, was instantly consumed by rage. You scoundrel! How dare you speak to senior brother Chu in such a manner? Before Chu Ge could utter a word, the inner sect disciple at the stall took offense, glaring at Yichen and launching into a scolding. This was a prime opportunity to make an impression in front of the revered disciple of the master. How could it be squandered? Yichen suppressed the fury boiling within him and spoke in a low voice. How many spirit stones for this item? I shall pay double. The stall owner, upon hearing this, merely scoffed in disdain. This item has already been bestowed upon brother Chu. It is no longer yours. He surmised that this ancient jade must hold extraordinary value, yet he was acutely aware that since it had caught Chu Ge's eye, retaining it for himself was an impossibility. It was merely his lack of discernment to blame. Now, it would be wiser to graciously extend a favor, should he cultivate a good rapport with Chu Ge. It would serve him well, even if he could not secure a connection with Chu Ge. Any trivial offering from the latter would be more than sufficient to satiate his desires, for the disciples of the master were known for their generous provisions. Having navigated the inner sect for several years, he was well versed in the art of discernment. Did you shitty truly covet this item? At last, Chu Ge spoke, turning to cast a mocking glance at Yichen. Scoundrel! Chu Ge, you wretched rogue! You truly deserve to perish. Yichen seethed with indignation in his heart. Senior brother Chu, could you possibly part with it? Yichen clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing, yet he opted to bow his head. If acquiring this object meant temporarily swallowing his pride, he was willing to comply. Alas, what a pity, junior brother, you have arrived too late. Chu Qing observed Yichen's reaction intently and sighed. Under the nearly fiery gaze of Yichen, he stowed the ancient jade into his storage ring. Subsequently, he produced a small pouch filled with spirit stones, all of which were of superior quality, obtained from the legacy of a 6th-tier cultivator. He did not count them meticulously. Yet there were no fewer than 100 pieces, which, when converted into inferior spirit stones, amounted to over 10,000. For an inner sect disciple, this was undoubtedly a considerable fortune. As a senior brother, how could I unjustly take advantage of my junior? Chu Ge uttered a phrase and casually tossed a small pouch of spiritual stones to the inner sect disciple. This individual, displaying a commendable demeanor, was met with Chu Ge's willingness to bestow some benefits upon him. The disciple respectfully accepted the pouch, casting a fleeting glance inside, and was immediately struck with astonishment. Within the pouch lay a plethora of high-grade spiritual stones, tightly packed together. A cursory examination revealed a rough estimate of at least 100. For him, this was undoubtedly a fortune. What an unexpected windfall. Truly, as a direct disciple, his generosity was remarkable. He reflected on this while carefully storing the spiritual stones, only to lift his gaze and find that Chu Ge had already departed, leaving behind merely a silhouette. Safe travels, brother Chu Ge. He bowed respectfully, then turned to regard Yichen, whose countenance was as grim as one who had ingested something foul, instantly shifting to a more contemptuous expression. What are you still doing here? Hurry and leave. Don't disturb my business. How dare you compete with brother Chu Ge, completely oblivious to your own insignificance? Listening to the inner sect disciple's mutterings, Yichen felt an overwhelming urge to grind his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, he erupted, spewing a mouthful of blood, already nursing severe injuries. The surge of anger and blood was too much to contain. Damn you, don't let your blood splatter on me. The stall owner, startled, jumped back with a cry, hastily avoiding the situation. What bad luck. Seeing Yichen collapse, he muttered to himself and swiftly dismantled his stall, executing the action with remarkable proficiency. Yichen lay on the ground, and for a considerable time, no one paid him any heed. Many passers-by, having been previously jostled by Yichen, now relished the sight of him sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth, secretly reveling in his misfortune. Unbeknownst to Chu Ge, events unfolded after his departure. Yet through the system's notifications, he discerned that Yichen was likely enduring a rather unpleasant experience. Ding. The host has seized the fortune of the Child of Destiny, acquiring 6,000 villain points. Ding. The Child of Destiny, having his fortune snatched away, experienced a collapse of his mental state. causing a reversal of his vital energy and exacerbating his injuries, leading the host to gain another 6,000 villain points. With the influx of villain points, Chu Ge felt a surge of joy. His previously dwindling points of 500 had now escalated to 25,500. However, he understood that after this wave, Yichen's potential had been nearly exhausted, and no further gains could be extracted in the short term. What remained was merely to await the final harvest. Upon returning to the Taiwan Palace, Chu Ge prepared to cultivate. At present, he was at the opening aperture realm, primarily focusing on the cultivation of the aperture diagram. As for the core techniques, he had yet to make a selection. Besides the Undying Radiant Dragon Classic inherited from the Radiant Dragon Seal, the Taiwan Sacred Land offered other legacies, such as the Taiwan Burning Universe and Annihilating Cosmos Scriptures. These were divided into the Flame Radiant Burning Universe Scripture and the Calamity Radiant Annihilating Cosmos Scripture. The former pertained to fire attributes while the latter to thunder attributes, both reaching the pinnacle of transcendence that could ascend to the 12th heaven, on par with the Undying Radiant Dragon Classic. Nevertheless, Chu Ge had no intention of specializing in any single technique, possessing the sacred body of all laws and an innate physical advantage. Along with the extraordinary treasure known as the Mirror of All Laws, what would be arduous for ordinary practitioners posed little challenge for him. Thus, Chu Ge resolved to cultivate multiple paths concurrently. Though this would demand greater time and resources, the benefits would be equally immense. Commencing his practice, Chu Ge activated the essence of his sacred body, intertwining it with the Mirror of All Laws to expedite the derivation of the 8 Desolations Annihilation Finger and the Zhongyi Flying Immortal Step acquired through diligent effort. One technique for body movement and another for finger techniques would suffice for his needs. In the early stages of cultivation, there was no necessity for elaborate maneuvers. Disregarding other factors and confrontations, the one with superior constitution and abundant spiritual energy would hold the greater chance of victory, without excessive finesse required. At this juncture, Chu Ge intended to pursue a path of sheer strength. His foundation, forged through the Tao of heaven and earth, was formidable, and with the sacred body, both his physical strength and spiritual energy were incomparable to those of ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, by practicing the great celestial star aperture diagram, he transformed his apertures into star apertures, endowing him with an unparalleled foundation in the opening aperture realm. In battles, he need not rely on intricate techniques. The explosive power of his spiritual energy was sufficient to send opponents of the same realm flying, while the spiritual energy of ordinary cultivators paled in comparison, often falling short of even 1% of his own. Should he unleash the nascent comprehension of the 8 Desolations Annihilation Finger, even cultivators at the 4th heaven would need to avoid his brilliance, utilizing the essence of his sacred body as energy. The Mirror of All Laws within him began to tremble fervently, enabling Chu Ge to derive the 2 spiritual techniques. Currently, the Mirror of All Laws lacked a physical form. Although it could still be activated with spiritual energy, Chu Ge was unsatisfied with the speed, opting instead to employ a more vigorous approach by harnessing the essence of his sacred body. Given the abundance of his origins, a slight depletion would not be a significant concern as long as he did not overexert himself, for it would gradually replenish over time. This was the advantage of possessing abundant origins. Ordinary sacred bodies, like Su Lingyuan, would lament for an eternity over the loss of even a strand of their essence. Chu Ge need not concern himself with such matters. He vigorously pursued his endeavors, treating the sacred body's essence almost as a form of spiritual energy. While he allowed the myriad methods of the Tao Mirror to deduce spiritual techniques, he busied himself transforming his own acupoints. He retrieved the jade pendant acquired from the market, recalling that Yichun had utilized this very artifact in his cultivation, significantly accelerating his progress. Now that it was in Chu Ge's possession, he was determined to exploit its potential fully. He produced a small pile of spiritual stones, drawing in spiritual energy to infuse into the pendant. Soon a cool, peculiar energy flowed from the jade pendant back into Chu Ge's body. Thus, as he continued to deduce spiritual techniques and transform his star acupoints, the pendant exerted its influence, with streams of unique energy surging into him, autonomously operating the acupoint diagram and initiating the opening of acupoints. With this trifecta of actions, Chu Ge reveled in the joy of cultivation. The sensation of becoming stronger with each passing moment was truly exquisite, captivating him entirely. As the night swiftly progressed towards dawn, he collected the daily rewards from his cultivation diary, noting an increase of 3 in his star acupoint count. Subsequently, he summoned the system. System, display the information panel. Ding. The panel presented the following. Name, Chu Ge. Realm, acupoint opening stage. Villain points, 25,500. System sections, diary section, level 3, sign-in section, level 2, check-in section, level 2. Task, during the great competition. Currently, the system sections could not be upgraded. Elevating the diary section to level 4 required 80,000 villain points, while the sign-in and check-in sections also necessitated 40,000 points for enhancement. Upon opening the diary, Chu Ge pondered, seemingly lacking any noteworthy entries for the day. He had seized several future opportunities from Yichin, including the relic of a 6-layered cultivator, a fragment of an ancient spiritual technique, and an artifact that accelerated cultivation. All of these would serve as substantial aids for Yichen's future acclaim in the great competition, now fortuitously in his grasp. Amusingly, when he ventured to the intersect market for that final opportunity, Yichen appeared there as well. It was evident that the halo of this child of fortune had played a role. The opportunity had been snatched, and the halo had, in some mysterious manner, guided Yichen to the intersect market. Such coincidences were hardly plausible. Observing this, both Luo Huangjun and Dan Tai Jinglian, the two who had been watching the diary copy, furrowed their brows. They had witnessed Yichen being thoroughly beaten that day. Although his injuries were not severe, they were far from light. Logically, he would require several days of recuperation to recover. The notion that he could possibly heal overnight was certainly implausible. Under the unseen guidance, Yichen, despite his injuries, was intent on rushing to the intersect market to contest Chu Ge for this soon-to-be claimed opportunity. Recognizing this, both women understood that the halo of the child of fortune was not a trivial matter. Sighing, Luo Huangjun lamented the absence of her master that day, missing her dearly on the very first day they were apart. Oh, and what of her senior sister? Suddenly, as Luo Huangjun was absorbed in contemplation regarding Yichen's so-called fortune halo, she caught sight of a new line of text appearing in the diary copy, causing her thoughts to jolt. A flush of crimson rapidly spread across her cool visage. In the blink of an eye, this rosy hue became distinctly visible, enveloping her entire face. Even her translucent earlobes bore a subtle blush. Utter nonsense, this rebellious disciple, she muttered softly, her chest rising and falling dramatically, as if she struggled to breathe. This noble figure, at the 8th layer, was presently rendered breathless by a mere statement from Chu Ge. Wretched junior disciple, Su Lingyuan murmured discontentedly, feeling quite vexed by Chu Ge's dismissive words. However, she soon cast aside this dissatisfaction. Ding! The system detected that the rewards for Chu Ge's daily diary entries had been calculated, and the copy holder, Su Lingyuan, received a reward, a 7-day cultivation enhancement card. Her excitement quickly dissipated, as it was not the fundamental reward she had anticipated. Is this all? She grumbled, and promptly used the cultivation card. A monthly cultivation enhancement card? Upon use, it would grant her a month's worth of cultivation improvement based on her own speed. Truly remarkable, though she did not acquire what she desired. She remained undeterred. Time was ample, and opportunities would arise. Suddenly, a slight tremor coursed through her mind regarding the diary copy, and the next moment, a red dot appeared in the friends section. Luo Huangjun was no stranger to this. It indicated that someone had messaged her through the diary copy. She clicked it open, astonished to find a message from Dan Tai Jinglian. Dan Tai Jinglian, what reward did you receive, junior sister? I got a half-month cultivation enhancement card. Her senior sister only received half a month? With this thought, an inexplicable sense of glee surged within Luo Huangjun, lifting her spirits. Luo Huangjun, I received a full month. After much contemplation, Luo Huangjun ultimately refrained from adding a smug expression to her message, feeling it might be inappropriate. Moreover, her senior sister was never known for her magnanimity. After sending the message, she received no response, and with a light heart, she utilized the month-long cultivation enhancement card. As dawn broke, the sun began to rise. It was now the 4th day since Chu Ge had joined Taiwan, and his cultivation was gradually falling into a steady rhythm. He diligently read about cultivation knowledge and history, expanding his understanding, transforming acupoints, practicing spiritual techniques, and opening star acupoints, all proceeding in an orderly manner. Junior disciple, junior disciple. A bright, clear voice called from outside the door. With a knowing smile, Chu Ge opened the door. As anticipated, standing gracefully outside was a young maiden with a voluptuous and alluring figure, none other than Su Lingyuan. Adorned with a radiant smile, faint dimples graced her cheeks, and her large, luminous eyes sparkled with extraordinary brilliance, exuding an infectious vitality. Upon encountering Chu Ge, Su Lingyuan's already bright eyes seemed to shine even more brilliantly. Chu Ge also noticed that the girl was somewhat different from before. As she gazed into her own eyes, they appeared particularly bright, shimmering like rippling waves, as if concealing a hidden pool of autumn water. Senior sister, Chu greeted with a smile, chuckling softly. The young girl responded with an even brighter smile. Come, come. I shall take you to collect the rewards bestowed by the sacred land. Oh, so soon? Chu raised an eyebrow, realizing that the retrieval of the Huanglong seal would yield a substantial reward, though the timing of its delivery remained unspecified. He had anticipated a prolonged wait. Yet to his surprise, it arrived much sooner than expected. As he pondered this, Chu exited the Taiwan Palace alongside Su Lingyuan, walking side by side. Su Lingyuan maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet her inner thoughts were tumultuous. She had naturally received the notification following the acquisition of the original rewards, which hinted at enhancing the diary owner's favor. She understood its implications well. Since the inception of the diary quest, her curiosity regarding Chu had been piqued. Now that this diary owner had become her junior brother, her impression of him had significantly improved over the past few days. If a deeper bond were to blossom between them in the future, she found herself not averse to the idea. However, uncertainty gnawed at her heart. Stealing a glance at Chu, who strode confidently into the dawn, she found his handsome features as striking as ever. bathed in the gentle morning light. He appeared even more ethereal, and the faint aura he emanated brought her a sense of comfort. Lost in her thoughts, she became entranced by his presence. When she finally regained her composure, she discovered Chu Ge gazing at her with a smile. Instantly, her heart tightened. This is utterly unfair. To cultivate my junior brother's favor? I fear I might succumb first. Su Lingyuan mused, daring not to meet his gaze again. She felt utterly unprepared. This junior brother was simply too extraordinary, both in talent and in his striking demeanor. However, if we were to truly become partners on the path, it could be quite splendid. This audacious thought suddenly blossomed in Su Lingyuan's mind, prompting her to shake her head vigorously, attempting to dispel the notion. Upon arrival, with a lingering blush adorning her cheeks, she regarded the magnificent edifice before her and spoke nonchalantly. Chapter 31. A good dog does not block the path. Linglu Pavilion. This place serves as the hub for disciples of varying ranks within the Taiwan sacred land to receive their monthly cultivation resources, as well as to undertake sacred tasks and claim their rewards. Chu Ge, this is your partial reward for retrieving the Huanglong seal for the sacred land, along with your monthly supply of cultivation resources. The elder in charge of the Linglu Pavilion, a figure of considerable power bearing the surname Li, was someone Chu Ge had encountered briefly during the assessment, hence he recognized him. Accepting the storage ring offered by the elder, Chu Ge's consciousness delved within, and he was taken aback. Piles of spirit stones were arranged, forming dozens of small mountains. From the luster of these stones and the pure spiritual energy swirling around them, it was evident that they were all top-grade spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones, there was an abundance of various talismans, medicinal herbs, and spiritual materials essential for cultivators, laid out in a manner reminiscent of a wholesale market. This was rather excessive, wasn't it? Chu Ge was somewhat taken aback. Upon a cursory count, the exquisite spiritual stones here amounted to over 1 million. Among these treasures, besides the rewards from the sacred land, some are also tokens of our goodwill. On that day, when we borrowed the light of the heavenly transformation path, we reaped immense benefits. Young Master Chu, please do not decline. Furthermore, there is no need for you to come here in person in the future. Resources will be delivered to the Taiwan Palace by designated personnel each month. The elder surnamed Li spoke with a beaming smile, for he too had gained much from the heavenly transformation path, thus holding Chu Ge in high regard. The young man expressed his gratitude, saying, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Elder Li and all the esteemed elders for your generous kindness. Chu Ge offered a respectful bow. Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. There is still more to come. Elder Li, with a beaming smile, waved his hand and continued. In addition to these resources, there are the various elixirs concocted by Elder Shui on your behalf, as well as the spiritual weapons and artifacts meticulously crafted for you by Elder Dantai. Once they are completed, you shall be duly informed. Such treatment is a privilege not easily afforded to us. After finishing his words, Elder Li sighed with a hint of nostalgia. Shui Qianrou and Dan Jinglian, the former excels in alchemy while the latter is a master in artifact forging. Both possessing remarkable skills. Shui Qianrou, with her gentle disposition, often takes into consideration the camaraderie among her peers, making it feasible for the elders to request her assistance, provided they offer appropriate compensation. However, as this reward from the sacred land is a matter of duty, Shui Qianrou would not decline, especially since she has also reaped significant benefits from the path of heaven and earth. Not only has she openly prepared a batch of elixirs for Chu Ge as a reward, but she has also discreetly set aside several more as personal gifts of gratitude. Dantai Jinglian, on the other hand, presents a more complex challenge. With her elevated status, unparalleled cultivation, and somewhat capricious nature, she is notoriously difficult to approach. Even among the core elders, there exists uncertainty regarding their ability to persuade her to forge artifacts. Fortunately, she has proactively offered to craft spiritual weapons for Chu Ge. Otherwise, they would have encountered considerable difficulty. The continuous stream of rewards has truly broadened Chu Ge's horizons. He had anticipated that the Taiwan sacred land would be generous, yet he was taken aback by the extent of their bounty. Not only he, but even Su Lingyuan, who accompanied him, appeared somewhat astonished. She was well aware that, in addition to these rewards, Luo Huangjun, his esteemed master, would also bestow further gifts upon Chu Ge. Upon exiting the Linglu Pavilion, Chu Ge did not forget to utilize his check-in opportunity. Ding! Check-in at Linglu Pavilion. Reward received. 1 Wind Thunder Twinstone. Congratulations, host. This check-in has triggered a critical hit, granting an additional Wind Thunder Twinstone. Wow, a critical hit. With a raised brow, Chu Ge noted that this was the first time he had received a critical reward after upgrading his check-in section. Although he was unaware of the specific function of the Wind and Thunder Dual Stone, the prospect of receiving double rewards brought him considerable joy. Having exited the Linglu Pavilion, Chu Ge and Su Lingyuan had not wandered far when a few individuals approached them. Chu Ge noticed that upon seeing the newcomer, Su Lingyuan's expression shifted, turning somewhat frosty. Was the visitor unwelcoming? As Chu Ge contemplated, he scrutinized the leader of the group before him, clad in a black robe adorned with golden patterns. The figure exuded an imposing presence. Upon observing the man's features, Chu Ge deduced that he was of a similar age to himself. though it was not inconceivable that this individual was a highly skilled practitioner who had mastered the art of maintaining a youthful appearance. The man stood resolutely in the path between Chu Ge and Su Lingyuan, his gaze fixating on Su Lingyuan, revealing a flicker of fervor mixed with a hint of apprehension. However, when his eyes shifted to Chu Ge, they transformed into a profound disdain and contempt. The palpable animosity emanating from him was unmistakable to Chu Ge. Lo Faping. What is the meaning of your obstruction? Su Lingyuan's voice was frigid, her expression markedly different from the playful demeanor she typically exhibited around Chu Ge. Now radiating an icy resolve. This was a side of her that Chu Ge had never witnessed before, reminiscent of the regal demeanor of Luo Huangjun. Haha, Lingyuan. The youth named Lo Faping flashed a smile, but his words were swiftly interrupted. Silence. Do you dare address me as Lingyuan? Have you recovered from your injuries? Only to forget the pain? Consider carefully how you should refer to me, or I shall not hesitate to act and teach you the consequences of offending a direct disciple. Su Lingyuan admonished sharply, showing no inclination to grant him any leniency. Her spiritual energy began to surge around her, suggesting that she was ready to strike at any moment. Chu Ge's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly the same naive senior sister? She appears remarkably imposing. Chu Ge felt that his impression of Su Lingyuan should be revised. He promptly utilized the diary feature to document Su Lingyuan's current fierce and imposing demeanor. Such a stance was rare and worthy of preservation. Luo Faping, having been mercilessly reprimanded by Su Lingyuan, immediately felt his expression turn cold. Being treated in such a manner in front of several clansmen left him feeling utterly humiliated. However, he was on a mission this time and would not easily erupt in anger. Moreover, the primary reason was that Su Lingyuan's strength surpassed his own. During their previous encounters at the same realm, he had suffered a humiliating defeat at her hands. Now that she had advanced to the fifth heaven before him, should a confrontation arise, he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. Understood, senior sister Su. Suppressing the fury within, Luo Faping shifted his gaze towards Chu Ge. You must be junior brother Chu, correct? A smile graced his lips, yet the contempt in his eyes was unmistakable, perhaps indicating he had no intention of concealing it. Is he coming for me? Chu Ge soon realized that this group of individuals had come in search of him. Among them were 3 direct disciples of Lord Luo Huang. Although he had yet to meet the eldest disciple, he was aware that she was a senior sister, followed by Su Lingyuan and himself. It was evident that the others were not direct disciples, and upon encountering a direct disciple, regardless of their cultivation level or age, they ought to address them as senior brother or sister. Yet, Luo Faping unceremoniously referred to him as junior brother, coupled with the unmasked disdain in his gaze, indicated a clear animosity towards him. Recognizing that the visitors bore ill intentions, Chu Ge resolved not to grant them a pleasant demeanor. After carefully considering his words and ensuring their appropriateness, Chu Ge donned a warm smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. He turned his attention to Luo Faping and his entourage, adopting a notably solemn tone as he remarked, "Good dogs do not obstruct the way." Haha. Su Lingyuan, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. Initially, upon seeing the smile on Chu Ge's face, she had anticipated some courteous exchange, but was taken aback by his unexpected retort. You. Luo Faping, who had intended to engage Chu Ge in conversation, was caught off guard by his blatant disregard. This left his expression darkening in an instant. Chapter 32. A Single Finger. Luo Faping's face flushed with rage as he glared at Chu Ge. The individuals behind him equally wore expressions of discontent as they regarded Chu Ge. Luo Faping, do you not understand what my junior brother is saying? Step aside. Good dogs do not obstruct the way. Su Lingyuan, unfazed by the hostile expressions surrounding her, delivered her words with merciless candor, further inflaming Luo Faping's wrath. His teeth clenched in fury. Humph. If you want me to leave, that is one thing. But Chu Ge, you must relinquish the Huanglong seal. You are not worthy to possess such an item. Luo Faping declared in a low voice, his gaze fixed on Chu Ge with the sharpness of a hawk, brimming with menace. Oh, I am unworthy to possess it? And you believe yourself deserving? Or do these unsavory individuals behind you lay claim to it? Chu Ge's expression turned cold. As soon as his words fell, the few individuals behind Luo Faping were instantly enraged. How could they endure being insulted as rotten fish and shrimp? Boldness. They dared to humiliate us in such a manner. Seeking death, they shouted, intending to advance towards Chu Ge, but in the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted, rendering them unable to take even a single step forward. Humph. Luo Faping snorted coldly, his spiritual energy surging around him, his robes billowing as he unleashed his own formidable presence, bearing down on Chu Ge. How dare a mere Qi awakening realm practitioner attempt to flaunt their aura? Let me show you the bitterness of defeat. Beside him, Su Lingyuan raised her hand, her spiritual energy bursting forth, ready to defend Chu Ge. She was acutely aware that Luo Faping possessed the cultivation of a peak 4th layer, making it challenging for Chu Ge to contend with him at his current strength. However, before she could act, Chu Ge preemptively grasped Su Lingyuan's delicate arm, his intention clear. Senior sister, allow me to take this on. Chu Qing spoke with a smile, her tone brimming with confidence. Su Lingyuan felt the warmth emanating from Chu Qing's arm, and her face instantly flushed, Her raised hand obediently fell back down. Chu Ge released his grip, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Luo Faping as it surged towards him. And he scoffed dismissively. Just so. He spoke with indifference, but in the next moment, his gaze sharpened, and the essence of his sacred body surged within him, manifesting a terrifying force that solidified like a tangible hand, striking fiercely at Luo Faping. Impossible, merely at the enlightenment stage. Luo Faping's face contorted in disbelief as he was uncontrollably propelled backwards. Yet he was no fool. His pinnacle cultivation at the fourth heavenly layer was not achieved without merit. He executed several aerial flips, stabilizing himself mid-air. At the fourth heavenly layer, he could indeed traverse the skies. Splendid. The sacred body of 10,000 laws truly possesses some profundity. Humiliated, Luo Faping's rage twisted into a mocking smile. The hostile and malevolent glances he had cast upon Chu Ge had now morphed into hatred and murderous intent. Allow me to demonstrate. Luo Faping grinned wickedly. But in the next moment, his expression froze. Before him, Chu Ge raised his hand, pointing a finger toward him. At the tip of that finger, a force of annihilation swirled. Go. Chu Ge spoke softly. Since he had already engaged in combat, he was too disinterested to exchange further pleasantries. With a swift movement, he unleashed the 8 Desolations destruction finger. As his words echoed, the destructive energy from his fingertips surged forth instantaneously. Luo Faping's pupils constricted sharply. This strike was aimed directly at his forehead. Chu Ge, how dare he? How dare he indeed? A chill ran down his spine. As the looming threat of death spread within him, he must evade. Otherwise, that single finger could claim his life. Luo Faping's thoughts raced, and his body instinctively reacted. But just as he turned his head, the deadly beam of light from the finger was already upon him. With a sickening thud, blood gushed forth. Luo Faping managed to evade, but not entirely. The edge of his ear grazed the lethal beam, exploding into a mist of crimson. Ag! Luo Faping emitted a blood-curdling scream. Unable to maintain his form, he plummeted from mid-air. Su Lingyuan, initially fraught with anxiety, finally relaxed. Chu Ge had been exceedingly resolute. Even she had believed that this strike would certainly end Luo Faping's life. Her concern, however, did not stem from a worry for his safety, but rather from the peculiar nature of his identity. If he were to perish at the hands of Chu Ge, it would undoubtedly lead to significant complications. For Luo Faping hailed from the Luo family, sharing a lineage with Luo Huangjun. Were it not for this connection, she would have welcomed his demise with open arms. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in her eyes as she regarded Chu Ge. That strike was truly extraordinary, she mused, genuinely astonished that Chu Ge possessed such formidable lethal prowess in his spiritual arts. With her discerning eye, it was evident that few below the 5th level could withstand such force unscathed. Though Luo Faping stood at the pinnacle of the 4th level, his lineage granted him a strength far beyond that of ordinary practitioners at the same stage. Yet Chu Ge had demonstrated the ability to pose a genuine threat to him, truly remarkable. However, his precision and speed still required refinement, necessitating further practice. Observing the wretchedly howling Luo Faping, Chu Ge shook his head. Hearing his words, Su Lingyuan felt a pang of concern. Her junior seemed to possess a rather pronounced proclivity for violence. Surely, he couldn't have genuinely intended to kill him. She prodded Chu Ge's arm, inquiring softly. Oh, senior sister, you jest. Am I truly the sort to be so cold-hearted? Besides, he is not dead, is he? Yet. Su Lingyuan could not shake the feeling that a hint of regret lingered in his tone. But why do I sense a tinge of regret in your words? She silently chastised him. Junior brother, that Luo Faping is of no ordinary pedigree. Killing him would bring considerable trouble. Noting that Chu Ge's hand remained poised in a sword-like gesture, she hurriedly cautioned him, fearful he might strike Luo Faping again. I understand, senior sister, there is no need for concern. I am well aware of my own intentions. With a light laugh, Chu Ge had already formed a conjecture upon hearing the name Luo Faping early that morning. Are you truly aware of your situation? It seems your murderous intent remains unquenched. Noticing that Chu Ge still held his fingers tightly together, Su Lingyuan's eyes flickered. Not far away. After enduring the initial agony and the effects of the healing elixir, Luo Faping finally ceased his pig-like cries. Struggling to rise, his cheeks stained with blood, he resembled a malevolent specter. Chu Ge, you. How dare you attempt to take my life? Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you? How dare you be so audacious? Luo Faping covered his ears, violently shoving away the 2 clan members who had tended to his wounds, roaring in madness. Yet, suspiciously, despite the uproar, no one seemed to take notice. Facing the nearly frenzied Luo Faping, Chu Ge merely smirked in disdain. What does it matter whether you know or not? If my conjecture is correct, you hail from the Luo family, are of the same lineage as my master, am I not right? Nonsense. Knowing that, you still dare to strike at me. Offending the Luo family, do you truly believe you can retain your position as a direct disciple? Luo Faping's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 33, Retribution. Luo Faping could hardly fathom that Chu Ge had discerned his identity and still had the audacity to act so ruthlessly. A chill coursed through his heart. This Chu Ge exuded an unsettling aura that was profoundly disquieting. Oh, with a smile gracing the corners of her lips, Chu Ge lifted her hand once more. You. Luo Faping, witnessing this, could not help but retreat a step, his face filled with terror. You worthless fool. Do you think that your family background can intimidate me? Little do you know, I could slay you as easily as one would butcher a pig or a dog. Even now, should you dare to take another step forward, know that my finger will aim not for your ear, but for your head. If you doubt my resolve, feel free to test it. Chu Ge sneered, his gaze cold and disdainful. Luo Faping felt a surge of fear from Chu Ge's chilling aura, causing him to hesitate and retreat several steps in a panic. Humph, such an arrogant junior. Having just entered Taiwan for a few days, he dares to be so contemptuous. A cold snort echoed from above, carrying an overwhelming presence, as Gaia addressed Chu Ge and Su Lingyuan. Junior brother, he is a formidable being. Su Lingyuan's expression turned grave. Attempting to use a messaging artifact, she discovered that the surroundings had been sealed, rendering her unable to send any messages. A sudden thought struck her, and she reached out to the diary replica in her mind, sending a message to Luo Huangjun. Today's events are exceedingly strange. Someone has managed to silently seal a space within the sacred land of Taiwan. Heh, little girl, there's no need for you to waste your efforts. This place has been sealed, and for the time being, no one will notice, came the voice again, as a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard appeared silently in the arena. Fourth uncle, Luo Faping exclaimed with surprise, then turned a resentful gaze towards Chu Ge. Humph, this useless brat has been injured by someone at the opening aperture realm to such an extent. Truly a disgrace to the family. The middle-aged man first scolded Luo Faping, then shifted his attention back to Chu Ge and Su Lingyuan. Hand over the Huanglong seal, and I shall overlook the matter of your injuring Faping. You are Luo Qingyu of the Luo family, are you not? Su Lingyuan stared directly at the middle-aged man. Oh, you recognize me? Luo Qingyu replied, slightly taken aback, then chuckled. The little girl is quite clever, attempting to buy time, but I fear you shall be disappointed. This seal will last for at least an hour. Su Lingyuan feigned annoyance, yet within, she remained unperturbed. Not to mention her life-saving techniques that could protect her and Chu Ge for a brief period after sending the message to Luo Huangjun. It was already destined that any schemes of Luo Qingyu today would turn to naught. With Luo Huangjun's prowess, a mere thought would bring her here, at that time. It would be uncertain who would have the upper hand. Enough of this prattle. Hand over the Huanglong seal. Do not think that because you two are direct disciples of Luo Huangjun, I will be wary of you. My methods are beyond your comprehension. Luo Qingyu seemed impatient, his eyes sharpening as they locked onto Chu Ge. Fourth uncle, this Chu Ge has even severed one of my ears if this matter spreads. It would tarnish the entire Luo family's reputation. How can he be let off so easily? Seeing that Luo Qingyu had no intention of avenging him, Luo Faping grew anxious. Naturally, killing Chu Ge was out of the question. Not only Luo Faping but even Luo Qingyu lacked the courage to do so. However, venting his frustration was still possible. After all, Luo Faping had never suffered such a loss in his life. If he did not thoroughly humiliate Chu Ge, his hatred would remain unquenched. Today is solely about the Huanglong seal. Any complications would be unwise. Luo Qingyu frowned. Yet Luo Faping's eyes brightened. Luo Qingyu did not immediately reject him. There might be hope. Fourth uncle, if this scoundrel is not punished, today's incident may become an obsession for me. If this obsession turns into a heart demon, my path of cultivation will be difficult. Luo Faping continued. Moreover, this Chu Ge has only recently joined that woman's sect. Even if he were to be crippled, I doubt she would risk her relationship with our lineage over such a novice. Unbeknownst to him, after his words, a pair of eyes in the heavens had already begun to glisten with an icy murderous intent, akin to ancient ice that would not melt. Su Lingyuan also revealed a peculiar smile, her gaze towards Luo Faping now laced with a hint of pity. In that case, punish this brat. Luo Qingyu sighed lightly, then spoke again. My Luo Qingyu's kin are not to be bullied by just anyone. Junior, today shall be a lesson for you. Do not be so arrogant in the future. This is for your own good. Remember that there are always greater beings in realms beyond your own. You need to be tempered, lest you suffer greatly in the future. His demeanor, feigning concern for Chu Ge, was indeed nauseating to the extreme. Heh, Chu Ge. Did you hear that? This is for your own good. Do not be ungrateful. Luo Faping's eyes glimmered with venomous intent. Feeling the pain coursing through him lessened considerably at the thought of being able to humiliate Chu Ge at will. Old dog, speaking so grandly. You merely wish to use your cultivation to bully others, do you not? If my master were here, you would likely be groveling on the ground, trembling in fear, daring not to act so high and mighty. Chu Ge scoffed coldly. And you, a mere waste, a sycophant relying on others' power, go ahead and make your move. I am eager to witness the means at your disposal. Su Lingyuan was taken aback. She understood that at this moment, Luo Huangjun had already arrived, undoubtedly confident in her position. However, Chu Ge remained oblivious. A formidable being was being insulted by Chu Ge, likened to a decrepit hound. This junior truly possesses a hint of audacity, doesn't she? Unable to contain herself, she tugged at Chu Ge's sleeve. Chu Ge turned her head and smiled confidently, saying, "Senior sister, there is no need to fear. This old cur merely relies on his extended years and higher cultivation. There is nothing to be afraid of. Is undoubtedly not merely boasting, but possesses genuine prowess. Isn't that so? I am not afraid. Rather, I am curious as to why you remain unafraid. Is it the audacity of a rookie unacquainted with danger?" Su Lingyuan found herself at a loss for words. The retort she had intended to voice stifled in her throat. A wave of emotion surged within her. This junior brother was quite commendable. Fortunately, their master was covertly present, alleviating her concerns for Chu Ge's safety. Indeed, you truly are oblivious to the world. Luo Qingyu's face darkened. For many years, since he could remember, he had never endured such humiliation. To be insulted as an old dog by someone so junior, what would happen if this were to spread? He had initially intended a minor reprimand. But since the youth remained obstinate, he would not hold back any longer. This was a matter of genuine ire. Presumptuous. Dare you speak so brazenly? Descend at once. Luo Qingyu was furious, yet to his astonishment, Chu Ge appeared even more incensed. Truly, the heavens had turned upside down. Just as he prepared to act, he witnessed Chu Ge gesture, summoning an ancient seal into his hand. The Huanglong seal? Luo Qingyu gasped, only to have a smile spread across his face. This lad could not withstand the pressure after all. Fear had finally gripped him. Huh, now you feel fear. It is too late. He mused and continued. Kneel and present the Huanglong seal to me, and perhaps you shall suffer less in the way of punishment. Yes, Chu Ge. Hasten to crawl over and submit the Huanglong seal. Luo Feiping chimed in, his tone filled with excitement, as if he could already envision Chu Ge kneeling in reverence, presenting the seal with both hands. Chapter 34, A Half-Step Master. Huh. With a light chuckle, Chu Ge ceased her words and summoned the essence within her, infusing it into the Huanglong seal. The previously tranquil Huanglong seal suddenly erupted in radiant brilliance. Stop. What are you doing? Luo Qingyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. A roar escaping her lips. You shall soon find out. Unfazed, Chu Ge felt the surge of primordial energy coursing through his being, continuing to flow into the Huanglong seal. The seal trembled incessantly, and within it, the true spirit began to awaken. A wave of melancholic emotion seeped into Chu Ge's mind, a manifestation of the true spirit's discontent. It had been resting peacefully, only to be abruptly roused. However, with the continuous influx of primordial energy, a wave of joy also emanated, as if to exclaim, hooray, there's food again. A faint dragon's roar resonated in the void. Was this the awakening of the true spirit? You. Luo Qingyu found herself at a loss for words. The junior before her could forcibly rouse the true spirit of the Huanglong seal. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You possess none of the Luo family's bloodline, nor have you cultivated our family's techniques. How dare you awaken the true spirit? How is this possible? The answer lies in my abundant primordial essence. A cruel smile crept across Chu Ge's face. Old dog, savor the taste of the Huanglong seal that you have long yearned for. The sound of a dragon's roar grew increasingly melodious in the void, as an ethereal dragon-shaped apparition materialized above Chu Ge's head, dominating a significant portion of the sky. Go. The dragon-shaped specter emitted a resounding dragon's roar. As Chu Ge's voice fell, a brilliant beam of light surged forth, instantly hurtling toward Luo Qingyu. Boom. The deafening sound of an explosion reverberated, shattering a vast expanse of the void where Luo Qingyu stood. A piercing scream echoed from the center of the explosion as a figure plummeted. Indeed, it was Luo Qingyu. The once formidable being, brimming with overwhelming power, was now reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Half of Luo Qingyu's body seemed to have been erased, his lower half vanishing into thin air, leaving only his upper half remaining. A powerful being bleeding profusely. Junior brother, is this your reliance? Su Lingyuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Chu Ge nodded. Since the moment the radiant dragon seal came into his possession, he had often taken the opportunity to explore its depths during his leisure time. After all, possessing such a treasure warranted its utilization in some capacity. Through this ongoing exploration, he had indeed managed to establish a connection with its intrinsic spirit. Although he could not fully refine it to make it his own, he could wield its power. The method was simple. By infusing his sacred essence into the seal, he could awaken the spirit of the radiant dragon seal and harness its might. However, this power was not limitless. Currently, Chu Ge could summon an amount equivalent to a peak expert strike, but anything beyond that was beyond his reach. After all, the radiant dragon seal itself was not in its prime condition, but rather in a state of disrepair. Fourth uncle, are you all right? Luo Feiping exclaimed in a panic. How had his once formidable fourth uncle been reduced to this state in the blink of an eye? Although Luo Qingyu had lost half of his body, a mighty being is not so easily vanquished. He still retained a lucid awareness. However, upon hearing Luo Feiping's words, he nearly fainted from exasperation. This foolish child, I've lost half my body, and he still dares to inquire about my well-being? Foolish. Luo Feiping, unable to comprehend fully, leaned in closer. Fourth uncle, what did you say? I'm listening. Rest assured, I will help you fulfill your last wishes. You imbecile. Luo Qingyu spat a mouthful of blood onto Luo Feiping's face. You absolute buffoon. Hurry and notify the clan elders. Do you truly wish for me to perish here? Oh, Luo Feiping, as if awakening from a dream, swiftly retrieved a communication jade talisman to send a message. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyu, after uttering those words, began to shove medicinal pills into his mouth in haste. Damn it, how can I not regenerate my severed limbs? He bellowed in frustration while consuming the pills. As a formidable being, Losing part of his body was not a grave injury, yet at this moment, the severed half seemed irreparable, sending him into a panic. However, this moment of panic was fleeting as Luo Qingyu soon discerned the source of the issue. Chu Ge's recent strike had left a mark of Dao power upon his wound, a force imbued with indestructibility that could not be erased. This was what rendered his injury irrecoverable. Realizing the nature of the problem, Luo Qingyu's gaze turned venomous as he glared at Chu Ge, roaring, "You wretched beast! Do not delay in removing this strange Dao power from my body, otherwise, come heaven or earth, the Luo family will not spare you." Chu Ge's gaze suddenly turned icy, and the once tranquil Hu Enjieling seal in his palm began to whirl once more, showing signs of revival. However, before he could act, the sky above abruptly changed color, and the barrier enveloping the area was instantly erased. A colossal, ethereal hand, imbued with unparalleled might, appeared above Luo Qingyu's head in an instant. "For insulting my esteemed disciple, you shall pay with your life." The chilling and murderous voice reverberated through the void. "Stop, Luo Huangjun! How dare you!" Simultaneously, an ancient voice filled with indignation rang out. Yet it was too late. Luo Qingyu could not even utter a cry of despair before being reduced to mere dust by the mighty imprint of that hand. A formidable being was thus obliterated, leaving not a trace of true spirit behind. Chu Ge naturally recognized the identity of the visitor and smiled knowingly as he stowed away the Huanglong seal. In the next moment, he beheld the breathtaking figure before him. Luo Huangjun remained in her characteristic aloof and proud demeanor, standing silently against the vast sky. With a fierce glare and eyes that sparkled with wrath, the death of a formidable being did little to quell her fury. "Luo Huangjun, are you truly prepared to act without restraint? Qingyu is one of your kin." An elder appeared in the heavens, confronting Luo Huangjun. His hair and beard were entirely white, his expression contorted with rage, and his aura thrummed with intensity, far surpassing that of the earlier Luo Qingyu. "Old man of Tianhai, I address you as elder out of respect. However, should you fail to cherish this courtesy, do not blame me for being merciless." Luo Huangjun stated coolly, "I am fully aware of your schemes today. Luo Qingyu has struck against my disciple, committing a grave transgression, and his demise is well-deserved." Her tone was as indifferent as if she were squashing an ant beneath her heel. From the moment Su Ling Yuan had conveyed the message, she had comprehended the entire situation. This group was employing a strategy of feigned cooperation while secretly laying traps. While they engaged her in discussions about family matters at the Taihuang Palace, they attempted to detain her, all the while covertly setting up restrictions to seize the Huanglong seal from Chu Ge without arousing suspicion. And indeed, they had nearly succeeded, circumventing the Taihuang formation and sealing off a section of space. Were it not for Su Ling Yuan accompanying Chu Ge and the miraculous diary copy, which transcended distance and restrictions, the situation might have unfolded differently. Moreover, had Chu Ge not been able to wield the power of the Huanglong seal, the adversaries might have truly accomplished their goal today. This served as a warning to Luo Huangjun. The grand formation of the Taihuang sacred land bore contingencies left by the Luo family. It was only natural, for this formation had been established by the first sacred master, enduring through the ages and having withstood numerous assaults, undergoing repairs by several individuals, many of whom hailed from the Luo family. It was not surprising that they had discreetly left behind measures within. "Luo Huangjun, now that you have ascended to the position of Taihuang sacred master, have you forgotten your own surname?" Luo Tianhai's voice was hoarse, his aged visage twisted with fury. Chapter 35, A Lesson or Two. A formidable being, even within the Luo family, would be considered a high-ranking pillar of support, their cultivation demanding considerable resources and effort. Yet now, such a young powerhouse as Luo Qingyu, barely 200 years old and brimming with potential to ascend to the eighth heaven, had perished so easily, his true spirit annihilated. To die within the Taihuang sacred land, a place regarded as the family's own backyard by many Luo family members, at the hands of none other than Luo Huangjun, a fellow family member. How could he possibly endure this? "My surname is of no concern to you. If you cherish your life, you'd best leave quickly. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to measure your capabilities." "Elder," Luo Huangjun replied with an unchanging expression, her demeanor as frigid as ice. "Very well. You are indeed just like your father, so arrogant and disrespectful. When I ascended to the eighth heaven, you had yet to be born. Allow me to impart some wisdom upon you regarding the techniques of the Taihuang sacred master." Luo Tianhai's rage transformed into a mocking laughter, his robes billowing and hair swirling wildly. "You truly need to seek my counsel, for the disparity between us is vast. Had I been at your age, you would not even have the right to stand before me." Luo Huangjun nodded seriously, her words striking a nerve with Luo Tianhai once more. This exchange offered a profound insight to Chu Ge below. "Senior sister, has the master always been like this? You ask me? I am uncertain." Su Ling Yuan inwardly lamented, her emotions mirroring those of Chu Ge. Although she had become a direct disciple of Luo Huangjun at a young age, she had never witnessed her master engage in combat over the years. The recent encounter with Dan Tai Jing Lian did not count, as they were merely validating each other's cultivation. Thus, this was indeed her first time witnessing Luo Huangjun in such a posture. I have never seen my master in combat either, she replied to Chu Ge. Meanwhile, above them, Luo Tianhai, unable to contain his mounting fury, decisively took action. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, and Luo Huangjun followed suit, disappearing into the higher realms. Chu Ge withdrew his gaze, directing it towards Luo Faping and the remaining sycophants who trailed behind him. These individuals were now utterly paralyzed by fear, prostrated on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, while Luo Faping lay motionless. The others were merely lackeys. Aside from their initial bravado, boasting a few hollow threats, they had not dared to display any further bravado. However, Chu Ge had not forgotten Luo Faping's earlier threats. Emboldened by his connection to Luo Qingyu, where he had sought to humiliate and even incapacitate Chu Ge, with a powerful figure from the Luo family already deceased, the loss of a younger clan member seemed inconsequential. Although Luo Qingyu did not perish at his hands, Chu Ge was not naive enough to believe that the Luo family would let him off unscathed should they seek vengeance. Just as Chu Ge contemplated ending Luo Faping's life, he noticed something amiss. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Luo Faping was already dead. Despite the absence of any visible injuries aside from a missing ear, his soul had been utterly obliterated. The other trembling individuals had also suffered a complete eradication of their cultivation. Chu Ge recalled that they had all been at the third tier of cultivation. Yet at this moment, they had been rendered utterly powerless. After a brief contemplation, Chu Ge came to a realization. It seemed that his master had already arrived at this place, although he had not chosen to reveal himself immediately. Furthermore, every word and action of Luo Faping had been heard by his master, which was why he had so effortlessly met his demise. Truly, a remarkable master indeed. As Chu Ge pondered this, a warm current surged within his heart. It was only after a few short days of acquaintance that Lord Luo Huang could extend such kindness to him, which deeply moved Chu Ge. After all, who wouldn't he cherish a cold yet protective mentor who holds grudges? As Chu Ge pondered, suddenly a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed from the heavens. This sound was not unfamiliar to him. He had heard it on the day when Dan Tai Jinglian clashed with Lord Luo Huang. Just as he was contemplating how much longer their confrontation would last, in the next moment, a figure descended from the sky like a cannonball, crashing onto the ground. The solid floor, paved with blue stones, was instantly shattered, creating a vast and deep pit in the arena. Upon closer inspection, Chu Ge realized that the figure in the deep pit was none other than the venerable Luo Tianhai of the Luo family. He had been contemplating how long the two would engage in combat, yet to his astonishment, victory was claimed in the blink of an eye. How little time had truly elapsed. It seemed scarcely a minute. This old man appeared to be more show than substance. Initially, it was believed that the elder of the Luo family, by initiating the challenge, possessed some commendable skills. However, in an instant, he was reduced to a pitiful state. Chuk harbored silent grievances. Little did he know that Luo Tianhai had merely fortuitously broken through to the eighth heaven, having made no significant progress over the centuries. In the realm of the eighth heaven, he ranked among the least proficient. Were it not for his lineage from the Luo family and his command over numerous formidable spiritual techniques, he would have likely become a source of shame for the eighth heaven. And what of Luo Huangjun? Leaving aside other matters, her cultivation within the eighth heaven had already reached its later stages, nearing perfection. Her combat prowess surpassed her cultivation level. She was a peerless prodigy, not merely a title. Luo Tianhai, having just achieved his breakthrough, found his realm unstable and nearly fell back, spending centuries to solidify his level. Consequently, he remained oblivious to the developments of the outside world. His cultivation, though not insignificant, had long since become outdated. He was utterly unaware of the multitude of heroes that had emerged over the past few centuries and possessed scant knowledge of Luo Huangjun. Had he been aware of this, he would have fled with his tail between his legs, never daring to confront Luo Huangjun. As the situation unfolded, Luo Tianhai experienced a pang of regret upon engaging with Luo Huangjun. Her strength completely shattered his previous perceptions, despite both being in the eighth heaven. The disparity between them was as vast as heaven and earth. He launched a flurry of powerful spiritual techniques, yet not even the hem of Luo Huangjun's garment was harmed. After she casually extinguished several of his attacks, he summoned his divine form. However, with a single strike, Luo Huangjun obliterated his manifestation and sent him plummeting from his lofty position. Throughout the entire encounter, he lacked even the slightest ability to resist. Finally, Luo Tianhai comprehended the significance of his involvement in the planning of the Huanglong seal. When he had eagerly volunteered to lead the team, the pitying gazes from the elder members of his clan suddenly made sense. He had previously been oblivious, unable to fathom why such a coveted task had fallen into his lap so easily. In his mind, the plan was meticulously crafted, and its execution seemed well within reach. Even in failure, given the relationship between the Luo family and the Taihuang sacred land, as a senior clan elder, he believed he could retreat unscathed. Now, he realized that this was no mere assignment. It was a perilous trap. He had been used as a pawn. Luo Huangjuan's unreasonable strength mirrored her unyielding character. In her presence, his status as a clan elder held no weight whatsoever. Struggling to rise, Luo Tianhai shook off the debris that clung to him. Sensing his precarious cultivation level, he felt tears threaten to spill. After spending centuries eliminating the hidden dangers following his breakthrough and stabilizing his 8th heaven realm, that foundation now wavered, and if he did not act quickly to stabilize it, he would likely fall from grace again. Raising his eyes, he beheld the formidable figure of Luo Huangjun before him, her proud demeanor unwavering. A shiver coursed through him as the memory of her overwhelming power resurfaced in his mind. Should she strike again, he feared for his very existence. Chapter 36, Annihilation. You are far too weak. Upon returning to the arena, Luo Huangjun spoke with a furrowed brow. This was not arrogance, it was an unadulterated truth. While she had anticipated that Luo Tianhai would not be overly powerful, she had not expected him to be so feeble. Not only was her cultivation far superior, but even during her time at the 7th heaven, she could have easily bested him. This 8th heaven is utterly lacking in substance. You dare to insult me so? Luo Tianhai seethed with indignation, nearly jumping in fury. The insult cut deeply. Yet, he was rendered powerless in his rage. If faced with Luo Huangjun again, he would not dare to confront her. Enough. Depart at once. Today, I shall spare your life. Return and inform those restless elders in your clan that should there be a next time, I shall show no mercy. Luo Huangjun's voice was icy as she spoke. It was not out of compassion. Rather, the trouble stemming from killing Luo Tianhai outweighed any potential benefit. He was merely a pawn that she could easily eliminate, and sparing his life served as a warning to those coveting the Huanglong seal. Luo Huangjun, mark my words. The slaughter of our kin shall not go unpunished. Luo Tianhai declared defiantly as he retreated, his pride wounded. And you, young one, heed my warning. The Huanglong seal is a treasure left by the founding patriarch of the Luo family. If you are wise. As Luo Tianhai spoke, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of cold malice and looked up to find a colossal hand looming above him. Stubborn fool, how dare you speak so boldly? If you are willing to gamble with your life, then let it be lost here. Luo Huangjun's voice resonated coldly as her delicate hand closed into a fist. She had not intended for it to come to this, but Luo Tianhai's ignorance and audacity left her with no choice. Below, Luo Tianhai was seized like a chick in the grip of that enormous hand. What are you doing? I am a clan elder. Panic set in as he realized he had merely spoken out of habit, trying to maintain some semblance of dignity after his defeat. Logically, he thought, if she let him go and allowed him to save face, he would have left quietly. Yet, before he could finish his thought, the immense hand suddenly crushed down, obliterating his body entirely. Only his solitary soul remained, drifting helplessly in the air. I am leaving now, he screamed, attempting to escape. Too late. Luo Huangjun replied nonchalantly, her fingertip lightly gesturing, and in an instant, Luo Tianhai's soul was annihilated, meeting the same fate as Luo Qingyu. Thus, Luo Feiping, Luo Qingyu, and Luo Tianhai, 3 members of the Luo family, perished completely. Only a few insignificant figures remained, their powers stripped away, and even if they returned to the Luo family, their fates would be no better. Casting her gaze downward, Luo Huangjun softened as she looked at her 2 direct disciples. With a sweep of her divine sense, she focused on Chu Ge, carefully sensing him and confirming that he bore no abnormalities or hidden schemes from others before she felt at ease. You 2 may return to the Taiwan Palace. Do not worry, I shall handle the rest. Understood. Su Lingwan and Chu Ge naturally complied, nodding in agreement. After they departed, Luo Huangjun retrieved an unusual communication jade from her storage space, inscribed with an elegantly swirling character for Luo. After inputting the message, she infused it with spiritual energy. In the next moment, a streak of light surged forth from the jade, darting towards a specific direction, its speed surpassing even that of a powerful being at full flight, disappearing from Tai Huang in the blink of an eye. Once this was accomplished, Luo Huangjun's figure dissipated, leaving behind only a few weakened members of the Luo family sprawled on the ground. After a considerable time, several elders from the Tai Huang sacred ground arrived. They had sensed the commotion as soon as the barrier was breached but refrained from intervening at Luo Huangjun's command, opting instead to observe from the shadows. Now that the matter was concluded, they felt no need to linger in obscurity any longer. Having such a sovereign truly is a blessing for us, Su Shouju mused, stroking his beard softly. Humph. The Luo family has become utterly reckless, daring to breach the barriers of Tai Huang and attempt to seize the Huanglong seal. If I encounter them again, I shall surely deliver a couple of strikes. Lu Sandow exclaimed, his face contorted with fury, his muscles bulging, emanating an aura as fierce as that of a primordial beast. The Luo family's loss of a powerful being and an elder from the 8th heaven clan will not be overlooked, Shui Qianro remarked, her brows knitted in concern. Humph. The Luo family has grown increasingly audacious over the years, treating Tai Huang as their vassal. A battle would be nothing to fear. An elder spoke up, his tone filled with indignation, clearly harboring long-standing discontent towards the Luo family. We must exercise caution for the time being. It is not yet the moment to sever ties. Su Shouju's voice, though soft, carried an air of authority, prompting the others to refrain from further discussion. Let us escort these young members of the Luo family away. He continued. Certainly. Lu Sandao replied promptly, a gleaming large blade appearing in his hand. He bore a sinister smile as he approached the trembling Luo family members. Fool. I meant to send them to the Luo family members within the sacred ground, not to slaughter them. You bloodthirsty fiend. Su Xiaozhu shot Lu Sandao an exasperated glare. How had he ever taken on such a disciple, whose mind seemed consumed by brawn? Ah? You meant to send them away, not to send them off? Lu Sandao scratched his shining head, grinning foolishly. Very well, I shall take matters into my own hands. Su Xiaozhu rolled his eyes at Lu Sandao, feeling a twinge of unease. It wasn't that he doubted Lu Sandao's obedience. Rather, he worried about a potential conflict with the Luo family members. If Lu Sandao's temper flared, it could lead to significant trouble. With a flick of his sleeve, Su Xiaozhu enveloped the frightened Luo family members and soared into the sky. Old man doesn't trust me. Sigh. I actually do a decent job. Lu Sandao muttered, a hint of grievance in his tone. The moment he spoke, the others cast him strange glances. You do a decent job? They recalled his track record as a disciple executing tasks for the sacred ground, and several could not suppress a twitch in their eyes. He had failed 9 out of 10 missions. The only successful one had been a hunting task, before ascending to the rank of elder. He had either been embroiled in fights or on his way to engage in fights. It was no exaggeration to say his head was filled with muscle. Chapter 37, The Potential Owner. In the Taihuang Palace, upon the return of Chu Ge and Su Lingyuan, they discovered their master, Luo Huangjun, had already arrived. Accompanied by another figure clad in red, a striking beauty, the Grand Elder of the Taihuang Sacred Ground, Dan Jinglian. Master, Elder Dantai. Chu Ge bowed gracefully, and Luo Huangjun gently inclined her head. Meanwhile, Dan Jinglian playfully winked at Chu Ge, revealing a charming smile that was utterly enchanting. In a moment of unguarded surprise, Chu Ge felt his heartbeat falter. This woman is truly enchanting, he mused, reflecting on the undeniable allure of Elder Dantai. Chu Ge, you may return to your chamber. Do not dwell on today's events. I shall ensure your safety, said Luo Huangjun, her tone remaining icy, yet her words brought warmth to Chu Ge's heart. Yes, master. He replied with a nod. Today marked his first encounter in combat since beginning his cultivation journey, facing off against an opponent from a higher realm, followed by a confrontation with a formidable being. To be candid, even with his trump card in hand, he found the experience somewhat exhilarating. After all, external forces are merely that, external. True strength lies in one's own fortitude. There remains much to cultivate, and opportunities to seize. Yichen? After Chu Ge's departure, only 3 women remained in the hall, all of whom were bearers of diary copies, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat peculiar. Breaking the silence, Dantai Jinglian let out a light laugh and spoke first. There is no need for concealment. I am unaware of the external circumstances and require time for observation. But thus far, among the entirety of Taihuang, only the 3 of us possess diary copies. I am uncertain about the distribution rules of these diary copies. Yet based on certain common characteristics we share, I have identified some potential future bearers of the diary copies. Upon hearing this, Luo Huangjun nodded gently and inquired, which individuals do you suggest? In truth, she had harbored similar suspicions but had not undertaken any investigation herself. As for Su Lingyuan, her eyes widened, and a look of innocent confusion washed over her. What am I doing here? Why do I feel like I'm not on the same wavelength as my master and that cunning woman? In just a few days, these 2 had begun to decipher the distribution rules of the diary copies and had already taken action to identify potential candidates. Meanwhile, she found herself merely clutching her own diary copy, giggling at amusing parts. She felt akin to a husky that had wandered into a wolf pack. Am I even part of this discussion? Fortunately, Luo Huangjun and Dantai Jinglian did not expect her to make any significant discoveries. Qianro, my junior sister, and her newly acquired pair of twin disciples, as well as my own pupil, Luo Huangjun continued, seeking further clarification. Why have you singled out these individuals? In response, Dantai Jinglian smiled enticingly, gesturing towards herself, then to Luo Huangjun, and finally to Su Lingyuan. Look at the 3 of us. What characteristics do we share? We are all strikingly beautiful, untouched by men, and have had minimal interactions with the opposite sex. Furthermore, we hail from respectable backgrounds, endowed with a measure of status and power. Dantai Jinglian was not boasting. Rather, she was exhibiting a touch of modesty. The beauty of the 3 women present was not merely exceptional. To refer to them as earthly goddesses would be an understatement. Qianro, as a core elder, possessed considerable strength, status, and authority. The water family she belonged to was a prominent clan, and her 2 disciples also hailed from distinguished lineages. As for her own pupil, although she had merely raised an abandoned child, the young one had now developed formidable skills and was a disciple of the esteemed elder herself, which required no further elaboration. After a brief pause, a glint of amusement flickered in Dantai Jinglian's eyes as she resumed speaking in her uniquely languid tone. Most importantly, all the individuals I mentioned are untouched, having never engaged in any intimate encounters with the opposite sex. I have utilized the diary copy's probing function to assess their appearances, and each of them scored above 9. In addition, there are a few others I have not personally examined, but it is said they also possess notable beauty. However, Compared to the aforementioned four, their status and background are considerably less impressive, thus diminishing their likelihood of being chosen. Upon hearing this, Luo Huangjun nodded. Recalling the individuals Dan Tai Jing Lian had emphasized, Shui Qianro appeared as a graceful and mature woman, embodying her name's essence, gentle and poised, with an air of sophistication. To those unfamiliar with her, she could easily be mistaken for a married lady. Yet, Luo Huangjun knew that since joining Tai Huang, she had seldom ventured outside, dedicating most of her time to cultivating her alchemical skills within the sacred grounds. There had been no reports of her having had extensive interactions with any male within the sacred domain. Many of her fellow core elders had pursued Shui Qianro, but without exception, they had all met with failure. Luo Huangjun had an impression of her new twin disciples, who came from a family of practitioners. Despite their youth, they had already begun to exhibit charm. Dan Tai Jing Lian's disciple, although somewhat unconventional, was undeniably stunning, no less so than Su Ling Yuan. With this thought, Luo Huangjun felt increasingly convinced of Dan Tai Jing Lian's speculations. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Perhaps only the three of us possess the diary copies. Dan Tai Jing Lian chuckled lightly. The two of them found the entire discourse regarding the diary copies intriguing and amusing, with no intention of leveraging these theories for ulterior motives. All of this requires time for verification. I am curious, however, what rewards did you receive from that day's diary? Luo Huangjun inquired. I obtained a strand of the sacred body's essence. Su Ling Yuan exclaimed, finally seizing the opportunity to speak. Her tone tinged with a hint of pride. Just a strand? Luo Huangjun furrowed her brow. While this reward was certainly commendable, she felt it paled in comparison to her own acquisition. Dan Tai Jing Lian shared this sentiment. It is equivalent to 1% of my junior brother's entire essence, significantly enhancing my own. Noting that her companion seemed indifferent, Su Ling Yuan hurried to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Luo Huangjun and Dan Tai Jing Lian nodded in acknowledgement. I received a Jin Wu source crystal. Once I gather 100 pieces, I can refine the legendary Sun True Fire, reputed as the progenitor of all flames. This will not only resolve my current constraints but also provide immeasurable assistance on my future path. Her tone shifted to one of earnestness, shedding the previous languor, clearly indicating the importance of this matter to her. My reward was a bloodline awakening. Although the progress is only 1%, it has already proven beneficial. With both women now looking at her, Luo Huangjun felt no need to withhold information. The bloodline of the first-generation Holy Master? Dan Tai Jing Lian inquired curiously, having some knowledge of the Luo family to which Luo Huangjun belonged. No, it is far older, predating the initial Holy Master, who was merely a branch of this bloodline. Remarkable, Dan Tai Jing Lian exclaimed. To possess a bloodline even older than that of the first-generation Holy Master is evidently beyond imagination. The rewards bestowed by the diary copies are indeed remarkably fitting for us. One might even say they are tailor-made, Luo Huangjun continued. Let us set this matter aside for now. I am curious about what my junior sister has been doing in her interactions with her nephew. Why has the rapport between them escalated so swiftly? Dan Tai Jing Lian wore a smile rich with meaning. Name, Luo Huangjun. Appearance, 10. Rapport, 79. Indeed. It stands to reason that I should have spent more time with my junior brother, yet he seems particularly enamored with our master. Master? Do you have any insight into this? Su Ling Yuan, emboldened, spoke her mind without reservation. The phrase's special fondness slipped from her lips, causing Luo Huangjun's exquisite visage to flush with a delicate pink hue. She shot an admonishing glance at Su Ling Yuan, regretting her decision to retain the foolish disciple in her presence. Simultaneously, she surreptitiously examined her own status panel, observing the affection level had reached 79 points. A sense of unease washed over her. A glance at Dan Tai Jing Tian and Su Ling Yuan revealed that the former had only marginally increased from 64 to a mere 65 points. In contrast, her disciple, having spent time with Chu Ge, had inadvertently climbed to 69 points. Yet, this remained a considerable distance from her own standing. This was perilous. Should it rise any further, it would reach a level of admiration. If Chu Ge were to indeed act upon his intentions, how would she respond? Should she evade or gently decline? Or perhaps, no. She could not afford to delve further into such thoughts. Feeling her composure wavering, Luo Huangjun swiftly curtailed her spiraling musings. Unbeknownst to her, when sensing this troubling trend, she contemplated only escape or subtle refusal, never considering a firmer stance to thwart or extinguish it, lest it develop into something more dire in the future. Sister, you are overthinking. It's simply the result of residing in the Tai Huang Palace together. I have done nothing out of the ordinary. After all, I am his master, and it is only natural that he trusts me more. Please do not read too much into it, Luo Huangjun insisted earnestly. Without waiting for a response from the two, she coldly declared, if there is nothing further, you may disperse. I must return to my training. She endeavored to maintain her usual aloof demeanor, yet the faint blush lingering on her lovely earlobes betrayed her. With Luo Huangjun's departure, only Su Ling Yuan and Dan Tai Jing Tian remained. Facing the formidable woman alone stirred unsettling memories within Su Ling Yuan, as recollections of past torment from Dan Tai Jing Tian resurfaced, causing her heart to quail. Master uncle. I too shall go practice. She forced a smile and made to leave. Wait, At the utterance of those words, Su Lingyuan's heart skipped a beat. Hee. Does Master Uncle have any instructions? She replied with a tone that suggested she was bracing for the worst. Lingyuan, have you forgotten something? Dan-I Jingtian observed Su Lingyuan's alarmed demeanor, a playful glint igniting within her. She donned her signature mischievous grin, her voice laced with a languid charm. This smile was all too familiar to Su Lingyuan, who had witnessed it countless times before. With graceful steps, Dan-I Jingtian approached Su Lingyuan, her fiery gaze scanning her up and down, sending a shiver down Su Lingyuan's spine. In that moment, she felt utterly small and helpless. What is it? Please, Master Uncle. Do tell. A grotesque semblance of a smile adorned her face. Of course. Dan-I Jingtian drew nearer, causing Su Lingyuan's heart to race. As if something dreadful was imminent, her heart nearly leaping into her throat. In the next instant, she heard, "Let us at each other as friends." A sudden buzz resonated in Su Lingyuan's mind, leaving her momentarily blank. Huh? She instinctively questioned. What do you mean, huh? Of course, I mean adding each other as friends. I've already sent the request, little Lingyuan, be sure to accept it. Dan-I Jingtian's face radiated with delight as she departed, leaving Su Lingyuan frozen in place. Her expression one of utter bewilderment. After a prolonged moment, she regained her senses, realizing she had been played. With a fierce whisper akin to a demon's, she muttered, "Wicked woman, I shall never forgive you." Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Chu Ge intended to practice but was interrupted by the sudden alert from the system. Ding. Due to the host's actions, the close associate of the fated child, Luo Faping, has perished. Congratulations, host, you have received 3,000 villain points. Just as Chu Ge was pondering this, the notification chimed 3 more times. Ding. Due to the host's actions, Luo Qingyu has died. Congratulations, host, you have received 7,000 villain points. Ding. Due to the host's actions, Luo Tianai has died. Congratulations, host. You have received 15,000 villain points. Ding. The fated child's influence has diminished, and fortune has been lost. Congratulations, host, you have received 10,000 villain points. Upon initially being startled, Chu Ge soon experienced a wave of joy. An astonishing 35,000 villain points had effortlessly fallen into his grasp. This mysterious child of fortune, whom he had never encountered, was indeed remarkably generous. Glancing at the system panel displaying over 60,000 accumulated villain points, Chu Ge felt a surge of delight. With just another 20,000, he would have enough to elevate the diary section once more. Advancing to level 4 would unlock new functionalities. Suppressing the urge to seize an opportunity from Ichin, Chu Ge began to ponder the origins of these villain points. After a moment of contemplation, he formed a hypothesis. This enigmatic child of fate was likely connected to the Luo family, intricately related to Luo Faping and the other 2 individuals. It was even plausible that the plot to seize the Huanglong seal was entangled with this person. The ensuing fallout, which had affected him and led to the downfall of the 3 Luo family members closely associated with the Child of Fortune, had subsequently generated this series of villain point rewards. As for why these points were not distributed immediately, it was likely because the unknown Child of Fate had not been aware of the situation at that time. It appeared that news had now returned to the Luo family, and they had come to know of the events. I shall address this after dealing with Yuchen. Chu Ge did not entertain the notion of confronting 2 fated children simultaneously. The scion of the Luo family now lurked in the shadows, while he was in the light. It was prudent to await the other's voluntary emergence. As for whether the other would willingly step into his line of sight, Judge harbored no concerns. Having suffered a setback, failing to retaliate would hardly befit a child of destiny. Moreover, having failed to acquire the Huanglong seal and having lost several esteemed clansmen, the Luo family would undoubtedly not rest idly, but rather devise further schemes for the Huanglong seal. It was possible that before long, that child of fate would transition from obscurity to prominence, revealing themselves to Chu Ge. With this thought, a sense of vigilance arose within him. Although he currently resided in the Taiwan sacred land, protected by the formidable presence of Lord Luo Huang, security was not absolute. While the direct assaults could be evaded, hidden threats were far more insidious. Lord Luo Huang, though powerful, was not invincible. In this nascent phase, it was prudent to endure. However, as he grew stronger, Chu Ge yearned to confront those who posed challenges and instigated troubles personally. Chapter 39, Surfacing. With his thoughts clarified, Chu Ge dismissed further musings and opened his diary to record the day's events. Today had indeed been perilous. Beginning with the unexpected appearance of Luo Faping at the pinnacle of the 4th heaven. This individual harbored designs on his senior sister, prompting Chu Ge to unleash a devastating 8 desolation strike aimed squarely at his face. Unfortunately, his initial execution was somewhat clumsy, allowing Luo Faping to evade, leaving him with merely a severed ear. It must be said that the spiritual technique he had pilfered from each proved exceptionally potent and lethal. Additionally, while his senior sister often displayed a somewhat foolish demeanor, when she became earnest, she exuded an undeniable charm that left him astonished. It was likely she was unaware that her fierce countenance bore a resemblance to their master's regal aura. Upon witnessing this, Su Lingyuan's expression shifted to one of playful pride, unable to suppress a soft huff. Humph. Mischievous junior brother, have you now witnessed my allure? Simultaneously, a sweet sensation blossomed in her heart. Heh. So my junior brother's murderous intent stems from me. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? A smile broke forth as her thoughts danced whimsically, her laughter ringing out, reminiscent of a charming fool. Chu Ge, blissfully unaware of a certain foolish senior sister's antics, continued to pen his diary. After vanquishing Luo Faping, another formidable opponent, Luo Qingyu, emerged. This old cur, emboldened by his cultivation, sought to bully me, only to be gravely wounded by my Huanglong seal. Yet, the trials did not cease there. An elder from the Luo family, at the 8th level of heaven, soon appeared. These grand families truly mirror the tales of my past life, sending lesser foes only to be replaced by mightier ones, and after the mightiest, the elders. Fortunately, I too possess a formidable backing. I must admit, being the disciple of a master exudes an unparalleled sense of security. What can a mere family elder do? With a single strike, I can obliterate their corporeal form. With two, I can extinguish their divine soul. My master, fiercely dominant yet coldly aloof, possesses an unwavering protectiveness. How could I not be enamored? Luo Huangjun could not help but furrow her brow at this. This child, I have merely fulfilled my duty as master. How can it be so exaggerated? What nonsense about being enamored, truly an unashamed disciple, though she appeared somewhat dissatisfied on the surface. The true nature of her thoughts remained known only to herself. As she continued reading, her previously serene expression faltered. The master's image, captured in secret photographs, revealed a countenance of frigid elegance and an air of proud superiority, perfectly aligning with the image of a celestial being in my heart. If only I could have a companion as magnificent as my master, I would willingly attain immortality for such a blessing. Luo Huangjun's eyes widened in surprise. Momentarily at a loss for words, she felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement. Immortality, eternal life, all the benefits bestowed upon this rebellious disciple. How absurdly delightful. She muttered to herself, rolling her eyes and allowing a gentle smile to grace her lips. This smile was as radiant as spring blossoms and as lovely as the autumn moon, enough to render all else dim. Alas, if only my master wielded a sword. Should she hold a 3-foot azure blade, she would be even more striking. I wonder if my master practices swordsmanship. Perhaps I should seize an opportunity to gift her a sword and see if she would accept. Are you intending to gift me a sword? Luo Huangjun pondered inwardly, a sense of anticipation bubbling within her. With a swirl of violet light, an obsidian purple longsword materialized in her grasp. Its surface flickered with arcs of lightning, immediately revealing its extraordinary nature. However, the sword appeared too formidable, lacking the grace and agility suitable for a woman's hold. This was indeed the case. The reason Luo Huangjun seldom wielded this blade was partly due to its overwhelming ferocity. Even though it was one of the supreme treasures, the Huangjia sword, it did not resonate with her essence. Furthermore, not only the Huangjia sword but also the Huang'an Tower and even the Huanglong seal in Chu Ge's possession lacked compatibility with her. The Huangjia sword served more as a symbol in her hands rather than a tool for combat. Casting a glance at the lively, crackling Huangjia sword, Luo Huangjun coldly stowed it away, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. The more I look, the more unsightly it becomes. Not only is it ugly, but it is also quite noisy, she mused, turning her thoughts once again to the type of sword Chu Ge might gift her. Chu Ge was blissfully unaware that a single statement of his had ignited a spark of anticipation within his serene master. He continued to document his thoughts in his journal. Today, he stumbled upon a significant revelation. The Luo family harbored a child of destiny. The demise of Luo Faping and his companions unveiled the existence of this destined child, whose name remained unknown, yet was undoubtedly intertwined with the fates of Luo Faping and the others. It seemed that the quest for the Huanglong seal was inextricably linked to this enigmatic figure. Another child of destiny? And from the Luo family, no less? Danai Jinglian, who had previously exhibited a languid demeanor, now appeared markedly more serious. She would not dare to place Yuqin on the same pedestal as this child of destiny from the Luo family. Yuqin was merely a fortunate soul, his greatest reliance being the remnant spirit within the ring. To speak frankly, Yuqin was akin to a child being nurtured by Chu Ge, easily disposed of at Chu Ge's whim. His continued existence was merely a hope that this child would grow further, awaiting the opportune moment for a complete harvest. However, the newly emerged child of destiny from the Luo family was not something Yuqin could compare to. Born of the Luo lineage, this individual was destined to possess extraordinary power, resources, and various forms of assistance. Even disregarding the aura of destiny, if Chu Ge's conjecture held true, then this person's status within the Luo family must be remarkable. Meanwhile, Luo Huangjun was plunged into contemplation. The revelation of a child of destiny within the Luo family, coupled with the matter of the Huanglong seal, quickly led her to a hypothesis. Could it be that Luo Lingtian, who awakened a fragment of the Taiwan bloodline, is involved? Memories from years past, heard within the confines of her home, surged to the forefront of her mind, solidifying her conviction. Indeed, she should have anticipated this. Both Luo Faping and Luo Qingsong, along with Luo Tianhai, were among the last direct descendants of the founding ancestor. Was the pursuit of the Huanglong seal perhaps intended to further enhance Luo Lingtian's bloodline? She murmured to herself, her gaze growing ever brighter as her thoughts crystallized with clarity. This information must be conveyed to her father, and furthermore, she ought to share what she knew about Luo Lingtian with little Chu. As she spoke softly, she failed to notice her affectionate reference to Chu Ge. In contrast to the deep reflections of Luo Huangjun and Dan Ijinglian, Su Lingwan was far less contemplative. Her curiosity flitted briefly before she dismissed the so-called child of destiny from her mind. Chapter 40. How do you know? Su Lingwan was currently in high spirits, and the reason was clear. Ding. The system detected that the diary's owner, Chu Ge, had completed his daily entries, resulting in a reward for the instance holder, Su Lingwan, of the highest caliber, a fragment of the holy body's essence. Hearing the voice echo in her mind, Su Lingwan felt an overwhelming joy. Essence, fusion. With a sweet voice, she summoned the essence, which flowed into her body, filling her completely in an instant. Su Lingwan reveled in the sensation of abundance, closing her eyes in bliss. After a while, as the feeling gradually subsided and the essence merged completely, she reopened her eyes. Within the depths of her gaze, a flash of golden light flickered, her countenance radiating with vitality. Upon sensing the renewed strength of her holy body's essence, Su Lingwan was astonished to discover that this enhancement had also propelled her cultivation forward. Double happiness greeted her, and naturally, she was elated. However, during the fusion process, she noticed a difference compared to the last time. It felt as if this fragment of essence was even more substantial than the previous one. Could it be that her junior brother's essence had grown since the last time? Thus, this fragment was grander than the last? A sudden epiphany struck her, and she gasped in disbelief. Feeling she had uncovered something remarkable, Su Lingwan hurriedly began to scour various ancient texts for verification. Su Lingwan felt as though fortune smiled upon her today, but she was not the only fortunate one. Luo Huangjun, upon witnessing a system notification in her mind, found it hard to believe. What did she see? Ding. The system detected that the diary's owner, Chu Ge, had completed his daily entries, and the instance holder, Luo Huangjun, received the highest caliber reward, a 4% increase in bloodline awakening progress. Not only had she received the highest reward today, but it was also a significant leap from the previous 1% to an impressive 4%. As the rewards were dispensed, the dormant bloodline within her began to awaken, revealing various extraordinary phenomena. Her cultivation, which had already reached the late stage of the 8th heaven, surged forward, entering the pinnacle realm. An ethereal ice blue wing manifested behind her, resonating with a resounding cry in the air. Following the appearance of the illusion, an ancient aura emanated forth, exuding a sense of dominance and ferocity, as if it sought to transcend all. Luo Huangjun's once distinct black and white eyes began to shift towards a shadowy purple hue. Raising her right hand, a pattern, seemingly infused with terrifying energy, emerged in her palm, radiating an eerie glow. In that moment, she was no longer the cold figure she once was. Instead, she brimmed with unparalleled majesty and dominance, interwoven with an inscrutable aura of mystery and malevolence. Was this the divine Huang bloodline? Truly a terrifying power. Luo Huangjun murmured, a smile creeping onto her lips. The initial awakening of her bloodline bestowed upon her formidable strength, yet activating this power subtly altered her disposition. She was acutely aware of these changes within herself, yet felt no concern. This power stemmed from her bloodline, something that had lain dormant within her since birth. A part of her being, not an external influence, thus requiring no suppression. After familiarizing herself with the initial awakening of her bloodline, Luo Huangjun concealed it once more. In an instant, the ancient aura that had filled the room dissipated, and she returned to her former, serene demeanor. Amidst her delight, she decided to share this joyful news with her beloved senior sister. It was better to share happiness than to revel alone. She believed her sister would be pleased for her. Shouldn't she? At that moment, Dan Ijinglian felt somewhat vexed. Just then, her diary instance trembled. Not once but twice. Someone had sent her messages, not one, but two. Realizing that it was the moment for rewards to be distributed in the diary instance, a sense of foreboding washed over her. She clicked on her friends list. 2 friends were marked with red dots. The feeling of unease surged to its peak. Surely not? She muttered to herself, clicking on Luo Huangjun's message. Luo Huangjun, sister, today I received the highest reward, and my bloodline awakening progress has increased to 5%. What about you? Truly, my dear junior sister, how did I never notice this wicked side of you before? What about me? You ask me? Dan Taijinglian felt an intense frustration as she glanced at the recent notification regarding the diary entry. A chime sounded, signaling that the rewards for the diary's owner, Chu Ge, had been tallied. The owner of the entry, Dan Taijinglian, received a reward, a 1-day cultivation enhancement card. Although the cultivation card was of little importance, especially for just a day, she could hardly see its value, as she certainly did not lack such a fleeting enhancement. With a sense of unease, Dan Taijinglian reopened the message from Su Lingyuan. Master Uncle, how did you know I received the primordial reward today? Ah, how could I possibly know? Come here, Lingyuan, and I shall personally reveal to you how I came to know. The corners of Dan Taijinglian's eyes twitched. The once sweet spirit wine in her hand now tasted distinctly bitter. A surge of inexplicable anger rose within her. It seemed as though the two, teacher and disciple, had conspired to flaunt their achievements together. She felt compelled to take some action. Among the 3 diary owners, her rapport with Chu Ge was currently the lowest. Now, she was yet again a step behind, having missed the highest tier reward, which left her feeling particularly disgruntled. Upon calming her thoughts, she quickly discerned the root of the issue. The day's rewards were likely tied to the events that transpired earlier. Su Lingyuan and Chu Ge had faced their adversaries together, and Luo Huangjun had even gone so far as to slaughter her own kin for Chu Ge's sake. All of this had been observed by Chu Ge, undoubtedly leaving an impression that would enhance his affinity for the two women, thereby influencing the rewards they received. Having unraveled these thoughts, Dan Taijinglian began to formulate her own strategy. She certainly had no intention of replicating such scenarios. For one, she deemed it beneath her, and for another, while such occurrences might yield results once or twice, their efficacy would inevitably diminish with repetition. This was not to say that Chu Ge lacked gratitude. Rather, some sentiments are most profound during their initial experience, losing depth with familiarity. Moreover, Chu Ge was no fool. On the contrary, he was exceptionally astute and perceptive. Intentional attempts to orchestrate such situations could easily backfire. Furthermore, as Chu Ge's cultivation improved, he would eventually be capable of navigating similar challenges independently, without requiring assistance. Junior sister, rest assured that your senior will not allow you to bask in glory alone. You must safeguard your beloved disciple, for if you are not vigilant, I might seize the opportunity. Then Taijinglian's thoughts meandered, fixating on Chu Ge. Elevating one's rapport need not adhere to a singular method. She, Dan Taijinglian, was not inferior to others and possessed her own unique approach. As her gloomy mood dissipated, she savored the spirit wine in her cup, finding it exquisitely sweet. And a mischievous yet wicked smile returned to her face. Chapter 41. Contact. In his room, Chu Ge ceased his writing and effortlessly claimed the daily cultivation reward from his diary, for star points. His cultivation burgeoned once again, filling him with joy. And he seized the moment to commence his training. As he delved into his practice, time swiftly passed. The following day. This is the supreme technique of Tai Huang. Along with its refining diagram, Luo Huangjun spoke with an unperturbed demeanor. Logically, Chu Ge had only recently joined the Tai Huang sacred ground, and even as a direct disciple, he had yet to attain the qualification for inheriting the supreme technique. At this moment, however, the latent assistance from the prior events began to manifest. When Luo Huangjun proposed to impart the technique to Chu Ge, half of the core elders expressed their agreement, while a significant portion of the remaining half chose to remain silent. Among the dissenters, many were aligned with the Luo family faction, harboring grievances regarding the attempt to seize the Huanglong seal. Unsurprisingly, they were met with little favor. The opposing voices were swiftly quelled, and the matter was smoothly resolved. Throughout the process, Luo Huangjun made only a brief mention, and the rest unfolded without her further involvement. Consequently, several of her prepared remarks went unused, which caught her somewhat unawares. She had intended to leverage this opportunity to reprimand certain restless groups, yet the situation progressed unexpectedly smoothly, leaving her with no recourse but to let it be. To Chu's surprise, an unexpected joy awaited him early in the morning. "Thank you, master," he exclaimed, gracing Luo Huangjun with a smile as warm as the spring breeze. This smile caused the heart of a certain aloof sovereign to quicken its pace ever so slightly. "Close your eyes. I bestow upon you my legacy," Luo Huangjun solemnly declared, discreetly averting his gaze from Chu's handsome visage. "Yes, master." Chu Ge obediently complied, promptly closing her eyes. Observing this, Luo Huangjun shifted her gaze back to Chu Ge's face, staring for a moment longer before proceeding with her next action. She gently placed her fingertips upon the center of Chu Ge's brow, her touch so delicate and tender that it resembled a caress rather than a mere tap. As Chu Ge felt a sudden coolness at the center of her brow, an overwhelming flood of memories surged into her mind. After a brief moment, she emerged from this torrent of recollections, feeling somewhat mentally fatigued and instinctively reaching to soothe her brow. In that very motion, however, her hand found itself clasping a delicate, gentle hand. Its soft touch exuded a refreshing coolness. Chu Ge was momentarily taken aback, and upon opening his eyes, he found Luo Huangjun's hand resting gently on his forehead. In that instant, as he reached out, he inadvertently clasped her delicate, fair wrist. His gaze ascended, and his eyes met a pair of shimmering, captivating orbs that trembled ever so slightly. At that moment, he could discern each long, curled lash with clarity. The master and disciple held each other's gaze for a while, and Chu Ge found himself delighted by the encounter. His master's hand was soft and cool to the touch, an exquisite sensation that stirred within him an undeniable urge to grasp it gently. Chij, unhurried in relinquishing his grasp, harbored audacious thoughts towards his aloof master. The opportunity for such a modest yet intimate interaction was undoubtedly pleasing to him. It was not until Luo Huangjun seemed to emerge from her stupor, her expression beginning to shift, that the hand he held exhibited a subtle response. Upon witnessing the situation, Chu Ge realized that this fleeting moment of enchantment was drawing to a close. Being rather astute, he was the first to release his hold. Luo Huangjun was momentarily taken aback by his actions. Initially intending to feign a reprimand, she found herself at a loss for words due to Chu Ge's perceptiveness. Moreover, she harbored little genuine anger, as her feelings were merely a fleeting wave of embarrassment. She recollected that the acceptance of the inheritance of techniques could be quite taxing on one's spirit, and that her guidance had alleviated part of this burden to prevent excessive strain on his psyche. At this juncture, Luo Huangjun felt compelled to clarify the reason her hand had lingered upon Chu Ge's forehead. "Disciple, take heed, and I thank you, master." Seeing that Luo Huangjun did not pursue the matter of his earlier audacity, Chu Ge felt a sense of reassurance and began to contemplate how to advance further in the future. Regarding the matter of the refinement diagram, you possess the sacred body of 10,000 laws, capable of encompassing all methods. Simply choose what you deem most fitting. For the importance of the sacred land's inheritance is negligible. Luo Huangjun cast a glance at Chu Ge, imbued with subtle significance. Chu Ge was acutely aware that his great Zhou Tian refinement diagram had likely been discerned by Lord Luo Huang long ago. It was only natural. Given Lord Luo Huang's profound cultivation, should she choose to scrutinize him closely, she could probably perceive every detail of his beings, down to the precise number of hairs on his body, apart from the system residing in his mind. Although his master had alleviated some of the mental strain associated with receiving the inheritance, there remained a burden nonetheless. You should take a good rest later. I shall take my leave now. He added a couple of words, and although his tone remained cool, Chu Ge could still sense the underlying concern woven into her speech. Master, he began, prompting Lord Luo Huang to pause in her departure and turn back, her expression tinged with curiosity. Chu Ge then smiled brightly and asked, "What kind of martial arts do you primarily cultivate?" Lord Luo Huang, already stirred by Chu Ge's smile, found herself secretly lamenting why this rebellious disciple often smiled at her, leaving her emotions in disarray. Upon hearing his question, she instinctively replied, swordsmanship. After responding, she recalled the contents of her diary and realized the reason behind Chu Ge's inquiry. A sweet sensation surged within her heart, compelling her to glance at him once more. Disciple understands. Chu Ge was blissfully unaware that his few casual words had stirred the tranquil heart of his aloof master. Noticing the gaze of Luo Huangjun upon him, he smiled even more radiantly, locking eyes with her. This was quite a spectacle. Luo Huangjun, startled like a frightened cat, quickly averted her gaze, offering a brief HM before hastily departing, fearful that Chu Ge might call out to her once more. Gazed at the retreating figure of Luo Huangjun until it vanished from sight, finally retracting his gaze. This time, he discerned some truths. His master, seemingly aloof and solitary, appeared to possess a rather low defensive fortitude. After exiting the Tai Huang Palace, Luo Huangjun returned to her chamber and took several deep breaths, attempting to calm her tumultuous emotions, only to find that it was exceedingly difficult to quell the turmoil within her. The visage of Chu Ge frequently flashed through her mind. The sensation of his hand clasping hers lingered, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. This was her very first experience of being held in such a manner by a male. Yet, the experience felt extraordinarily delightful to her, and she harbored no aversion towards this newfound intimacy with Chu Ge. Reflecting on her disheveled appearance as she departed, a wave of irritation washed over her. How could she be so easily undone by his gaze and smile, unable to withstand even a moment and entertain thoughts of retreat? In her past, a mere glance could instill fear in her adversaries, but now, it was she who felt a tremor in the presence of Chu Ge. This left her, as a master, in a position of embarrassment. The crux of the matter was that she was acutely aware that she should not meet Chu Ge's eyes nor scrutinize his features. Yet she found herself irresistibly drawn to do so, as if some enchanting force compelled her. Rebellious disciple, what folly is it to be so exceptionally handsome? A tinge of melancholy surfaced within her, prompting Luo Huangjun to quietly voice her grievances. However, should Chu Ge's countenance be rendered ordinary, she would undoubtedly be the first to object. Chapter 42, Ambitions. After Luo Huangjun's departure, Chu Ge took a brief respite of an hour. And once his mental exhaustion had fully abated, he exited the Tai Huang Palace, seeking a suitable locale to fulfill his daily obligations. The rewards he garnered were fairly average, not particularly excellent, yet not entirely unsatisfactory. After completing his tasks, Chu Ge returned to the Tai Huang Palace, whereupon he commenced his examination of the two supreme legacies imparted by Luo Huangjun that resided in his mind. He first perused the methods of refining the apertures, the Yin Huang burning universe refining aperture diagram and the Jie Huang annihilating cosmos refining aperture diagram. Both were akin to the immortal burning dragon refining aperture diagram, all aimed at achieving the pinnacle of the aperture realm, each possessing its own method for cultivating the hidden apertures. Few could rival them, with only those immortal powers of comparable rank to Tai Huang possessing such legacies. This was undeniably one of the highest inheritances in the contemporary cultivation world. Within the Tai Huang sacred grounds, the number of individuals capable of practicing any of these methods was exceedingly limited, yet now, all three supreme techniques and refining diagrams had converged upon Chu Ge. This occurrence was exceedingly rare in the annals of the Tai Huang sacred grounds, perhaps only rivaled by the first-generation Holy Master. After perusing the refining diagrams, Chu Ge briefly glanced through the subsequent cultivation methods before setting them aside. At present, he had yet to reach the stage of practicing these techniques. In truth, each of these methods also contained foundational cultivation techniques for the initial layers. However, Chu Ge's path to foundation establishment was particularly extraordinary, verging on the unique. It was not wrought by human effort, but rather a product of fortuitous encounters and effortless manifestation. He had not practiced any foundational chapters of techniques. Instead, he relied on the powers of heaven and earth as well as the Tao of transformation to complete his foundational establishment for the initial layers. This foundation surpassed any constructed by conventional techniques. Even the three supreme legacies in his mind, aimed at the 12 layers of heaven, could not compare. Moreover, due to his physical constitution and the power from his foundational establishment, Chu Ge's foundation could seamlessly integrate with any technique. In the aperture realm, he could opt to practice the unparalleled ancient refining aperture method of the great circulation of stars. Furthermore, after examining the burning universe and annihilating cosmos refining diagrams, he found himself intrigued by other possibilities. Each of these refining diagrams, alongside the immortal burning dragon refining aperture diagram, possess their own unique methods for cultivating hidden apertures. Upon completing the great celestial circuit star refinement diagram, Chu Ge plans to explore the intricate hidden pathways of each of the three refinement diagrams. This constitutes his current blueprint for enlightenment. As for the selection of the middle three heavenly innate laws, Chu Ge harbors grand ambitions, envisioning the simultaneous cultivation of the supreme three laws of Tai Huang. These three legacies originate from a singular source, the inaugural Saint Lord of Tai Huang, and are inherently interconnected. Moreover, due to Chu Ge's unparalleled myriad laws' sacred body and his innate foundation, the potential pitfalls that typically accompany the practice of multiple innate laws are non-existent in his case. Furthermore, in the upper three heavens, Chu Ge intends to extensively study various doctrines, amalgamating 100 scriptures to forge his own unique path and create a law that is distinctly his own. One could assert that Chu Ge's aspirations are indeed lofty. However, having embarked on his cultivation journey for only a brief period and with his current state merely at the 3rd level, he dares to envision the road beyond the 7th level. Yet, with his formidable innate foundation and the terrifyingly potent myriad laws' sacred body, coupled with his backing from the immortal sacred land, he possesses an invaluable asset. He bears a system. Thus, what is the harm in casting his gaze further afield? Nevertheless, despite his considerable ambitions, Chu Ge remains patient and does not rush his progress. The Enlightenment realm, as the final phase of the lower three heavens, is crucial for establishing a solid foundation. Achieving perfection in this stage is paramount to ensure a faultless and regret-free ascent. Seated in a meditative posture, Chu Ge enters a state of cultivation as the hours quietly slip into the depths of night. Chu Ge casually recorded a diary entry, and upon settlement, he received a commendable 3 in star apertures. He chose to conserve his daily sign-in opportunities rather than utilize them. Simultaneously, his star apertures had finally all been fully transformed. Next, he could wholeheartedly activate these apertures. Currently, Chu Ge had completed the transformation of his original 72 apertures. And with the rewards from several days of journaling and his own diligent cultivation, the number of his star apertures had risen to 95. It must be noted that the jade pendant he acquired from each proved to be extraordinarily effective in this realm of aperture openings, serving as a remarkable artifact for early-stage cultivation. Especially now that Chu Ge possessed an abundance of resources, he could freely exploit them, significantly accelerating the process of developing star apertures with the aid of that pendant. As time flowed by, it was soon the 15th day since Chu Ge entered the Tai Huang sacred land, with merely half a month remaining until the promised meeting with Yichen. During the past 10 days, Chu Ge had consistently ventured out each morning to check in, receiving numerous commendable rewards, including 4 critical success bonuses. However, the number of noteworthy check-in locations within the Tai Huang sacred land had dwindled, and soon Chu Ge would be left with no choice but to repeatedly check in at a single location offering decent rewards. His journaling, of course, had not been neglected, as he recorded every day. Although he did not always acquire the maximum of 4 star apertures, his average remained commendable, and combined with his recent cultivation efforts, his star aperture count had now reached 146. In just about 10 days, he had increased his count by 51. And these were not just ordinary apertures, but rather formidable ones that were more challenging to develop. This pace would undoubtedly leave many prodigies in awe. The results he achieved were undoubtedly due to Chu Ge's tireless dedication to cultivation, along with a touch of assistance from the system. At least that was his belief. As if prearranged, not only was Chu Ge engrossed in cultivation within the Tai Huang Palace, but Luo Huangjun and Su Lingyuan were equally immersed. The former was familiarizing herself with the various wonders of her bloodline and the necessary stabilization following her breakthrough, while Su Lingyuan, experiencing a surge in her foundational abilities, had also made significant progress in her cultivation, now reaching the 5th tier. The powers of her Yuanling's sacred body began to manifest, and she was certainly not negligent in her training. This depiction truly reflects the norm in the cultivation realm, where daily practice and consolidation are essential, along with mastering various techniques. Even Su Lingyuan, who appeared somewhat naive, possessed considerable expertise and restrictions. While her innate talent played a role, it was equally the result of extensive practice. However, after nearly 10 days of relentless cultivation, Chu Ge decided to take a brief respite today, not from fatigue, but for another reason. Previously, Elderly at Linglu Pavilion had mentioned that Elder Shui had completed concocting a medicinal pill for him, which was to be delivered today. Originally, Chu Ge need not attend personally, as someone else would bring it to him. Yet, Elder Shui expressed a desire to meet him in person to present the pill as a token of gratitude. On that day when the heavens unfolded, Elder Shui had been the individual who reaped the greatest benefits, achieving a breakthrough in his realm. Aware of this, Chu Ge understood the elders wished to express gratitude personally and thus agreed to the meeting. At this juncture, it should be noted that due to the rapid pace of the narrative, the author faced 6 unsuccessful reviews, resulting in a disjointed feeling in the plot beyond the 100th chapter. Moreover, due to word count limitations, certain sections may contain ambiguous filler text. As the manuscript was reduced from over 410,000 words to 390,000. The abruptness of the plot's progression is a consequence of the reporting against multi-female lead narratives, which led to this outcome. I extend my apologies to all esteemed readers for this. Chapter 43, at Chu Ge Peak, revised. Upon arriving at Chu Ge Peak, Chu Ge observed a pair of maidservants awaiting his arrival. The initial phase of the communication system was initiated. The system confirmed the attendance. Ding. Attendance recorded successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, the North Star Xian Crystal. With a slight arch of her brow, Chu Ge examined the contents and a smile graced her lips. The Northern Star Xian Crystal, infused with the rich essence of celestial energies, was perfect for assisting her in opening the star aperture, suppressing her inner joy. Chu Ge turned her gaze towards the 2 waiting handmaidens. Let us proceed. Following the maiden's lead, she made her way to a secluded pavilion. Inside the pavilion sat 3 women, including Shui Qianrou, the esteemed leader of the Chu Ge Peak and also the head of the Spirit Herb Pavilion of the Taiwan Sacred Land, along with her disciples. Chu Ge pays her respects to Master Shui. Upon entering the pavilion, Chu Ge bowed gracefully to the seated Shui Qianrou. Disciple, please take your seat. Shui Qianrou's gentle voice resonated, akin to the soothing sound of a babbling brook, refreshing to the soul. Chu Ge obediently complied and entered the pavilion, taking a seat opposite Shui Qianrou. Once seated, he took the opportunity to carefully observe the 3 women before him. Shui Qianrou, adorned in a delicate blue gown, had her long hair elegantly styled, with a jade hairpin artfully placed in her coiled locks, exuding a mature charm. Her features were like a painting, with a prominent nose and naturally red lips that appeared fuller than most, accentuating her mature allure, which glimmered with a lustrous sheen. Beside her stood a pair of strikingly beautiful twin sisters. The 2 bore an uncanny resemblance, one clad in green and the other in purple. They appeared no older than 16 or 17, yet their beauty was already fully developed, with graceful brows and bright eyes. Their flawless complexion seemed as if they could be easily punctured, yielding droplets of water. As for their figures, though they could not compare to Shui Qianrou's, they were nonetheless shapely and alluring. At that moment, one of the sisters boldly gazed at Chu Ge, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity, while the other maintained a more tranquil demeanor. Lu Fuyou and Lu Tingni. Noticing Chu Ge's arrival, Shui Qianrou softly called out to him. In response, the youthful and radiant twin sisters promptly rose and bowed to Chu Ge. Lu Fuyou, greetings, senior brother Chu. Lu Tingni, greetings, senior brother Chu. Chu Ge returned the gesture with a bow and then spoke. Sisters, you are too kind. I am yet to discern which of you is the elder. As Chu Ge inquired, the girl in the blue attire prepared to respond. However, her words were abruptly interrupted. The girl in purple, who had been observing Chu Ge with her round, sparkling eyes since his arrival at the pavilion, spoke first. I am Lu Tingni, the younger sister. And she is Lu Fuyou, the elder sister. Please do not mistake us in the future. She pointed playfully at her sister, flashing a charming smile at Chu Ge. Lu Fuyou, with a resigned glance at her sister, then revealed a gentle smile. Although the 2 sisters bore a striking resemblance, their personalities were distinctly different. The elder sister, Lu Fuyou, exuded grace and composure, embodying the essence of a refined lady, while the younger sister, Lu Tingni, was vivacious and cheerful, radiating an effortless charm. Chu Ge was undoubtedly pleased to engage with these 2 exceptionally attractive junior sisters. As he greeted them with a smile, he playfully winked. The senior brother's gesture lingered in their minds. That single wink left the 2 sisters momentarily entranced. It was not their first encounter with Chu Ge. They had observed him during the earlier assessment of their innate abilities. Now, after a fortnight, upon their reunion, not only had his features become even more ethereal, but his already remarkable demeanor had also reached new heights. The 2 sisters, still in the bloom of youth, were utterly unprepared for the captivating charm of Chu Ge's smile and wink, leaving their minds in a delightful daze. They perceived their senior brother as almost celestial, radiating an irresistible allure. The elder sister, Lu Fuyou, momentarily lost her composure, her face flushing with a delicate hue as she instinctively lowered her gaze. The younger sister, Lu Tingni, was not faring any better. Having grown up together in the confines of their home with little exposure to the outside world, they had never encountered a man like Chu Ge. Especially when their eyes met, that fleeting wink seemed to momentarily steal their souls, rendering them powerless. A gentle cough from Shui Qianrou broke the spell, jolting the sisters back to reality. However, they dared not look at Chu Ge again. Even the spirited Lu Tingni lowered her head, adopting a demeanor of modesty. Shui Qianrou cast a glance at Chu Ge, her eyes carrying a hint of reproach, as if to say, look at what you've done to my 2 disciples. Do refrain from exuding such charm. Chu Ge naturally responded with a smile in kind. He was well aware that his smile possessed a unique charm. However, he found it impossible to remain indifferent to those who held him in high regard. Moreover, both sisters were strikingly beautiful, rare gems in this world. As they matured over the next year or two, they would undoubtedly become breathtaking presences that would astonish all. Chu Ge harbored no qualms about leaving his mark in their hearts. This world is not bound by the constraints of monogamy. The strong may possess all. At present, Chu Ge is not a formidable force, yet in the future, he undoubtedly shall be. Power, strength, and beauty, none of these shall escape his grasp. He desires it all. Having ventured into this alternate realm, he instinctively adheres to his true self. What he cherishes, Chu Ge shall not relinquish. Those who hold affection for him, he shall not easily surrender. A mutual pursuit is indeed splendid, yet a fruit forcibly plucked, though lacking sweetness, still quenches one's thirst. Moreover, one must taste to discern the flavor, mustn't one? Besides the Lu sisters before him, there is also the esteemed elder Shui Qianrou seated in the prominent position. Upon observing Chu Ge, one cannot help but notice the lingering charm she possesses. It is likely that she embodies the essence of a succulent and plump fruit, capable of sweetening the very core of one's heart. Noticing Chu Ge's unwavering gaze upon her, Shui Qianrou, momentarily seized by a playful spirit, decided to reveal a hint of her own allure. Chu Ge was momentarily taken aback, gazing intently for a few moments before retracting his gaze. Noticing that Chu Ge had chosen to remain discreet, Shui Qianrou could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had whimsically entertained the notion of observing his reaction. It was only after her impulsive action that she realized her two disciples were still nearby, leading to a twinge of regret. Though she outwardly appeared as an enchanting and sophisticated woman, she was, in truth, an untouched maiden, having never been close to any man throughout her life. Such a spontaneous act, driven by a fleeting impulse, was indeed a first for her. Fortunately, Chu Ge was adept at maintaining decorum, or she might have found it difficult to keep her composure. A blush flared within her, yet simultaneously, a sense of secret delight blossomed in her heart. Even a young prodigy like Chu Ge could be captivated by her charm. Was this not a testament to her allure? Shui Qianrou mused, her spirits lifting with joy. The ephemeral atmosphere of flirtation soon dissipated as the group began to converse. Despite the presence of three beautiful women, Chu Ge remained unperturbed, steering the conversation with ease. And soon the pavilion was filled with melodious laughter reminiscent of silver bells. The trio of women was often brought to fits of giggles, much to Chu Ge's delight. As noon approached, Shui Qianrou took it upon herself to prepare an exquisite feast, showcasing her culinary prowess. The ingredients were top tier, and the flavors, colors, and aromas were exceptional. Chu Ge was pleasantly surprised to discover that Shui Qianrou was not only an extraordinary alchemist but also a remarkably skilled cook. The four of them shared a harmonious meal, embodying the essence of hospitality and enjoyment. After the meal, maidservants presented spiritual fruits, further enhancing the delightful hospitality extended to Chu Ge, a distinguished disciple of the Holy Master. In the span of just half a day, he had quickly grown familiar with the three women, laying the groundwork for a burgeoning camaraderie. He gained deeper insights into their backgrounds. Shui Qianrou hailed from the Shui family, a prominent lineage in the realm of cultivation. Though not as formidable as the immortal powers like Tai Huang, the Shui family had produced several formidable cultivators of the eighth heaven realm over the years. Generations of the family had members practicing within Tai Huang, and some even held positions as elders therein. Shui Qianrou herself held a prestigious title as a peak master, overseeing the spirit herb pavilion, having achieved a formidable cultivation level at a mere 100 years of age, coupled with profound alchemical skills. She was contemporaneous with Luo Huangjun and Dan Aijinglian, being slightly younger and sharing a good rapport with both. A century ago, Shui Qianrou was among the most distinguished figures in Tai Huang sacred land. The Shui family had been steadily rising for nearly a millennium, and under Shui Qianrou's leadership, it was poised for a meteoric rise. Conversely, the Lu sisters also emerged from a family of cultivators. The Lu family, comparable in strength and scale to the Shui family, had recently been experiencing a decline, lacking any presence of eighth heaven realm dignitaries for several hundred years. When the topic of their family arose, a somber air enveloped the sisters, hinting at deeper sorrows that likely extended beyond mere familial decline. Chu Ge refrained from inquiring further. As their acquaintance was still in its infancy, in due time, as their bond deepened, they would undoubtedly share their innermost thoughts without reservation. As afternoon descended, the moment had finally arrived for Chu Ge to attend to the matter that had brought him here. Following Shui Qianrou, they entered a spacious chamber, whereupon Chu Ge was immediately enveloped by a rich fragrance of medicinal elixirs. This, he surmised, was indeed Shui Qianrou's alchemical workshop. Shui Qianrou first presented Chu Ge with a storage ring. Within this ring lies the rewards bestowed upon you by the sacred realm, encompassing a variety of elixirs from the first heaven to the sixth heaven. However, knowing that you have swiftly ascended to the third heaven realm, I took the liberty of refining additional elixirs beyond that level, Shui Qianrou remarked with a smile. Chu Ge extended a thread of divine consciousness into the storage ring. Immediately, he beheld a meticulously arranged array of jars and vials, each containing pills of varying sizes, all resplendent and translucent, imbued with an inner radiance. Upon closer inspection, he noted that many of these pills bore intricate patterns. The clarity and brilliance of these patterned pills surpassed that of their ordinary counterparts, showcasing their exceptional quality. Each vial contained pills of at least superior grade. Among them, numerous reached perfection. Previously, Su Ling Yuan had informed him that the rewards from sacred lands typically consisted of pills of medium to high quality, with those of superior grade being exceedingly rare. Yet today, to Chu Ge's astonishment, he found not a single mid-tier pill in sight, only those of superior and perfect quality. Chu Ge instantly perceived Shui Qianrou's intentions. Although it was a requirement from the sacred grounds, Shui Qianrou had no obligation to go to such lengths. She could have easily concocted a batch of superior grade elixirs as she had in the past. Perhaps, considering Chu Ge's status and contributions, she could have put forth a bit more effort to produce a selection of both superior and exceptional elixirs, which would have sufficed to demonstrate her sincerity. However, she achieved perfection. The elixirs of impeccable quality, even for a master alchemist of Shui Qianrou's caliber, cannot be guaranteed to be produced with every batch. It is evident that she invested considerable time and energy to present Chu Ge with such a remarkable sight. Beyond just quality, the variety of elixirs was undoubtedly chosen with care by Shui Qianrou, whether for daily cultivation, combat, or to confront various dire situations. She encompassed a complete range of essential varieties for any practitioner. Master Shui. Chu Ge was about to express his gratitude, but Shui Qianrou flashed him a mysterious smile. In an instant, her mature charm left Chu Ge momentarily stunned. Subsequently, she added, "Now, allow me to convey my personal thanks to you. Do you comprehend the immense benefits you bestowed upon me that fateful day when the heavens and earth aligned?" Chu Ge believed that she was merely referring to the day she broke through her realm. However, Shui Qianrou seemed to perceive Chu's thoughts and spoke again. "That day was not simply about my breakthrough in cultivation. My comprehension of alchemy has also advanced by leaps and bounds since then. It was only after some time that I realized it was yet again due to your influence. Over the past half-month, I have gleaned new insights into alchemy every day, and the next level of my realm is now within reach." With just the final push remaining, Chu Ge was momentarily taken aback. Then spoke. "This is naturally due to Uncle Shui's extraordinary talent and exceptional aptitude in the realm of alchemy. It cannot merely be attributed to my efforts alone. If it were so, why do we not see others gaining insights beyond their cultivation?" "Ha, you certainly have a way with words." Shui Qianrou replied with a light laugh, casting a playful glance at Chu Ge. To him, however, her gaze was as beguiling as a siren's. He felt that the elder before him radiated an irresistible charm. Her allure, reminiscent of a ripe peach, stirred within him an urge to savor her sweetness. The delicate fragrance that wafted from her surpassed even the aromatic herbs in the room, captivating his senses. Fortunately, while Chu Ge was not a paragon of virtue, he was far from the type to be easily swayed by beauty alone. He managed to quell the fluttering emotions that surged within him. "Here's my token of appreciation for you," Shui Qianrou said, producing a storage ring and unceremoniously handing it to Chu Ge. Seeing her attitude, he readily accepted. As he examined the ring, his divine sense probed inside, revealing a vast array of spirit stones, all of the highest quality, stacked into small hills. A cursory glance suggested there were no less than 500,000. On that day at Linglu Pavilion, he had received a little over 1 million, but upon closer inspection, he now deduced the total to be 1,500,000. Yet today, Shui Qianrou alone had presented him with a third of that amount. This demonstrated her generosity and hinted at her status as a veritable wealthy matron. However, while the spirit stones were indeed striking, they paled in comparison to the treasures nestled at the center of the storage ring, a small collection of jade vials. There were merely 9 vials, each containing varying quantities of elixirs, with some holding as many as 12 or 9 pills, while others contained only 6 or 3. The solitary vial at the center held but a single elixir. Though it was just one solitary pill, Chu Ge did not underestimate its significance. The very placement of this lone elixir at the center of the array suggested its immeasurable value. I shall refrain from detailing the effects of these elixirs. Within the storage ring, there is a jade tome that meticulously records their uses. Remember, even within Taiwan, do not reveal these pills lightly, lest you attract unnecessary trouble. Shui Qianrou cautioned earnestly. As an adept alchemist, she was acutely aware of the rarity and potency of these elixirs. Each one was extraordinarily precious. Unlike the ordinary elixirs in the previous storage ring, these were invaluable and virtually non-existent in circulation. Some of these elixirs could even incite the envy of formidable beings. Their worth beyond estimation. The seemingly substantial pile of 500,000 spirit stones would barely suffice to procure even one of these elixirs. Upon hearing Shui Qianrou's words, Chu Ge's appreciation for the rarity of these elixirs soared. The gratitude from Uncle Shui was indeed exceedingly generous. Chu Ge found the situation somewhat overwhelming. To be honest, he did not believe he had accomplished anything remarkable on that fateful day when the heavens and earth unfolded their path. Rather, it was those who had derived benefits from it, individuals of exceptional merit, who had merely seized the opportunity. He could easily accept certain trivial favors with grace. However, when Shui Qianrou presented her most cherished treasures as a means to express her gratitude, he truly felt a sense of astonishment. A notion of reciprocity inevitably stirred within him. Noticing Chu Ge lost in contemplation, Shui Qianrou assumed he was still hesitant. She then smiled brightly and said, "Enough of the hesitation. My uncle has assured me that you are worthy of this, and indeed, you are. The gifts from our elders are not to be declined." She even invoked her status as his elder, yet her demeanor bore no trace of seriousness. Rather, it was playfully charming. The sight of her, a graceful and enchanting woman. Feigning the innocence of a young girl only added to her unique allure. Since her uncle had spoken thus, the nephew ought to comply. However, with such generous offerings from his elder, it was only fitting that he also respond in kind. Chu Ge revealed a rather enigmatic smile, which undoubtedly piqued Shui Qianrou's curiosity. It was not that she sought to extract anything from him. Today's gesture of goodwill was genuinely heartfelt, imbued with her gratitude and admiration for Chu Ge. However, witnessing his confidence and mysterious demeanor stirred her interest, prompting her to wonder what this apprentice, who had only recently joined the fold, could possibly present in return. Let it be known that should senior sister Luo bestow anything upon you, and you choose to pass it on to me, your master uncle may not take kindly to it. You must ponder this carefully, dear apprentice. Her eyes, shimmering like autumn waters, were fixed on Chu Ge. A mixture of delight and playful reproach evident in her expression, exuding an irresistible charm and myriad allure. Perhaps the absence of her own disciples allowed her to be more at ease in Chu Ge's company, although they referred to each other as master uncle and apprentice. There was no palpable sense of formality that typically accompanied such titles. Instead, their interaction was remarkably harmonious and natural. Seeing that Shui Qianrou's interest had been thoroughly kindled, Chu Ge naturally chose not to prolong the suspense. He opened his palm to reveal several delicate leaves, radiating a soft green luminescence, their surfaces adorned with intricate, arcane patterns. This is. Shui Qianrou's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Master uncle, could this item possibly meet your expectations? Chu Ge inquired, her gaze meeting a pair of eyes filled with astonishment. 5 whole leaves of enlightenment tea. She could not help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Are you satisfied? Isn't that a rhetorical question? Of course, it is utterly satisfactory. Chu Ge smiled faintly and remained silent, quietly gazing at Shui Qianrou. The mature charm exuding from this beautiful woman was captivating. At this moment, her lips slightly parted and her enchanting eyes widened, presenting a unique allure that Chu Ge admired in silence. Amidst her astonishment, Shui Qianrou could not help but turn her gaze towards Chu Ge. Initially oblivious, she soon found herself unable to resist the accelerating rhythm of her heart when locked in his star-like eyes. It felt as though those eyes possessed a certain enchantment, compelling her to hold his gaze. A subtle blush crept across her cheeks, prompting her to avert her eyes. Disciple, do you truly wish to bestow upon me this enlightenment tea? The enlightenment tea indeed held immense significance for her. These 5 leaves could significantly expedite her cultivation in the realm of the mighty, and the prospect of making a breakthrough was not out of reach. Naturally, Chu Ge nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing Chu Ge's decisive response, Shui Qianrou pondered for a moment before also nodding and speaking. The master uncle shamelessly accepted the offering. As she took the 5 leaves of Tao Understanding tea from Chu Ge's hands, she immediately sensed the pure essence of the Tao embedded within the diminutive leaves. Compared to the Tao Understanding tea within the sacred grounds, the quality here is even more exceptional. The Tao essence contained within is as fresh as if it were just picked. Not a trace of it has diminished. Realizing this, she swiftly sealed the leaves, carefully placing them into her storage space, fearful of losing even the slightest hint of their Tao essence. Previously, she had wondered whether this Tao Understanding tea was a gift from Lord Luo Wang. But upon sensing the Tao essence, that thought was swiftly dispelled. As a core member of the sacred grounds, and holding an important position, Shui Qianrou had encountered precious Tao Understanding tea before, having seen several pieces within the treasure vault of the Taiwan sacred ground. However, the tea leaves within the sacred grounds were tinged with a dull yellow, unlike the vibrant green and vitality of Chu Ge's offering. The most crucial difference lay in the Tao essence, which was worlds apart. With the acquisition of this treasure, her heart brimmed with joy, and a radiant smile illuminated her face. Did the master uncle think there were only these few leaves? Chu Ge spoke once more, his tone imbued with an air of mystery. Shui Qianrou, taken aback, cast an irritated glance at Chu Ge, rolling her eyes slightly. A few leaves of tea? This was no ordinary tea. It was the revered Wu Dao tea. Even the most powerful beings would not hesitate to compete for this exquisite treasure. How was it, then, that in your words, it seemed as trivial as mere fruits and vegetables? Upon hearing this, Chu Ge merely smiled. The Wu Dao tea leaves were certainly not to be regarded as inferior to fruits and vegetables, yet in his possession, they held little value. He readily offered a few leaves to others without a trace of reluctance. Within the confines of the system's space, a small pouch lay quietly, containing no fewer than 100 leaves. Furthermore, the efficacy of the Wu Dao tea leaves diminishes with each use. Thus, 100 leaves were far more than he could consume alone. Chapter 46, Provocation, Revised. Witnessing Chu Ge's apparent indifference, Shui Qianrou felt a sudden jolt in her heart, and her emotions began to churn. Could there truly exist treasures even more exquisite than these exceptional Wu Dao tea leaves? At this moment, Shui Qianrou found herself perplexed by her junior, having only been initiated for half a month, with a cultivation level of merely the 3rd heaven. How could he possess such an abundance of rare treasures? Even within the Taiwan treasury, a single leaf of the lesser Wu Dao tea would significantly enhance the probability of a 6th heaven cultivator breaking through to great power, while a 7th heaven great power would also benefit immensely from its use. Not to mention the leaves in Chu Ge's possession which could be deemed of the highest quality. Their effects might even prove advantageous for eighth heaven cultivators. This was merely the direct effect of consumption, and as an alchemist, she possessed even more refined and efficient methods to maximize the benefits of the Wudao tea leaves. However, at this moment, her thoughts were not primarily focused on the tea leaves, but rather on another item mentioned by Chu Ge. Pray do not keep me in suspense. My curiosity is piqued. Shui Qianrou's inquisitiveness was thoroughly ignited. Disregarding the disparity in their seniority, she leaned closer to Chu Ge, her naturally enchanting eyes fixed upon him. As the alluring woman drew near, her delicate fragrance wafted directly towards Chu Ge. The bountiful fruits concealed within her attire swayed gently, seemingly eager to break free from their confines. Chu Ge cast a fleeting glance at the majestic peak swaying before him, inhaling the faint, alluring fragrance that wafted through the air. After a moment's pause, he finally spoke. His master had just mentioned that he was but a step away from breaking through in the art of alchemy. Yet, how long would it take to cultivate that final stride? Noticing Chu's somewhat impudent gaze, Shui Qianrou shot him a reproachful look, though her heart felt no resentment, instead harboring an inexplicable joy. Observing Chu obediently averting his eyes, Shui Qianrou furrowed her brow thoughtfully and began to speak. I cannot say for certain. If all goes well, we might see some progress within a decade, though it could very well take longer. Regrettably, the Enlightenment tea does not aid in the comprehension of alchemy. Otherwise, I would be confident in achieving a breakthrough within 3 to 5 years. What if we allowed my master to gain insight into the principles of the Tao once more? Suddenly, Chu Ge uttered a statement that left Shui Qianrou momentarily stunned. She had never contemplated the possibility of experiencing the Tao of heavenly transformation once more. Such a rare opportunity was a divine gift, not something one could simply wish into existence. Even if another embodiment of the myriad laws were to appear, it would be nearly impossible to replicate the events of that day. After all, throughout history, many exemplars of the myriad laws have emerged. Yet only Chu Ge seemed capable of triggering the Tao of heavenly transformation. If I could experience the Tao of heavenly transformation again, in a month, no. In half a month, I would have the confidence to ascend to a higher realm. Shui Qianrou replied, brimming with assurance, yet disappointment soon clouded her expression. Alas, such a fortuitous opportunity is not easily replicated. It seems unlikely that I shall ever encounter it again in this lifetime. If only I had seized the chance to gain more insights that day, I might have. Sigh. As she reached this point, Shui Qianrou felt a pang of regret, yearning to return to that day of the Tao of heavenly transformation. Simultaneously, her gratitude towards Chu Ge deepened considerably. It was through Chu Ge that she glimpsed the hope of advancing her alchemical skills into another realm. Otherwise, she would have seen no signs of breakthrough. Lost in her vibrant emotions, she remained oblivious to the fact that the conversation had already fallen under Chu Ge's control. Her entire demeanor had been stirred by him, and she had not anticipated that the topic he broached concealed profound implications. While it might be beyond her disciples' reach to relive the Tao of heavenly transformation, it would not be difficult for her master to once again experience the insights from that fateful day. Chu Ge spoke calmly. Yet his words fell upon Shui Qianrou's ears like a colossal stone plunging into a placid lake, sending forth countless ripples. Wah, what? Shui Qianrou exclaimed, suddenly startled, and then swiftly turned her gaze towards Chu Ge. Her face was a canvas of disbelief, astonishment washing over her features, while her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Despite their brief acquaintance of merely half a day, the youth before her was certainly not the type to speak frivolously without purpose. Meeting Shui Qianrou's gaze, Chu Ge nodded with confidence, and his subsequent actions did not disappoint her. A ring, radiating a golden luminescence, began to materialize slowly from the palm of his hand. On that day, within the realm of Tao, he had absorbed countless strands of Daoic energy. Not only had it helped him forge an unparalleled foundation and cultivate the myriad manifestations of the Daoic mirror, but a portion of this pure energy also coalesced within him, ready for his command. However, burdened with the sacred body of the myriad laws in the realm of Daoic transformations, this Daoic energy seemed somewhat superfluous to him. Although this ring was also a product of the fusion between Daoic energy and its essence, in comparison to the Daoic mirror within Chu Ge, it was undoubtedly akin to a beggar's trinket, insignificant. Yet, this perspective was unique to Chu Ge, in the eyes of others. The ring he forged by intertwining Daoic energy with the essence of the sacred body was indeed a genuine treasure. At that moment, Shui Qianrou stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless for quite some time. As the ring took shape, she understood precisely what it was composed of. The condensed Daoic energy, transformed into substance, was exponentially purer and more expansive dozens, if not hundreds of times, than what she had absorbed and comprehended that day. With this object in hand, she could entirely replicate what Chu Ge had described and once again experience the wonders of the Tao. Noticing Shui Qianrou's continued astonishment, Chu Ge smiled gently and said, Master Ant, come, lend me your hand. Still enveloped in shock, Shui Qianrou, upon hearing Chu Ge's words, gradually regained her composure and, without much thought, obediently raised her hand. Chu Ge unreservedly grasped her delicate hand, which felt smooth and imbued with warmth. His thumb gently caressed the soft skin of Shui Qianrou's palm, an action so subtle that it was immediately noticed by her. She momentarily came to her senses, feeling the warmth emanating from her skin. In an inexplicable turn of events, Shui Qianrou chose not to resist, instead allowing Chu Ge to proceed as he wished. I must be out of my mind to let him do this, she thought, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Strangely, she found herself devoid of any inclination to oppose him. After experiencing a moment of contemplation, Chu Ge glanced at Shui Qianrou's slender fingers, as delicate as white jade, and decisively raised her middle finger. At this moment, Shui Qianrou's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes shimmered with a hint of longing. Noticing that Chu Ge had finally ceased her actions, she managed to steady her racing heart. Are you truly willing to bestow this upon me? You are undoubtedly aware of its immense value, Shui Qianrou's voice resonated. The significance of this item to her was immeasurable. Yet, she also understood that the worth of this ring was extraordinary. Chapter 47, The Brand. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge responded with a nonchalant demeanor. What is there to object to? If it pleases my esteemed master, then it is merely a matter of utilizing resources wisely. Upon hearing these words, Shui Qianrou was overwhelmed with a rush of shyness, her delicate form quivering involuntarily, as if something within her were on the verge of breaking free. Her heartbeat resonating with an unprecedented fervor. What does it mean to please my master? Truly, he is a mischievous scoundrel, touching my hand and uttering such embarrassing words, showing not a hint of regard for our master-disciple relationship. Despite these thoughts, Shui Qianrou felt no aversion to Chu Ge's words. Rather, they were quite pleasing, bringing a sweetness to her heart. After Chu finished speaking, he directly placed the ring, formed by the fusion of the Tao energy and a strand of his essence, onto Shui Qianrou's middle finger. The inhabitants of this world were oblivious to the significance of a ring worn on the middle finger. However, Chu understood its meaning. Thus, after adorning Shui Qianrou with the ring, a subtle yet profound smile graced his lips. Shui Qianrou keenly perceived this smile, but the underlying intent eluded her, prompting her not to dwell on it. As she felt the ring on her middle finger, imbued with the Tao energy and a strand of primordial power, her emotions became exceedingly complex and enigmatic. Upon wearing the ring, she realized that this strand of essence was, in fact, Chu's own sacred body origin. He was willing to part with his primordial power for just a casual remark of mine. Gazing at the ring on her hand, Shui Qianrou fell into a momentary daze. The combination of Tao energy and the sacred body origin within this small ring possessed enough potency to drive any mighty being into a frenzy. Yet, despite its preciousness, Chu had given it without the slightest hesitation. Previously, Shui Qianrou regarded Chu with gratitude, admiration, curiosity, and the affectionate concern of an elder towards a junior. However, with the unconditional gift of this ring, her sentiments began to shift subtly. While she could perceive the previous Tao Ti as a reciprocal gesture from Chu, this ring, could it be that he harbors feelings for me? But I am his master as senior apprentice. Thoughts began to scatter in Shui Qianrou's mind as she gradually understood Chu's intentions. Yet, comprehension was one thing. She could not accept such an unreciprocated gift merely based on his affections. Master, Chu, I am your senior apprentice. You cannot. She spoke softly, her gaze laden with complexity. The series of emotional shifts and her change in address did not escape Chu's notice. He cast a puzzled glance at Shui Qianrou, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning behind her words. His expression incited Shui Qianrou's apprehensions. Could it be that he harbors no such intentions? Am I overthinking this? Self-doubt began to creep into Shui Qianrou's mind, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Chu Ge naturally observed everything with keen insight. Master Uncle, how do you find this gift? Perhaps it brings you delight? Meeting Chu Ge's gaze, Shui Qianrou earnestly nodded. She then temporarily suppressed the myriad of emotions swirling in her mind and spoke solemnly. I truly appreciate this gift. Should you ever require elixirs in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall. Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Ge interrupted her directly. Master Uncle. Shui Qianrou's words halted, and she bore no semblance of dissatisfaction at Chu Ge's abrupt interruption. Instead, she gazed intently at him, awaiting his subsequent words. Master Uncle, I am not one to seek repayment for kindness. I hope this gift brings you genuine joy rather than becoming a burden in your heart. Do you understand? As he spoke the final words, Chu Ge leaned slightly forward, locking his gaze onto Shui Qianrou's eyes. At that moment, Shui Qianrou completely forgot that she was the elder. Chu's serious yet somewhat commanding words caused her heart to tremble, and she instinctively nodded with remarkable obedience. There was not a trace of the authority befitting a powerful elder or respected mentor. Instead, she resembled a dutiful and compliant young bride. Chu Ge nodded in satisfaction, subsequently revealing a somewhat frivolous smile. Furthermore, rather than having my esteemed uncle concoct elixirs for me, what I desire even more is you, dear uncle. Shui Qianrou's expression froze suddenly, her thoughts momentarily derailing. Upon witnessing this, Chu Ge's face broke into a smile. This was precisely the effect he desired. To invincibly storm into Shui Qianrou's heart, leaving an indelible mark. Although they had only just met and could not advance further due to the constraints of time. As time accumulated, his presence would only become more deeply engraved within Shui Qianrou's soul. Most importantly, Shui Qianrou harbored no aversion towards him, which was the very reason Chu Ge chose to take the initiative. A captivating beauty, possessing profound cultivation, affluent background, and mastery of intricate alchemical techniques. There was no reason for Chu Ge to let such a remarkable mentor slip away. After Chu Ge departed, Shui Qianrou instantly snapped out of her daze. It was not truly the shock of Chu Ge's words that rendered her momentarily speechless. Rather, it was a profound sense of embarrassment. Caught off guard, She chose to feign ignorance. Even now, with Chu Ge long gone, her cheeks remained flushed, resembling the glow of intoxication. The phrase "I wish for someone like you" continued to resonate within her heart, filling her with both anxiety and a flicker of joy. She understood that the sentiment, along with the indelible image etched in her mind, would likely linger for a considerable time to come. What a mischievous rascal, daring to entertain such notions about me. His own master. With a playful reprimand, Shui Qianrou patted her still warm cheeks and exited the room. To her surprise, not far from her, she spotted Chu Ge engaged in conversation with her two disciples. Both disciples wore smiles that indicated a delightful exchange among the trio. This sight sparked a twinge of jealousy within Shui Qianrou. This young man just expressed such words to me, and now he has his sights set on my two disciples. Truly, he is a notorious flirt. Not far away, Chu Ge regarded the two disciples, who bore a striking resemblance to one another yet exhibited distinctly different temperaments. A gentle smile gracing his face. Should either of you encounter any issues in your cultivation in the future, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. He had come in haste today and had not prepared anything, so he decided to present a small token as a greeting to the two sisters. As he spoke, Chu Ge retrieved a pair of yin-yang fish from his storage space. Delicate and exquisite, they shimmered with a subdued brilliance. This was an item he had received as a reward during his novice period before officially joining the Taiwan Holy Land, initially unaware of its significance. He later learned that it was a rare spiritual object used for refining spiritual seeds at the second-tier realm. This item was not merely exceptional. It was capable of forging extraordinary spiritual seeds. However, despite its rarity, the spiritual seeds forged by Chu Ge far surpassed these extraordinary ones, especially since he had now attained the third-tier realm of enlightenment. Thus, this item had become redundant for him. Recognizing that the two sisters were currently at the second-tier realm, he remembered he possessed such a remarkable treasure. The sisters were clearly taken aback by Chu Ge's unexpected generosity, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 48. The Wind Silk and Spirit Bamboo. Lu Tingni gazed curiously at the yin-yang fish in Chu Ge's hand, unable to discern its extraordinary nature. In contrast, Lu Fuyao recognized the item, her expression turning serious as she spoke. Senior brother, this item is far too precious. We, sisters, with a feigned solemnity, Chu Ge spoke, his brow slightly furrowed. The moment he adopted such an expression, an air of authority began to emanate, causing Lu Fuyao to feel a twinge of unease. Even the vivacious Lu Tingni found herself somewhat unsettled by Chu Ge's knitted brow. Lu Fuyao hesitated, extending her hand. Chu Ge spoke again, his tone imbued with authority. Junior sister, you would not wish to incur the wrath of the sacred land by defying the orders of a direct disciple, would you? Upon hearing this, Lu Fuyao immediately felt compelled to refrain from further protest, yet she remained motionless. Observing her hesitation, Chu Ge took her delicate hand, pried it open, and placed a yin-yang fish into her palm. This abrupt display of dominance did not provoke displeasure in Lu Fuyao, rather, deep within her, the forcefulness of Chu Ge's action stirred an unusual thrill. Chu Ge, however, did not notice the change in Lu Fuyao, and instead turned his gaze towards Lu Tingni. This typically lively younger sister also earnestly extended her hand, opening her palm willingly. With a knowing smile, Chu Ge handed the other half of the yin-yang fish to Lu Tingni. At that moment, Shui Qianrou gracefully approached, her voluptuous figure swaying elegantly. Master. The two sisters called out softly upon seeing her arrival. Shui Qianrou nodded, her demeanor as regal as ever. Master uncle, dear junior sisters, I shall take my leave now. If you find some leisure, do visit the Tai Huang Hall. Chu Ge smiled as he spoke, covertly casting a glance at Shui Qianrou, who shot him an irritated glare in response. With a mere smile, Chu Ge turned away from the picturesque Shui Wei peak under the gaze of the three women. He did not linger over the enchanting scenery or the beauty surrounding him. The future promised ample opportunities for further encounters with these three, rendering this fleeting moment insignificant. Take care, master and disciple, he bid farewell, and seeing Chu Ge's resolute departure, Shui Qianrou refrained from urging him to stay. Their recent solitude in the alchemy chamber had subtly bridged the distance between them, rendering any insincere pleasantries unnecessary. The silhouette of Chu Ge gradually receded into the distance. Shui Qianrou gazed for a considerable while before regaining her senses, only to realize that her two disciples were still beside her. An unsettling thought crossed her mind. Upon turning around, she found her disciples still fixated on the descending path, which ignited her ire. Still watching. The person has long departed. And you're nearly losing your eyes. Shui Qianrou scolded them, though it was unclear whether her frustration stemmed from anger or a tinge of jealousy. Awakened by her reprimand, the two sisters exchanged glances. Lu Fuyao hesitated, struggling to find the right words, while Lu Tingni's eyes darted about, seemingly contemplating something profound. This object is extraordinary. Do not squander it, Shui Qianrou advised, glancing at the yin-yang fish in their hands, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Though the yin-yang fish was indeed a rare treasure, it paled in comparison to the ring bestowed upon her by Chu Ge. At least you have a conscience, she mused, unconsciously rubbing the ring adorning her left middle finger. With the gift from your senior brother, the wind silk spirit bamboo is rendered unnecessary. You shall message the inner gate hall to amend the task reward. I will return to my cultivation now. With that, Shui Qianrou departed. Yet, could she truly focus on her cultivation today? Once Shui Qianru left, the two sisters began to converse in hushed tones. Sister, did you notice that Master has acquired a ring on her left hand, which she did not possess before entering the alchemy chamber with senior brother? Lu Tingni's eyes sparkled with insight. Lu Fuyao appeared somewhat perplexed, casting a bewildered glance at her sister. Observing her sister's confusion, Lu Tingni could only shake her head in exasperation. Her elder sister had been somewhat distracted from the start. One could hardly tell what was on her mind. As night approached, after a day of rigorous training, Yichen returned to the inner hall of the Taiwan sacred land, weary and reeking of foul odor. His entrance into the hall elicited frowns from those nearby. Yichen, unfazed, strode to the center of the hall. I am here to submit my task. This is the wind silk spirit bamboo. His tone was unassuming, yet it sparked a wave of astonished murmurs among the onlookers. The wind silk spirit bamboo? I recall that this spirit herb was guarded by a thunder-eating wolf of the 4th stage, was it not? Indeed, since the task was announced days ago. Numerous disciples of the 3rd stage had attempted it, yet none had succeeded. This lad appears to be merely at the initial stage of the 3rd realm. Yet possesses such capabilities? This is Yichen, the audacious youth who dared to challenge Master Chu. No wonder he displays such courage. He truly possesses a remarkable degree of skill. This task was issued by Elder Shui with a substantial reward of spirit stones, as well as the possibility of requesting Elder Shui to refine a batch of pills. The admiration in the voices surrounding him was palpable. Listening to the chatter, Yichen curled his lips into a disdainful smile. During his time at the Taiwan hunting grounds, he had diligently honed his skills, achieving a breakthrough to the 3rd realm a full 10 days prior. Moreover, he had cultivated an extraordinary spirit that was perfectly attuned to his constitution. While the thunder-eating wolf was indeed formidable, he possessed a royal physique, granting him exceptional combat prowess. Additionally, he had acquired spirit techniques from a lingering soul within his mind. Though he could not slay the wolf, obtaining the spirit herb posed no challenge. Yichen, follow me to collect your task reward in spirit stones, spoke a disciple from the central area of the hall. Upon hearing this, Yichen's brow furrowed. I recall this task offers optional rewards, does it not? I seek not spirit stones, but rather wish to request Elder Shui to refine a batch of pills for me. His frown deepened. He had not undertaken this task solely for the spirit stones. Oh, you mean that? Just half an hour ago, Elder Shui sent word that she no longer requires this spirit herb. However, she cares for her disciples and opted not to cancel the task, instead converting the reward into double spirit stones. You are quite fortunate. The disciple's face bore an envious expression, for in his view, the prospect of Elder Shui refining pills paled in comparison to the doubled spirit stones. After all, requesting Elder Shui's assistance in alchemy would necessitate gathering materials on his own. Unbeknownst to him, Yichen sought not common pills, but rather ancient elixirs that could not be found on the market, and whose recipes had long been lost to time, necessitating the expertise of a highly skilled alchemist. Chapter 49, Schemes and Calculations. Damn it, how could this happen? Could it be that someone is sabotaging my plans? Yichen's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. This task represented an opportunity he had meticulously orchestrated. He knew that on the day he was tested for his foundation, he had inadvertently been injured by Chu Ge's overwhelming aura, and it was Elder Shui who intervened, enabling his timely recovery. This sparked a notion within him. He intended to leverage this experience to forge a connection with Elder Shui. According to his plan, with this task, he would likely have the chance to meet her. Thus, he could express his gratitude by presenting the wind silk spirit bamboo without any expectation of reciprocation. This was a crucial step in his scheme. He had conducted thorough inquiries, discovering that Elder Shui was known for her generous disposition. By offering her the spirit herb, she would not only accept it but might also view him in a new light. In due course, given Elder Shui's character and her treatment of her disciples, she would likely propose to assist him in refining pills. After a bit of modesty, he would then produce the ancient pill formula he had acquired from the lingering soul in his mind. This would undoubtedly pique the interest of the elder, who was deeply passionate about alchemy. At that moment, he would not only receive the rewards for completing the task, but would also establish a rapport with a formidable and beautiful elder, achieving multiple objectives with one stroke. Yichen believed his plan was meticulously crafted. He had considered the target's character, preferences, and methods of dealing with situations, greatly enhancing his chances of success. Yet now, the outcome was that his carefully devised plan had not even taken its first step before it was utterly thwarted. All his efforts had been in vain. Clutching the wind silk spirit bamboo, Yichen felt an indescribable mix of frustration and discontent, akin to having swallowed a dead fly, both nauseating and distressing. What are you dawdling for? Do you still want these spirit stones or not? The disciple, noticing Yichen's inaction, spoke with impatience. Yichen inhaled deeply, suppressing his discontent. He was unwilling to relinquish his efforts so easily. Yet, at that moment, he could not devise a better plan. His scheme had been disrupted, and his thoughts felt muddled. Then let it be for now. If anyone from the Shuiwei Peak comes to collect it, you may hand it over, stating that it is a token of my gratitude for Elder Shui's assistance that day. As for the spirit stones, I shall forego them. As he contemplated the matter, Yichen felt a pang of regret. The quantity of spirit stones at stake was considerable, enough to make any inner sect disciple envious. Yet, one must sacrifice in order to gain. If he wished to forge a connection with Elder Shui, Such expenditures were imperative. Ah, you clever lad, calculating your gains with precision. Assisting you is not out of the question, but the undertaking is fraught with complications. The disciple's eyes gleamed as he donned an expression that spoke volumes. And to ensure Yu Chen understood, he rubbed his fingers together, the implication unmistakable. Yu Chen's temper flared, suppressing the urge to deliver a punch. He begrudgingly retrieved the storage pouch. His already limited cultivation resources dwindled further. If you take my belongings, you must convey my words. Yu Chen coldly remarked. Rest assured, brother. In the inner sect, who does not know that Lu Dazhu handles matters with care? I will certainly relay your message, have no worries. Lu Dazhu replied, his honest smile betraying a sense of satisfaction. Humph. With a disdainful snort, Yu Chen chose not to linger and departed with purpose. His time was limited. In preparation for the duel with Chu Ge in half a month, he needed to hone his skills further. Lu Dazhu watched Yu Chen's receding figure, his affable grin gradually fading into a smug expression. Fool, you deserve to be taken advantage of, yet you still aspire to climb the ranks. Do you think you are worthy? Once Yu Chen was far away, he retreated to a corner, producing a communication jade to send a message. Young Master Dantai. Today, Yu Chen. Meanwhile, Yu Chen exited the inner sect hall, feeling exceedingly vexed. Ever since entering the Taiwang sacred ground, he felt as though an unseen force was tightly binding him, thwarting his every endeavor. Previously, before entering Taiwang, he encountered obstacles, but he quickly overcame them. Moreover, he often found some benefit in overcoming these trials. However, everything changed upon his arrival at the Taiwang sacred ground. Chu Ge, it must be because of you. Yu Chen directed his ire at Chu Ge, his thoughts seething with resentment. All his troubles began after crossing paths with Chu Ge, far away in the Taiwang hall. Chu Ge remained oblivious to the fact that once again, he had become the target of Yu Chen's animosity. Yet, he too was preoccupied with thoughts of Yu Chen. The reason? Ding. The fortune child Yu Chen's scheme has failed, fortune diminished, congratulations to the host for acquiring 5,000 villain points. The unexpected system notification reminded Chu Ge of the fortune child Yu Chen, whom he had not seen for some time. This piqued his interest. Yu Chen's scheme failed? What could he have been plotting? As far as he knew, Yu Chen had been honing his skills in the Taiwang hunting grounds of late. As for how Chu Ge was aware, it was not from his own inquiries, but rather, someone had taken the initiative to inform him. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the communication jade from his room. He noticed that the jade was currently flashing, indicating that a message had been sent to him. Without hesitation, Chu Ge accepted it, and several pieces of information flooded his mind. Moments later, a smile graced his face. He had come to comprehend everything. The reason for Yu Chen's failure could indeed be attributed to him. A few days prior, Shui Qianrou had issued a task to locate the spiritual materials. Wind silk and spirit bamboo, which were of a relatively low grade, clearly not for Shui Qianrou's personal use. Excluding her, the target became apparent. It was for her newly acquired disciples, the sisters Lu Fuyao and Lu Tingni. The Chu Ge conjecture suggests that the pair of yin-yang fish, which he bestowed upon the Lu sisters before his departure, instigated a series of transformations that culminated in the complete failure of Yu Chen's schemes. Even Yu Chen's final, desperate struggle, wherein he entrusted the inner sect disciple Lu Dazhu to convey his message, ultimately proved futile. This Lu Dazhu is, in fact, one of the many subordinates of the formidable Dan Tai. Interestingly, after his duel with Yu Chen, this individual proactively expressed his willingness to serve Chu Ge. Chu Ge had come to realize that Dan Tai was the mindless minor antagonist who had previously benefited from Yu Chen's actions. Though somewhat perplexed, Chu Ge naturally acquiesced to the notion of having someone eager to serve him. After all, as a villain designated by the system, he ought to have a few capable subordinates to carry out his bidding. It was impractical for him to handle every matter personally. He did not offer anything of tangible value, not even a promise. Nonetheless, Dan Tai took the initiative to monitor Yu Chen on his behalf. All recent developments concerning Yu Chen had been relayed to him through Dan Tai, including the latest information he had just received. Chu Ge could not comprehend why this individual was so fervently devoted to this matter, attributing it solely to the peculiar allure that the great villain held over the lesser antagonist. Chapter 50. Worthless Objects. Upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, Chu Ge cast it aside, turning instead to the North Star Xian crystal he had acquired from signing in at Shuiwei Peak, commencing his cultivation. As time waned, nightfall swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Chu Ge opened his eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flashing within them. This Northern Star mysterious crystal proved to be even more advantageous than he had anticipated. His speed in opening the star apertures had more than doubled compared to when he was without it. Unfortunately, this remarkable item could not be utilized indefinitely. Observing the distinct dim patch on the Northern Star mysterious crystal in his hand, Chu Ge spoke with a hint of regret. He understood that a portion of the celestial essence within the crystal had been consumed. At this rate, he estimated that this piece of Northern Star mysterious crystal would suffice for only about half a month, after which the celestial essence would be completely depleted. I wonder if there are any Northern Star mysterious crystals in the treasury of the Taiwang sacred land. In the depths of his contemplation, Chu Ge realized that the Northern Star Xianjing had indeed awakened him to a pivotal truth. As a direct disciple of the Holy Master, he held considerable privilege. After becoming a direct disciple of the revered Luo Huangjun, this aloof mentor had not bestowed upon him any treasured artifacts, but rather two tokens. One was a key to Luo Huangjun's private treasury, while the other granted access to the Tai Huang treasury. The implication was clear: should he require anything, he was to procure it himself, albeit with restraint. The Tai Huang Holy Land was not solely under the dominion of Luo Huangjun. Certain exceptionally precious items within the treasury were off-limits, and resources could not be squandered recklessly. Furthermore, any withdrawals required meticulous documentation. For these resources belonged to the entire Tai Huang community. As for Luo Huangjun's private treasury, it was a realm where Chu Ge, as her cherished disciple, could freely take what he desired. With these thoughts laid to rest, Chu Ge summoned his diary interface, intent on chronicling the day's events. He had visited Shueyu Peak, where the venerable Shui Shu proved to be an admirable elder. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but her generosity was equally remarkable. Elder Shui possessed a grandeur that even the esteemed master and Dan Tai Shibua could not rival. Only the endearingly naive Chu Ge could stand on equal footing with her. Additionally, his two junior sisters, Lu Fuyo and Lu Tingni, were equally charming. As for Shui Shu, she was indeed a peerless figure in comparison to him. In the cultivation chamber, Su Ling Yuan was swiftly pulled from her meditative state, her thoughts conjuring the visage and form of Shui Qianro. She could not help but nod in agreement, murmuring softly. This elder Shui Qianro was truly one of the few within the Tai Huang Holy Land capable of matching her prowess, and her beauty was certainly not lacking. Meanwhile, Luo Huangjun furrowed her brows, visibly displeased. Rebellious disciple, is it truly these two trifling objects that capture your fancy? She instinctively glanced at her own bosom, making a silent comparison and, unsurprisingly, finding herself utterly outmatched. While her own attributes were commendable, they fell within the realm of normalcy, incapable of competing with the extraordinary. Similarly, Dan Taijinglian, who harbored akin sentiments, withdrew her gaze from her own form, contemplating other matters despite her outward remarks regarding Shui Shimi's discerning eye. Since Chu Ge has openly expressed his affection for Shui Qianro, it seems inevitable that she will soon acquire a copy of the diary. Master Shui bestowed upon me a considerable number of elixirs, all of exquisite and perfect quality, evidently the result of much thought and effort. He then presented a long-held collection of rare and valuable medicinal concoctions, all of commendable grade. Although he stated that it was a gesture of gratitude, I felt it inappropriate to accept without reciprocation, so I resolved to offer a token of appreciation in return. I gifted him 5 leaves of enlightenment tea, a humble expression of my sentiments. Upon learning that Master Shui was on the verge of a breakthrough in alchemy, inspiration struck me, albeit unexpectedly. During the celestial evolution of the Tao, I had acquired a treasure, a mirror forged from the essence of the Tao, intricately entwined with my primal power, possessing formidable capabilities. This ignited a spark of creativity within me, leading me to contemplate the fusion of a strand of my primal essence with the lingering Daoic energy within me. To my astonishment, I succeeded in crafting a ring imbued with the properties of Daoic manipulation and enlightenment, which I shall refer to as the Tao Ring. Its efficacy, though not comparable to my divine mirror of all laws, renders it a rare gem for others, despite being of little use to myself. The only lamentable aspect is that the Tao Ring cannot be utilized indefinitely. Once the Daoic energy within is depleted, it will lose much of its potency. Nevertheless, forging such a trinket is a simple endeavor for me. If it runs out, I can always create another. I am confident that possessing this Tao Ring will undoubtedly elevate Master Shui to greater heights. Chu Ge elegantly inscribed several passages, leaving the owners of the copies in a state of astonishment. How could his myriad method sacred body be so formidable? I possess a sacred body too. Why do I feel that my primordial spirit's sacred body pales in comparison? Su Ling Yuan's face was awash with envy. In the past, she took great pride in her sacred body, but after witnessing the terrifying prowess of Chu Ge's myriad method sacred body, she suddenly found her primordial spirit's sacred body to be lackluster. They are simply not of the same caliber. Ah, the Tao Ring, the enlightenment tea. How I yearn for them. That insufferable junior brother doesn't even consider showing gratitude to his elder sister. Water master uncle is grand. Yet my stature is no less significant. Su Ling Yuan let out a shrill cry akin to that of a groundhog. Fortunately, the prohibitions and formations were in place, preventing any external detection. In another location, the Tao Ring, forged from the fusion of the essence of heaven and earth with the primordial source of the myriad method sacred body, Luo Huangjun murmured, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. As an 8th-tier cultivator and the sovereign of a holy land, backed by an extraordinarily powerful family, her insights were naturally far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Due to Chu Ge's status as a myriad method sacred body, she had been perusing numerous ancient texts related to this physique during this time. Among these, there were indeed records of a flawless myriad method sacred body. However, the capabilities exhibited by Chu Ge's current myriad method sacred body were considerably more profound than those documented. Before Chu Ge embarked on his path of cultivation, his innate essence was already formidable beyond measure. Subsequently, he revealed the ability to harness his innate source to activate the radiant dragon seal. And now he can merge his innate power with the essence of the Tao to forge the extraordinary Tao Ring. It seems my disciple's sacred body is far more than merely a flawless sacred body. With numerous discoveries, Lord Luo Huang began to form a conjecture. He continued to delve deeper. Regrettably, both the master and senior sister were engrossed in their cultivation. Otherwise, The Enlightenment Tea and Dao Ring could have been presented to them as well. However, I surmise that these items might hold little significance for the master. By the way, I personally adorned the ring on Watermaster's finger, and she surely does not comprehend the implications of wearing it on her left middle finger. In short, once she dons this ring, she shall be mine. Chu Ge continued her recording. Alas, my dear junior brother is quite commendable, as he still holds me. His senior sister in his thoughts. Upon witnessing this, Su Lingwan instantly transformed her expression, her face illuminated by that familiar, charmingly naive smile that often graced her features. She, however, did not ponder the implications of the ring adorning his middle finger, nor the significance of the last words. Chapter 51. In a rush. Humph, rebellious disciple. I suppose you possess a modicum of conscience. Luo Huangjun observed the words written in Chu Ge's diary, maintaining an exterior of aloofness. Yet her inner thoughts remained known only to herself. Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of discomfort towards Shui Qianro, the first to wear a ring bestowed by Chu Ge. Despite their amicable relationship as fellow disciples, it was not quite jealousy, yet not merely envy either. Rather, it was a sentiment that weighed heavily on her heart. Does wearing a ring signify that you belong to him? Luo Huangjun murmured to herself, grappling with emotions that were both daunting and hopeful, tangled in a web of complexity, yet devoid of any desire for resistance. In stark contrast to Luo Huangjun's turmoil and Su Lingyuan's joy, Dan Ijinglian's mood was quite the opposite. Hee. It seems my dear disciple is on the brink of forgetting me. His esteemed master, a laughter tinged with danger erupted as a profound smile adorned Dan Ijinglian's face. At this moment, she felt a flicker of urgency within. Ever since the last time she was showcased by Luo Huangjun and her disciple, she had contemplated taking the initiative. However, fate had other plans, as Chu Ge chose to retreat into seclusion for cultivation. Both Luo Huangjun and Su Lingyuan remained confined within the Taiwan Palace, engrossed in their own training, digesting the rewards from the diary's replica. This left her with pent-up energy and nowhere to direct it. Their interactions had been minimal, and they had yet to engage in any substantial conversation. Although her imposing presence as the Grand Elder of the Taiwan sacred land had initially left Chu Ge in awe, with the passage of time, it was likely that the diary's owner would increasingly forget her. Even now, Shui Qianro, who had yet to possess the diary replica, seemed to surpass her in significance. This was the true source of Dan Ijinglian's anxiety. It appeared necessary to seek an opportunity for her disciple to reacquaint himself with his esteemed master. A deep crimson glimmer flashed in Dan Ijinglian's eyes as she reached a firm resolution. If Shui Qianro could arrange a meeting with Chu Ge under the guise of gratitude, then she could certainly do the same. After all, the day she agreed to forge a spiritual weapon tailored for Chu Ge was intended to create more opportunities for interaction. However, her thoughts had shifted. Mere interaction was no longer sufficient. She aimed to etch a more profound impression in Chu Ge's mind, one so indelible that it would be impossible to forget. Ding. The notification indicated that the daily rewards for the diary owner, Chu Ge, had been settled. The replica owner, Dan Ijinglian, received a reward, one 3-day cultivation enhancement card. The sound of the alert further darkened Dan Ijinglian's already troubled mood. During this period of seclusion, Chu Ge received only enhancement cards for her cultivation, the best among them being merely a half-month's worth. She opened her friend list, intending to inquire with Luo Huangjun about the rewards she had obtained recently. But after much hesitation, she refrained from sending the message. She feared another blow to her morale. Ding. The reward for daily diary entries recorded by the host, Chu Ge, has been settled. The dungeon owner, Luo Huangjun, has received a reward, 1 month's cultivation enhancement card. Luo Huangjun calmly accepted the reward, her heart unperturbed. Most rewards during this time had been similar, although there was one occasion of extraordinary luck when she achieved the highest tier reward, raising her bloodline awakening progress to 6%. Meanwhile, ding. The reward for daily diary entries recorded by the host, Chu Ge, has been settled. The dungeon owner, Su Lingyuan, has received a reward, 1 month skill enhancement card. Oh, a new reward that I haven't seen before? Su Lingyuan's interest was piqued. Without hesitation, she claimed the reward and utilized it. A stream of light entered her brow, and understanding dawned upon her as she closed her eyes. Insights flooded her mind. And after several breaths, Su Lingyuan opened her eyes again, a glimmer of delight shining within. How marvelous! She exclaimed in awe. In mere moments, her comprehension of her learned skills deepened significantly, matching the progress she would have made through a month of self-study. Aside from matters on Shuiwei Peak, today she also managed to extract some villain points from Yuchen, the Child of Fortune. One must admit that the Child of Fortune is indeed an unstable element. Despite battling ferocious beasts daily in the Taihuang hunting ground to hone himself, Yuchen did not forget to scheme, even attempting to curry favor with Master Shui. I am uncertain of Yuchen's precise plans or intentions, but it seems he merely seeks to befriend Master Shui in order to secure various benefits for himself. And when the time is ripe, to reap both wealth and resources. It is a commendable thought. Without my variable in play, he may have very well succeeded. Alas. In this world, there are no if-onlys. I must say, having capable subordinates to execute tasks is indeed a gratifying feeling. I have come to understand why. In the novels I have read, every villain seems to command a legion of underlings. Dan Tailan is quite dedicated, with him around. I can almost entirely monitor Yuchen's actions. However, I shall maintain a watchful stance towards him, for his sudden overtures of goodwill towards me may harbor hidden agendas. Upon reading this, Dan Tai Jing Lian's lips curled into a smile. Dan Tai Lan's reckless allegiance to Chu Ge is undoubtedly at her behest. As for Chu Ge's suspicions regarding this, she is indifferent. Dan Tai Lan is merely a pawn. Without Dan Tai Lan, there could still be Dan Tai Hai or Dan Tai Lang. Dan Tai Lan is but an inconsequential figure, despite sharing the same surname. Dan Tai Jing Lian has never regarded him with any significance. Whether to use him to probe Yu Qin and the residual soul within his ring, or to have him assist Chu Ge, it is merely fortuitous that such a tool is at her disposal. She does not mind providing some assistance to Chu Ge, for she too has benefited from her. Buzz. 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 Dan Tai Jing Lian raised an eyebrow. Someone had messaged her. She opened her friend interface to find a message from Luo Huangjun. A smile crept upon her lips as she opened it. Luo Huangjun, senior sister, is this Dan Tai Lan one of yours? In response to the inquiry from the holy master of Tai Huang, Dan Tai Jing Lian leisurely began to reply. Dan Tai Jing Lian, indeed. Is my junior sister so impatient to ascertain the reason behind my nephew's actions? Luo Huangjun, do not affect Xiaochu. Dan Tai Jing Lian, haha. Oh Xiaochu, it has barely been some time, and your address has already changed. How affectionate. I wonder when the Xiaochu you speak of will transform into Chu Lang? Luo Huangjun, senior sister, do not jest, angry expression. Seeing this, Dan Tai Jing Lian's smile grew more radiant. She could almost envision the expression on her typically aloof junior sister's face on the other end of the conversation. It was likely that she was alone in her cultivation chamber, reading Dan Tai Jing Lian's rather bold words, wanting to retort but unsure how to begin. Ultimately responding with a few flustered words. Dan Tai Jing Lian chose not to tease further, noticing that Chu Ge's diary had ceased recording, habitually stretching her body. She stood up and entered the long unvisited artifact forging room. Chapter 52, Burden. I merely worry that Dan Tai Lan harbors ulterior motives, hence my inquiry. It is only natural for me to be concerned for my disciple Xiaochu's safety. My junior sister is truly indiscreet. What nonsense about Chu Lang? She is utterly shameless. In the dimly lit room, Luo Huangjun glanced at Dan Tai Jing Lian's message, mumbling in a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Yet, she couldn't help but envision the scene as described by Dan Tai Jing Lian. As a master, she imagined herself nestled in Chu Ge's embrace, gazing at him with glistening eyes, shyly calling out Chu Lang. Simply contemplating this sent a jolt of electricity coursing through her body. No, absolutely not. She vigorously shook her head, as if to dispel this audacious image from her mind. Even if it were to reach such a point, I could never possibly adopt such a demure demeanor. At this moment, Luo Huangjun was focused solely on the impossibility of such a posture rather than the potential for an encounter with Chu Ge that ignited her heart. Ding. The settlement of diary rewards has commenced. Congratulations to the host for receiving the daily cultivation reward. Chi points 4. The system notification chimed, and Chu Ge unhesitatingly claimed the reward, bringing his star points to 150. A glance at the system panel revealed that thanks to Yi Qin's recent contributions, his villain points had reached 65,500. He was just 15,000 away from upgrading the diary section once more. Without further thought, Chu Ge took up the Northern Star essence and swiftly entered a state of cultivation. In the time to come, Chu Ge intended to exhaust the essence of the Northern Star fully, opening his star points before emerging from seclusion. The next day, Su Ling Yuan, who had purposely emerged from her own seclusion early, stared at Chu Ge's firmly closed door, momentarily dazed. Why is that insufferable junior still cultivating? Didn't we agree he would give me the ring? I am all prepared. She had forgotten that while Chu Ge intended to prepare the ring of transformation and enlightenment tea for her and Luo Huangjun, he had no knowledge of when they would emerge from their seclusion, hence he could not possibly wait. Ling Yuan, what are you doing standing there? A cool voice rang out from behind her. Su Ling Yuan, startled like a frightened cat, spun around, causing her generous figure to sway enticingly. Ah, it's the master. Upon encountering her esteemed master, Su Ling Yuan's face blossomed with a naive smile. Observing this, Luo Huangjun furrowed her brow, pondering whether the girl was being deliberately ostentatious. Was such exaggerated motion truly necessary? Did she fear that others might overlook her too burdensome attributes? Yet, Su Ling Yuan remained blissfully unaware of any oddity as she trotted towards Luo Huangjun. To the latter's eyes, Su Ling Yuan's unceasingly swaying form only exaggerated the movement of her ample bosom, which, despite the constraints of her clothing, retained its remarkable elasticity. The sight left Luo Huangjun feeling slightly dizzy, prompting a further furrow of her brow. One wonders what merit such superfluous attributes possess, she mused. If Xiaochu adores them so, I can only imagine that a woman of ordinary stature would struggle to even run a few steps without gasping for breath. Such encumbrances are better left unacknowledged. A rather spiteful thought flickered through her mind. As Su Ling Yuan halted before Luo Huangjun, her body came to rest. Yet other parts remained in motion. Clearly accustomed to her own physique, she leaned towards Luo Huangjun, whispering, Master, are you here waiting for junior brother as well? Being both women, and having spent her formative years with Luo Huangjun, Su Ling Yuan felt no need for modesty. Hence, her voluptuous form inadvertently made contact with Luo Huangjun, with her ample bosom colliding gently against the latter's arm. Luo Huajun felt an unexpected softness against her arm, which elicited a sense of discomfort and awkwardness she could hardly articulate. Instinctively, she took a step back, only to retreat 2 more steps as the proximity still felt too close for comfort. This left Su Lingyuan momentarily bewildered. "Master, are you serious about stepping back like that?" she inquired, clearly noticing the disdain flickering in Luo Huangjun's eyes, not directed at her, but rather at her more prominent features. Realizing her actions might have been overly harsh, Luo Huangjun noted Su Lingyuan's slight pout and coughed lightly to mask her embarrassment. "Ahem, Lingyuan, though we are both women, it is prudent to maintain a respectful distance." Upon hearing this, Su Lingyuan pondered for a moment, acknowledging the rationale behind it, and promptly cast aside her minor grievances. Her naturally cheerful disposition would not allow trivial matters to dampen her spirits. "Master, junior brother is still in training, and you must have seen yesterday's journal. Regarding the Yindao ring." Luo Huangjun was well aware of what Su Lingyuan referred to. Yet she harbored a small personal agenda and chose to set that topic aside for the moment. "I observe that your aura appears somewhat tenuous. Your integration of the foundational essence seems insufficiently thorough." Luo Huajun feigned seriousness as she spoke. "Is that so?" Su Lingyuan's eyes widened in confusion. How could she not have sensed this? Her own realm felt stable, and her integration of the foundational essence seemed quite complete. However, given her master's profound cultivation, she would not deceive her. Thus, Su Lingyuan concluded that the concerns raised must indeed hold merit. "Very well, let us proceed. I shall assess your progress," Luo Huajun said, a barely perceptible glimmer of delight crossing her gaze. Though Su Lingyuan felt a twinge of reluctance, she had always been an obedient child, never defying her master's wishes. All right then. Together, they exited the Tai Huang Hall. While Su Lingyuan swiftly dismissed her fleeting displeasure, she remained oblivious to the subtle discomfort etched upon Luo Huangjun's countenance. "Lingyuan. My apologies, this is a singular occurrence," Luo Huangjun thought to herself, feeling a twinge of guilt for deceiving her disciple for the first time. The first ring was bestowed upon Shui Qianrou by Chu Ge, a decision rendered unavoidable due to the fact that she was in seclusion at the time. Missing that opportunity was simply a matter of fate, and she could not hold anyone else accountable. However, with regard to the second ring, she was resolute in her desire for it to remain hers alone. It was not the efficacy of the Yindao ring that piqued her interest. In truth, its potential benefits to her were minimal at best. What truly mattered to Luo Huangjun was the profound significance of Chu Ge personally placing the ring upon her finger. Although Chu Ge had not divulged the special meaning behind wearing the ring on the middle finger of the left hand, her instincts suggested that this act carried weight beyond the ordinary. In Chapter 53, Luo Huangjun found herself in a quandary. She could certainly opt to wait alongside Su Lingyuan for Chu Ge to emerge from her retreat. Yet, when faced with both of them, it would remain uncertain to whom Chu Ge would first present the ring. She was acutely aware that she could not appear overly eager in her pursuit, for as a master, she must maintain a certain dignity and gravitas. Furthermore, with Su Lingyuan present, it was conceivable that Chu Ge might hesitate and choose to allow them to utilize the Yindao ring independently. This was a scenario that Luo Huangjun wished to avoid. Her desire extended beyond the mere possession of the ring. She yearned for the intimate experience of Chu Ge adorning her with it personally. Ultimately, Luo Huangjun hoped that when the moment arrived for Chu Ge to place the ring upon her finger, they would be alone, devoid of any third party. She could not predict how she might react in that moment, and the uncertainty filled her with apprehension. After all, memories of previous encounters lingered. Even a prolonged gaze shared with Chu Ge had caused her cheeks to flush and her heart to race, leading her to flee in embarrassment. Chu Ge adorned her with a ring, and it was evident that their intimacy was inevitable. When the moment arrived, she would undoubtedly struggle to maintain her composure, especially if a third party were to witness their connection. Observing the innocent and carefree Su Lingyuan, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt, Luo Huangjun reached out and gently stroked the young girl's head. With her cheerful steps, Su Lingyuan remained blissfully unaware of Luo Huangjun's inner thoughts. When she sensed her mentor's affectionate gesture, her joy only intensified. Lifting her head, she beamed radiantly at Luo Huangjun, exuding an endearing charm. What a good child. Albeit a bit naive, Luo Huangjun mused. The master and disciple made their way to the exclusive training grounds of the Tai Huang Hall. Despite harboring some private thoughts, Luo Huangjun was resolute in her intention to rigorously assess Su Lingyuan's skills. She meticulously examined the various aspects of her disciple's abilities, including the techniques learned, combat spells, weapon skills, physical prowess, and the capabilities of the Yuanling sacred body. Your mastery of the Yuanling sacred body is still lacking in finesse. You should spend a few days in the Jingwu chamber to contemplate, Luo Huangjun remarked after concluding her evaluation. Oh, the disciple understands, Su Lingyuan replied, acknowledging her shortcomings. She did not dwell on them, recognizing the necessity of timely resolution. Consequently, she obediently followed Luo Huangjun's instruction and exited the Tai Huang Hall. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had forgotten something important. Luo Huangjun patiently awaited, occasionally glancing at the closed door. Xiaochu will soon emerge. What should I do? What should I say to him? Although she had been in seclusion for the past few days, she remained attuned to the happenings outside. Luo Huangjun was aware that Chu Ge, despite his own period of meditation, would take time each day to venture out, likely to fulfill some sort of systems requirement. She had taken note of this detail early on and had discerned the timing of Chu Ge's daily outings, which is why she had chosen to send Su Lingyuan away before his departure. I shall wait for Xiao Chu to take the initiative. Just as Luo Huangjun's thoughts swirled, the door creaked open. With the sound of the door opening, her heart raced in synchrony. She did not turn, maintaining an air of nonchalance as she gazed at the scenery outside the hall, standing still as if untouched by the moment. Chu Ge emerged from his abode. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the serene figure of his revered master, standing quietly not far away, bathed in the gentle glow of the morning sun. Though the dawn was resplendent and dazzling, it paled in comparison to the captivating presence of that enchanting silhouette. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge was momentarily taken aback. But soon a smile adorned her face as she approached Lord Luo Huang. The sound of her footsteps resonated from afar, gradually drawing closer, echoing in Lord Luo Huang's heart, causing her pulse to quicken as if each step compelled her heart to beat ever more fervently. Chu Ge approached Luo Huangjun. His gaze shifting from the distant Tai Huang peaks to his serene master beside him. Master, he softly called out. Luo Huangjun's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she responded with a gentle mm. Without turning to face Chu Ge, she maintained her distant gaze, though her heart was somewhat unsettled. It had yet to manifest any overt effect. Chu Ge had come to a preliminary understanding of his master's character and, naturally, would not overthink the slightly aloof demeanor of Luo Huangjun. Having not seen his proud master for quite some time, Chu Ge felt a deep sense of longing. Observing that his master seemed to be admiring the scenery, Chu Ge mimicked her and began to gaze at the surroundings. However, while Luo Huangjun was captivated by the magnificent peaks of Taiwan, Chu Ge was entranced by the breathtaking beauty beside him. What? Why is this unruly disciple staring so intently at me? Luo Huangjun felt as if Chu Ge's gaze had taken on a tangible quality. A faint blush creeping up to her delicate, translucent earlobe, gradually spreading toward her pristine neck. The two stood there in silence, with Luo Huangjun hesitant to move. Chu Ge was reluctant to move. With such a splendid opportunity to admire his master's exquisite visage, he wished for the moment to linger. While observing, he did not forget to document the scene, utilizing the diary's recording feature to capture Lord Luo Huang's current demeanor, which he promptly uploaded into the diary. His master was truly captivating. How fortuitous that while she possesses a mouth, so do I, if only. Heh. A disturbance echoed from the diary copy in his mind, causing Luo Huangjun's heart to leap. Could it be? An anxious flutter gripped her as she hesitantly accessed the diary copy. Upon encountering the newly added entries, her racing heart finally calmed. This ungrateful disciple. What do you mean you have a mouth and I have a mouth? Does not every person possess a mouth? How can one utter such nonsensical remarks? Gazing at the several photographs taken up close, along with Chu Ge's exceedingly irreverent comments, Luo Huangjun was engulfed by an indescribable wave of embarrassment. The enticing blush that had previously only graced her ears and neck now audaciously climbed to her cheeks. Chu Ge did not miss the subtle transformations in Luo Huangjun. He witnessed her flawless complexion transition to one suffused with a rosy hue. Is master feeling shy? In the depths of his heart, Chu Ge pondered. He was aware that Luo Huangjun had a low defense, a realization he had previously sensed. However, he never anticipated it would be so remarkably feeble. Merely gazing at her for a brief moment had already begun to elicit signs of warmth. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Luo Huangjun could hardly maintain her composure. With a slight stiffness, she turned her head and nonchalantly cast a glance at Chu Ge, inquiring, "Why do you persist in staring at your master?" Though her words were framed as a question, the underlying implication was unmistakable. It was time to cease this unrelenting gaze upon her. Her voice retained its characteristic chill, imbued with an ethereal quality. Yet, to Chu Ge's ears, there was a hint of something else. He astutely discerned the faint tremor in Luo Huangjun's speech. Clearly, this demeanor was merely a facade she was struggling to uphold, akin to a fragile veil that, with the slightest prod from him, could be utterly shattered. In that moment, he felt a burgeoning desire to take control of this aloof manner. The beauty of his master had ensnared him, and in a fleeting moment of distraction, he found himself captivated. In the second generation of Chu Ge, the character possesses a remarkable audacity, a quality that is quite evident in this information age. Without a hint of embarrassment or faltering breath, such blunt words spill forth. You. For a moment, Luo Huangjun finds herself at a loss for words. With a silver tongue, it takes her quite some time to articulate a few fragmented phrases. Chapter 54, Bewildered. Upon hearing these words, Chu Ge merely smiled. Such remarks hardly constituted a reprimand and thus held no sway over him. The disciple's words were indeed heartfelt. With a master possessing such unparalleled beauty, it is only natural that countless admirers have once sought after them. The sentiments expressed by Chu Ge may seem commonplace, yet they conceal a deeper desire to uncover the past of the illustrious Luo Huangjun. Such encounters have been infrequent, merely the antics of oblivious flies. After a brief silence, Luo Huangjun spoke. As time elapsed, she gradually acclimated to Chu Ge's intense gaze, and the blush on her cheeks faded considerably. Noticing the look of confusion on Chu Ge's face, Luo Huangjun paused before continuing. Those with ulterior motives either ended up crippled or met their demise. At this juncture, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Luo Huangjun's eyes. With her unparalleled beauty, it was only natural that in her youth, she encountered individuals both foolish and blind. These individuals, fully aware of her extraordinary background, dared to harbor designs against her, in response to those with varied intentions seeking to approach her. Luo Huangjun's methods were indeed simplistic and ruthless. She often wielded her sword with lethal intent. Those with a measure of strength and influence might preserve their lives, while the unprotected faced certain death. As such incidents multiplied, it was inevitable that the audacity of those willing to approach her diminished, for in the grand scheme of things, one's life and status were far more significant than mere beauty. Consequently, these individuals, in Luo Huangjun's eyes, were no different from bothersome flies and could hardly be deemed suitors. From the words and phrases of Lord Luo Huang, Chu Ge discerned that her aloof master was, in fact, genuinely single since birth. It seemed rather regrettable that someone of her master's unparalleled grace and beauty had yet to attract a worthy suitor. Chu Ge spoke with a tone that seemed to carry a sense of lament, her gaze unwavering from Luo Huangjun. Humph. What is there to regret? Luo Huangjun replied with a disdainful snort. Why not let the disciple take the lead in this endeavor? In an instant, Luo Huangjun's expression froze, her eyes trembling violently. For a fleeting moment, she questioned whether she had misheard. What had she just heard? Could such words truly be uttered in her presence? This rebellious disciple, does she even comprehend the gravity of her words? Was this a confession? Indeed, it must be a confession. To think she would dare to express such sentiments not only in her diary, but also before me, her master. Has this wayward disciple finally decided to challenge her teacher? How can one be so audacious, so utterly shameless? I am your master. Luo Huangjun could no longer contain herself, her heart silently shouting in turmoil. The blush that had gradually faded returned with a vengeance, visibly spreading across her pristine visage, even more pronounced than before. At this moment, her mind was a tumult of chaotic thoughts. The unexpected words of Chu Ge truly caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily bewildered, as if her mind had momentarily faltered. In the silence of her master, the disciple took it as an unspoken acknowledgement. Chu Ge, unhurried, gazed at Luo Huangjun with a smile. He even found the time to capture the fleeting glances of Luo Huangjun, deliberately meeting her gaze. When their eyes intertwined, Luo Huangjun would often dart her gaze away like a startled rabbit. You, do not speak recklessly. For my master, I shall consider you momentarily confused. Such behavior must not occur again. Luo Huangjun articulated these disjointed words with great stiffness. Her voice, stripped of its usual icy clarity, trembled with the tumult of her emotions, revealing a profound sense of anxiety that Chu Ge could distinctly perceive. Master, look into my eyes. Do I truly appear confused? Chu Ge offered no respite to Luo Huangjun, drawing closer to her with resolute intent. The distance that once measured a full arm's length now dwindled to mere inches, as their proximity became almost palpable. In this intimate space, both could distinctly feel the warmth of each other's breath. Although Luo Huangjun possessed an impressive stature, standing approximately 175 meters tall by earthly standards, Chu Ge's presence was even more commanding. He advanced with a formidable demeanor, effectively blocking her entire line of sight. At this moment, no matter how this aloof and proud supreme monarch attempted to shift her gaze, it would prove futile. Her vision was monopolized by Chu Ge alone. With an air of dominance that consumed Luo Huangjun's attention, a smile unfurled at the corners of Chu Ge's lips, observing the subtle tremor in his esteemed mentor's eyes. He spoke once more. Master, what do you think? Do I appear even slightly dazed? Luo Huangjun regarded the brilliance shimmering in his eyes. She could choose to avert her gaze, yet in this situation, what purpose would such evasion serve? Moreover, it was entirely possible that Chu Ge might escalate his audacity further still. Luo Huangjun, not particularly gifted with words and overwhelmed by a whirlwind of thoughts, found herself at a loss for how to respond to Chu Ge. If I say you are, then you are. You cannot defy me. I am your master. In resignation, she opted for a feigned nonchalance. Her confidence waning as she spoke, she realized that despite her repeated assertions of her authoritative role as his mentor, Chu Ge had never shown any signs of restraint. On the contrary, he often seemed to intensify his boldness. In fact, as she uttered the words master, she could see his already fervent gaze intensify further, as if her title only served to stoke the flames of his defiance. Master, you jest. How could your disciple ever contravene your wishes? Upon hearing this, Chu Ge couldn't help but smile gently, slightly retracting her previously forward-leaning posture. The proximity between the two was no longer as intimate as before, oscillating between tension and relaxation. A delicate interplay of closeness and distance. Chu Ge understood that pressing too hard is not a good strategy. A balance of tension and relaxation allows him to better control the situation and gauge his aloof master. When Luo Huangjun noticed that Chu Ge was no longer as aggressive as he had been moments ago, a glimmer of relief flickered in her eyes. She felt a slight easing in her heart, genuinely fearing that Chu Ge might engage in even more outrageous behavior, leaving her with but one option. Though fleeing may be deemed shameful, it proved effective. If she could not contend with Chu Ge, surely she could escape? Although being forced to retreat by her disciple would tarnish her master's dignity, Luo Huangjun felt that her authority as a master had already been nearly shattered in Chu Ge's presence. Yet, alongside her relief, an uncontrollable sense of guilt towards Chu Ge surged within her. Will my actions hurt his feelings? Luo Huangjun began to feel remorse for her recent behavior. The more she pondered, the more she sensed her wrongdoing. Even the smile that graced Chu Ge's lips at that moment seemed to carry a hint of bitterness in her eyes. Chapter 55, Smooth Talker, Revised. Unbeknownst to Chu Ge, Luo Huangjun had already begun to indulge in her own imaginings. However, the flicker of relief that had briefly illuminated her eyes was keenly observed by Chu Ge. At present, it was evidently implausible to completely subdue Luo Huangjun. Nor did he intend to achieve everything in a single endeavor. Nevertheless, Chu Ge was unwilling to bring this encounter to a hasty conclusion. Master, I have something to present to you. With an emotionally laden voice, Chu Ge spoke, her gaze gentle and her smile warm. Luo Huangjun observed this intently, her heartstrings trembling profoundly. She understood that Chu Ge intended to present her with something, a prospect she had long anticipated. However, the situation had unfolded in a manner that far exceeded her expectations. Luo Huangjun truly did not foresee that after several days apart, Chu Ge would launch such a bold revelation, catching her completely off guard. The onslaught was fierce, and the intention to challenge the master-student relationship was unmistakably laid bare, delivered with an unambiguous directness that left her defenseless. Even now, Luo Huangjun's mind remained a bit dazed. What is it? Although she was aware inwardly, she still found herself compelled to inquire. Chu Ge smiled silently, his palm outstretched as a ring gradually took shape. It was indeed the Yin Dao ring, albeit with a slight variation from the one he had gifted to Shui Qianrou. Master. As Chu Ge was about to speak and gesture for Luo Huangjun to extend her hand, she noticed that the latter had already taken the initiative to stretch out her left hand. With a curious glance at her still rosy-cheeked, aloof master, Chu Ge observed a stark contrast between this assertiveness and the earlier awkwardness that had enveloped their interaction. Luo Huangjun felt a surge of trepidation under Chu Ge's scrutinizing gaze. She had momentarily let her guard down, forgetting that her disciple possessed a mind far beyond that of an ordinary individual. It was entirely possible that Chu Ge could draw conclusions from this seemingly simple act of extending her left hand, leading to potential suspicions. Fortunately, Chu Ge was merely surprised and did not delve into further contemplation. Chu Ge gently grasped the pristine, delicate hand before her, as soft as if devoid of bone. Luo Huangjun gazed intently at Chu Ge's actions, her eyes brimming with anticipation. However, after a prolonged moment of waiting, Chu Ge showed no signs of further movement. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "You, please help me put it on." Her tone, tinged with urgency, revealed her forgetfulness of self-referential titles over recent days. The icy quality of her voice had transformed, now imbued with a hint of playful charm. The sensation of Chu Ge holding her hand was peculiar. She feared that if this continued, it would no longer be a matter of whether Chu Ge would let go, but rather whether she could bear to part with her. "As you wish, my esteemed master." Chu Ge awaited the moment when Luo Huangjun would take the initiative to speak. Luo Huangjun could distinctly perceive the unusual tone imbued in Chu Ge's words, particularly the emphasis on the phrase "my" was pronounced, as if he feared that his esteemed master would overlook the underlying implication. Meeting Luo Huangjun's simultaneously bashful and indignant gaze, Chu Ge slowly adorned his finger with the Yin Dao ring. As he regarded the ring on his middle finger, Luo Huangjun's emotions were rather complex. To be candid, the Yin Dao ring did not appear particularly extravagant, and upon acquiring it, Luo Huangjun quickly discerned that while its effects were indeed remarkable, they held little significance for her. At best, it could be considered a trinket with minor utility. Yet, despite its unassuming nature, once Luo Huangjun donned the ring, a wave of joy surged within her. Although the process had taken her by surprise, the outcome remained the same. Luo Huangjun snapped back to reality, suddenly sensing something amiss. You rebellious disciple, where do you think your hand is?" It was then she realized that, unbeknownst to her, a large hand had circled around her waist. Her master had previously remarked that her disciple was rather glib, perhaps a tad too hasty in judgment. After some contemplation, it seemed prudent to allow her master to experience it firsthand before passing judgment. Chu Ge lowered his head, gazing at the already embraced Luo Huangjun, and gradually inclined his head downwards. "No. Luo Huangjun's eyes widened, instantaneously falling into a state of daze, as if her thoughts had come to a standstill in that moment. The words poised on her lips were abruptly stifled. Luo Huangjun, struggling, raised her hand to strike Chu Ge a few times. Yet, soon, that feeble struggle seemed to lose its vigor, her small hand softening and yielding. After a considerable pause, as Chu Ge withdrew, Luo Huangjun finally found a moment to catch her breath. "Master, how am I? Do I truly resemble what you have described?" The teasing words of Chu Ge echoed in the mind of Luo Huangjun, causing her previously dazed eyes to suddenly sharpen with clarity. You, how dare you offend your master?" Chu Ge raised an eyebrow, once again silencing Luo Huangjun's words. Luo Huangjun symbolically tapped Chu Ge a few times, but offered no further response. The onslaught of Chu Ge was more intense than the previous encounter. Although Luo Huangjun was a novice, struggling to keep pace despite Chu Ge's guidance, she found herself at a loss. Her breath once again becoming erratic. Held tightly by Chu Ge and subjected to such audacity, Luo Huangjun felt herself weaken, devoid of any strength to resist. The slightest inclination to fight back had long been swept away by that extraordinary experience. Time passed, though it felt interminable. Their clash paused for the second time. Unbeknownst to her, a veil of mist had settled over Luo Huangjuan's eyes, rendering her gaze somewhat dazed. Despite having only undergone this experience twice, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the marvelous and unique sensations it evoked. Upon witnessing this, Chu Ge realized that the icy defenses of his esteemed master had been thoroughly breached. This marked a significant breakthrough, worthy of celebration. Contemplating his achievement, he deemed it fitting to reward himself and promptly reignited the battle. Stop. Luo Huangjun could only manage to utter a single word before her voice faded away. This time, she chose to abandon all pretense, neglecting even the symbolic act of resistance. In the previous encounters, her hands had found no place to rest. Now, they willingly encircled Chu Ge. What a rebellious disciple. Luo Huangjun mused internally, comprehending that the bond between master and apprentice had irrevocably transformed. Ultimately, she succumbed to the moment, yet instead of feeling disheartened, she experienced a liberating exhilaration, free from constraints. Perhaps this isn't so bad, she pondered, shedding her passivity and allowing Chu Ge to stir the tempest. In turn, she initiated a counterattack, only to quickly regret it, for her efforts paled in comparison to Chu Ge's vigor, inadvertently bolstering his confidence. Chapter 56. What is this? Revised, things are looking grim. Chu Ge hurriedly ceased the act of silencing, his face awash with astonishment as he gazed at Luo Huangjun. Master, you. His speech bore a tremor, reminiscent of a response to an overwhelming stimulus, which did not escape the notice of Luo Huangjun. She was somewhat taken aback. Rebellious disciple. What is this? Observing Chu Ge's feeble demeanor, Luo Huangjun felt the resurgence of her master's authority. Intrigued, she inquired, her voice returning to its former icy clarity, laced with a hint of pressure. A hint of embarrassment surged across Chu Ge's face, accompanied by profound astonishment. Her master seemed remarkably naive regarding this matter, utterly oblivious to such nuances. Or perhaps, in this particular moment, her thoughts simply failed to catch up with the unfolding reality. Chu Ge was unaware of the reasons behind his predicament. All he knew was that he had been utterly subdued. Observing how Chu Ge had completely lost his earlier assertive demeanor, Luo Huangjun felt a surge of triumph within her. Watching the change in his expression, which had transformed dramatically due to her actions, she reflected on the previous encounters where Chu Ge's domineering attitude had diminished her master's authority. A wave of satisfaction at avenging her grievances surged within her. Master? No. Chu's countenance was vividly expressive, as the actions of Luo Huangjun instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Humph. It is too late to plead for mercy now. Disobedient disciple, how did you dare to offend the master? This shall serve as your punishment. Have you come to realize your mistakes? Luo Huangjun raised her head, her words cascading like a rapid-fire barrage. A wicked smile curled at the corners of her mouth, though she could not comprehend the reasons behind her own feelings. Luo Huangjun was determined to seize this opportunity. It would not do to let this rebellious disciple escape unscathed. Disciple. I understand my errors. If initially Chu had contemplated intervening, at this moment, he merely wished for Luo Huangjun's punishment to be even more severe. As for the so-called punishment Luo Huangjun spoke of, he chuckled. If this could be deemed a punishment, he would welcome it with open arms. Desiring several instances in a single day, observing Chu's toothy grin and insincere admission of guilt, Luo Huangjun felt a surge of indignation. Rebellious disciple. Such an insubordinate disciple deserves a harsh reprimand, she thought fiercely. What are you two doing? A sudden voice startled both master and disciple. They turned towards the source to find Su Lingyuan staring at them in disbelief, her expression one of incredulity as she beheld the two nearly entwined figures. Yet, this act was akin to covering one's ears while stealing a bell, Su Lingyuan observed keenly, her curiosity and skepticism deepening. Could it be that the lecherous junior disciple could not restrain himself and has made advances towards the master? The feelings of Chu Ge for Luo Huangjun are clearly inscribed in her diary. How could she possibly be unaware? For reasons unknown, Su Lingyuan felt an inexplicable disquiet in her heart. Initially, she had heeded Luo Huangjun's advice and proceeded to the tranquil enlightenment chamber. However, it was not long before she stumbled upon the newly added entries in Chu Ge's diary. After contemplating for a moment, she decided that a brief delay would not matter. She resolved to return first to retrieve the cherished Yin Dao ring. To her surprise, upon her return, she was greeted by a rather ambiguous scene. Fortunately, Chu Ge's back was turned, concealing Luo Huangjun's actions entirely. Had Su Lingyuan witnessed it, the image of Luo Huangjun in her mind would surely have suffered a significant blow. Chu Ge exhaled a sigh of relief, finally regaining his composure. If master were to discover the truth, I fear. A sense of trepidation washed over him, though it was largely overshadowed by exhilaration. He had never anticipated that events would escalate to such a degree. Fortunately, Luo Huangjun remained as naive as a blank slate. Even now, she seemed oblivious to the significance of the actions she had taken against Chu Ge. As Su Lingyuan approached, Luo Huangjun's earlier satisfaction from punishing her wayward disciple faded. replaced by a sense of unease. It was not due to her recent actions, for she was entirely unaware of their implications. Rather, it was the disconcerting realization that Su Lingyuan had stumbled upon her and Chu Ge in such a compromising situation. Just then, Chu Ge spoke up. "Sister, you're just in time. I have something for you." As he spoke, he subtly channeled his spiritual power to cleanse himself of any traces of their earlier encounter. Su Lingyuan, upon hearing his words, felt a whirlwind of thought surge through her mind. She understood that Chu Ge's sudden address was meant to conceal something. Yet she had no choice but to refrain from probing further. Luckily, her naturally spirited disposition allowed her to quickly dispel the fleeting sense of discomfort that had arisen. Realizing what Chu Ge intended to gift her, her eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly dashed toward him. Observing this, Luo Huangjun felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chapter 57, An Unexpected Visitor, Revised. Seeing that Chu Ge had already placed the Yin Dao ring onto Su Lingyuan's finger, and noting her joyous smile, Luo Huangjun felt a twinge of envy. Yet she refrained from voicing any discontent. With a final, lingering glance at Chu Ge, she quietly departed. "Hee, junior brother, you are truly wonderful." Su Lingyuan playfully winked at Chu Ge, her fingers dancing over the Yin Dao ring with unrestrained affection. Noticing that Luo Huangjun had already left, she mischievously leaned closer to Chu Ge's ear. "Junior brother, tell me, what were you and Master doing just now?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her smile bore the mischievous charm of a little imp. Without a hint of emotion, Chu Ge cast a fleeting glance at the pair of ample objects resting upon her arm, then spoke. "If senior sister wishes to know, she may seek out Master for clarification." Humph. Upon hearing this, Su Lingyuan let out a delicate huff, her rosy cheeks puffing slightly. It was precisely because she dared not inquire of Luo Huangjun that she chose to wait until after the latter's departure to question Chu Ge. To her surprise, Chu Ge was equally astute, leaving her no opportunity. "Wretched junior brother." With that remark, Su Lingyuan took her leave. With a tinge of regret, Chu Ge cast a glance at the arm recently trampled by that bear-like figure, silently reflecting on the remarkable breadth of his senior sister's heart. Subsequently, he did not linger any longer. He returned to his chamber to change his attire. Although his spiritual energy had cleansed the garments, leaving no trace or scent, he felt somewhat uncomfortable donning them in public. Thus, he opted for a complete change of clothes. Afterward, he ventured out once more, dedicating some time to discover a new location to check in before returning to the Taiwan Palace to continue his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, several more days slipped by. The speed at which Chu Ge opened the star aperture was significantly enhanced by the Northern Star mysterious crystal, and within just a few days, he was on the brink of achieving a minor perfection. On this particular day, an unexpected group of guests arrived at the Taiwan sacred land. Within the Taiwan Hall, Lord Luo Huang sat in the principal seat, her gaze icy as she surveyed the four individuals below, a young man, a middle-aged man, and two elderly men. "Speak. What brings you here today?" Lord Luo Huang's cold voice resonated within the hall. At her words, the two elderly men and the middle-aged man furrowed their brows. Only the young man maintained a smile, his eyes fixed on Lord Luo Huang, occasionally flickering with a barely perceptible fervor. "Lord Luo Huang, mind your manners. The two clan elders are present." "How dare you be so disrespectful?" The middle-aged man glared at her, his expression filled with indignation. "Manners? How absurd. I am the sovereign of the Taiwan. Must I bow and scrape before you?" retorted Luo Huang, her tone laced with disdain. "You, on the other hand, barged in uninvited, storming into my Taiwan hall, treating the Taiwan sacred land as if it were nothing. How audacious. Were it not for our kinship, I would have struck you down on the spot." Her voice was frigid, her eyes sharp as blades, shimmering with a glint of frost that instantly heightened the tension in the hall, an invisible pressure emanating from her presence. "You." The middle-aged man, furious, opened his mouth to respond but was halted by another. "Chief Phone, stand down." One of the elderly men, clad in gray robes, spoke sternly. At this, the middle-aged man named Luo Qingfeng's face flushed with anger, and he could only retreat with a reluctant glare. "Lady Huang, the Huanglong seal pertains to the bloodline of our Luo family. It is inappropriate for it to remain in the hands of an outsider." The other elder, dressed in white robes, interjected with a tone of counsel. "Humph, an outsider? Who dares to call him an outsider? He is my direct disciple. The Huanglong seal has resurfaced because of him. I have the authority to keep it in his possession. What is inappropriate about that?" In response, both elders' expressions darkened. "Lord Luo Huang, our clan's bloodline has been in decline over the years due to the absence of the Huanglong seal. Now that it has re-emerged, it must return to our family." The white-robed elder's voice grew heavy, his gaze increasingly hostile. "We have come to negotiate with you amicably. Do not make the mistake of refusing to drink the wine offered, only to suffer punishment instead. Today, whether you agree or not, you shall comply. You have no say in this matter. I am aware of your capabilities and extraordinary strength, but do not presume that because you have slain Luo Tianhai, all members of the Luo family are as weak as he. We are here, and you shall not act recklessly." The gray-robed elder's voice was low and menacing, a palpable force radiating from him, like an ocean of power. "Very well. I am eager to see what means you possess. I have yet to settle the score regarding the attack on my disciple. It seems today shall serve as the conclusion." Slowly, Luo Huang rose, looking down upon the four with an air of authority, plunging the atmosphere into an icy stillness. The two clan elders also stood their ground, their energies surging, their hair billowing, and the tension in the hall escalated to a razor-sharp intensity. Elders, at that moment, the young man, who had remained silent, finally spoke. He stepped closer to the two elders, then turned to Lord Luo Huang, offering a courteous bow, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. Sister Huang. Upon seeing this, Luo Huang's brow furrowed slightly. The demeanor of this individual reminded her of her rebellious disciple, who often wore a similarly gentle smile. Yet, the feelings they evoked within her were entirely different. The presence of Chu Ge enveloped her like a gentle spring breeze, subtly enhancing her fondness for him. However, the smile of this individual evoked a sense of insincerity within her, as the greed and fervor lurking in his eyes filled her with profound aversion. Although her own disobedient disciple did not regard her with entirely pure intentions and occasionally harbored audacious thoughts, he never concealed them as this person did. Therefore, Luo Huangjun never felt any repulsion towards Chu Ge. A fleeting comparison led her to harbor disdain for this so-called younger cousin. What audacity! To think you can share the same smile as my disciple? Luo Huangjun mused, her emotionless gaze sweeping over the individual before her as she coldly commanded. Address me as the Holy Master. If I am not mistaken, you are Luo Ling Tian, the one who plotted to seize the Huang Long seal and attack my disciple. You cannot escape responsibility for these actions, or rather, were they all your schemes? As she spoke, her gaze turned increasingly frigid, gradually transforming into strands of lethal intent. Luo Ling Tian's smile froze instantly, not only due to Luo Huangjun's blatant disregard for familial loyalty, but because her assertions held undeniable truth. The machinations involving the Tai Huang's sacred land, the silent deployment of restraints, the attack on Chu Ge, and the scheme to obtain the Huang Long seal were indeed orchestrated by him. As the word family slipped from his lips, he noticed Luo Huangjun's icy glare and quickly corrected himself. Luo Xingzhu, the matter concerning the Huang Long seal arose from the impatience of certain family members, compelling them to take such reckless actions. Brothers Fei Peng, Uncle Qingyu, and Elder Tian Hai were all momentarily blinded by the joy of rediscovering the Huang Long seal, leading to their misguided actions. They have since paid the price, and I hope the Holy Master can understand the hardships our family has endured in seeking the Huang Long seal. After all, we are all kin. If we can clarify matters and dispel misunderstandings, everything will be manageable. Luo Ling Tian spoke with measured grace, his noble bearing enhanced by his striking appearance. Chapter 58, Suppression. Luo Ling Tian's eloquent words painted a picture of truth, as if the events unfolded precisely as he described. Beside him, two elders of the Luo clan wore smiles, stroking their long beards, their eyes gleaming with pride. This is indeed the prodigy of our lineage. Even in the presence of Luo Huangjun, he showed no signs of trepidation. You make a valid point, Luo Huangjun responded after a brief silence, her previously palpable murderous aura seemingly dissipating. Hearing this, a smug smile graced Luo Ling Tian's face. Yet, in the next moment, Luo Huangjun's tone shifted. However, you are not worthy to reason with me. Her expression abruptly transformed into one of fierce resolve, her aura amplifying to a terrifying degree, enveloping all those present. Luo Ling Tian found himself at the forefront of this overwhelming force. Despite the protection of the two elders, his complexion turned ashen, and he staggered backward. The overwhelming might of an eighth heaven powerhouse was beyond his capacity to withstand. The two elders also displayed expressions of shock, the magnitude of this power exceeding their wildest imaginations. Even a single one of them would struggle to contend with it, let alone two of them together. Luo Qingfeng found himself in an even worse predicament. Lacking any protection, he felt as though he were engulfed in darkness. His formidable cultivation reduced to that of an ant before Luo Huangjun plop. A mouthful of blood erupted from him. The fleeting surge of power had already damaged his spirit. Luo Huangjun, what do you intend to do? The two elders struggled to withstand Luo Huangjun's terrifying pressure, growling their protests. Simultaneously, they were filled with dread. Under this immense force, even they, fellow eighth heaven cultivators, felt thoughts of impotence creeping in. As for Luo Qingfeng, they could no longer afford to concern themselves with him. What am I doing? I wish to ask you what you intend to do. Luo Huangjun descended step by step from her throne, her presence growing stronger with each stride. The crisp sound of her footsteps echoed in the hearts of the four, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Do you think I am unaware of your clandestine plots? Your lineage has languished for too long, and the emergence of this youth ignited hope within you. You would not hesitate to reach into Tai Huang to seize the Huang Long seal, yearning for him to restore your bloodline and lead you back to prominence within the Luo clan. Am I correct? As she concluded her statement, her voice resonated like a mighty bell within the minds of all present. Luo Qingfeng, already wounded in spirit, could no longer bear the weight of her words and fainted. The two elders gritted their teeth, resisting. With each step Luo Huangjun took, their burden intensified. The final question echoed in their minds like the last straw breaking the camel's back, rendering them utterly helpless, and they simultaneously spewed forth blood. In stark contrast, Luo Ling Tian, the weakest among them, felt only oppression and uncontrollable tremors but suffered no physical harm. Yet none would perceive this as an act of mercy from Luo Huangjun, for at that moment, her gaze had fixed upon him. Stop, Luo Huangjun. If you dare to harm Ling Tian, our lineage will not rest until we settle this. The two elders of the Luo clan shouted in fury, their eyes wide with rage. Meanwhile, they were deeply shaken. Upon learning of Luo Tianhai's demise at Luo Huangjun's hands, they were not overly surprised. After all, they had known him for many years. While they may not have known him inside out, they understood him well enough. Luo Tianhai was merely a half-hearted cultivator, occupying the lowest tier of the eighth heaven. Thus, his casual slaying by Luo Huangjun was hardly remarkable. Either of them could easily achieve the same feat with a bit of effort. Before setting out, they considered the possibility of resorting to coercion should negotiations fail, determined to acquire the Huang Long seal. Thus, facing Luo Huangjun had been within their expectations. They believed that even if they teamed up, they could at least hold their ground. Yet, now that they truly confronted Luo Huangjun, they realized how naive their thoughts had been. The terrifying aura had already crushed them. Furthermore, there was a suffocating pressure emanating from Luo Huangjun that felt profoundly oppressive, unlike mere force. It seemed to stem from the depths of her soul, from the source of her bloodline. It rendered their blood nearly stagnant, and their souls trembled uncontrollably, as though they were in the presence of an existence that naturally surpassed them. Not rest until death. How bold. For the moment you decided to lay hands on my disciple, I declared a vendetta against your lineage. Luo Huangjun's voice was frosty, her eyes flashing with a deep purple light, an ancient aura emanating from her being. This was the power of her ancient bloodline. And though it had only begun to awaken, it was sufficient to effortlessly render the two elders of the Luo clan immobile. At this moment, Luo Ling Tian could no longer maintain his previous elegant demeanor. His complexion had turned as pale as a sheet, and cold sweat poured from his forehead in layers. He felt as though he had one foot already in the gates of the underworld. Alas, Huangjun, please cease your actions. A faint sigh resonated from within the palace. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Huangjun furrowed her brow. The two clan elders and Luo Ling Tian's expressions brightened with joy. Reinforcements had arrived. At some point, a frail old man with white hair and a slightly hunched figure appeared beside Luo Ling Tian. Seeing the newcomer, Luo Huangjun's expression became slightly solemn. She recognized him as an ancient figure, his strength unfathomable. The two clan elders of the Luo family finally received a moment of respite. Luo Ling Tian, too, was relieved from the terrifying sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death. Realizing he was once again capable of movement, he promptly retreated several steps. Do you wish to spare these few? Luo Huangjun inquired, her brow furrowed. After all, they were of the same clan. If unnecessary, it was better to minimize bloodshed. In response to Luo Huangjun's question, the elder sighed softly. Minimize bloodshed? Preposterous. Today's events were not instigated by me, Luo Huangjun. I had not anticipated that your lineage could even summon you, an ancestor, to intervene. You truly possess remarkable means. The clan has explicitly prohibited the Hidden Pavilion's ancestors from meddling in family affairs. Is the clan leader aware of old ancestor Songlin's actions today? Do the other ancestors within the Hidden Pavilion know? The cold glint in Luo Huangjun's eyes flickered, showing no sign of retreat. Instead, she questioned him. Although the elder before her possessed transcendent strength, having surpassed the eighth heaven, he was one of the few ancestors of the Luo family. Yet, Luo Huangjun was not to be underestimated. In a true confrontation, she feared no one within the holy land of Taiwan. Leave your concerns to me, Huangjun. Once this matter concludes, I shall accept my punishment, Luo Tsonglin stated, his murky gaze glimmering with sharpness. Now, it is time to surrender the Huang Long seal. If I am not mistaken, the individual in the rear hall is your newly accepted disciple. I would prefer not to bully the weak. It would be wise for you to comply. As he spoke slowly, his tone calm, each word caused Luo Huangjun's expression to darken further. Once he finished, the murderous intent emanating from Luo Huangjun had almost solidified into a tangible form. You seek death. Her words were laced with boundless malice. An ancient aura once again swirling around her. Luo Tsonglin felt an inexplicable pressure descending upon him. Luo Huangjun, with the ancestor present, you cannot act recklessly. It would be wise for you to hand over the Huang Long seal. Otherwise, the life and well-being of your disciple, still in training, may become uncertain. A being of the myriad laws, if they were to die without understanding how, it would indeed be a great pity. The elder in gray spoke with a sinister tone, a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth, his face twisted into a menacing grin. These old fools truly are unafraid of retribution. I shall see what abilities you possess to dare threaten the sovereign of Taiwan. A languid yet magnetic voice resonated in the hall, and a flash of red light appeared, accompanied by a wave of heat. In the next moment, a figure emerged in the midst. It was none other than the Grand Elder of the Holy Land of Taiwan, Dan Tai Jinglian. She cradled a small tower surrounded by crimson golden flames, emanating an intense heat. The overwhelming aura caused even the venerable Luo Tsonglin to glance sideways in surprise. The Huangyin Tower. Dantai Jinglian, you audacious enchantress. How dare you appear before me? Upon seeing the newcomer, the elder in white revealed a look of astonishment, followed swiftly by indignation. Oh, I wondered who it could be. It turns out to be you, old fool. What? Do you seek revenge for your blind son, who competed with me for control of the Huangyan Tower and was inadvertently reduced to ashes? I shall grant you 3 moves. How about that? Dantai Jinglian's face broke into a wicked smile, her eyes glimmering with crimson light, her fiery aura intensifying further. The elder's face turned a shade of deep crimson. Did he not wish for revenge? Certainly not. However, the Dantai Jinglian who had merely reached the pinnacle of the 7th heaven back then was beyond his grasp. Not to mention now, having attained the 8th heaven and wielding the Huangyan Tower. Just then, an unexpected commotion arose. Not far away, within the rear hall of Tai Huang Palace. A cascade of starlight swirled, igniting a tempest of spiritual energy. Everyone present was taken aback, their gazes drawn to the source of the disturbance. Luo Huangjun's eyes narrowed as she sensed the atmosphere, a smile gracing her face. Such rich stellar energy? Is this the method your disciple has been cultivating? Dantai Jinglian glanced at Luo Huangjun, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yet the phenomenon was far from over. Amidst the tempest of spiritual energy, numerous beams of light surged upward, numbering in the hundreds. These beams arranged themselves into intricate patterns. Luo Huangjun observed quietly, her heart already enlightened. 216 beams. Xiao Chu has indeed entered the minor perfection of the aperture opening realm. Not only she perceived this, but Dantai Jinglian and the members of the Luo family did as well. Luo Lingtian gazed at this spectacle, his eyes flickering with a mix of emotions. On the other side, Chu Ge gazed at the now dimmed North Star Shin crystal in his hand, a faint smile escaping his lips. He had initially estimated that this item would sustain him for a good 10 days, yet it had been consumed within mere days, its stellar energy wholly depleted. The reason lay in his burgeoning cultivation. As the number of star apertures within him increased, the consumption rate of the North Star Shin crystal accelerated correspondingly. However, despite the significant depletion, the gains were equally substantial. He had already reached the minor completion of the aperture opening realm, with his internal star apertures numbering 216. Setting aside the now hollow North Star Shin crystal, Chu Ge rose slowly to his feet. As he moved, the peculiar disturbances resulting from his breakthrough gradually subsided. Just as he was about to exit the room, an unsettling sensation prickled at his awareness. In his perception, he detected several terrifying and vast auras emanating from outside. 2 of these were familiar to him, while the others were strikingly unknown. It seemed something is amiss. He pondered briefly before stepping out of the room. Upon entering the inner hall, he found his master, Luo Huangjun, and his senior uncle, Dantai Jinglian, confronting several individuals. Little Chu, come here, called Luo Huangjun, casting him a reassuring glance along with Dantai Jinglian. Chu approached the lord of Luowang, casting a glance at several unfamiliar faces. There stood an elderly man, somewhat stooped in posture, accompanied by 2 other elders who appeared comparatively less aged, one clad in gray robes, the other in white. A middle-aged man lay prostrate on the ground, his state uncertain, and lastly, a youth of remarkable appearance and extraordinary demeanor. Master, uncle, Chu softly called out as he reached the side of the lord of Luowang. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding him. Yet, one thing was clear, these unfamiliar faces bore ill intent. He could distinctly sense the scrutiny, greed, and disdain emanating from their gazes directed at him. Kid, you are truly remarkable. The illustrious Huanglong seal, which our Luojia has sought for many years without success, has been uncovered by you. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. The elder in gray robes spoke, his words seemingly a compliment, yet his eyes were shrouded in shadows. At the sound of his voice, Chuch began to grasp the origins and intentions of this group. The Huanglong seal, is that what you refer to? With a faint smile, Chu Ge extended his hand, and an ancient, ornate seal gradually materialized within his palm. Upon witnessing this artifact, the 2 elder members of the Luo family were momentarily taken aback, their expressions quickly shifting to one of insatiable greed, a palpable desire to seize the Huanglong seal at once. Luo Lingtian's gaze flickered, his heart racing involuntarily. Indeed, if the Huanglong seal were to be entrusted to us, it would surely bring you immeasurable fortune. The elder clad in gray spoke, his face flushed with excitement. Yet, before they could feast their eyes upon it any longer, Chu Ge clenched his hand, and the Huanglong seal vanished from sight. What you have long sought after has been effortlessly acquired by me. Moreover, its true spirit is entirely subservient to my will. The members of the Luo family may acknowledge it, yet it does not recognize you. A playful smile danced upon Chu Ge's face, reminiscent of a minotaur observing its prey. You dare to mock me? Exclaimed the elder clad in gray robes, casting a furious glare at Chu Ge. Had it not been for the presence of Lord Luo Huang and Dantai Jinglian, he might have resorted to violence on the spot. Even the venerable ancestor, Luo Tsonglin, furrowed his brows. Young friend, do not misjudge the situation. The object in your possession brings misfortune rather than fortune. It would be prudent to return it to our clan. Rest assured, you shall be generously rewarded for your cooperation. Luo Tsonglin's voice resonated with a palpable sense of authority. Humph. Spare me your grandiloquence. If you possess the courage, then take action. I would not mind experiencing the prowess of an elder from the Luo family, Dan Tai Jing Lian retorted coldly, her hand summoning the brilliant flame tower once more. Lord Luo Huang remained silent, yet the subtle surge of her aura conveyed her stance to all present. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Lin understood that today's affairs were fraught with peril. Two formidable cultivators of the eighth heaven stood before him, one wielding the flame tower, a treasure of unparalleled significance. Meanwhile, Lord Luo Huang also possessed the catastrophic sword, a treasure of equal merit, though it had yet to be summoned. Despite being a ninth heaven elder, Luo Lin felt a notable unease in facing these two. The atmosphere grew tense and momentarily hushed. At this moment, Chu Ge was observing the ever-silent Luo Lingtian. Just moments ago, Luo Huangjun had conveyed a message to him, revealing the identities of these individuals. Naturally, he was aware that the person before him was the second child of destiny. Judging by his age, he was not much older than Chu Ge himself. However, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the fourth heaven, comparable to the significantly older Luo Fei Ping from that day. There was no doubt that Luo Lingtian's true strength far exceeded his realm. He was likely not even worthy of carrying Luo Fei Ping's shoes. The embodiment of a true antagonist lay before him, stirring Chu Ge's intrigue. Yet, Luo Lingtian was not akin to Yichun. Chu Ge could not simply suppress and exploit the situation as he had done with Yichun. After all, the individuals surrounding him possessed extraordinary abilities. The circumstances in the arena were evidently precarious. Engaging in conflict would inevitably lead to an uncontrollable escalation. However, the members of the Luo family were reluctant to concede so easily. In that moment, the situation reached an impasse. Conversely, it was the two younger generations who found themselves with the opportunity to steer the course of events. At this juncture, Luo Lingtian spoke up. Songlin ancestor, esteemed elders, he addressed, and the three turned their gazes towards him. Even Luo Huangjun and Dan Jinglian directed their attention to him. As Luo Lingtian stepped forward with deliberate pace, he continued, perhaps it would be prudent for me and this esteemed sovereign to determine the rightful ownership of the Huanglong seal. As he concluded, he stood before Chu Ge, locking eyes with him. The final words, how about it, were directed not only at the Luo family, but also at Chu Ge. Naturally, the gazes of the others present shifted towards Chu Ge as well. Luo Huangjun remained silent, patiently awaiting his response, ready to support him regardless of his choice. Dan Tai Jinglian similarly narrowed her eyes, eagerly anticipating Chu Ge's decision. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge revealed a faint smile. Luo Lingtian coveted the magnificent dragon seal in his possession. He too was envious of this newly emerged son of fortune, replete with villainous potential. However, to acquiesce so readily seemed rather to favor the opponent unduly. Should the opponent falter, they would bear no cost, while his own loss would require him to surrender the dragon seal. Such a favorable arrangement seemed implausible. Although Chu Ge did not truly believe he would lose. Your proposal is quite commendable, he stated. I am known for my magnanimity and shall not hesitate to grant you this opportunity to be defeated by my hand. However, your attempt to snatch something for nothing is rather beneath the surface. Is it possible that, as a scion of a prominent family, you cannot present something of equal value to the dragon seal? While it was true that extracting benefits from Luo Lingtian was no easy task, Chu Ge was nonetheless inclined to give it a try. After all, being a child of destiny from a prestigious lineage, his wealth should surely surpass that of Yichun. Hearing this, Dan Tai Jinglian smiled. This disciple truly possessed a fascinating demeanor, teeming with youthful vigor, yet exhibiting a maturity and shrewdness in his dealings. Had it been an ordinary youth in such a situation, their impetuousness would likely have led them to hastily agree without contemplating the potential gains for themselves. Luo Huangjun similarly nodded in silent agreement. Meanwhile, the members of the Luo family wore grim expressions. Could one truly speak of presenting something of equal standing to the dragon seal? Such an item was alarmingly high in rank, while it did exist. How could one possibly bring it forth? Those treasures constituted the very foundation of their clan's wealth, and were not to be employed lightly unless in dire circumstances. Luo Lingtian furrowed his brow. He had deliberately omitted this detail, suggesting that the outcome of their contest would determine the fate of the dragon seal. In his view, Chu Ge, being of mundane origin, must possess a limited perspective and would likely respond impulsively. Yet, he was taken aback by Chu Ge's clarity of thought, able to discern his hidden intentions even in this moment. What? You cannot produce it? With a leisurely demeanor, Chu Ge spoke, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Luo Lingtian cast a penetrating glance at Chu Ge before a smile graced his lips. It dawned on him that his brother Chu harbored such thoughts, revealing a certain cleverness. He fancied he had discerned Chu Ge's intentions, believing it was merely an attempt to dissuade him by making an exorbitant demand. However, to his dismay, he possessed a treasure in his possession that was, in terms of rank, equivalent to the illustrious dragon seal. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of joy. You're not joking, are you? You truly possess such a thing? His intention was merely to extract some villainous traits from Luo Lingtian. Yet, at this moment, the latter replied with remarkable enthusiasm. clearly indicating he indeed had something of worth. This treasure was acquired from a shattered secret realm. Although it appears dilapidated, its rank is comparable to the radiant dragon seal, both forged by the Supreme. Luo Ling Tian proclaimed, revealing a chessboard in his grasp. The chessboard looked exceedingly worn, with one corner missing, and the intersecting lines upon it seemed indistinct. A mere glance would lead one to believe it was merely an exceedingly old and ordinary game board. However, upon its emergence, not only did it astonish Luo Huangjun and Dan Tai Jinglian, but even the Luo family's elder and the two clan elders, who prided themselves on their profound understanding of Luo Ling Tian, were left utterly astounded. Though the chessboard appeared in ruins, this was merely superficial. The profound principles and mysteries it concealed were exceedingly profound, existing at a level beyond their reach. Supreme weapon. The enigmatic rhythms of the Tao within. Elder Luo Zonglin could not help but exclaim. The two clan elders widened their eyes, taking a considerable time to regain their composure. Luo Huangjun and Dan Tai Jinglian, however, were not overly astonished. They already possessed treasures of equivalent rank, and having witnessed the extraordinary rewards from the diary's replica, even a supreme treasure born from the hands of the 12 Heaven Supreme could hardly stir their emotions. It was the fact that this item originated from Luo Ling Tian, a mere fourth heaven cultivator, that momentarily surprised them, but their reaction ended there. Ha! Ling Tian is indeed blessed with a profound fortune to have discovered such a treasure. The elder in gray could not contain his laughter and then turned to Chu Ge. Young man, what reason do you have left to refuse? Upon hearing this, Chu Ge feigned a look of regret. Very well, I shall agree. He took a deep breath, as if under immense pressure. Observing this, even the white-robed elder, who was typically more composed and steady than the gray-robed elder, revealed a hint of a smile. Haha, I told you this lad is merely posturing. How could he possibly stand a chance against Ling Tian? The gray-robed elder laughed triumphantly, completely oblivious to the flicker of brilliance that flashed in Chu Ge's eyes. Brother Chu, please proceed, Luo Ling Tian said, putting away the dilapidated chessboard and gazing intently at Chu Ge. Chu Ge turned to gaze at Luo Huangjun. Master. Luo Huangjun understood and gently nodded her head. In the next moment, she delicately pointed her jade finger into the void, connecting to the Tai Huang Grand Array, as an invisible ripple unfurled from the emptiness. In an instant, the world transformed. In the blink of an eye, Chu Ge found himself in another location. Before him stood Luo Ling Tian. Taking a glance around, Chu Ge quickly grasped his surroundings, the grandest training arena of the Taiwan sacred land. The sudden appearance of the two drew the attention of the nearby Taiwan disciples. Isn't that the Saint Master's personal disciple, Brother Chu? What brings him to the training ground? Is he about to engage in battle? Who is his opponent? Which fool dares to challenge a personal disciple? Some scoffed, while others expressed confidence in Chu Ge. This Chu disciple had only been under the Saint Master's tutelage for less than a month. To engage in combat at this juncture seemed ill-advised. I observe the man opposite. His aura is as deep as an ocean, already at the 4th level of the heavenly realm. Brother Chu's reckless approach is indeed rather hasty. A frown crossed someone's face as they analyzed the situation. The murmurs quickly spread, reverberating through the center of Taiwan. News traveled fast. Soon, throngs of people gathered. For it was a rare sight to witness a personal disciple of the saint in one-on-one combat. Interest peaked not only among the Taiwan disciples but also among some stewards, elders, and even core peak masters. Ha ha ha. This is my Ling Tian clan brother. His strength is unfathomable. Chu Ge truly overestimates himself. Today he shall surely face disgrace. A member of the Luo family recognized Luo Ling Tian and could not contain his laughter, drawing the attention of those around him. What nonsense. This is a personal disciple of the saint. He possesses the sacred body. Even with a disadvantage in realm, he should not be underestimated. The Luo clan disciple disdainfully glanced at the surrounding Taiwan disciples and arrogantly proclaimed, Humph. Brother Ling Tian carries the bloodline of our ancestors. Mere sacred body is nothing. Do you know from whom his bloodline originates? Ha! It is from the founding saint of Taiwan, sacred land. He is also the progenitor of my Luo family. You ignorant fools cannot fathom how terrifying the strength of a brother of Ling Tian's caliber is. The surrounding Taiwan disciples fell silent. They were unaware of Luo Ling Tian's true power. But how could they not know of the first saint of Taiwan? Possessing the bloodline of such a formidable entity, Luo Ling Tian's strength was indeed formidable. Moreover, he was the one at a higher realm. Let me tell you another thing. When Brother Ling Tian first entered the 4th level of the heavenly realm, he could contend with 5th level opponents without defeat. Now, at the pinnacle of the 4th level, just imagine how formidable he has become. How many rounds do you think your brother Chu can last against him? Ha! The Luo clan disciple grew increasingly animated, wearing a look of pride. The Taiwan disciples now wore expressions of concern. Yet amidst the crowd, one individual bore an expression of elation, his eyes glinting with delight. Ha! Chu Ge. Today is your day of reckoning. This individual was Yichen, who had initially intended to begin his training for the day. Passing through this area, he happened to catch sight of Chu Ge in the training arena and decided to observe the unfolding events. He had not anticipated such a delightful turn of events. His animosity towards Chu Ge was profound, wishing nothing more than for him to be utterly humiliated and defeated. If Chu Ge loses today, he will undoubtedly suffer a tremendous blow, plummeting from the heavens to the depths of despair. My chances of success in the upcoming grand competition will only increase. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with ambition. You underestimate him far too much. A voice within his mind suddenly interjected, causing Yi Chen to pause, his expression shifting to one of displeasure. Ever since encountering Chu Ge, this inner voice seemed to hold a peculiar admiration for him, which irked Yi Chen greatly. Senior, this Chu Ge is merely at the 3rd level of the heavenly realm. How could he possibly contend against someone who has reached the pinnacle of the 4th level and possesses a powerful bloodline? He retorted dismissively. The voice fell silent. Yi Chen assumed his words had rendered it speechless, and his heart swelled with satisfaction. Little did he know, the entity within him believed that further discourse was futile. In reality, many others shared Yi Chen's sentiments, especially after the Luo clan disciple revealed details about Luo Lingtian, swaying the crowd's opinion in his favor. Only this mysterious presence, with its unparalleled insight and sharp perception, could discern what others failed to see. Truly ignorant, how can one measure Chu Ge by mere surface-level realms? His spiritual energy is dense and formidable, nearly reaching a terrifying threshold. Even ordinary 4th-level cultivators cannot compare to him. Moreover, there exists within him a terrifying celestial aura, more astonishing than his spiritual energy. If one were to consider the overwhelming primal force he possesses, it is laughable that these people can only see the surface, utterly oblivious to the terrifying power hidden within Chu Ge. Had it been Chu Ge to awaken me instead of Yi Chen, he would have long since procured the materials needed to reconstruct my form. In a concealed realm unseen by Yi Chen, this enigmatic presence thought to itself. Chapter 62, The Clash. In truth, had it not been for that day when the heavens and earth converged, allowing him to silently absorb numerous energies, he would not be privy to such intricate details. Of course, Yi Chen remained unaware that his vitality had significantly replenished. He believed him to still be in a state of weakness. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Luo Lingtian did not rush to engage Chu Ge. He surveyed the surroundings, noting that the arena was now surrounded by a multitude of spectators, including inner disciples, core disciples, stewards, elders, and even core peak masters. The attention on him and Chu Ge could not be overstated. Under such scrutiny, Luo Lingtian spoke slowly. I hear that Brother Chu has only been under the Taiwan banner for less than a month. Before joining Taiwan, he was merely an ordinary person, without kin or family. I wonder, under such intense observation, will Brother Chu feel out of his depth in this duel? His tone was gentle, yet his words concealed sharp barbs, subtly mocking Chu Ge's humble origins and narrow vision. In truth, it is not too late for Brother Chu to surrender the Huanglong seal now. It could spare him from the humiliation of a public defeat, and my Luo family would not hesitate to offer a generous reward. Wouldn't that be a win-win? The previously bewildered spectators now understood the reason behind the impending confrontation. Damn it. So Luo Lingtian is also after the Huanglong seal. Yi Chen initially believed that Luo Lingtian was a commendable individual worthy of his acquaintance, for he thought that this very Luo Lingtian might assist him in accomplishing his long-desired ambitions. However, upon hearing the words of his counterpart, his mood soured instantaneously. He had hoped that Luo Lingtian would help him undermine Chu Ge, thereby enhancing his chances of defeating Chu Ge during the grand competition and achieving the coveted Huanglong seal to elevate his physical constitution. Yet now, if the Huanglong seal were to be seized by Luo Lingtian, would not his aspirations for the ascension of his sacred body and the attainment of a higher status in Taiwan be utterly extinguished? Damn it! Damn it! Luo Lingtian, if you dare to take my Huanglong seal, I will ensure your demise in the future. Yi Chen at this moment had already begun to harbor resentment towards Luo Lingtian. His emotions were tumultuous. He wished to witness Chu Ge's downfall. Yet he was reluctant to see the Huanglong seal fall into the hands of Luo Lingtian. As long as the seal remained with Chu Ge, he still held a glimmer of hope, but if it were to transfer to Luo Lingtian, who could vanish without a trace, his hopes would be irrevocably lost. Have you said enough? On the stage, observing Luo Lingtian's demeanor of calm discourse without any intent to strike, Chu Ge expressed his impatience. Hey, it seems Brother Chu still fails to grasp the situation. Very well, allow me to unveil reality for you. Luo Lingtian spoke leisurely, and as his words fell, a formidable aura surged forth. In the next instant, the onlookers perceived a flash before their eyes, without any visible movement. Luo Lingtian's figure had already positioned itself above Chu Ge. With one leg raised high, he prepared to deliver a crushing blow directly upon Chu Ge. This immense force, if unanticipated, would likely bring Chu Ge to his knees instantly. Yet, observing Chu Ge's demeanor at this moment, he appeared utterly unresponsive. With a resounding thud, the heavy impact reverberated. Chu Ge raised his arm, not retreating a single step, and absorbed the blow entirely. Where their energies clashed, a tempest of spiritual force erupted, swirling around them and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Chu Ge slowly raised his head, observing the subtly shifting expression of Luo Lingtian, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems that the one who is unclear about the situation is you. As Chu Ge's words fell, he swiftly turned his blocking arm, seizing Luo Lingtian's calf. With a firm grip, he squeezed tightly and then forcefully yanked downward. Luo Lingtian, however, was no ordinary individual. He braced himself against the ground with one hand while thrusting his other foot forward, launching a kick aimed directly at Chu Ge's face. Chu Ge released his grip and deftly turned his head to evade the attack. Meanwhile, Luo Lingtian controlled his body, exerting force through his palms as he leaped backward, landing firmly on the ground. However, the calf that Chu Ge had previously grasped was now subtly trembling. This shouldn't be possible. How long has he been initiated into Taihuan? He spends nearly every day within the Taihuan Palace and has scarcely engaged in combat. How can he possess such rich experience in close-quarters combat? A sense of unease stirred within Luo Lingtian. He had presumed that Chu Ge, having recently embarked on his training journey, would lack experience in confrontations, leading him to believe he could easily overpower Chu Ge in close combat. To his astonishment, not only did Chu Ge effortlessly neutralize his sudden assault, but he also suffered a minor setback. Reflecting on the pain radiating from his calf, Luo Lingtian recognized that even with spiritual energy fortifying his body, the tremendous force emanating from Chu Ge had still sent a chill of trepidation through him. Could it be the reason behind the 1FA Saint body? Is that what enables him to react swiftly and counter effectively? Luo Lingtian pondered this possibility. It appeared that, in contrast to his verbal bravado, his true prowess fell significantly short. Chu Ge stood with her arms crossed, clad in pristine white attire, untouched by dust. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Luo Lingtian vanished from sight once more. The figure of Chu Ge transformed into a mere shadow, yet his hands remained steadfastly clasped across his chest, while his legs incessantly kicked out to fend off the onslaught of attacks from all directions. Bang! 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 The resounding clash echoed throughout the training arena, as both combatants harnessed their spiritual energy within their corporeal forms. Although no cataclysmic scenes unfolded before their eyes, the fierce sounds of their exchanges resonated like muffled thunder, leaving the disciples of Taihuan astonished and alarmed. At this moment, in the very heart of the battlefield, Luo Lingtian felt an increasing sense of trepidation with each strike. Each strike from Chu Ge resembles the embodiment of perfection, not only capable of deftly parrying his assaults at the most opportune moments but also retaliating with impeccable precision. Onlookers may remain oblivious, perceiving the two as evenly matched adversaries, each unwilling to yield. However, only Luo Lingtian comprehends the truth. Throughout the entire engagement, Chu Ge has solely relied on his legs, his hands remaining utterly still, his expression betraying not a flicker of emotion. In this brief span of mere breaths, Luo has sustained attacks from Chu Ge to his back, chest, and abdomen, resulting in a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although these injuries are superficial and will mend swiftly, they starkly contrast with Chu Ge's languid composure, leaving no doubt that Luo finds himself at a disadvantage. Bang! Another jarring collision reverberates through the air as the two separate. Chu Ge stood momentarily in the void. Indeed, he achieved the ability to stand upon the air with his body at the third celestial realm. Meanwhile, below, Luo Lingtian was violently propelled towards the ground. Chu Ge stood with his arms crossed, long hair cascading like a waterfall, his white robe billowing gracefully, resembling an ethereal being gazing down upon the world. There was no overwhelming aura surrounding him, yet the sight of Luo Lingtian, half kneeling on the ground, bloodied and battered, further accentuated Chu Ge's formidable presence. As Chapter 63 unfolds, Luo Lingtian slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Casting a glance at the two marks beneath his feet, traces left from his exertion, stretching several feet in length. Furthermore, the blue stone floor beneath him bore cracks, a testament to the immense force he had unleashed. He looked up at Chu Ge, who hovered in the air with arms crossed, surveying him. Luo Lingtian clenched his fists tightly. Senior brother Chu, to be able to traverse the skies? He is merely at the third heaven realm, he thought. Yet, what of my pinnacle at the fourth heaven? Am I not still suppressed by senior brother Chu? The onlookers from the Luo family gasped in astonishment. Many of the Luo disciples wore expressions of shock and disbelief, their eyes wide in silence. Meanwhile, Luo Lingtian chose to disregard the murmurs from the crowd as he gradually rose to his feet. Senior brother Chu's martial prowess is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge remained unperturbed. He had never trained in the art of close combat. His ability to suppress Luo Lingtian stemmed from the sacred body of 10,000 laws and the ever-operating mirror of 10,000 law transmutation within him. The synergistic force of these two elements allowed Chu Ge to block Luo Lingtian's assaults as though he had engaged an automatic defense mechanism. Each of Luo Lingtian's strikes was anticipated and countered by the transmutation mirror and the sacred body, enabling Chu Ge to instinctively parry them with ease. Conversely, Chu Ge's own attacks were as precise as a lock and key, each strike perfectly timed to exploit the vulnerabilities of Luo Lingtian, rendering him unable to mount an effective counterattack and forcing him into a position of passive defense. The synergy between the two made it effortless for Chu Ge to dominate Luo Lingtian, akin to the simplicity of eating or drinking. In fact, should he desire, Luo Lingtian would struggle to endure even a few breaths. What had initially appeared to be an evenly matched encounter was merely Chu Ge's attempt to familiarize himself with the sensations of his own physique and the collaborative power of the mirror of 10,000 laws. Once he felt adequately attuned, he shattered the illusion of balance with a decisive blow. Your physical conditioning is commendable, the intensity just right. You make for an excellent training partner, and I have thoroughly enjoyed this exchange. With a light laugh, Chu Ge's smile bore a teasing curve. Luo Lingtian furrowed his brows, an inner fury surging within him, before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Being bested by Chu Ge in close combat was a bitter pill for his proud heart to swallow. Moreover, Chu Ge's words at that moment were particularly grating, akin to adding fuel to the flames. Close combat is but a trivial skill. As cultivators, we must demonstrate true mastery in the realm of spiritual techniques. Though anger simmered within Luo Lingtian, it did not disturb his composure. Instead, it ignited a fiercer battle spirit, intensifying his resolve to defeat Chu Ge. As Chu Ge beheld Luo Lingtian, an overwhelming aura of combat surged within him, prompting a slight curl of his lips. Indeed, even among those blessed by fortune, one cannot generalize. The character of Luo Lingtian is not something Chu Ge intends to elaborate upon, yet in terms of mindset and temperament, he utterly eclipses Yi Chun, another fortunate soul. They exist on entirely different planes. If Yi Chun is akin to a newly hatched chick, then Luo Lingtian undoubtedly resembles a fledgling eagle poised to soar across the skies. Though his wings have yet to fully develop, he is already capable of flight. To shatter such a being's wings is no trivial task. Mere setbacks and tribulations will not diminish his resolve. As spiritual energy began to surge forth, in stark contrast to its previous restraint within, Luo Lingtian unveiled his formidable cultivation for all to witness. The force of his spiritual power swept through the arena, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. The wind howled violently, with his presence affecting nearly half of the training ground. Such a magnificent display of spiritual energy. A typical fifth-tier practitioner could not hope to rival him. Furthermore, Luo Lingtian's energy was not only vast but also remarkably pure and solid, akin to having undergone countless trials and refinements. A single thread of his spiritual energy could surpass that of an ordinary individual tenfold. It was truly terrifying. The might of his spiritual techniques, when unleashed, was beyond imagination. Many elders of the Tai Huang sect furrowed their brows, including notable figures who had reached the 7th tier. With their keen insight, it was evident that Luo Lingtian's energy, both in quantity and quality, was extraordinary. A typical 5th-tier practitioner would likely falter after just a few exchanges with him. He was a prodigy capable of transcending levels in combat, even without an extraordinary physique. His displayed prowess rivaled that of the contemporary saints. Among the youthful elite of this world, Luo Lingtian stood firmly at the pinnacle. Though Chu Ge had recently joined Tai Huang, and despite having learned spiritual techniques and possessing the exceptional physique known as the 10,000 Method Saint Body, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to attain profound mastery. Moreover, he found himself lacking in other aspects, making it improbable for him to compete with Luo Lingtian in spiritual techniques. An elder sighed softly, not out of disbelief in Chu Ge, but rather recognizing the disparity in cultivation levels, the amount of spiritual energy, and the duration of their training. Chu Ge was undeniably at a disadvantage. Aha! Has our disciple Lingtian finally decided to take this seriously? This is good. Let our Chu disciple seize the advantage of close combat. Should he be defeated, the spectacle will not be too embarrassing, for Lingtian possesses a kind heart. At that moment, the members of the Luo family began to jeer among themselves, displaying no fear of offending the Tai Huang disciples. Although they too trained within the sacred grounds of Tai Huang, the members of the Luo family harbored an innate sense of superiority over their peers. This sentiment was not unfounded, as Tai Huang was established by their ancestral founder. Moreover, a significant number of the past sovereigns bore the Luo surname. To put it bluntly, one could consider Tai Huang a subsidiary force of the Luo family, a perspective shared by many within the clan. Consequently, this fostered a sense of elevated status for the Luo disciples within Tai Huang. Among inner disciples, those with the Luo surname were regarded as slightly superior to others. You speak well, but you said the same before. What came of it? Retorted a disgruntled Tai Huang disciple. Foolishness. You believe that a mere advantage in close combat will suffice. Once spiritual techniques are employed, Lingtian will swiftly overwhelm Chu Ge. Just you wait and see. A Luo family disciple scoffed in response, pride evident in his eyes. In a seemingly inconspicuous corner of the crowd, Yuchen stared intently at the arena. Jealousy stirred within him. Both Chu Ge and Luo Lingtian occupied levels far beyond his own, a reality difficult for the self-proclaimed exceptional individual to accept. Let them fight. It would be best if they both suffered grievous wounds. Yuchen thought maliciously, wishing for an all-out brawl between Chu Ge and Luo Lingtian. Chu Ge gazed leisurely at the rising aura of Luo Lingtian before him. Come. Amidst the sweeping tide of spiritual energy, Luo Lingtian's eyes glinted with a sharp intensity, and he unleashed a furious roar. As his voice echoed, the surging spiritual force grew increasingly restless. Luo Lingtian clasped his hands together, forming an intricate hand seal. A terrifying surge of energy converged at the point of his palms, and a towering figure emerged behind him, reminiscent of an ancient deity awakening in this moment. Chapter 64, Frenzy. Chu Ge. Luo Lingtian bellowed once more. The phantom behind him seemed to echo his fury, opening its mouth in a similar roar. Waves of ripples radiated from his being, shaking the entire training ground to its core. In his gaze, Chu Ge bore an earnest expression, and the arms he had crossed finally stirred. He slowly extended his hand, forming a sword-like gesture. The desolate and destructive energy coalesced at his fingertips, as if he were infusing it with an abundance of spiritual power. This was the ancient spiritual technique, the 8 Desolations Destruction Finger. Although the glimmer at his fingertip appeared diminutive and rather inconspicuous, the profound essence of annihilation it exuded sent a chill through the hearts of those who merely sensed it. The lethal force was so palpable that even some elders from the inner sect, at the 6th level of the sky, felt their hairs stand on end. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, could such a formidable spiritual technique truly be wielded by a mere 3rd-level cultivator? One elder observed Chu Ge's unwavering focus on the destructive energy at his fingertip and could not help but exclaim in awe. "I am astonished to feel fear from the aura emanating from their techniques." A 6th-level elder wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his brow, utterly amazed. Radiant Extinction Seal. Almost in an instant, Luo Lingtian began to chant incantations, his spiritual energy condensing to its utmost limit. As a brilliant beam of light erupted from the hand seal he formed, hurtling towards Chu Ge with deadly intent. In opposition to it was a slender, white beam of finger energy. The clash between the beam and the finger energy sent tremors throughout the entire training ground. The green bricks on the ground cracked inch by inch, reduced to dust in the blink of an eye by the residual force unleashed by their spiritual techniques. Huh! Luo Lingtian roared once more, his battle fervor surging as he shed the demeanor of a nobleman, his energy escalating violently in response to his fierce shout. He intensified the output of his spiritual power, causing the beam to swell further, suppressing the 8 Desolations Destruction Finger back. Seeing this, Luo Lingtian's heart soared with joy, realizing he had gained the upper hand. Although the battle had taken an unexpected turn, he had underestimated Chu Ge. Nonetheless, the outcome appeared favorable as victory was imminent. "Chu Ge, I shall claim the Radiant Dragon Seal." Huh. Luo Lingtian mused, but suddenly caught sight of a smile gracing Chu Ge's lips from afar. What is he smiling about? Can one still smile in the face of impending defeat? A sense of foreboding crept into Luo Lingtian's heart. Not far away. Upon witnessing Luo Lingtian's fervent resolve, Chu Ge's playful demeanor softened slightly as he resolved to deliver a small yet profound shock to this fortunate son of fate. Around him, starlight began to diffuse slowly. The 216 star apertures within him stirred, each channeling a unique celestial power distinct from ordinary spiritual energy. The stellar energy flowed, converging at his fingertips and augmenting the 8 Desolations Destruction Finger. Thus, all present beheld the once suppressed finger energy, now revitalized as if infused with boundless strength. With radiant starlight trailing behind, it surged forth, shattering Luo Lingtian's beam with unstoppable momentum. For a fleeting moment, Luo Lingtian stood in disbelief, his eyes wide with horror. Impossible! The simultaneous utterance of these words echoed, the first from Luo Lingtian's lips, the second from above, where Luo Huangjun, Dan Ijinglian, and the esteemed ancestors of the Luo clan observed the arena. The 2 elder members of the Luo family were utterly astounded, their eyes glued to the scene below in disbelief. Even Luo Zonglin, the venerable ancestor, wore an expression of astonishment. In contrast, Luo Huangjun and Dan Ijinglian bore smiles, their features reflecting little surprise. But Luo Lingtian, filled with incredulity and dread, gazed at the unfolding spectacle. Just moments ago, he had felt assured of victory, ready to savor the sweet fruits of triumph. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the tide had turned. As if a fragile sheet of paper had been effortlessly torn apart, his formidable technique obliterated with ease. This was his most potent technique, executed with all his might. A culmination of his strength, save for those rare methods he could seldom employ. To have it so effortlessly shattered by a mere 3rd-level cultivator, one who had only begun his training less than a month ago, was unfathomable. Luo Lingtian had believed his mindset and resolve were unshakable. Yet faced with the brutal reality of impending defeat, he found himself wavering. "No, I will not be defeated. I am the heir of the ancestral bloodline," he roared within, a surge of fury propelling him forward. He began to frantically unleash his palms, streams of dazzling light erupting from his hands, directed towards Chu Ge. Entirely disregarding the oncoming 8 Desolations Destruction Finger, Luo Lingtian could not accept the possibility of facing his first defeat in life. He was descending into madness, his thoughts spiraling wildly. At worst, we'll both perish together. Let out a soft laugh in disbelief. Faced with the relentless barrage of spiritual energy attacks descending upon him like a torrential rain, he merely extended his palm and summoned the power of the star aperture. Bang! 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 A luminous shield, glimmering with starlight, materialized before him, effortlessly absorbing the onslaught. Although each attack seemed to generate a commotion upon striking the barrier, it was akin to raindrops falling into the vast ocean. They stirred ripples momentarily, only to dissipate into nothingness, mere insignificant sounds in the boundless expanse of the sea. In contrast, Luo Lingtian, having just experienced an impulsive outburst, finally regained his composure. Yet, it appeared to be too late for the assault. Imbued with starlight and exuding an aura of desolation and destruction, was already imminent. Luo Lingtian found himself with no escape route. as his pupils constricted sharply. The glimmering projectile seemed to magnify infinitely in his sight, threatening to pierce through his brow at any moment. A low humming resonated. Streams of light flickered around Luo Lingtian, coalescing into a radiant golden shield that shielded him from this lethal strike. His previously shut eyes flew open, and upon witnessing the scene before him, his expression momentarily froze, before a smile broke across his face. The dramatic highs and lows, the brush with death, rendered this day the most exhilarating he had ever experienced since his earliest memories. Ironically, it was the very individual he had initially dismissed with disdain, the seemingly inferior cultivator, Chu Ge, who had bestowed this extraordinary experience upon him. Chapter 65. A distant glimpse. Victory. Brother Chu has triumphed. Ha ha ha. What are the supreme descendants? Have they not become mere pawns beneath Brother Chu's command? A disciple of Tai Wang shouted with fervor, fist raised in triumph. In stark contrast stood the members of the Luo family, now resembling wilted eggplants, their spirits utterly deflated. How could this be? Merely a third heaven cultivator, how could he possess such power to defeat a member of the Lingtian clan? Some murmured in disbelief, their faces etched with shock. I refuse to believe it. This Chu Ge must have cheated. A third heaven cultivator could never be a match for a member of the Lingtian clan. He must have employed some underhanded trick. Others from the Luo family protested vehemently. Not long after, their words ignited the wrath of the crowd. The disciples of Tai Wang, who had been simmering with frustration, could no longer contain themselves. How dare you speak such nonsense? Accusing Brother Chu. I've long found you displeasing. Prepare to be dealt with. One hot-headed disciple shouted, swinging his fist towards the face of a Luo family member. The punch landed solidly, collapsing the Luo disciple's nose and sending blood spurting forth. Chaos erupted as the scene devolved into disorder. Witnessing their kin being attacked, other Luo family members could not remain passive and joined the fray. Unfortunately, they were outnumbered, and in no time, the few dozen of them were overwhelmed by the surging disciples of Tai Wang. Cease this at once. Finally, an elder intervened to restore order. However, it seemed he had arrived a tad too late. The Luo family members were left battered and bruised, their clothes torn, groaning in agony. The Tai Wang disciples, ever cunning, took advantage of the situation and quickly dispersed into the crowd, leaving behind only the moans of the Luo family members. Humph. To engage in such reckless brawling in this setting is utterly absurd. The elder scolded with a feigned anger, yet his reprimand ended there. Casting a disdainful glance at the lamenting Luo family members, he turned and departed. The minor commotion below had no bearing on the two combatants in the arena. After Chu Ge effortlessly defeated Luo Lingtian, he refrained from any further action. He had no intention of killing Luo Lingtian in that moment. The training ground was filled with restrictions, and the patriarch of the Luo family was watching closely. Moreover, it was highly likely that Luo Lingtian possessed means of self-preservation. Thus, eliminating him there was quite unrealistic. However, after glancing at several notification messages from the system, a smile crept onto Chu Ge's lips. The rewards are indeed bountiful. Meanwhile, Luo Lingtian was momentarily lost in thought. For the first time in his life, he experienced the profound terror of life and death, causing him to forget that he was in a training ground rather than a death arena, which was protected by barriers. Not to mention, he was flanked by the Luo family patriarch and two elders. Overwhelmed by fear, he momentarily lost his composure. As he contemplated the situation, a wave of shame washed over him, soon followed by an uncontrollable rage. How could he show such a pitiful side of himself, so humiliated before everyone? It was utterly unforgivable. All of this was thanks to Chu Ge. He clenched his fists tightly, filled with resentment. You have been defeated. The voice echoed as Chu Ge stood before Luo Lingtian, looking down at his fallen adversary. Luo Lingtian looked up, meeting Chu Ge's icy gaze. Emotions of bitterness, humiliation, resentment, and anger intertwined within him. His fists tightened and loosened repeatedly before he finally released them in defeat. Suddenly, his expression twisted into one of ferocity as he fixed his gaze on Chu Ge and growled, Chu Ge, this time I was careless. Do not take pride in this. Next time, I shall avenge today's disgrace. Luo Lingtian gritted his teeth, as if pledging an oath. This declaration was not only directed at Chu Ge, but also a promise to himself, a vow to confront the humiliation he had endured today. Humph, do not misinterpret my actions. Defeating a mere Luo Lingtian is hardly a cause for pride. Chu Ge shook his head, a silent laugh escaping his lips. The mocking smile and the nonchalant demeanor pierced deeply into Luo Lingtian's heart, leaving an indelible mark in his mind. Furthermore, as Chu Ge withdrew his gaze from Luo Lingtian, he surveyed the surroundings. What met his eyes were expressions of adoration, fervor, envy, and a subtle, almost imperceptible hint of resentment, an array of diverse gazes. At this moment, all these stares converged upon Chu Ge. A smile played upon his lips as a phrase from a classic work he had once perused surfaced in his mind, uttered by a timeless authority. He slowly began to speak, articulating with deliberation, those who fall before me shall never be regarded as my rivals. I grant you the time to pursue, until you become but a distant vision. The words of Chu Ge resonated like a resounding bell, echoing in the hearts of all present. The formidable aura emanating from him striking on into their souls. Time seemed to have been suspended. and all expressions became frozen as they savored the unmatched demeanor of Chu Ge, who gazed down upon the world with an air of superiority. His words stirred a tempest within them, leaving their emotions in tumult for an extended period. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Such grandeur, such innate talent, such prowess. Years hence, a remarkable figure shall undoubtedly rise anew in this world. An elder expressed admiration, his eyes still reflecting astonishment. Equally shaken by the profound impact of Chu Ge's utterance. I shall grant you time to pursue, until you find yourself gazing at the unattainable. This phrase echoed in Luo Lingtian's mind like a haunting nightmare, rendering his eyes vacant and his complexion pallid. In a moment of daze, a sound akin to a crack echoed. That was the sound of Luo Lingtian's resolve shattering. Amidst the crowd, Yichen's countenance also turned ashen. Just moments ago. As Chu Ge surveyed the surroundings, Yichen distinctly felt the weight of his gaze linger upon him for an instant. Merely a fleeting moment. Yet it sent chills down his spine, as if an indescribable terror had fixated upon him. Within a few breaths, beads of cold sweat began to beat upon his forehead. Chu Ge. Yichen clenched his fist tightly. At this moment, Chu Ge, exuding an aura of triumph, was indeed an unstoppable force. The mere exchange of glances felt as if it could pierce his very soul. Bring it forth, Chu Ge said with a beaming smile, the smile of a victor. Luo Lingtian understood the implications of Chu Ge's words. Yet, he was unwilling to accept this fate. Not only had he failed to obtain the Huanglong seal, but he was also forced to part with a piece of a supreme relic, a bitter pill that he found hard to swallow. Could it be that he wished to renege on the deal? A dignified descendant of the Supreme ought not to be so petty, right? Surely not? Surely not? The words of Chu Ge stirred a tempest within Luo Lingtian, causing his blood to surge and his face to flush crimson. He clenched his fist so tightly that his nails nearly embedded themselves into his flesh. Reluctantly, Luo Lingtian ultimately chose to swallow the bitter fruit of defeat. Presenting the shattered chessboard to Chu Ge. As Chu Ge carefully stowed away the chessboard, the notification chime echoed once more in his mind. And the smile upon his lips deepened. Chapter 66, Renown spreads far and wide. With a swift sound of slicing air, several figures materialized beside the recently risen Luo Lingtian. Among them stood the venerable ancestor of the Luo clan, Luo Songlin, accompanied by two esteemed elders. Luo Songlin regarded Chu Ge with a gaze shadowed by malice, while the eyes of the two elders brimmed with murderous intent. Undaunted, stood firm, for he was not alone. Well done, came the chilling voice. As Luo Huangjun and Dantai Jinglian emerged. Why do you not leave? Are you perhaps unwilling to concede? I would not mind exchanging a few blows with you. Dantai Jinglian, showing no deference to the Luo family, stepped forward. Her crimson gaze burned like flames, and with merely a thought, she could set mountains ablaze and boil the seas. Luo Huangjun's eyes were equally frigid, exuding an aura as sharp as frost. Though silent, the icy presence she radiated was enough to instill dread in the hearts of many. Let us depart. Finally, Luo Songlin cast a lingering glance at Chu Ge before leading Luo Lingtian and the others away, not forgetting to take along the still unconscious powerful member of the Luo family. This was undoubtedly yet another failed endeavor. The Huanglong seal remained elusive, and they had also lost a fragment of a supreme weapon. Such treasures, even in their diminished state, were beyond the comparison of ordinary items. Even for an ancient and profoundly rooted family like the Luo, treasures of this caliber were exceedingly rare. Although it was Luo Lingtian's personal acquisition, not directly from the Luo family, the loss was still acutely felt. This was merely the surface of their losses. The losses do not end here. Luo Songlin observed Luo Lingtian, who had remained silent since leaving Taihuang, his eyes reflecting a hollow emptiness. In his discerning view, it was evident that Luo Lingtian's state of mind was gravely unstable, his path of enlightenment suffering unprecedented blows. Should he fail to recover from this setback, he might blend into the throng of mediocrity. Chu Ge may become a future calamity. Luo Songlin's gaze deepened, concealing the thoughts that stirred within his heart. Although Chu Ge was unaware that he had been regarded as a significant threat by an ancient ancestor from the Nine Heavens, his heart had already begun to heighten its vigilance. He had keenly captured the gaze of Luo Songlin before his departure. It was evident that he was on the other party's mind, especially considering the presence of the Huanglong seal. Despite two failed schemes, Chu Ge was not naive enough to believe that individuals from such a powerful clan would simply relent. Everyone may disperse, spoke Luo Huangjun, calmly surveying the surroundings. The command of the Holy Master was one that all obeyed without daring to defy, and soon the majority of the crowd had scattered. However, the news of today's battle spread swiftly. Although Luo Lingtian's reputation amongst the current younger generation was not particularly prominent, the Luo family behind him was undeniably a top-tier force. Not only in Lingzhou but throughout the entire eastern Xuanyu, their influence was substantial and formidable. Many disciples from various major sects and holy lands often sought to cultivate within the esteemed Luo family. The fall of such a prodigy from this illustrious family, one bearing the bloodline of supremacy after being defeated in a cross-boundary confrontation, was bound to stir considerable waves among the younger generation. After all, while Luo Lingtian may not have been widely renowned, his displayed prowess was not to be underestimated. At the pinnacle of the fourth heaven, his combat strength nearly approached that of the sixth heaven, marking him as one of the top prodigies in the eastern Xuanyu. The fact that such an exceptional talent was bested by another in a battle beyond his realm would undoubtedly amplify Chu Ge's notoriety. Once the details of today's confrontation circulated, Chu Ge's name would truly resonate within the ranks of the young generation of Eastern Xuanyu and among various factions. Unlike when he joined Taihuang, during which the powers only recognized his name without a concrete image, after this battle, Chu Ge's presence would firmly embed itself in the consciousness of all factions, becoming an entity that could not be overlooked. After all, his achievements spoke volumes. Defeating a top prodigy across boundaries demonstrated that Chu Ge's innate talent and strength far surpassed that of Luo Lingtian. Chu Ge, in his nature, paid little heed to such matters. At this moment, he had returned to the Taihuang Palace alongside Luo Huangjun and Dan Jinglian. Within the palace, Dan Jinglian, regaining her usual languid demeanor, spoke in a somewhat lazy tone, "Disciple, today you certainly stole the spotlight. Your words have left a profound impression on Master Uncle." She gazed at Chu Ge with a beaming smile, her eyes softened, entirely devoid of the arrogance and unrestrained demeanor she displayed in the presence of the Luo family. Her words were not mere jest. Even she, upon hearing Chu Ge's proclamation, was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming aura he exuded. The momentary elegance of Chu Ge was inevitably etched in her mind. Gazing at her alluring master, whose beauty resembled a blazing lotus, Chu Ge felt a subtle quiver in her heartstrings. Truly a natural enchantress. She mused inwardly. With a gentle smile, Chu Ge replied, "Master, your praises are too generous. I must express my profound gratitude to both you and my esteemed uncle for your unwavering support today." Upon hearing this, the smile of Dan Jinglian deepened. While Luo Huangjun merely nodded in acknowledgement, Chu Ge gazed upon the radiant and captivating smile of Dan Jinglian. Sensing that his esteemed master was in exceptionally high spirits, it was not merely due to his own triumph or words of gratitude, but rather for reasons unknown, which he chose not to ponder deeply. The enigmatic nature of Dan Jinglian's character rendered her motivations elusive. The saying "a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea" was exemplified in her demeanor. Nevertheless, today's events had undoubtedly endeared her further to Chu Ge. After all, in the face of the coercion and temptations posed by the Luo family, she had consistently stood up for him, offering unwavering support. What Chu Ge remained unaware of was that his growing affection for Dan Jinglian was the very reason her spirits soared. Observing the remarkable progress reflected in her mind, Dan Jinglian felt an overwhelming sense of joy, to the extent that her fiery red eyes, filled with allure, narrowed slightly due to the smile gracing her delicate face. Name, Dan Jinglian. Appearance, 10. Affection, 72. Beside her, Luo Huangjun, who had known Dan Jinglian for many years, possessed a profound understanding of her senior sister. Recognizing the smile upon her face, she readily discerned the excellent mood Dan Jinglian was in, and after a brief contemplation, a conjecture formed in her mind. She first employed the diary replica function to probe into Dan Jinglian's information, and the results aligned perfectly with her expectations. Subsequently, she glanced at her own information. Name, Luo Huangjun. Appearance, 10. Affection, 90. Has it truly reached 90? Luo Huangjun mused internally. The thought of her senior sister gleefully reveling in a mere 72 points of affection brought an inexplicable sense of delight and exhilaration to her heart. Chapter 67, 9 Heavens. In truth, there had been a prior surge in Chu Ge's affection for her, coinciding with the day she was offended by the disobedient disciple. At this recollection, a faint blush crept onto Luo Huangjun's cheeks, yet an involuntary smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Her gaze toward Chu Ge grew increasingly gentle, infused with a hint of sentiment that even she herself was unaware of. Chu Ge naturally captured the tender gaze of his serene master. Were it not for the presence of his esteemed uncle beside him, he would have long been unable to contain his feelings, fervently advancing towards Luo Huangjun. Just the thought of that day. Chu Ge felt a flutter of excitement. Her gaze towards Luo Huangjun ignited with a fervent intensity. Instantly, the latter became aware of this sentiment. Although Chu Ge had boldly offended her on that particular day, in moments of solitude thereafter, she would often reminisce about the extraordinary feelings of that encounter. During those reflections, a desire to relive the experience would often arise within her. With a playful glare directed at Chu Ge, Luo Huangjun understood that this rebellious disciple was likely entertaining unwholesome thoughts at that moment. She promptly issued a warning glance, signaling Chu Ge to refrain from any reckless behavior. Meanwhile, Dan Jinglian observed the scene. Sensing that the pair of master and disciple had seemingly engaged in some unspoken communication, as her thoughts stirred, she turned her attention towards Luo Huangjun. Upon noticing the glaring figure 90 displayed prominently on the board, the joy in Dan Jinglian's heart waned considerably. Despite her significant progress, it appeared that the gap between her and Luo Huangjun had widened even further. After all, the enhancement of affection was not a linear journey. The challenges of advancement only grew more formidable with time. "Little Chu, you should rest now. Today's battle must have left you somewhat fatigued," Luo Huangjun remarked with an air of tranquility. Upon hearing the words, Chu Ge paused momentarily, realizing that there was no opportunity for a bold move at present. He nodded slightly and retreated to his room, leaving only Luo Huangjun and her sister, Dan Jinglian, in the hall. "Sister, your actions are rather unkind." Do you truly wish to prevent me from interacting with my nephew? He is deeply enamored with you, while I find myself left far behind, Dan Taijingyan remarked. Her expression one of disappointment, as if Luo Huangjun's actions had genuinely saddened her. Luo Huangjun shot a glance at her theatrically inclined sister, then her demeanor grew serious. Sister, you jest. I have no objection to your interactions with Xiao Chu. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. At this, Dan Taijingyan ceased her playful banter and turned her gaze to Luo Huangjun. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Meeting her sister's inquisitive gaze, Luo Huangjun spoke slowly. Dan Taijingyan's eyes widened in surprise, her heart racing. The ninth heaven? She inquired. Luo Huangjun nodded slowly. At that moment, she couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly she had approached the threshold of the ninth heaven, primarily due to the diary instance and the influence of Chu Ge. After their relationship had crossed the boundaries of master and disciple, Chu Ge's fondness for her had surged significantly, resulting in her receiving the highest rewards from the diary instance that day. The progress of her bloodline awakening had reached 20%, propelling her cultivation level upward. Had she not been inclined to suppress her advancement, she could have initiated her breakthrough that very day. While Luo Huajun felt a sense of gratitude, Dan Taijingyan's emotions were more complex. Their strengths had always been nearly equal, with their cultivation progress closely matched. There was merely a matter of who temporarily led. But soon they would revert to the same level. Currently, she was still one obstacle away from reaching the peak of the eighth heaven. While Luo Huangjun had already begun preparing to step into the ninth heaven, this was no longer a mere step ahead, it was a significant lead. Now I understand why you seemed somewhat off when facing those individuals earlier, Dan Taijingyan murmured. She had noticed that Luo Huangjun appeared somewhat restrained in her dealings with the Luo family. As an elder sister, she knew her younger sibling well. Although her sister was typically aloof and spoke little, she shared a similar decisive nature when confronting adversaries. The only difference was that her own methods were perhaps more ruthless than her sister's. Earlier, Luo Huangjun's conduct in front of the Luo family had starkly contrasted with her usual demeanor, and Dan Taijingyan had sensed the change. Now, knowing that Luo Huangjun was on the brink of a breakthrough, she understood the reason behind her sister's behavior. After all, Luo Conglin's combat prowess was undeniable, and his realm was indeed that of the ninth heaven. Engaging him would inevitably reveal any signs of her impending advancement. Dan Taijingyan was acutely aware of the internal strife within the Luo family in recent years, marked by intricate power struggles. Various factions were embroiled in both overt and covert conflicts, especially the faction led by Luo Huangjun's family head, which was subtly facing the threat of a united front from multiple sides. This was why the faction to which Luo Lingtian belonged had attempted to seize the Hualong Seal twice without being thwarted by Luo Huangjun's family, as they were preoccupied with their own battles. If news of Luo Huangjun's impending breakthrough to the ninth heaven were to reach the Luo family at this critical juncture, it would undoubtedly complicate an already convoluted situation. When do you plan to begin your breakthrough? Dan Taijingyan inquired, though her feelings were mixed. She remained deeply invested in Luo Huangjun's advancement. The breakthrough to the ninth heaven was not something that could be accomplished hastily. Moreover, one could not afford to be careless prior to such a momentous occasion. Even someone of Luo Huangjun's caliber needed to prepare adequately for the challenges that might arise during the breakthrough. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Huangjun replied, I will wait until after the grand competition. At that time, I shall entrust all matters within the sacred realm to you. The breakthrough was unlike an ordinary retreat. When Luo Huangjun usually secluded herself for cultivation, she would leave a portion of her consciousness aware of the outside world, ready to halt at any moment. However, once she decided to commence her breakthrough, she would need to devote her full attention, without distraction. Dan Taijingyan chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Sister, I see you are concerned about your nephew. She could perceive the true source of Luo Huangjun's concern, or rather, the person she held dear. Luo Huangjun's cheeks flushed. She was gradually beginning to confront her own feelings. Thus, while she felt a twinge of shyness at Dan Taijingyan's teasing remarks, she did not immediately retort as she had in the past. Dan Taijingyan noticed this change, her emotions growing even more intricate. She felt both joy for her sister's advancement and a touch of resentment for being left behind. She could easily guess the reasons behind Luo Huangjun's significant lead. The glaringly high affection value of 90 was still fresh in her memory. How could she not understand? It seems I must hasten my pace. Dan Taijingyan thought to herself. Chapter 68, The Celestial Sphere. On the other side, upon returning to his chamber, Chu Ge promptly activated the system to peruse the notifications he had previously overlooked. Ding. The fated child, Luo Lingtian, was decisively vanquished by the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 villain points. Ding. The fated child, Luo Lingtian, is in a state of inner turmoil. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5,000 villain points. Ding. The fated child, Yi Chun, is in a state of inner turmoil. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3,000 villain points. Ding. The fated child. Several notifications of a similar nature presented themselves before Chu Ge's eyes. Chu Ge meticulously examined the situation. Following Luo Lingtian's defeat, a tumult of emotions engulfed him. His mental state was disrupted, and his path was wavering. He suffered significant losses, including the remnants of his supreme forces, which plunged him into a state of madness, ultimately giving rise to inner demons. The cascade of events, combined with the contribution of 3,000 points from the Yoncar army, resulted in Chu Ge amassing a total of 58,000 villain points from this episode. When added to his existing 65,500 points, he now possesses a staggering total of 123,500 villain points. This windfall not only enables him to elevate the diary section to level 4, but also allows for an additional upgrade of either the check-in or sign-in sections by 1 level. Achieving level 3. Without hesitation, Chu Ge promptly communicated with the system. System, expend villain points to upgrade the diary section. A notification chimed, expenditure of 80,000 villain points initiated for upgrade. Remaining villain points, 43,500. Chu Ge did not hasten to deplete all the villain points. He intended to reserve them until after the grand competition, to see if the villain points could once again reach 100,000, thus attempting to unlock a random module in the system. After all, currently leveling up the sign-in or check-in feature to level 3 does not unlock any new functionalities of the module, falling short of a qualitative transformation. Glancing at the upgrade time, Chu Ge made an estimation. Once this round of upgrades was completed, it would be evening. He decided to take a look at the Supreme Remnant, hoping that his previous instincts were not mistaken. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Ge took out the remnants of the army he had acquired from Luo Ling Tian. Upon grasping the dilapidated chessboard, he sensed a stirring within his star apertures. I am not mistaken. This chessboard indeed possesses a connection to the power of the stars. He mused inwardly, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into the chessboard. He was met with utter silence. Ordinary spiritual energy appears ineffective. With contemplative thoughts swirling in his mind, Chu Ge retracted his spiritual energy. He then set his focus on the celestial orifices within his body, allowing a strand of stellar power to coalesce and gradually seep into the dilapidated chessboard in his grasp. In an instant, the once crumbling board radiated a dazzling brilliance, and a rich surge of astral energy erupted from within, enveloping the entire room. The intricate points and lines on the board, previously shrouded in ambiguity, transformed into clarity as the densely packed intersections emitted a faint luminescence. Meanwhile, Chu Ge had closed his eyes, allowing a fragment of his consciousness to merge with the stellar energy and enter the depths of the chessboard. After a considerable time had passed, Chu Ge once again opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of starlight shimmering within them, and a look of delight spread across his face. This Supreme Remnant, or perhaps more aptly termed the 10,000 star disk, was not only associated with the power of the stars but also bore significant connection to the Great Zhou Tian star refinement diagram that Chu Ge practiced. Upon entering the consciousness of the Supreme Remnant, Chu Ge became aware of the name of this formidable relic, as well as the efficacy and current condition of the 10,000 star disk. Firstly, regarding its functionality. The 10,000 star disk inherently possesses a grand formation that integrates offensive, defensive, confinement, and aggregation capabilities. Rather than stating that the disk contains a formation, it is more accurate to assert that the 10,000 star disk serves as the vessel for this grand array. The board is merely an accessory. The grand formation is the essence. However, this 10,000 star disk is severely damaged, with its true spirit having already perished, and the time required for its restoration remains uncertain. Moreover, the disk itself is in a state of disrepair, missing a corner, which results in a reduction of nearly a quarter of the total 361 intersection points. Consequently, the 10,000 star disk is now nearly inoperative. Due to the missing section and the absence of true spirit, the grand formation cannot function, rendering the 10,000 star disk virtually ineffectual. The sole aspect that brings joy to Chu Ge is its current ability to still utilize the star aggregation feature. By harnessing the power of the stars, Chu Ge can employ this to accelerate the opening of his own star orifices. The combination of star-attributed spiritual materials with the 10,000 star disk undoubtedly enhances Chu Ge's cultivation speed significantly. Furthermore, during the star aggregation process, the 10,000 star disk will gradually engage in self-repair, effectively serving two purposes. Additionally, Chu Ge learned that there exists another supreme treasure that complements the 10,000 star disk, known as the 10,000 star chess. The two must unite to achieve completeness. However, the matter of the 10,000 star chess still feels quite distant, and Chu Ge did not dwell on it. Placing the 10,000 star disk before him, Chu Ge closed his eyes, immersing himself in the celestial energy that pervaded the entire room. I cannot squander this. These are indeed precious resources. With this thought in mind, Chu Ge began to operate the refining orifice diagram, absorbing the celestial energy to open his star orifices. Time passed quietly and swiftly, and soon it was deep into the night. Chu Ge awakened from his cultivation. The efficacy of the 10,000 star disk is truly remarkable. In just a mere 5 hours, less than half a day, Chu Ge successfully opened 3 star apertures, with the progress of the 4th already surpassing the halfway mark. If he were to cultivate for a full 12 hours in a day, he could potentially open 7 to 8 star apertures, surpassing the speed he achieved during his time using the North Star Mystic Crystal. If supplemented with the North Star Mystic Crystal, the pace becomes almost unimaginable for Chu Ge. After storing the 10,000 star disk, he glanced at the system, noticing that the upgrade of the diary section was nearing completion. Chu Ge resolutely decided to pin his thoughts in a diary. After all, the diary settlement would occur past midnight, by which time the system would have completed its upgrade, ensuring he would not miss out on the daily rewards that followed the enhancement. The events of today were rather numerous. Initially, the Luo family ascended to the Taiwan Hall. Their purpose undoubtedly linked to the coveted Huanglong seal. Upon my emergence from seclusion, I encountered the son of destiny, Luo Lingtian. I must admit, his allure in terms of charm far surpassed that of Yichen, albeit still falling short when compared to my own. That conceited junior disciple of mine. How vain he is. Su Lingyuan, who had been patiently awaiting Chu Ge's diary entry, murmured under her breath. Yet, despite her outward remarks, she couldn't help but resonate with Chu Ge's somewhat self-aggrandizing assertions. She was no stranger to the world. She had encountered her fair share of handsome men and exceptionally talented young heroes, yet none could rival Chu Ge. As she pondered this, Su Lingyuan realized that after a few days' absence, she found herself genuinely missing her conceited junior disciple, following the enlightening advice from Luo Huangjun. Su Lingyuan had indeed gained profound insights over the past few days, dedicating her time to meditation and cultivation in the quiet chamber. It was only later that she learned from others about Chu Ge's battle with Luo Lingtian, which left her somewhat regretful for not witnessing it firsthand. Especially poignant was the thought of Chu Ge's triumph over Luo Lingtian, followed by the words he uttered that have since echoed throughout Taiwan. The mere contemplation of this made Su Lingyuan yearn to witness that moment of brilliance for herself. Chapter 69. Upgrade. Chu Ge continued to document his experiences in his diary. Subsequently, I engaged in a confrontation with Luo Lingtian, and with little effort, I emerged victorious, earning not only tens of thousands of villain points, but also acquiring the esteemed relic known as the Wandering Star Disk, as Chu Ge inscribed these events. The system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! The diary module has been successfully upgraded. The current level is 4. Daily diary rewards have been enhanced. And a new feature, lottery, has been added. The diary module will assess the host's daily entries, with scores ranging from 1 to 100. A higher score correlates with superior items in the reward pool and increases the likelihood of obtaining high-quality rewards. 90% of the reward pool consists of items from this world, while 10% comprises items from the myriad realms. Continued upgrades to the diary module will enhance the number of draws, probabilities, reward quality, and the pool itself. The multiple notifications in his mind momentarily interrupted Chu Ge's writing. A lottery, perhaps? Chu Ge murmured softly, expressing his satisfaction with the newly added feature. He was particularly eager about the so-called rewards from myriad realms contained within the prize pool. Just as Chu Ge ceased his diary entries, several owners of diary replicas found themselves puzzled. What was happening? What was that troublesome junior brother up to? Upon noticing the abrupt halt in the diary's content, Su Lingyuan muttered her dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a prompt notification echoed in her mind. Ding! The diary's owner has upgraded the diary, unlocking new features. The rarity of daily rewards has increased, enhancing the probability of obtaining top-tier rewards. After the daily rewards are settled, diary replica owners will receive a cultivation reward, contingent upon the owner's affection. Once the number of diary binders reaches a certain threshold, a group chat feature will automatically activate. Su Lingyuan's eyes widened as she took a moment to digest this information. After a brief pause, joy surged within her. Now, the diary replica not only offered item rewards but also cultivation rewards. Did this not mean her dream of effortlessly increasing her cultivation would come true? This delighted Su Lingyuan, rendering her indifferent to the last message about the group chat. Meanwhile, on the other side, group chat? Luo Huajun furrowed her brows as she spoke. She sensed something amiss from the message. The group chat would only activate once the number of diary replica owners reached a certain count. Yet, currently, only 3 owners were known, and thus, the group chat had not commenced, indicating that more owners were likely to emerge in the future. This notion filled Luo Huangjun with an unsettling premonition. According to her and Dan Tai Jinglian's speculations, the diary replica owners were all exceptionally beautiful women. The existence of the diary replicas implied that these women would inevitably intersect with Chu Ge's life. Just this thought alone instilled a sense of crisis in Luo Huangjun. Moreover, not every diary owner would be as disinterested in Chu Ge as the 3 of them were, and it was certain that individuals with ulterior motives would seek to approach him. As Luo Huangjun contemplated these matters, Dan Tai Jinglian shared her apprehensions. At that moment, countless streams of light, imperceptible even to the will of the heavens and earth, surged forth from the Taihuang Hall, the chamber where Chu Ge resided. These streams radiated in all directions, traversing the Lingzhou and the entire eastern Xuanyu, heading towards other realms, hinting at a trend that could encompass the world. During their dispersal, innumerable streams of light found their way to numerous ethereal, stunning women. Some recognized their presence immediately, while others remained oblivious due to their own states of mind. Several streams of light also entered the Taihuang sacred land, unnoticed by anyone. On the Shuyu Peak, Lu Fuyo concluded her day of cultivation and opened her eyes, only to catch sight of a completely black notebook quietly resting beside her. A blend of curiosity and confusion stirred within her as she reached out to grasp it. Her gaze fell upon the cover. The moment she glanced at it, she was taken aback. Chu Ge's diary, Lu Fuyao's replica. She softly read aloud, her astonishment deepening. Is this really Senior Brother Chu's diary? The image of her exceptionally handsome and otherworldly mentor flashed in her mind. Simultaneously, the unusual sensations she experienced during their previous encounter resurfaced, causing her cheeks to flush. I'm just going to take a look. It should be fine. I'll return it to Senior Brother Chu once I'm done, she mused, unable to suppress her curiosity, slowly opening the diary replica. This occurrence was not isolated to Lu Fuyao alone. It also transpired with Shui Qianruo and Lu Tingni, who were also on Qiu Peak. In another room, Lu Tingni, luxuriating in the warm spiritual spring, felt something brush against her gently. She slowly opened her eyes, tilting her head to see a small black notebook quietly lying beside her. I don't recall this being here before, she muttered, giving it little thought as she picked it up. Chu Ge's diary, Lu Tingni's replica? Is this Senior Brother Chu's item? But why does it have my name on it? Lu Tingni pondered aloud, recalling the strikingly handsome Chu Ge. Unable to contain her curiosity and desire to explore, she promptly opened the diary replica. As she perused its contents, her expression shifted from curiosity to shock, morphing into disbelief. So, Senior Brother Chu has such a remarkable backstory? Truly astonishing, traversing realms, systems, and the so-called child of fortune. Lu Tingni's mind wandered back to the day she tested her roots, recalling the young man who had occasionally cast burning glances at her and her sister, Lu Fuyao. Someone like him could be deemed a child of fortune, while Senior Brother Chu is labeled a villain. How absurd, she murmured in indignation, holding a deep disdain for Yi Chun. Such an extraordinary tale. I must share this with Master and my sister. As she spoke, Lu Tingni immediately rose from the warm spirit spring bath. The clear waters rippled in response to her sudden movement. Due to her prolonged soak, her fair skin was adorned with a delicate blush. Paying no heed to such trivialities, Lu Tingni activated the spiritual energy within her, swiftly drying off the droplets on her skin. Soon after, her curvaceous form was enveloped in garments, and with hurried steps, she made her way directly to Lu Fuyao's room. Chapter 70. Confidence in the Dongxin domain. Within Lingzhou lies the Yunmu Pavilion. Though this faction lacks the title of a sacred land, its depth and power rank among the finest in the entire Dongxin domain. However, due to its low-key operations, a smaller number of disciples, and its exclusively female membership, the influence of Yunmiao Pavilion is significantly weaker compared to other first-rate forces. At this moment, within the Feiyun Hall of Yunmiao Pavilion, Dantai Xianin slowly closed the black notebook in her hands, gently caressing its cover. Inscribed upon it were the words, Chu Ge Diary Dantai Xianin copy. The emotion stirred within her by the contents of the copy gradually settled. Dantai Xianin softly uttered, Chuch. She recalled a letter from her aunt, which had mentioned this name. At the time, she had given it little thought, merely puzzled by the sudden invitation to the grand competition at Taiwan's sacred land. Then there was Yi Chun. She softly murmured another name, her tone tinged with complexity. She had never anticipated that the betrothed she had once vehemently resisted would turn out to be a favored child of destiny, endowed with profound fortune. Nevertheless, even with this newfound knowledge, she felt no remorse for her decision to break off the engagement. On the contrary, after perusing the diary's contents, Dantai Xianin harbored a fierce intent to eliminate this potential threat, her former fiancé, who could endanger both herself and her family. Simultaneously, a flicker of curiosity and gratitude arose within her for the diary's owner, Chuch. Her curiosity stemmed from Chu's identity and the myriad of wonders surrounding him. Her gratitude was due to the fact that without the unpredictable variable of Chuj, Yi Chun, the favored child, might have grown too powerful by the time she or her family confronted him, rendering all efforts futile. As Dantai Xianin pondered the implications of the diary copy, she was oblivious to her maid, Xiao Qian, who had been by her side since childhood, watching her with peculiar, sparkling eyes. Miss has been motionless for quite some time, muttering something. Could it be that she encountered some issues during her recent cultivation? Xiao Qian thought anxiously. It baffled her how her mistress, with nothing in her hands, could become so engrossed in staring at them, her expressions shifting from furrowed brows to smiles, causing her great concern. Many others, like Dantai Xianin, were also intrigued by the sudden emergence of the diary copy and its contents regarding Chuj. Some adopted a wait-and-see approach, remaining skeptical about the diary's authenticity. Others had already acted on their curiosity, inquiring about the name Chuj, and some, drawn by proximity, were even contemplating a visit to Taiwan's sacred land. Chu Ge remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. He simply continued to chronicle his thoughts in his diary. Having recently upgraded his diary, a new lottery feature had been added, allowing him to draw items that had appeared in this world, along with a small chance of acquiring treasures from the myriad realms of existence. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what marvelous items might be revealed. Leaving aside this world, the countless realms held innumerable extraordinary wonders. Never mind, I shall cease my musings. It is time to partake in the lottery. Chuj casually pinned a few paragraphs before abruptly halting today's diary entry. Rubbing his hands together, he awaited the imminent settlement of his diary rewards. Meanwhile, Su Lingyuan also eagerly anticipated the conclusion of her own diary rewards. Soon, as she desired, a notification chimed, detected that the diary owner, Chu Ge, has completed his daily entries. The instance owner, Su Lingyuan, has received a reward of one of the holy body origin and a monthly cultivation reward. A prompt resonated in her mind, and Su Lingyuan's expression visibly brightened with joy. Hooray! Without hesitation, she claimed her reward, witnessing her holy body origin amplify at a remarkable pace. Concurrently, her cultivation level quietly ascended as well. It was even more than the last time. Once her origin enhancement concluded, Su Lingyuan murmured softly. Having experienced the acquisition of origin several times, she noted that the same one was distinctly different each time. The quantity exhibited a rising trend, indicating that Chu Ge's origin continued to increase gradually. This further convinced Su Lingyuan that her esteemed junior brother's holy body was far more than just an unblemished entity. Ding! Detected that the diary owner, Chu Ge, has completed his daily entries. The instance owner, Dantai Jinglian, has received a reward of 4 golden crow origin crystals and a monthly cultivation reward. Upon claiming her reward, Dantai Jinglian gazed at the 4 resplendent golden crow origin crystals in her hand, a genuine smile gracing her features. She had once again acquired this precious item. And this time, she possessed 4, adding to the one she had obtained previously, totaling 5. Buzzing sounds emanated from the diary instance in her mind. Dantai Jinglian paused for a moment, then revealed a confident smile. This time, she would not be caught off guard as she had before. As her consciousness delved into the instance, she noticed a red dot illuminating the name of her friend, Luo Huangjun. Oh, my dear junior sister. You've come to flaunt again? Dantai Jinglian mused, gripping the 4 golden crow origin crystals, undeterred by any ill fortune. She confidently opened the message. Luo Huangjun, senior sister. I forgot my current situation and inadvertently claimed today's rewards. The bloodline revival progress has reached 25, and I can no longer suppress my cultivation. I need to prepare for a breakthrough now, so I'll be relying on you during this time. Dantai Jinglian fell silent. Her confidence wavered, teetering on the brink of self-doubt. Collectively, her progress towards gathering the true sunfire was merely 5, while Luo Huangjun had already reached 25. This made her feel as though she had been cursed by some unseen force. Could it be that my youthful transgressions have summoned some ominous retribution? She even began to question whether her moral failings contributed to her poor fortune. Recalling another individual with a diary instance, Dantai Jinglian suddenly felt compelled to inquire about the amount of origin Su Lingyuan had amassed thus far. However, after a moment's contemplation, she chose to refrain. She feared another encounter with misfortune. From now on, I ought to refrain from extinguishing entire families. Dantai Jinglian pondered. Chapter 71. Binding. In the room of Chu Ge, a notification chimed. Daily diary reward settlement. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 5 to your meridian points. Your diary rating for today is 63, granting you one opportunity to enter a lottery. Would you like to proceed? With a smile gracing the corners of Chu Ge's lips, the diary section ascended to level 4, thereby enhancing the daily cultivation rewards. Each day, a minimum of 2 to 6 acupoint rewards could be obtained. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ge promptly issued a command to the system. Ding! The lottery commences. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. The number secret of the 9 mysteries of the Veil of Heaven. It appears that the specifics of the number secret were never mentioned in the Veil of Heaven, so I have taken the liberty to define it here. 9 mysteries? Upon receiving the astonishing revelation, Chu Ge was initially taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with uncontainable joy shortly thereafter. The numeric secret, one of the 9 mysteries in the vast realm of Zetian, enables the simultaneous casting of numerous mystical arts. In this world, it allows for the concurrent execution of multiple and extensive spiritual techniques. Moreover, when utilizing the numeric secret to cast these techniques, it amplifies their potency. The more techniques invoked, the greater the augmentation of their power. Endowed with the sacred body of 10,000 methods and the Tao mirror of 10,000 transformations, Chu Ge faces no limitations in his cultivation, whether in martial arts or mystical techniques. His progress is nothing short of extraordinary, advancing at a pace that leaves others in the dust. He need not invest time in arduous training. Merely allowing the Tao mirror to function autonomously suffices to distill the essence of his cultivated techniques, swiftly enhancing his proficiency. What would take an ordinary practitioner years, even decades, to master can be achieved by him in mere days, or at most, a fortnight. The advantages conferred by the sacred body of 10,000 methods enable Chu Ge to expedite the cultivation of offensive techniques. With the numeric secret at his disposal, he can unleash his learned techniques without restraint. Indeed, with this numeric secret, Chu Ge transforms into a formidable artillery, capable of casting dozens, if not hundreds, of spiritual techniques with a mere wave of his hand, unleashing devastating force. The only consideration that remains is the issue of consumption. However, even in this regard, Chu Ge possesses formidable advantages. The innate spiritual foundation he has cultivated grants him a reservoir of spiritual energy and a recovery speed that far surpasses his peers by hundreds, if not thousands, of times. not to mention the celestial apertures and the very essence of his sacred body, which he can afford to expend. With this thought, Chu Ge's heart swelled with even greater delight, compelling him to record this fortuitous event. Excellent. My very first draw has yielded a splendid triumph. The numeric secret. One of the 9 mysteries of the Zhitian world. Mastering this technique allows for the simultaneous casting of numerous spiritual arts, while also enhancing their efficacy. Greater the number cast, stronger the amplification. With my sacred body of 10,000 methods and the Tao mirror of 10,000 transformations, cultivating spiritual arts is as effortless as breathing. Indeed, with the numeric secret, there exists no one in my realm who can rival me in offensive prowess. Chu Ge, filled with delight, recorded her thoughts in her diary. The 9 secrets? The numerical secret? Since there exists a 9th secret, surely there are 8 others? The world of Zhitian? How could that insufferable junior brother possess such extensive knowledge about other realms? Su Lingyuan immediately became intrigued by Chu Ge's mention of the 9 secrets in the Zhitian world. Unfortunately, due to the nature of the diary's replica, she could not inquire directly. The esteemed Luo Huangjun, who was preparing to enter seclusion in pursuit of the 9th heaven, also came across the diary's contents. Her heart stirred with astonishment. The 9 secrets? The Zhitian world? The numerical secret? She was astounded to discover such wondrous techniques. When paired with little Chu Ge's innate constitution, they truly complemented each other splendidly. Luo Huangjun murmured softly, curiosity flickering in her eyes. She was well aware of the saying, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Yet, despite her elevated status and formidable power, she knew little of these so-called alternate worlds. How surprising it was that her disciple, aside from traversing realms and possessing systems of extraordinary nature, was also well-versed in other worlds. Uncle, my interest in you grows ever deeper. Dantai Jinglian slightly parted her ruby lips, a sultry smile gracing her face, her eyes shimmering with a captivating radiance. Not just a few of them, but others who had recently acquired the diary's replica also displayed varied expressions upon reading Chu Ge's latest entries. Their curiosity regarding the alternate world and the diary's owner, Chu Ge, intensified. Just as their thoughts swirled, a prompt resonated in their minds. The diary replica has been fully read. Would you like to bind it? Upon binding the diary replica, daily readings would yield items and cultivation rewards. A temptation, a blatant temptation. Almost simultaneously, the women scattered across distant lands, having just finished reading the diary's contents, pondered this notion. Some furrowed their brows, remaining skeptical about the diary replica. Most held high status and exceptional cultivation, viewing the diary as an unknown entity, thus hesitating to make a decision. Others displayed resolute expressions, binding the diary replica without hesitation. On the peak of Shuiwei, sister, did you hear that voice? Lu Tingni inquired within the room. Lu Fuyao nodded in response. Sister, do you think we should accept this binding? Lu Tingni asked again, her face alight with eagerness. Since it concerns Brother Chu Ge, it should bring no harm, right? She seemed to be speaking to herself while subtly reminding Lu Fuyao. As the elder sister, Lu Fuyao quickly discerned Lu Tingni's underlying thoughts. However, she chose not to address it directly, for she too was filled with curiosity, not only about the diary but also regarding the brother who had once lightly tugged at her heartstrings. If I bind this diary replica, perhaps I will grow closer to Brother Chu Ge, she mused, contemplating for a moment before responding. Do not rush to bind it. I will try first. Once I confirm there are no issues, you may decide for yourself. Hearing this, Lu Tingni, though brimming with curiosity, understood her sister's intentions and nodded in agreement. Having made her decision, Lu Fuyu wasted no time and responded in her mind. Bind. Success. Binding complete. As this sound echoed in her mind, Lu Fuyao received some information regarding the operations of the diary replica. Focusing her attention on the diary replica in her hand, she willed it, and in the next moment, it abruptly vanished from sight before the two sisters. Sister, what did you do? Lu Tingni gasped, her eyes wide. Yet, Lu Fuyao was too absorbed in the diary replica's interface to pay her sister any mind. Name, Lu Fuyao. Appearance, 9'5". Affection, 59. She concentrated on these numbers, and the diary replica provided explanations, leading Lu Fuyao to understand their significance. Does Brother Chu Ge have feelings for me? Realizing this, her thoughts began to wander, and an image of a figure clad in white, as radiant as snow, surfaced in her mind. Big sis? Sister? Sister? Lu Tingni's voice echoed in her ears, jolting Lu Fuyao back to reality. Cough. After binding this diary replica, I felt no discomfort in my body. It seems there are no issues, Lu Fuyao replied, feigning calmness, a blush adorning her cheeks. Lu Tingni, however, paid little attention to this, eagerly awaiting her sister's confirmation. She closed her eyes and responded in her mind. Bind. Moments later, her bright eyes opened, and she whispered in surprise, how truly remarkable. Just then, another prompt resonated in their minds, detecting a nearby diary owner. Would you like to add them as a friend? The sisters exchanged glances and, as if sharing a silent understanding, simultaneously responded. In the next instant, each of their friend lists bore the other's name. Lu Tingni, curious and proactive, immediately clicked into the friend list. Lu Tingni, are you there, sister? Lu Fuyao rolled her eyes at her mischievous sister, but soon replied earnestly. Lu Fuyao, yes. They engaged in conversation like novice students who had just learned to chat online. Once their curiosity waned, they concluded their rather pointless exchange. Suddenly, Lu Tingni seemed to discover something and turned to Lu Fuyao, expressing her dissatisfaction. Why does Brother Chuk have a higher affection for you than for me? She had thought her lively personality would leave a stronger impression on him. To her surprise, her usually serene sister surpassed her in this regard. Upon hearing this, Lu Fuyao was prompted to use the diary replica's exploration function. Name, Lu Tingni. Appearance, 9, 5. Affection, 58. Upon seeing this, Lu Fuyao couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. It seemed Brother Chuk favored the refined, genteel type like her sister. Lu Tingni's round eyes twinkled as she leaned closer to her sister's ear, whispering, "You do not speak nonsense. How could someone like Brother Chuk take notice of someone as unrefined as me?" Though she said this, Lu Fuyao could not suppress the tremor in her heart. Beginning to daydream. What do you mean, unrefined? You are a rare beauty. It is entirely possible for Brother Chuk to be attracted to you, she mused. By the way, that so-called favored child of destiny also harbors interest in both you and me. Upon hearing this, Lu Tingni let out a soft snort. Reflecting on her sister's lack of confidence regarding her own appearance, she spoke of a delicate beauty, seemingly oblivious to the fact that her sister, who bore a striking resemblance to her, was present. How could Yu-Chen possibly compare to Brother Chu? At this, Lu Fuyao furrowed her brows, expressing her discontent with her sister's careless comparison of Chu Ge and Yi-Chen. Indeed, the so-called son of destiny, bereft of the favor of the heavens, likely lacked even the qualifications to enter the outer sect of the Taiwan sacred land. Having perused the diary, the two sisters were well aware of Yi-Chen's various embarrassing behaviors since encountering Chu Ge, as well as his easily dominated mindset, rendering him utterly unimpressive in their eyes. Sister, should we inform Master about the diary's duplicate? Lu Tingni pondered aloud, her thoughts flowing freely. Lu Fuyao considered for a moment before replying, "Let us go find Master." The sisters made their way to Shui Qianrou's door and gently knocked. Inside, Shui Qianrou was engrossed in reading a black notebook. The sudden knock startled her, causing the mature and enchanting elder to frown slightly. Upon sensing who was outside, her furrowed brow relaxed. "Come in," her gentle voice beckoned the sisters. As they entered, they were taken aback upon spotting the familiar black notebook in Shui Qianrou's hands. "Master, do you also possess this diary duplicate?" Lu Tingni inquired, astonished. It dawned on her that if they had a copy, it was only logical that others could as well, although the conditions for possessing such a duplicate remained unclear. Their master undoubtedly surpassed them in every regard. Shui Qianrou initially responded with a soft hum. Then, as if regaining her composure, looked at her two disciples with surprise. "You two can actually see this notebook?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Previously, when the notebook first appeared, she had summoned a maid to inquire, only to find that the maid could not see it. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her astonishment deepened. "Wait, Tingni, do you mean?" Her question hung in the air as she noticed the identical black notebook appearing in her disciple's hands. "Master, we came to discuss the matter of this diary with you." Lu Fuyao spoke calmly. The two approached Shui Qianrou, sharing their story in turn. After some time, understanding dawned on Shui Qianrou. "I see," she nodded lightly, her previous shock dissipating. After finishing the last piece of content in her copy, she indeed heard the prompt sound echoing in her mind. Trusting Chu Ge and the accounts of her disciples, she did not hesitate to respond. "Bind." Immediately following her binding of the diary duplicate, a notification resounded in the minds of Luo Huangjun and her disciple, Dan Taijinglian, as well as Shui Yefeng's disciples. "Ding, the number of binders meets the conditions. Group chat activated. Ding, Luo Huangjun has joined the group chat. Ding, Su Lingwan has joined the group chat. Ding, Dan Taijinglian has joined the group chat. Ding. Shui Qianrou, Lu Fuyao, Lu Tingni have joined the group chat. Group chat naming, Luo Huangjun, Su Lingwan, Dan Taijinglian. Haha, I guessed correctly. This diary duplicate will eventually include you, Shui sister. Shui Qianrou, senior sister Luo, senior sister Dan Tai, and Lingwan. Lu Fuyao, Lu Tingni. Greetings, Holy Master. Grand Elder, Sister Su. Shui sister. From what you say, it seems you obtained this diary duplicate even earlier than us. Could you enlighten me? In the room, Shui Qianrou was both astonished and confused, unable to anticipate the changes that would occur after binding the diary duplicate. She had no time to explore the functions of the diary that she had just learned from her disciples and hurriedly inquired in the group chat about her concerns. As for the Lu sisters, upon seeing the renowned names within the group chat, they fell silent, recognizing their place and refraining from interjecting. Chapter 73, The Path to Heaven. Dan Taijinglian. Haha, indeed, my sister, Lingwan, and I acquired the diary duplicate earlier than you three. Dan Taijinglian. As for this diary duplicate, it is a long story. You have seen its contents, so you have some understanding. I will simply say this. This small diary duplicate is far more precious than the supreme inheritance. At this revelation, Su Lingwan and Luo Huangjun, who had already witnessed the diary's wonders, silently nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Shui Qianrou and the others listened intently to every word from Dan Taijinglian, afraid to miss even the slightest crucial information. particularly when they heard Dan Taijinglian describe the diary as being more valuable than the supreme inheritance. Their hearts raced with anticipation. Regarding the truth of her statement, they held no doubts. Chu Qianrou knew her senior sister well enough to understand that she was not one to speak lightly. As for the Lu sisters, they had also heard of the esteemed reputation of this grand elder, whose name resonated throughout the entire Lingzhou. Such a figure would surely not deceive two lesser cultivators like themselves. Dan Taijinglian. Having this diary duplicate is akin to obtaining a path to heaven. And stepping onto this path is quite simple. It depends solely on one individual. Dan Taijinglian. Chu Ge. Upon this revelation, Chu Qianrou and the Lu sisters exchanged puzzled glances, contemplating the implications. Su Lingwan. Master, both of you, by reading this diary daily, you can receive rewards from the diary duplicate settlement, including a rare category known as the highest specification reward. Su Lingwan. I received a reward that enhanced my holy body's essence, increasing it severalfold compared to before. Su Lingwan could not help but share her excitement within this strange, yet marvelous group chat. Did this sister Su also possess a holy body? Upon hearing Su Lingyuan's words, Lu Tingni cast a surprised glance at Chu Qianrou. Regarding this second disciple of the saint, they were only aware of her existence, lacking knowledge in other aspects. Chu Qianrou remained silent for a moment before nodding, choosing not to elaborate further. Although the matter of Su Lingyuan possessing the sacred body was not common knowledge, it was not a secret to someone of her esteemed status as a core elder. She was presently astonished by Su Lingyuan's statement. The notion of the sacred body's essence being elevated multiple times was indeed staggering for a typical bearer of the sacred body. Even with the support of a powerful faction and relentless nurturing, achieving an enhancement of 1 or 2 times their original essence would be considered a stroke of fortune. However, from Su Lingyuan's words, it was apparent that this so-called highest-tier reward, while not easily obtained, was also not as elusive as one might fear. At the very least, it seemed that Su Lingyuan and a few others must have received it. With this thought, Chu Qianrou's curiosity and astonishment intensified. Chu Qianrou, is it possible to know what benefits the two senior sisters received? Dan Taijinglian. He. Since we are all holders of the same quest and have joined this group chat, it is reasonable to share with you, junior sister. Dan Taijinglian. Although what I have received thus far has offered much assistance. It has removed shackles that have long troubled me and illuminated a path leading to the 9th heaven and beyond. Dan Taijinglian. As for junior sister, he. Let her speak for herself. I can only say that she has gained the most benefits thus far. Lu Huangjun. I am on the verge of breaking through to the 9th heaven. Shock. Astonishment. This was followed by a period of silence and stillness. Chu Qianrou found her breath becoming somewhat labored, as if struck by the thunderous news, leaving her dizzy. She was acutely aware that Lu Huangjun was merely a little over 100 years old, only slightly older than herself. At such a young age, in comparison to her cultivation level, it could be considered remarkably youthful. Moreover, Lu Huangjun had only transitioned from the 8th heaven a few decades ago. In just a few decades, she was about to step into the 9th heaven, with an age of merely over 100 years. Such an achievement could scarcely be rivaled, even by a resurrected supreme being. Su Lingyuan. Master, you are about to break through to the 9th heaven? Not only Chu Qianrou, but also Lu's sisters were shaken by the words of Dan Taijinglian and Lu Huangjun. Su Lingyuan, upon hearing this news, was equally astounded. Lu Huangjun. Yes. This matter must not be disclosed. Dan Taijinglian. Junior sister, I was just pondering. Did you not mention to me earlier that you could no longer suppress your desire to break through? Why are you now leisurely chatting with us in this group? Lu Huangjun. It's nothing. Holding back for a little while longer is not an issue. I knew you were just showing off earlier. Dan Taijinglian thought to herself, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Chu Qianrou. How can we, like the senior sisters, obtain that highest tier reward? Chu Qianrou posed the question she was most eager to know. Dan Taijinglian. This brings us back to what I previously mentioned about our junior, Chu. It is quite simple. You merely need to improve his impression and favorability towards you, and you will naturally receive the reward. Dan Taijinglian. If you can be bold enough to take the initiative and offer yourself to Chu, I believe raising his favorability would be a matter of moments. Dan Taijinglian. Speaking of which, Chu is still a fledgling. Should you become the first woman to share intimacy with him, I fear. Dan Taijinglian's words were laced with temptation, akin to enticing one into wrongdoing. Lu Huangjun. Senior sister. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Huangjun immediately interjected to stop her. Yet, a sense of crisis surged within her. If someone were to precede her in approaching Chu, the mere thought of this was unbearable. Su Lingyuan. Master, what are you saying? How embarrassing. Junior brother is quite approachable. And you two junior sisters may check your respective favorability values towards him on your quest panels. Chu Qianrou. Mine is 71. Lu Fuyu. Mine is 59. Lu Tingni. I have 58. Master, why is yours so high? In the room, Chu Qianrou shot a glance at Lu Tingni. You are right beside Master. There is no need to inquire specifically in the group. It was likely due to the ample elixirs given to Chu on that day. However, as she reflected on that day's subtle exchanges with Chu, the phrase, "What I desire is you as a person," echoed softly in her heart. The notion of offering oneself for gain, as suggested by Dan Taijinglian, was something she held in utter disdain. While the allure of fortuitous encounters was indeed captivating, Chu Ge had reached a remarkable level of power at her age, possessing exceptional alchemical skills. She also held a pride that was uniquely her own. The idea of sacrificing herself for rewards shattered her boundaries. Under normal circumstances, she would never consider such actions for anyone else, but if it were Chu. Chapter 74, The Future. Upon this contemplation, Chu Ge found herself harboring no aversion. What a troublesome entanglement, she mused, a hint of sorrow welling up within her. Su Lingyuan and the others were equally astonished by Chu Ge's remarkably high favorability score. Yet, upon further reflection, they understood. It was likely that Chu Ge's actions on that day at Shueihua Peak had left a lasting impression on Chu. At that moment, Dan Taijinglian's message resounded once more. Dan Taijinglian. How to cultivate a good relationship with Chu is up to you, whether you choose to nurture feelings quietly over time or take bold shortcuts. As long as it does not adversely affect him, the choice is yours. Dan Taijinglian. In any case, with this journal in hand, your futures will be boundless. Dan Taijinglian remarked, we have 2 more disciples. You may simply call us Sherbois, no need to be overly formal. Now that we possess the diary replica and have joined this group chat, perhaps we might become like family in the future. The last statement of Dan Taijinglian was rather thought-provoking, causing Luo Huangjun to furrow her brow. Yet, she found herself powerless to intervene. Firstly, her senior sister had always been this way, possessing a rather cantankerous disposition and a penchant for stirring trouble merely for amusement. For years, this behavior had persisted. And as her cultivation deepened, the number of matters or individuals she needed to consider diminished, allowing her to act with increasing freedom. Had she been able to manage Luo Huangjun, she would have done so long ago. Secondly, Luo Huangjun herself was not the type to wield power tyrannically. Although she held the title of Chu Ge's mentor, she did not interfere with the relationships surrounding him. If someone were to express affection towards Chu Ge, her unwarranted obstruction would not only be futile, but might also jeopardize their relationship, which was not a scenario she wished to witness. Moreover, if Chu Ge was inclined to embrace those who approached him willingly, then it was a matter of mutual consent, and there was even less justification for interference. As for the intentions of the other diary replica holders, Luo Huangjun was unaware and could not alter them. All she could do was guard against those with ulterior motives, particularly those who might wish ill upon Chu Ge. Though approaching him solely for personal gain seemed somewhat opportunistic, it was not inherently wrong. After all, seeking advancement is not a fault. Furthermore, the realm of cultivation is rife with individuals who, in pursuit of enhancing their abilities, engage indiscriminately with others, treating their bodies as resources for cultivation. To be frank, such a tremendous opportunity, requiring but a trifling cost, is akin to acquiring something for nothing. The holders of these diary replicas are indeed the ones benefiting. It is foreseeable that, in the future, many will willingly offer themselves in pursuit of the opportunities presented by this diary replica. The chance for fortune lies before them. One must not even phrase it as such. After all, beyond the benefits gleaned from the diary replica, Chu Ge, a young hero capable of captivating countless women, possesses an appearance and talent that set him apart from the ordinary. To be the woman who captures the heart of such an extraordinary individual is indeed a remarkable fortune. Not only does she have the opportunity to be with this exceptional youth, but she also stands to gain from the opportunities presented in the diary replica. As Luo Huangjun contemplated this, she couldn't help but feel that she was perhaps reaping an excessive bounty. Nevertheless, despite her clarity of thought and anticipation of the future scenarios that might unfold around Chu Ge, she found herself grappling with discomfort due to her burgeoning feelings for her rebellious disciple. For the sisters of the Lu family, the words of Dan Taijinglian eased their anxious hearts considerably. In this group, apart from their master, Chu Ge, everyone else was a stranger, and their elevated status made them wary of saying anything that might provoke displeasure. Thus, they chose to observe quietly and remain inconspicuous. With Dan Taijinglian's encouragement, they felt liberated to engage more freely in future conversations. The group chat fell into a brief silence as each member began to ponder their thoughts and plan for the future. Suddenly, a notification popped up in the chat. Ding. Group chat activity has reached the required level, automatically selecting a group leader. Detecting that Luo Huangjun has the highest favorability towards Chu Ge, Luo Huangjun has been selected as the group leader. Dan Taijinglian, group leader. Chu Ge. It must be akin to a managerial role, right? Could you elaborate? Senior sister? Su Lingyuan, curious. Lu Fuyao, curious. Lu Tingni, 1. However, Luo Huangjun had no time to attend to the messages flooding the group chat. She was currently observing the changed interface, which displayed group chat name pinning at the top, allowing her to input a name with her thoughts. Beside it was an icon reminiscent of a die. Uncertain of its function, she tentatively clicked it, only to be met with a prompt. Would you like to use a random group name? Confirm, decline. Seeing the 2 options, she instinctively chose to decline. She merely wished to explore the feature, not to utilize the random function. Generating random group name. Please wait. Luo Huangjun. I did not consent. At that moment, The group chat displayed. Group leader Luo Wangjun has changed the group chat name to Chu's Harem Group, Taiwan Sacred Land Subgroup. A stunned silence enveloped the chat. Followed by, Dantai Jinglian. What on earth did you do, junior sister? Su Lingyuan. Master, what have you done? Shui Qianro, senior sister. What on earth have you done? Lu Fuyo. What did you do, master? Lu Tingni. What did you do, master? Luo Wangjun felt overwhelmed by the barrage of messages and questions. Luo Wangjun. Luo Wangjun. This is not what it seems. Gazing at the group name, she felt a rare surge of frustration. She had never intended to confirm anything, let alone produce such a ludicrous name through a random generator. I have been wronged. This group chat has truly caused me distress, she thought to herself, feeling utterly vexed and at a loss for words. Dantai Jinglian's subsequent remarks nearly sent her into a fit of rage. Dantai Jinglian. TSK. So it seems you are quite the hypocritical individual, junior sister. Dantai Jinglian. While you outwardly resist others approaching your disciple, you secretly plot to create a vast harem for him. You truly are a good master who considers her disciple in every regard. Dantai Jinglian. Or do you believe that only you, as an elder, have developed ambiguous feelings for your disciple? Dantai Jinglian. Thus, you wish to drag me, your master, and Shui junior sister into this predicament, sharing the potential backlash? Dantai Jinglian. Your little tricks have certainly opened my eyes, junior sister. Luo Wangjun. I'm being driven to madness by my senior sister. Chapter 75, The Commotion. Su Lingyuan. Master, you actually. Luo Wangjun. Lingyuan. It's not what you think. This name was randomly generated by the chat, not my intention. Luo Wangjun. I will rectify this absurd name right away. In a state of panic, Luo Wangjun hurriedly sought the modification interface, only to receive a notification. Ding. Group name can only be modified once. Luo Wangjun. Luo Wangjun. I can no longer contain my cultivation. I must break through now. Leaving those words behind. The others watched as Luo Wangjun's avatar dimmed in the chat. Su Lingyuan. Master, how can I trust you after this? After a moment of silence in the group, it was ultimately Dantai Jinglian, in high spirits, who broke the quiet. Dantai Jinglian. Let us conclude for today. I have matters to attend to. If junior sister and the two disciples have further queries, feel free to ask Su Lingyuan. Remember to add each other as friends. This function is far more convenient than using communication jade. Dantai Jinglian. Additionally, the matter regarding the diary replica must remain confidential. We cannot allow Chu Ge to discover any hints. Dantai Jinglian. Although we are unaware of the consequences should he find out, it is wise to exercise caution. After all, you wouldn't want to be the first fool to expose yourselves, would you? With those words, Dantai Jinglian's avatar also dimmed. The group chat was left with 4 members, and Shui Qianro and her disciples had some questions regarding the diary replica they wished to clarify. So they straightforwardly turned to Su Lingyuan. She was more than happy to enlighten them, as she had been longing for engaging conversation. The 4 quickly became engrossed in their animated discussion. Meanwhile, on the other side, after completing his diary, Chu Ge entered a state of cultivation. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The momentous day of the grand competition had quietly arrived. In previous years, such contests among newly ascended disciples were mere trifles, hardly warranting the attention of core disciples and the esteemed elders. However, this occasion was markedly different. The impending duel between Ichin and Chu Ge had already spread throughout the entire Taiwan. Consequently, today's competition was exceptionally lively, resembling a grand celebration. Not only were Taiwan disciples in attendance, but various forces from Lingzhou had also dispatched representatives to witness the event, making it a focal point of great interest. Inside the Taiwan Palace, within the chamber, upon awakening from his cultivation, Chu Ge opened his eyes, and a divine light flickered within them. Thanks to the myriad star disk and the daily cultivation rewards from his journal, Chu Ge had, within just a few days, nearly approached the formidable number of 300 star apertures. The ability to open dozens of star apertures in a single day is indeed a feat that can be hailed as unprecedented throughout the ages. He had embarked on his cultivation journey for barely a month. Pushing open the door, Chu Ge stepped out of his room, only to be greeted by the sight of Su Lingyuan, who had been waiting, accompanied by 2 familiar figures, senior sister, junior sister Fuyao, and junior sister Tingni. Chu Ge greeted with a smile, unsure of when Su Lingyuan had formed a connection with the Lu sisters. Recently, the Lu sisters had been frequenting the Tai Huang Hall, often gathering together, seemingly on the verge of becoming intimate friends. Hiki. Su Lingyuan remained as vibrant as ever. Senior brother, the Lu sisters responded with similar cheerfulness. Come on. Junior brother, today is your day to shine. With a wave of her delicate hand, Su Lingyuan appeared even more eager than Chu Ge, the one at the center of attention. Chu Ge merely smiled and nodded, walking alongside the 3 women towards the palace exit. The Taiwan Sacred Land's inner sanctum was exceptionally lively today. Particularly bustling was the Grand Martial Arts Arena located at the heart of the inner sanctum, surrounded by a multitude of spectators. It appears that an overwhelming number of factions have come to witness this event. One could hardly miss the strikingly beautiful female cultivators aboard the flying vessels. The Zhenhai dynasty, the Tianjin Sacred Land, and Yunmu Pavilion, all were first-rate, even top-tier factions. The flying vessel soared gracefully, descending upon the elevated platform adjacent to the martial arts arena, eliciting astonishment and chatter among the disciples. Today's spectacle was indeed unprecedented. Opening many eyes, as such a grand assembly of powerful factions arriving by flying vessels was a rare sight to behold. On the platform, Elder Chu Ge, a core elder of Taiwan, greeted several distinguished factions with a radiant smile. Beside him stood other core elders, bestowing great honor upon the visiting dignitaries. The leaders of these factions were all influential figures within their respective realms, each a formidable cultivator. Behind them trailed a host of young disciples, their curious gazes sweeping the surroundings. As a faction founded by a supreme being, Taiwan's sacred land undeniably stood at the pinnacle of Lingzhou. A mere stamp of its foot could send tremors throughout the land. Even across the entire Dongxian domain, few factions could rival its stature, placing it atop the hierarchy like a lofty pyramid. Naturally, disciples of Taiwan were often seen as benchmarks for the younger generations from various factions, who aspired to compare themselves to or surpass them. Among this youthful assembly, a few strikingly beautiful women stood out, their allure distinctly setting them apart from the crowd. Unlike the others, these women seemed to be searching for something. Yet, amidst the throngs of people both on the platform and around the arena, the sheer number was overwhelming. So many people. I wonder what kind of person Chu Ge truly is, a delicate and exquisite young woman mused, her expression tinged with disappointment after a fruitless search among her peers from the Tianjin sacred land. With her long hair tied in a high ponytail, she possessed a tall, slender figure clad in a white outfit that accentuated her graceful curves, her long sword hanging at her waist, exuding the aura of a valiant swordswoman. Beside her, a handsome youth had been observing her intently. Noticing the glimmer of curiosity in her eyes, he couldn't help but inquire, "Sister Qinghua, are you searching for something?" His gaze lingered on her flawless face, admiration flickering in his eyes. Zhao Qinghua, despite harboring some displeasure towards him, didn't feign ignorance, knowing they were fellow disciples. "I heard that the Lord of Taiwan recently accepted a direct disciple, who possesses the flawless holy body and is exceptionally handsome, exuding an otherworldly charm. Thus, I was curious to see him." The youth chuckled lightly, responding, "What otherworldly charm? It's merely exaggerated hearsay. He's just somewhat more handsome than the average person. As cultivators, we ought to rely on our strength rather than our looks. After all, no matter how handsome he is, opponents won't show mercy." Though he spoke with a smile, a hint of disdain subtly seeped through. "However, I heard that this direct disciple recently defeated a peak 4 heavens genius from the Luo family at the 3rd heaven level, which surely speaks volumes about his strength. Wouldn't you agree, brotherly?" Zhao Qinghua remarked nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at the youth before shifting her attention elsewhere. The youth's expression shifted slightly, his smile faltering. "Well, that's merely hearsay. We haven't witnessed it ourselves. Whether it's true or not remains to be seen. There are plenty of individuals who exaggerate for fame." Brotherly awkwardly chuckled, shadows flitting across his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the young woman had disdainfully curled her lip, no longer acknowledging him as she resumed observing the crowd below. Meanwhile, the inner sanctum disciples continued their discussions. "I've heard that not only is there a competition among the newly admitted disciples today, but these top-tier factions have also brought along their outstanding disciples for an exchange. Hey, look, that must be Yichun." Suddenly, someone exclaimed, pointing towards a young man leisurely making his way through the crowd. "Wow, look at the aura surrounding Yichun. It seems he possesses something remarkable. After all, he was known for his royal physique, deserving of the title of a genius. One shouldn't underestimate him. Thanks for the reminder. But I'm puzzled. With such talent, why does he remain in the inner sanctum? A genius like him should logically be a core disciple." "Ah, you may not know. I heard that day." The surrounding chatter did not escape Yuchen's ears. However, having been a disciple of Taiwan for a month now, he had grown immune to such remarks. Once, they might have shaken him, but now he was accustomed to it. Today, he would not allow any external factors to distract him. He intended to confront the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered, Chu Ge. Chu Ge. The name echoed in his mind, and Yichun clenched his fists tightly. During this period, he had relentlessly honed his skills, enduring trials of blood and fire, even flirting with death on multiple occasions, dancing with the specter of mortality. These arduous challenges had ultimately led to his transformation, feeling the surge of spiritual power coursing through him like a mighty river, and the formidable physique forged through combat. Yichun sensed his once diminished confidence gradually reviving. "Chu Ge, just wait. I shall reclaim my honor. I will stand atop you and retrieve all that belongs to me." As Yichun felt a surge of self-encouragement, unbeknownst to him, a gaze was fixed upon him from a concealed location. The young woman, Zhao Qinghua, adorned with a long sword at her waist, scrutinized Yichun with curiosity. As the so-called child of destiny, she found herself intrigued. After all, he was a being favored by the heavens, blessed with profound fortune. Despite the diary's accounts suggesting he suffered greatly under the oppression of its owner, Chu Ge, she believed he must possess exceptional qualities. However, after a brief examination, Zhao Qinghua felt a tinge of disappointment. His appearance was neither striking nor unattractive. He merely appeared slightly more refined than the average person, his eyes reflecting a resilient spirit. Yet, his cultivation level at the third tier was indeed impressive for someone of his apparent age, merely 16 or 17. At such a young age, possessing this level of prowess could easily earn him a position as a core disciple within any sect. Moreover, under Zhao Qinghua's keen perception, Yu Qin's actual strength surpassed his cultivation level significantly, marking him as exceptionally talented among the inner disciples. Yet, to Zhao Qinghua, this was merely commendable, not extraordinary. Sensing something, Yu Qin instinctively shifted his gaze and noticed a tall, strikingly beautiful girl observing him. This caused a swell of pride within him. Ah, how discerning she is. Able to recognize my uniqueness amidst the crowd. Should the opportunity arise, I would not mind accepting her admiration, he mused. When he directed his gaze towards her, she, however, averted her eyes, further inflating Yu Qin's sense of pride. How intriguing. She feigns an air of indifference. Woman, do you think I am unaware of your secret admiration for me? Zhao Qinghua could hardly have imagined that her mere curiosity, sparked by the diary's contents, led her to observe Yu Qin. In Yu Qin's eyes, she possessed a piercing insight, immediately recognizing his exceptional nature, even fabricating notions of her affections. Had Zhao Qinghua known these thoughts, she might have been compelled to sever Yu Qin with her sword. Observing her distraction, Yu Qin assumed she was deliberately avoiding him, which only heightened his satisfaction. Yet, in the next moment, a frigid glare suddenly fell upon him. Turning his head, Yu Qin saw a young man standing beside the girl. His eyes sharp as blades, fixated on him. Ha! Yu Qin scoffed disdainfully. A smirk slowly formed on his lips, curving into a dangerously charming arc. He raised his chin, meeting the young man's gaze with a look of scorn, then extended his index finger, shaking it lightly side to side, the meaning unmistakable. Li Mingfeng's expression darkened, his gaze growing increasingly malevolent. Just a mere inner disciple of the Taiwan sect, at the third tier, yet so audacious. Not only coveting Qinghua, but also daring to provoke me. This boy truly treads the path to his own demise. A murderous intent began to rise within him, and he resolved that if this individual dared to step onto the martial stage during the grand competition, he would seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Though this was the Taiwan Grand Competition, there had been precedents in the past where disciples from observing factions participated. Thus, his intention was not unattainable. Moreover, today was an occasion for various factions to showcase their young talents, an opportunity for them to flex their muscles. Li Mingfeng merely wished to get a glimpse of the Taiwan disciples' abilities beforehand, nothing overly significant. At that moment, the crowd below erupted into a flurry of commotion. This scene piqued the curiosity of many as they turned their gazes towards the source of the disturbance. Soon, they beheld a striking young man, clad in white robes, with a handsome visage reminiscent of a celestial being, his eyes bright like stars, and his figure as upright as a pine tree, arriving upon a war chariot. Chapter 77, A Promising Future. Upon the chariot, the young man had long hair flowing freely, his white robe billowing in the wind. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the surroundings like a born ruler surveying his domain. Chu Ge. Yu Qin gritted his teeth. Every time he witnessed Chu Ge basking in glory, his resentment deepened. Without Chu Ge, all of this should rightfully belong to him. Whether it be the opulent war chariot or the 3 stunning women surrounding Chu Ge, it was all meant to be his. He was the one who should be the center of attention. What a striking young man. Could this be the owner of the diary, Chu Ge? Zhao Qinghua's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she focused intently on Chu Ge descending from the chariot. Beside her, Li Mingfeng observed everything with growing dissatisfaction, his expression darkening, and a sharp aura emanating from him as he began to stir restlessly. Chu Ge paused, keenly sensing a sharp and malicious gaze directed towards him. He raised his eyes to behold 2 figures before him. The girl possessed a strikingly exquisite visage and a tall, graceful stature, exuding an air of confidence that left Chu Ge quite taken aback. After a brief moment of astonishment, his gaze shifted once more, landing on the young man who radiated hostility. The youth's eyes were calm, yet a single glance from him sent a shiver down Li Mingfeng's spine. As an inexplicable pressure surged within him. What a terrifying gaze. Even from such a distance, it invokes a formidable sense of dread. This person is extraordinary. Suppressing the feeling of unease, Li Mingfeng locked eyes with Chu Ge, determined not to reveal any signs of discomfort. Brother? Upon noticing Chu Ge's halted steps, Lu Fuyao, who stood behind him, inquired. It's nothing. Let us proceed. It is time to take our seats. Chu Ge withdrew his gaze and stepped forward. Upon noticing Chu Ge's averted eyes, Li Mingfeng finally felt a sense of relief, wiping his forehead only to discover it was drenched in cold sweat. Zhao Qishu, observing Li Mingfeng's demeanor, couldn't help but shake her head, continuing to focus on the diary's enigmatic owner, Chu Ge, who piqued her curiosity immensely. Upon arriving at the elevated platform where the esteemed core elders of Taiwan congregated, Chu Ge respectfully greeted the assembly. It was then that he beheld a woman of ample figure, exuding an aura of mature elegance, a beautiful matron, his master's aunt. Chu Ge and Su Lingyuan softly called out. Shui Qianro directed her gaze towards Chu Ge, after a considerable interval. Their reunion brought an inexplicable joy to her heart. Please take your seats, my dear disciples, the grand competition is about to commence. Her melodious voice resonated, and a tender smile graced Chu Qianruo's face. "Master," the voices of the Lu sisters echoed, prompting Chu Qianruo to finally acknowledge her own disciple who stood behind Chu Ge. Just as she was about to speak, she caught sight of Lu Tingmi's teasing smile and her furtive glance towards Chu Ge's figure. This little girl. It was clear to her that the young woman was likely harboring mischievous thoughts at that moment. Casting a stern glance at her, Chu Qianruo asserted her authority as a master. "Hurry and take your seats." Lu Tingmi playfully stuck out her tongue and, alongside Lu Fuyao, settled into the space to Chu Ge's left, deliberately leaving one seat vacant, clearly intended for Chu Qianruo. Since the appearance of the diary copy, the dynamics of their master-disciple relationship had become more relaxed and joyful, allowing Lu Tingmi to exhibit her playful side in front of Chu Qianruo. "Why have we not seen Master Dantai?" Once seated, Chu Ge noticed the absence of a familiar figure. He was aware that Luo Huangjun was currently in seclusion. All matters pertaining to the sacred ground were now overseen by Dan Ijinglian, and it was customary for her to make an appearance at such a significant event. "Master is at Yunmiao Pavilion." Chu Qianruo gradually approached, effortlessly taking the seat that had been intentionally left open. She cast appreciative glances at her two disciples while elucidating the situation to Chu Ge. At this moment, Chu Ge recalled that the individual who had broken off the engagement with Yichen was indeed cultivating within Yunmiao Pavilion, which is also one of the esteemed powers. This individual shares ties with Dantai Jinglian, both belonging to the Dantai family, suggesting a degree of familiarity between them. Perhaps they are reminiscing about the past at this very moment. Just then, a languid yet slightly magnetic voice resonated through the void. "Ah, does my dear disciple long to see me?" In the next instant, a figure clad in red materialized before the gathered individuals. The vision of Chu Ge was largely occupied by the figure clad in red before him. Being so close, he could even perceive a rich fragrance wafting in with the heat. This was the first time Chu Ge had found himself in such proximity to the esteemed Master Dantai. Beneath the crimson attire, the delicate waist, gently bound by ribbons, resembled a sinuous water snake, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Particularly striking were the two hollowed-out sections of fabric at the waist, revealing skin as smooth and white as below. A pair of voluptuous and elongated legs, snowy and silky, captivated the gaze, making it difficult to look away, evoking an irresistible desire to touch and indulge in their beauty. It was only then that Chu Ge noticed that today, Master Dantai, despite her resplendent crimson attire, appeared significantly bolder than before, with considerable skin exposed to the air. Her slender waist, long legs, and a pair of exquisitely bare feet were particularly captivating to him. Firstly, Chu Ge was not one to be enamored by feet. Secondly, he truly was not. Yet, the perfection of Dantai Jinglian's feet was undeniably striking. Smooth as jade, supple as bronze, they resembled exquisite carvings of white jade. Delicate as frost, radiating a lustrous sheen. Each toe resembled a finely crafted piece of art, round and charming yet imbued with a playful spirit. Dantai Jinglian observed everything with keen interest, clearly pleased with Chu Ge's reaction. "Kiki, nephew, do you find them beautiful?" Her voice reached his ears, jolting him from his reverie, realizing that he had been staring at her feet rather indiscreetly, especially given her status as his elder. He felt an even greater sense of discomfort. Clearing his throat, he stammered, "Why yes, they are beautiful." Despite the awkwardness, Chu Ge was an honest person, and he felt obliged to provide sincere feedback. As he spoke, he discreetly glanced to his sides. On his right, Su Lingyuan glared at him in indignation. Upon meeting his gaze, she seemed compelled to puff out her chest defiantly. The sight was indeed tumultuous. The swaying curves eliciting a reaction not only from Chu Ge but also causing a twitch at the corner of Dantai Jinglian's mouth. The only one who remained unperturbed was elder Chu Qianruo, seated to Chu Ge's left. Her stature and presence were equally impressive, and she possessed a maturity and fullness that Su Lingyuan, despite her youth, did not have. Chu Qianruo's ample figure was reminiscent of a nurturing elder sister, exuding a gentle strength. As for the Lu sisters, they seemed to exist in a different realm entirely. Though they were undeniably beautiful, their figures were still in the early stages of development, needing a year or two to fully mature. One could only anticipate their future potential. At that moment, Dantai Jinglian shifted her gaze to the seated Su Lingyuan, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Little Lingyuan," she called out, causing Su Lingyuan to jump slightly. Memories of less pleasant experiences flooding her mind. Realizing that Dantai Jinglian's gaze was directed at her, she quickly complied, vacating the seat next to Chu Ge. What came into view for the assembled elders was a striking tableau, with Chu Ge at the center, flanked by the grand elder Dantai Jinglian and the head of the Spirit Herb Pavilion, Chu Qianruo. This scene left the elders momentarily dumbfounded. It was undeniably inappropriate. Yet no one dared to voice any objections. After all, they were well acquainted with Dantai Jinglian's temperament. Today, her appearance was indeed markedly different from what they were accustomed to. Chu Ge spoke softly. Although she was an elder, he felt no restraint in the presence of Dantai Jinglian. Instead, he appeared quite at ease. Simultaneously, his gaze could not help but wander back to Dantai Jinglian. Her skin was flawless and radiant, her stature tall and upright. Overall, while her dimensions did not rival those of numerical anomalies like Su Lingyuan and Chu Qianruo, she could certainly be regarded as a pinnacle of beauty. In a moment, Chu Ge found himself captivated by the breathtaking mountain scenery, unable to tear his gaze away. It matters not, for others are oblivious to his rapture. Dan Tai Jinglian smiled, unperturbed by Chu Ge's gaze, and instead, she displayed herself with unabashed confidence. Her attire today was deliberately chosen to enchant only Chu Ge. Employing a subtle tactic, she ensured that to the eyes of the esteemed elders of Taiwan and everyone else, all appeared as usual. Yet, in Chu Ge's perception, she radiated an audacious charm, an enchanting spirit exuding irresistible allure at every moment. However, due to the immunity to deceptive tactics shared among the owners of the diary copies, Su Lingyuan and her companions were also able to perceive this reality. So, that is how it is. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge understood and nodded. Choosing not to dwell on it, he assumed that Dan Tai Jinglian had chosen such attire to avoid the gaze of outsiders. However, as Chu Ge summoned immense willpower to resist the alluring depths of the chasm, he withdrew his gaze. Dan Tai Jinglian then leaned closer, whispering into his ear, "Actually, I wore this today specifically for you, my dear disciple. What do you think? Do you like it?" Her voice became irresistibly enticing, laced with a hint of sweetness. The warmth of her breath brushed against Chu Ge's cheek, causing a sudden buzz in his mind, momentarily clouding his thoughts. A slight shiver coursed through him, and he found his face involuntarily tinged with a blush. He nearly blurted out his admiration, but with great effort, he managed to regain his composure. Just a fraction more, and he would have succumbed entirely to her enchantment. Dan Tai Jinglian's smile grew increasingly radiant, especially as she observed the once calm expression of Chu Ge now adorned with a faint blush. This sight filled her with an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. What a jest! I am your master uncle, dear disciple. You must not harbor ill thoughts toward your master uncle. Yet, despite her words, Chu Ge clearly noticed that after speaking, Dan Tai Jinglian had slightly extended her delicate tongue, brushing it against her luscious lips. What a temptress! In a fit of rage, Chu Ge finally comprehended why Su Lingyuan had persistently spoken ill of the other party as a wicked woman. Even he, for a moment, had unwittingly fallen under her enchanting spell, to the extent that his emotions were completely manipulated by her. To label such a calamity-bringing enchantress as a wicked woman is indeed not an exaggeration. The several female warriors beside Chu Ge observed everything keenly. Shui Qianro exhibited a gentle smile, fully aware of Dan Tai Jinglian's intentions. However, she had no desire to imitate. She possessed her own advantages and unique plans. As for the Lu sisters, their eyes sparkled with excitement, watching intently like diligent students eager to learn. Only Su Lingyuan glared at Dan Tai Jinglian, powerless to act, resorting to subtle glares of defiance. Yet, when Dan Tai Jinglian turned slightly and cast a fleeting glance her way, Su Lingyuan immediately adopted an innocent demeanor, smiling sheepishly and scratching her head in an endearing manner. Nonetheless, within her heart, she was fervently calling out, "Master, please come quickly. That wicked woman is trying to steal Junior Brother's soul." Chu Ge remained oblivious to the inner thoughts of the girls. He felt the lingering intensity from Dan Tai Jinglian's earlier actions, causing his emotions to fluctuate. Thus, he sat upright, hesitant to divert his gaze again. On the high platform, Su Xiuzhu noticed that all factions had taken their seats, and the time was nearly upon them. Clearing his throat, he infused his voice with a resonant spiritual power that reverberated in everyone's ears. Satisfied to see the previously noisy discussions quiet down, he began to speak. "Now, I declare the commencement of the new Disciples' Grand Competition." As his words echoed, the spacious arena stirred to life, swiftly dividing into numerous sections. In the next moment, platforms rose from the segmented areas. Although the platforms appeared modest in size, entering one would reveal an expansive space within. Each platform offered ample room for the participants to unleash their full potential, unrestrained by spatial limitations. This grand competition featured not only disciples who had joined Tai Huang around the same time as Chu Ge, but also some who had entered earlier, along with promising talents discovered and guided into Tai Huang by the elders of the sacred place. Thus, although the number of participants was not vast, it was not insignificant either, totaling around 400 to 500 individuals. As names were called, eager disciples, who had been waiting for this moment, stepped onto the platforms. Most were at the second level of the celestial realm, with occasional third-level practitioners exhibiting dominance as they secured consecutive victories on their respective platforms. The rules of the competition were straightforward. The victor of each platform would become the platform master, awaiting challenges from other disciples until none dared to face them, ultimately determining the 20 strongest participants who would then battle among themselves to establish rankings. There was no need to worry about fatigue. With each victory, the arena's grand formation would activate to restore the victor's physical and mental energy. After all, they were merely in the lower celestial realm. And even after a day and night of competition, the exhaustion would amount to less than 1% of a formidable practitioner's energy, making recovery simple. Next up, Yichun. As this name was announced, many gazes shifted toward the combat area. The name Yichun resonated throughout the inner sect, and even in Tai Huang, becoming quite renowned. Not only within the sacred grounds, but also among the visiting factions. This name was widely recognized. "Which platform do you wish to challenge?" With a charming smile, Yichun responded slowly, "Platform 1. With his words, he strode forward with resolute steps toward the first platform. At Yun Miao Pavilion, upon hearing this name, Dan Tai Xianyin's gaze gradually shifted downwards to the young man confidently making his way toward platform 1. Chapter 79, Sweeping Victory. Yi Chun ascended the platform, walking with head held high, his expression resolute. Such a demeanor indeed exuded an extraordinary aura. Chu Ge observed the scene below with great interest. Despite the fierce intensity of the competition, he found it somewhat tedious. Most of the disciples were merely at the second level, with the occasional third-level contender who failed to exhibit any remarkable qualities beyond their cultivation. However, the arrival of Yi Chun onto the stage piqued his interest slightly. At that moment, Yi Chun had already engaged with the champion of the first arena. His opponent was among the elite of this group, boasting peak third-level cultivation, having already opened 108 acupoints. Yet, this was evidently insufficient against Yi Chun, who, within the span of a tea ceremony, had drained the opponent of most of his spiritual energy, leaving him physically exhausted. In stark contrast, Yi Chun remained unperturbed, not even breaking a sweat, exuding an air of effortless ease. With a surge of spiritual energy, his opponent found himself unable to evade and was swiftly cast from the stage. Next, Yi Chun's voice resonated proudly from the arena, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings with an intimidating sharpness. Suddenly, he noticed a group of women on a high platform. Among them a young girl whose attention was fixed upon him. A gentle breeze caressed the high platform, where the girl stood gracefully, her flowing white dress billowing like a blossoming white lotus. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with skin as fair as snow and eyes sparkling like the stars. Beneath her aristocratic nose, her lips resembled cherry blossoms, softly pressed together. The elegant white dress gracefully concealed her tall, slender figure, with smooth shoulder lines accentuating the purity of her attire. Her gentle breath hinted at feminine grace, and against the backdrop of her white dress, she appeared even more dignified. With a slender, supple waist reminiscent of a willow in the wind and long, straight legs akin to flawless jade pillars, her form, while not exaggeratedly curvaceous, possessed a perfection and proportion that radiated an ethereal elegance in every movement. She resembled a celestial being stepped out from a painting, enchanting those who beheld her. Yet, this ethereal maiden evoked a fury within Yi Chun that threatened to erupt like a volcano. Dan Tai Xianyin, Yi Chun growled, his expression twisted in rage as his gaze fixated on the girl above, whose demeanor was dispassionate. Her familiar gaze reminded him of that fateful day when he was humiliated by the dissolution of their engagement, her eyes reflecting an indifference that made him feel like mere dust in her presence. At that moment, another third-level disciple ascended the arena where Yi Chun stood. A feral glint ignited in Yi Chun's eyes as he launched himself forward, a cruel smile still lingering on his face. The disciple's expression shifted to one of horror before he could react, feeling as if struck by a heavy hammer to his chest. He was sent hurtling off the stage, blood spilling into the air. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that his chest had caved in, his eyes rolling back as blood gushed from his mouth. Fortunately, timely medicinal aid was available, otherwise, the disciple would have faced grave danger. With a single strike, Yi Chun had severely injured a third-level opponent, causing shockwaves among all the disciples participating in the competition. Many inner sect stewards frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction evident on their faces. Yi Chun's ruthless tactics did not sit well with them. Yet, Yi Chun felt these actions were insufficient to fully unleash his pent-up anger. In an instant, he leaped onto the second arena, disregarding all else, and with a swift motion, he unleashed another punch, sending his opponent crashing off the stage once more. What is this boy doing? Has he lost his mind? One steward exclaimed, his face a mix of astonishment and ire. Elders, this. The stewards turned to the inner sect elders for guidance. No harm done. If he has the ability to clear all arenas, he shall be deemed the champion of this competition, one elder replied nonchalantly, unconcerned. At this moment, Yi Chun had already cleared 8 arenas. Upon reaching the 9th, he was met with a formidable group of 12, all prepared for battle. Yi Chun, do you truly think you can assert your dominance by clearing the stage? Do you believe us to be mere pushovers? One among them seethed, clearly insulted by his audacity. Even if you all unite, what I have to fear? Yi Chun scoffed, unperturbed by the 12 third-level opponents, boldly taking the initiative to attack. What audacity! How dare you act so brazenly? As the shouts echoed, Yi Chun clashed with the 12 disciples. On the high platform, observers noted, this boy is exceptional. Tai Huang truly deserves its reputation, even among the inner sect. Such talent is rare. If I am not mistaken, he possesses the royal physique. Among the spectators, powerful figures regarded Yi Chun with admiration, clearly impressed by his performance. Dan Tai Xianyin observed Yi Chun's actions with an indifferent expression, her heart not stirred. Sister, could this young man be someone from your past? A voice inquired from behind her. However, Dan Tai Xianyin did not turn around, simply nodding faintly after retracting her gaze from below. Meanwhile, Yi Chun had decisively defeated all 12 of his attackers. At that moment, he radiated an aura of invincibility. The remaining disciples, yet to take the stage, hesitated, none daring to step forward. In an instant, the vast martial arena was left with Yichen standing alone in triumph, with a smile gracing her lips. Chu Ge gazed down at the unparalleled Yichen, her expression becoming increasingly evident. Though invisible to the eye, Chu Ge sensed a formidable momentum coalescing around Yichen. Under the influence of this burgeoning force, Yichen's cultivation steadily ascended amidst a series of overwhelming battles. Chu Ge naturally understood the underlying reasons. The favor of heaven and earth bestowed upon the child of fortune was manifesting its power. The defeated disciples had transformed into resources for Yichen, enabling his cultivation to ascend, while the unseen fortune steadily grew stronger. However, this was precisely what Chu Ge wished to witness. The rapid growth of the chives signified that the harvest would be all the more bountiful once the time for reaping arrived. Beside him, Dan Taijing Lian, though unaware of Chu Ge's thoughts, discerned that his mood was likely quite favorable at that moment. Just then, the Grand Elder from the Heavenly Sword's sacred ground approached, informing that a disciple wished to challenge Yichen. Elder Su Xiuzhu inquired, "Oh, how intriguing. What is that person's cultivation level?" A subtle smile graced Dan Taijing Lian's face. "The 4th level of the Heavenly Realm. He must be a direct disciple of a prominent figure from the Heavenly Sword's sacred ground." Upon hearing this, Dan Taijing Lian did not respond immediately, but instead turned her gaze toward Chu Ge, asking, "What are your thoughts, dear junior?" Elder Su Xiuzhu exhibited a hint of astonishment, never expecting that Dan Taijing Lian would hold Chu Ge in such high regard. Seeking the opinion of a younger generation member. Chapter 80, A Life and Death Struggle. Chu Ge was taken aback that Dan Taijing Lian would seek his opinion. Yet he did not dwell on it, thinking it best for his master to decide. However, Dan Taijing Lian cast a flirtatious glance at Chu Ge before turning to Su Xiuzhu, suggesting, "Since the Heavenly Sword's sacred land has shown interest, we should acquiesce." Shortly after Su Xiuzhu departed, a young man emerged slowly from the crowd within the ranks of the Heavenly Sword's sacred land. Upon closer inspection, Chu Ge recognized the individual before him, none other than the young man who had previously harbored ill intentions towards him. How intriguing. Could it be that there exists some unresolved conflict between these two? As Chu Ge contemplated, his spirits were notably elevated. The individual from the Sword Saint land possessed formidable abilities, being at the mid-stage of the 4th heaven, and was a direct disciple of a powerful master. His strength was undoubtedly impressive. Confronting such an opponent, even though Yichen was the child of destiny, would surely not be as effortless as before. Below, on the arena, Yichen reveled in the exhilarating sensation of being the center of attention. After sweeping away all challengers, he felt as if the shackles that had long confined him were finally shattered. He was filled with an overwhelming sense of liberation, yearning to let out a triumphant roar to release the pent-up frustrations within him. Yet, before he could indulge in this moment, a streak of light pierced through the air. Yichen's gaze sharpened as he looked ahead. A long sword hurtled towards him, and in the next instant, a figure soared through the sky. In the blink of an eye, the figure appeared beside the speeding sword, reaching out to grasp it firmly. With a swift maneuver, the figure landed gracefully on the arena. Sword in hand, radiating an air of arrogance, Yichen's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he sensed a subtle, yet palpable pressure emanating from his opponent. Upon recognizing the figure's face, Yichen was momentarily taken aback, then spoke. "So it is you." Li Mingfeng wore a smirk of amusement. "You must be Yichen. Allow me to entertain you. I am curious to see what skills you possess that embolden you to provoke me. Remember, it is Li Mingfeng of the Sword Saint land who will defeat you." With that, Li Mingfeng vanished from sight, transforming into a whistling blade, his fierce energy surging directly towards Yichen. Unfazed, Yichen summoned a long sword into his grasp in the blink of an eye. The clash of metal echoed as he deftly deflected Li Mingfeng's strike with a precise angle. The Sword Saint land? Hardly impressive. A wicked smile curled upon Yichen's lips as he twirled his sword, pointing it defiantly at Li Mingfeng. "Very well." Li Mingfeng laughed bitterly in anger, his spiritual energy swirling around him, enveloping his sword in a sharp aura. In the next moment, with a decisive swing, he unleashed a flurry of glaring sword energy. Just a trivial display. Yichen let out a roar as he exerted force beneath him, leaping into the air, his spiritual energy surging forth, bursting out from within. In the blink of an eye, he shot towards Li Mingfeng, meeting the incoming sword energy head-on. The sword energy struck him, producing a series of ringing sounds. Yet it inflicted no harm whatsoever. With a clang, Yichen's sword met Li Mingfeng's, but the latter's expression shifted as he was forced to retreat, the power transmitted through the blade overwhelming him. Is this the extent of the disciples from the Sword Saint land? Yichen pressed on relentlessly, his sword dancing through the air with a flurry of slashes and thrusts, forcing Li Mingfeng, a prominent disciple, into a defensive position, struggling to counter his onslaught. Enough. Li Mingfeng could no longer contain his fury. Initially, he aimed to defeat Yichen with his mid-stage 4th heaven cultivation, but faced with the reality of being dominated, he found it intolerable. In a fit of rage, he unleashed the full force of his mid-stage 4th heaven cultivation, his sword radiating brilliant light as he launched a powerful overhead strike. The piercing sword light shot forth with the speed of lightning and the force of a tempest. Before Yichen could react, the blade struck his abdomen. The sharp energy sliced through flesh, and Yichen's protective spiritual energy shattered like paper. However, instead of faltering, He pressed forward, the pain igniting a fierce determination within him. Simultaneously, his cultivation, which had been gradually escalating, reached a critical threshold. A hidden acupoint within him opened silently, bringing the total number of his opened acupoints to 108, propelling him into the pinnacle of the acupoint opening realm. The shift in Yi Chen's aura did not escape Li Mingfeng's notice. "You actually broke through?" Li Mingfeng exclaimed in disbelief. "Thanks to you." Yi Chen sneered, a layer of faint red light enveloping him as he harnessed the power of his innate physique. The wound on his abdomen, which had been bleeding, began to heal at a visible rate. Simultaneously, Yi Chen's aura surged to a new height, approaching Li Mingfeng's level. Seeing this, Li Mingfeng's expression darkened. Yi Chen's breakthrough felt like a resounding slap across his face. Yet there was no time for him to dwell on it. With his newfound strength, Yi Chen's attacks became increasingly fierce, his sword creating afterimages, leaving Li Mingfeng struggling to keep up. Occasionally, sword lights would scream through the air, striking the arena floor and creating deep fissures. Li Mingfeng grew increasingly alarmed. Aside from his life-saving trump card, he had unleashed all his power. Yet despite this, he found himself unable to overpower Yi Chen, and instead began to feel the tide turning against him. "Do not put your luck." Li Mingfeng's face flushed, his spiritual energy surging as he exerted all his strength to push Yi Chen back, creating distance between them. He realized that his impulsive decision to engage Yi Chen in battle in a fit of anger was unwise. Defeating Yi Chen would not be a significant achievement, after all. He held a higher cultivation and was a direct disciple of a powerful master, while Yi Chen was merely an inner sect disciple. However, should he inadvertently be defeated by Yi Chen, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Not only would he lose face in front of countless witnesses, but it would also bring shame upon the Sword Saint land. At this moment, Li Mingfeng felt a pang of regret. Yet, given the current circumstances, regret was futile. He had no choice but to defeat Yi Chen to avert the most humiliating outcome. Resolving himself, Li Mingfeng held his sword horizontally across his chest, biting his finger to draw blood, which flowed forth instantly. Undeterred, he traced his bloodied finger along the blade of his sword. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Li Mingfeng, and the sword in his hand radiated a chilling bloodthirst. Witnessing this, the onlookers from the Sword Saint land furrowed their brows in concern. They could see clearly that Li Mingfeng was prepared to risk everything. Chapter 81. The Coming Battle. "Yi Chen, are you brave enough to face my sword?" On the arena, Li Mingfeng was enveloped in dark red malevolence, letting out a hoarse roar. The sword in his hand hummed with anticipation, ready to tear apart his opponent before him. As the sharp sword energy intertwined with the bloodthirsty aura, blood began to seep from Li Mingfeng's face, contorting it into a menacing visage. "Humph! What is there to fear?" Yi Chen let out a low roar, thrusting his long sword into the ground with casual ease. All the spiritual power from the pinnacle of the open aperture realm coalesced within him, as he summoned the full force of his potential as a dragon king. He stomped forcefully upon the earth, his feet anchoring into the ground like a dragon's claws gripping the mountains. His biceps swelled visibly, veins twisting like coiling dragons. His body sank slightly, akin to a dragon tightening its form to gather strength. "Ascending dragon!" Yi Chen bellowed, and a torrent of blood energy swirled around him like a dragon in flight. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful punch, a terrifying force erupting instantaneously, causing the very space around him to resonate with a deafening roar. The wind from his punch howled, echoing as if a dragon was roaring in its might. The force of his punch surged forth like an unstoppable tide, transforming into an enraged dragon racing towards Li Mingfeng. Everywhere it passed, it stirred up flying sand and shattered stones, accompanied by the echoes of a furious dragon's roar. At that moment, Li Mingfeng resolutely swung his sword in response. Blood sea sword wave, accompanied by his fierce shout, a torrent of crimson sword light shot forth, dense and overwhelming, resembling a true sea of blood unleashed by his strike. The blood light and sword light intertwined, creating a tempestuous wave filled with the intent to tear apart and annihilate, meeting the grand momentum of Yi Chen's dragon-like punch. The punch surged upwards like an enraged dragon, while the sword light surged forth like a tumultuous sea of blood. In the next instant, the two forces collided with a thunderous explosion. Ripples of energy expanded rapidly from the point of impact, shattering the ground beneath them as if it were mere tofu, turning massive stones into dust in an instant. A fierce wind howled, rampaging in all directions, as the swirling dust and debris formed miniature tornadoes. Both Yi Chen and Li Mingfeng were thrown backward by the explosive aftermath. Many spectators rose, craning their necks in anticipation, eager to discern the outcome. Who would emerge victorious? The ferocity of their attacks was truly overwhelming. Even a fifth-layer expert would need to tread carefully against such might. At the heavenly sword sacred land, Zhao Qinghua shook her head, having grasped the situation within the arena. Moments later, as the residual waves settled, she beheld Yi Chen, his garments torn to shreds, his bare torso adorned with countless fine sword marks. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he stood tall and proud. In stark contrast, Li Mingfeng bore a gaping wound in his chest. It was evident that after their clash, Yi Chen's assault had triumphed. Not only had he broken through the sea of blood formed by the sword light, but the remaining force of his dragon punch had also struck Li Mingfeng. Li Mingfeng lay sprawled on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, staining the earth beneath him. His complexion was as pale as a sheet of paper, his eyes wide with disbelief. Though gravely injured, he had not succumbed to the brink of death. I have won. Yichen clenched his fists, a low roar escaping him. Exhilarated by his victory over Li Mingfeng, a sensation more gratifying than when he had previously swept aside his opponents on the arena. Despite his injuries, he felt a sense of unprecedented vitality coursing through him. Perhaps I have been misguided from the start. Engaging in battle to nurture my growth, constantly confronting formidable foes, is indeed the path I should tread. Yichen seemed to have attained a moment of clarity, slowly closing his eyes and, remarkably, seated himself in meditation amidst the training ground. On the other side, the injured Li Mingfeng was carried back to the heavenly sword-sacred land, where powerful beings tended to stabilize his condition. Meanwhile, Yichen's current demeanor sparked curiosity among the onlookers. What was he doing? Had he begun to cultivate in the midst of the training ground? Surely, he was not on the verge of a breakthrough. Impossible. He had just advanced in battle. How could he possibly break through again? Did they think he was a favored child of the heavens? Unlike the disciples who only perceived the surface, the powerful beings recognized Yichen's state at this moment. Enlightenment. This young man, merely at the third layer, had attained such understanding, entering a state of insight. Even the mighty were taken aback. Upon the high platform, Chu Ge was also taken aback. He had not anticipated that after Yichen's sudden breakthrough, he would still be graced with further opportunities. To be frank, even though Yichen had gained enlightenment and his strength had ascended to Chu Ge, he was merely a slightly larger grasshopper, easily crushable. However, if left unchecked, there would inevitably be repercussions. The child of fortune is always rife with surprises and uncertainties. Thus, I must not underestimate him. Although Yichen appears exceedingly feeble in my eyes, should I neglect him, it is entirely possible that he could unexpectedly flourish. Fortunately, all remains within my control. After his enlightenment, Yichen is likely to challenge me, and at last, this tender sprout is ripe for harvesting. Chu Ge casually recorded a few reflections in his diary, then slowly rose to his feet. He sensed that Yichen's energy had finally ceased its amplification, gradually returning to tranquility. In Yunyu Pavilion, Dan Taixian gazed at the diary copy in her hands, visible only to her, a flicker of contemplation passing through her eyes. After the emergence of this diary copy, she did not immediately bind it but chose to observe for several days. Previously, Dan Tai Jinglian had visited her here and engaged in conversation, which had provided her with greater insight regarding the diary copy, ultimately leading her to a decision. Bind, she responded in her mind, and a stream of information surged into her consciousness, causing the diary copy to vanish in the next moment. Simultaneously, the interface of the diary copy materialized in her mind. What a marvelous creation! Dan Taixian mused inwardly, then directed her attention to the martial arena below. Yichen awakened from his moment of enlightenment, and as he opened his eyes, the jubilant dragon's roar seemed to resonate through the void. Clenching his fists and feeling the surge of power within him, now several times more potent than before, an ecstatic glimmer flickered in his eyes. This moment of realization had elevated his mastery and development of his royal physique to new heights. Gradually rising to his feet, Yichen's gaze shifted, ultimately fixating on the high platform where Chu Ge stood, overlooking him. Sensing the unprecedented strength coursing through him, Yichen took a deep breath and met Chu Ge's gaze, suddenly unleashing a thunderous shout. Chu Ge, come down and fight. His voice echoed across the land, resonating endlessly. An unparalleled fervor for battle emanated from Yichen. With a smile curling at the corners of his lips, Chu Ge slowly descended from the high platform. A series of pale white steps unfurled beneath his feet, and he gracefully stepped down from the void, one measured stride at a time. His entrance was devoid of ostentation, embodying a simplicity that was striking in its own right. Yet, this very demeanor exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, for those steps were entirely formed by Chu Ge's condensed spiritual energy. A glimpse of this singular feat revealed his extraordinary mastery over his own formidable powers, hinting at an unfathomable reservoir of terrifying spiritual strength at his disposal. Such displays left many spectators in awe and trepidation. This was no mere trick of a third-tier cultivator. Chapter 82. Godly Might Like a Prison. The prowess exhibited by this disciple of Chu was truly astonishing. A powerful figure, after a moment of silence, uttered these words. Though Chu Ge's current cultivation level could not compare to his own, the techniques demonstrated by Chu, despite being at the third tier, surpassed those of 10 of his contemporaries in youth. Should this young talent not meet an untimely demise, he is destined to become a formidable force in the future. Within the heavenly sword-sacred land, a powerful being expressed such sentiments, envy flickering in his eyes. As a sacred ground of Lingzhou, their heavenly sword-sacred land had often been compared to the Taiwan sacred land. Witnessing the emergence of such a prodigy from Taiwan, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy and jealousy. Beside him, Zhao Qinghua's gaze intensified, her bright eyes fixed unblinkingly on Chu Ge, fearful of missing a single moment. Truly, he resembles a celestial being exiled to the mortal realm. Such grace is unmatched throughout Lingzhou and even in Dongxian. Zhao Qinghua mused, her heartbeat quickening, her grip on her diary tightening. Meanwhile, Danai Jingtian and her companions finally regained their composure. However, instead of conversing openly, they engaged in a discussion in a discreet, unseen corner. In the enchanting realm of the palace, a group of illustrious ladies engaged in lively discourse. Su Lingyuan, after such a long wait. The formidable villainous disciple is finally set to confront the child of destiny. Will victory be theirs? Lu Fuyao, absolutely assured of victory. Lu Tingyi. It appears that there is a young maiden on the side of the heavenly sword sacred land who has yet to bind her diary instance. Sisters, what do you think about inviting her into our chat? Beep, notification. Dantai Jinglian has invited Dantai Zuanin to join the chat. Let us all extend a warm welcome to our new member. Shui Chenro. Huh. Meanwhile, Dantai Zuanin gazed at the message that appeared in her mind. Along with the rather peculiar name of the group chat, there was an unsettling notion that she had been lured onto a dubious vessel by her own aunt. Dantai Jinglian, Zuanin dear, come forth and greet everyone. Though feeling somewhat out of place, Dantai Zuanin, hailing from a prestigious lineage, naturally adhered to the protocols of etiquette. Dantai Zuanin. Greetings everyone. I am Dantai Zuanin from Yumiao Pavilion, the niece of Aunt Jinglian. Dantai Jinglian. Very well, let us discuss further later. For now, let us observe how our disciple handles this child of destiny. Below, as they beheld the advancing figure of Chu Ge, a palpable sense of pressure began to quell Yichen's previously fervent battle spirit. Curse it. Chu Ge's aura has escalated to an unprecedented level. How is it that he grows stronger at such a rapid pace? With every step Chu Ge took, the oppressive force bearing down on Yichen intensified. He truly grasped the essence of divine might. As Chu Ge finally descended the steps and stood before him, beads of cold sweat began to form on Yichen's forehead. The once indomitable spirit of battle had been completely extinguished. I have arrived. These mere 3 words resounded in Yichen's mind like a clarion call, invoking an overwhelming sense of dread that enveloped his entire being. Damn it. The veins at his temples throbbed violently, and the mountainous aura bearing down upon him rendered him immobile. This scene felt eerily familiar. Yichen was transported back to the day he had challenged Chu Ge. The same sense of helplessness, the same heart-stopping terror. Adha Chu Ge. Yichen erupted in a primal roar, his spiritual energy surging forth like a mighty river. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his full power. At long last. Through his relentless efforts, he shattered the oppressive force that Chu Ge had imposed upon him. Control of his body was restored. Though it required the utmost exertion to break through the heavy pressure Chu Ge exerted, a reckless smile curled upon Yichen's lips. It was different now. Chu Ge, everything has changed. I shall not tread the same path as before. Even if you unleash your full might, you shall not overwhelm me as you did last time. He growled with fervor, a hint of madness brewing within him. This was not a moment of losing composure under Chu Ge's formidable pressure, but rather a realization to conquer the strong with the weak. One could not rely on ordinary means. Only through madness, only through fervor. It was the only way to glimpse hope. He chuckled softly. However, Chu Ge merely smiled faintly. Yichen, oh Yichen, what has given you the illusion that you have exerted your utmost effort? Yichen's pupils suddenly constricted, and he roared in fury, impossible. Chu Ge, cease your pretentiousness. Come and fight. Accompanying his roar, in the next moment, Yichen's figure flickered violently, appearing before Chu Ge. His fingers curled like claws, akin to a dragon poised to tear asunder everything with its formidable talons. Yet, Chu Ge did not even raise his eyes. He simply extended a hand, slowly extending a finger, and with deliberate slowness, he tapped Yichen's palm. The single finger of Chu Ge resembled a sharp sword, effortlessly piercing through Yichen's palm. Blood gushed forth in an instant. The force was insufficient, the speed too slow. Yichen, is this truly all you are capable of? If so, then today marks your end. The indifferent words of Chu Ge reached Yichen's ears. In the next moment, he felt a blur before his eyes, as Chu Ge transformed his fingers into a fist and struck him squarely on the cheek. With a resounding thud, Yichen was propelled like a cannonball, crashing violently to the ground. The tremendous force behind the blow drove his body into the earth, creating a deep crater. However, Chu Ge did not pursue the victory. Instead, he remained composed, patiently awaiting Yichen. Moments passed, and Yichen emerged from the pit, spitting out a mouthful of blood, accompanied by several shattered teeth. A torrent of crimson light began to flow from within him, enveloping his entire being. A grotesque, blood-colored dragon manifested behind him, radiating an overwhelming ferocity. This young man was indeed extraordinary. Today marked his 3rd breakthrough. The powerful beings present could distinctly sense Yichen's transformation, their eyes widening in astonishment. Yichen had experienced several breakthroughs today. Although not all signified an increase in cultivation level, each instant significantly augmented his combat prowess. Initially, when Yichen's cultivation was merely at the late stage of the 3rd heaven, his strength could rival that of an average mid-4th heaven practitioner, albeit weaker than Li Mingfeng. But now, having reached the peak of the 3rd heaven, Yichen's combat capabilities surpassed Li Mingfeng's, positioning him between the late and peak stages of the 4th heaven. Following his enlightenment, Yichen's strength genuinely attained the pinnacle of the 4th heaven. Now, under the immense pressure exerted by Chu Ge, he had once again broken through, allowing him to rival some fledgling 5th heaven practitioners. His combat prowess transcended an entire realm of cultivation, undoubtedly marking him as a top-tier genius. Yet, despite these feats, few held high hopes for Yichen. For, in comparison to him, the aura emanating from Chu Ge was far more astonishing and terrifying. With the peak cultivation of the 3rd heaven, his presence posed a palpable threat even to the 6th heaven. Such an implausible phenomenon had manifested before their eyes today, no matter how hard they pondered. These powerful beings could not fathom how Chu Ge had cultivated. How much potential had he unearthed in this foundational third tier? And what kind of solid foundation had he established? Chapter 83, The Dragon Maiden. The wind howled, and sand and stones danced wildly. The crimson storm grew ever more ferocious, with Yuchen standing at its center, bathed in blood-red light. Behind him, the blood-colored dragon soared and twisted, its sharp fangs glistening, its gaze cold and menacing. A terrifying visage that sent shivers down the spine. Observing this scene, Chu Ge could not help but exclaim, "What a fearsome dragon!" Whether referring to the dragon's illusory form or Yuchen himself remained ambiguous. Yuchen, seemingly oblivious, merely shot forth a chilling glare. In the next moment, he lunged forward like an arrow released from its bow, leaving a crimson afterimage in the air. His speed had more than doubled. Bathed in the sanguine glow, Yuchen's strength had also surged. He unleashed a punch with tremendous force, akin to a cannonball, generating a thunderous roar as the air was compressed by a strike. Yuchen's fist came with great ferocity and speed. Even Fifth Heaven practitioners would be taken aback. Yet, Chu Ge stood his ground, throwing a punch of his own. Their fists collided with a resounding crash, a sound reminiscent of thunderclaps echoing through the air. Yuchen's arm muscles bulged instantly, his veins throbbing like enraged serpents. The immense recoil surged from his arm down to his feet, causing the ground beneath them to crack under the pressure. However, while Yuchen's face contorted in strain, Chu Ge's expression remained unperturbed. At such a level, you fail even to amuse me, and I find myself disappointed. The two locked gazes. Chu Ge calmly addressing Yuchen's resentful glare. In the next instant, their fists transformed into an open palm, grasping Yuchen's forearm, and with a powerful pull, he yanked him forward. Yuchen was utterly unable to resist this force, his body being drawn toward Chu Ge. In a sudden motion, Chu Ge retracted his arm and forcefully grasped Yuchen's head, pressing it downwards. In an instant, his knee shot forward like a cannonball, striking Yuchen's abdomen with tremendous force. The impact was akin to a heavy hammer, distorting Yuchen's facial features in agony. A violent surge of pain roared within him, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against a shore. Blood, bile, and fragments of internal organs erupted from his throat in a gruesome display. The force of Chu Ge's strike sent Yuchen soaring uncontrollably through the air. Yet, Chu Ge had no intention of relenting. In a flash, he appeared behind Yuchen, who was still ascending. The next moment, he clenched his fists into hammers and delivered a crushing blow to Yuchen's spine. A sickening crack echoed through the air, followed by Yuchen's harrowing wails. With a thunderous crash, Yuchen was slammed to the ground, sending dust flying and the earth cracking beneath him. Observers, powerful figures in their own right, could only shake their heads. Though Yuchen possessed commendable skills, he was far too inexperienced and fragile compared to the monstrous Chu Ge. It was evident to all that Yuchen was being toyed with, akin to a plaything in Chu Ge's hands. His survival thus far was merely a consequence of Chu Ge's restraint. However, witnessing Yuchen's pitiful state, crumpled on the ground, one could hardly distinguish his condition from that of a corpse. With just 2 strikes, a knee and a fist, Yuchen's insides were shattered, and his spine was crushed. Even the physique of a royal body could not withstand such brutal treatment. He resembled a candle flickering in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. Many powerful individuals lamented the waste of Yuchen's undeniable talent. He could have been nurtured as an elite or even a core member of any faction in the Eastern Xuanyu. The tragic decline of such a promising individual was regrettable. Yet, their thoughts remained unvoiced, as none would dare to offend Chu Ge for the sake of Yuchen. After all, in every regard, Chu Ge's prowess overshadowed Yuchen's. Not to mention the overwhelming support of the Tai Huang's sacred land, a behemoth of influence in the Eastern Xuanyu region. Lying on the ground, Yuchen struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain coursing through his body rendered him nearly incapacitated. "Senior, please help me," he implored in his mind, hoping that this presence could aid him. Despite being at the end of his rope, he refused to surrender. The existence in his mind was his final trump card. The sound of slow footsteps echoed, drawing closer with each passing moment. Yuchen painfully turned his head, only to be assaulted by another wave of searing agony that twisted his features in despair. Chu Ge slowly approached Yuchen, saying, "It is time for me to witness your final trump card, is it not?" As Chu Ge's words resonated, Yuchen's pupils abruptly constricted, momentarily overshadowing the excruciating pain he felt, as he gazed at Chu Ge with an expression of sheer disbelief. Yu, however, paid no heed to Yuchen and spoke once more. "Could the esteemed yet unknown senior reveal themselves for a meeting with me?" Chu Ge's words were unabashed, resonating clearly for all present to hear. Many furrowed their brows in confusion, pondering the meaning behind her statement. To whom was this esteemed Chu addressing? A hidden card? Considering Yuchen's woeful predicament, if he possessed any secret weapon, he would have revealed it long ago, rather than waiting until now. Whispers of speculation began to circulate. Yet only a select few women, privy to the diary's contents, were aware that a powerful soul fragment resided within Yuchen. A collective sigh echoed through the assembly, causing many formidable figures to momentarily falter in surprise. Subsequently, luminous points of light gradually coalesced from the void, forming an elegant and tall silhouette. With a slight arch of her brow, Chu Ge found herself unexpectedly surprised. She had not anticipated that it was not an old man, but rather an old woman. No, to refer to her as an old woman would be rather disrespectful. As Chu Ge gazed upon the gradually solidifying figure before him, a flicker of awe ignited in his eyes. This was a breathtaking beauty, rivaling the likes of Luo Huangjun and Dantai Jinglian. Her cascading white hair, reminiscent of a silver waterfall, flowed down to her waist, shimmering with a cool luminescence. Her visage seemed to have been meticulously crafted by the heavens, with skin as fair as snow, emanating a subtle, ethereal glow, smooth and delicate like mutton-fat jade. Her brows arched like distant mountains, while her eyes sparkled with a divine golden radiance, deep and fervent like the sun itself. In the depths of her gaze, ancient runes seemed to flicker into existence. Her exquisite nose stood proudly, adding a three-dimensional allure to her face, while her lips, akin to cherry blossoms, were alluringly vibrant, glistening with temptation. Beyond her near-perfect features, the woman possessed an extraordinary trait. Gracefully curving from her crown were a pair of pale golden dragon horns. These horns, resplendent and exquisite, resembled works of art, exuding a soft halo. Beneath her eyes, several dragon scales embedded like jewels added an air of rebellious beauty to her already enchanting visage. The presence of dragon horns and scales undeniably hinted that this woman was no mere human, or perhaps not entirely of human lineage. Within her coursed the noble blood of the dragon clan. Hiss! A dragon clan? The presence of a lingering soul, seemingly of draconic origin, was indeed a revelation to Yi Chun. He was truly witnessing a marvel. One could only speculate the era from which she had fallen. If it were a time of complete cultivation, then her worth would be immeasurable. Upon the high platform, several powerful figures could not suppress their astonishment at the sudden appearance of this woman. Many gazes sparkled with intrigue, as subtle schemes began to form within their hearts. Chapter 84, A Rift. Regardless of how others reacted, Chu Ge was astonished by the fact that the other party was a woman, and Yi Chun, who had coexisted with this lingering soul for several years, shared the same sentiment. In fact, he was even more shocked than Chu Ge. Senior, you? Yi Chun spoke with a certain disfluency, his thoughts surging like tumultuous waves in his mind. It was not only the gender of his esteemed senior that left him in disbelief, but also her unparalleled beauty. He could never have imagined that the figure he had always referred to as senior was, in truth, such a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Moreover, she seemed to possess not merely human lineage, but rather the blood of dragons coursing through her veins. After the initial shock, an overwhelming joy surged within Yi Chun. Senior, please assist me. With your help, I shall surely defeat Chu Ge. If I can vanquish him, my standing in Taiwan will elevate, allowing me to seek the rare treasures needed to restore your form. Yi Chun could not contain his fervent exclamation, as if he were clutching at the last straw of hope. His eyes reflected both desperation and a hint of madness, akin to a gambler, blinded by the stakes, grasping at the final chip in a desperate bid to turn the tide. However, in response to Yi Chun's fervent demeanor, the silver-haired woman merely shook her head, leaving Yi Chun momentarily stunned, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Wretched being, even at this critical juncture, you hesitate to act. Do you wish for my demise? What Yi Chun harbored in his heart remained a secret known only to himself. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge smiled faintly before speaking. Yi Chun, have you ever pondered why this esteemed elder would expend such effort to assist you, rather than simply abandon you and ally with me, which would be far more advantageous? Chu Ge, silence. Yi Chun retorted passionately. I have spent countless days and nights in the company of this elder. Our bond is profound. How could she ever forsake me? He turned to the woman, his eyes filled with hope, pleading for her affirmation. Yet, the only response he received was her somewhat indifferent gaze. Yi Chun, you have deeply disappointed me. Her cold words pierced Yi Chun's heart like a dagger. Elder, have you forgotten? It was I who awakened you. Yi Chun cried out desperately. Suddenly, he froze, scrutinizing the woman anew, and his expression contorted into one of utter rage. You deceived me. Did you not claim to be in a state of frailty? Your current condition bears no semblance of weakness. Yi Chun finally realized that although the woman was but a remnant of a soul lacking corporeal form, she was not as dim and vague as he had imagined. Rather, she appeared remarkably solid. You wretched creature. Have you been colluding with that scoundrel, Chu Ge? All along? Have you conspired together to deceive me? Answer me. Yi Chun bellowed, summoning an unexpected surge of strength that enabled him to rise despite his battered state. Bloodied and with bone fragments protruding from his back, remnants of the brutal assault by Chu Ge. Observing the fleeting anger on the woman's face, followed by a subtle, unnatural expression, Yi Chun's fury intensified. For that brief moment, it was clear that she felt a twinge of guilt. However, her discomfort vanished as she restored her icy demeanor. I have indeed interacted with others from the Tai Huang sacred grounds in your absence, but not with Chu Ge. I have deceived you, but that was for my own sake. No one compelled me to do so, she replied coolly. Recalling a recent night, she remembered a woman in red who had appeared unexpectedly, surreptitiously probing her consciousness within the ring she inhabited, engaging in a conversation that illuminated many truths and solidified her resolve to forsake Yi Chun. I do not assist you merely because you have disappointed me. Look at yourself. Since entering the Tai Huang sacred grounds, what have you accomplished? Despite my many warnings to act with caution, to think twice before provoking powerful foes. You have disregarded all of it. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Yichen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Ge gazed upon the unfolding scene with a sardonic smile. The child of fate, once an ally, had now turned against him. This moment, even in the novels of his past life, was an explosive spectacle. Not only Chu Ge, but on the high platform, Dan Tai Jing Lian also revealed a malicious grin, her eyes narrowing in delight. If an acquaintance were to witness her expression, they would undoubtedly understand that Dan Tai Jing Lian was in an exceedingly joyful mood. No words left to say. Have you realized your foolishness? Observing Yichen rendered speechless, a cold smile crept across the woman's face. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Yichen shouted, "So what? I awakened you. Without me, you would have vanished long ago. I saved your life. Is it not your duty to assist me in return? You speak so eloquently, you wretched woman. Is it not true that you desire to betray me and align yourself with that scoundrel Chu Ge? Is it merely because Chu Ge can help you reconstruct your body? Have I not aided you in this endeavor? Have I not striven for it as well?" Yichen had completely lost his sanity. In a realm unseen by him, something was rapidly fading away. Upon hearing his words, the woman's expression grew even colder. Disdain flickering in her eyes. Vanish. Absurd. Let me tell you, even without your awakening, in a few decades, I would still awaken. Do you think this ring, which harbors my fragmented soul, is merely an ordinary object? Your life-saving grace? You are truly deluded. I will assist you out of gratitude for awakening me prematurely. And because I could not bear to see you, treated like a wild dog within your clan, suffer such indignities. Reflecting upon it now, I realize I was blind to ever think you were worthy of cultivation. As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly frigid, as if she were purging all the discontent that had accumulated in her heart thus far. Moreover, you speak sweetly of seeking the materials needed for my body's reconstruction. Yet what have you truly done? Even for a mere soul-nurturing herb, I had to plead repeatedly for you to part with it. Yichen, you are nothing but a pitiful heap of mud, an ungrateful wretch. My assistance to you has long surpassed any trifling kindness you might claim. Over these years, it was I who reformed your foundation, elevated your physique, sought opportunities for you, instructed you in cultivation, imparted techniques, combat skills, and saved you from the brink of death countless times. Without my aid, you would still be that derided and bullied waste within your family. And what do you offer me in return, Yichen? A few soul-nurturing herbs? Hollow promises? What more do you have to give? By the end, her words had morphed into an accusatory interrogation. Yichen's complexion abruptly turned pale as parchment. Chapter 85. The End of the Road, a combined chapter. The woman's words cascaded forth like a barrage of arrows. I did not mean to. Yichen stammered, his lips quivering. Senior, I realize my mistakes. Grant me one more chance. I promise I will not disappoint you. He suddenly knelt, his face pleading, hoping she would recall their past camaraderie. Yet, all he received in return was a derisive scoff. The woman regarded the kneeling Yichen with the same disdain one might reserve for refuse, her heart devoid of any lingering sympathy. She herself could not fathom why this was so. Initially, when she first interacted with Yichen, she felt pity for him, and gratitude for his kindness inspired her to assist him. After spending some time together, she perceived him as a raw gem, a figure of potential, and held high hopes for his future. However, since arriving at the Tai Huang sacred land, Yichen's conduct had repeatedly fallen short of her expectations. Foolishness, arrogance, hubris, and self-centeredness. His myriad flaws were nothing short of fatal. It was as if she had finally emerged from a trance, gaining clarity about Yichen's true nature. His flaws had always existed, but she had either overlooked them or failed to recognize them until reaching the Tai Huang sacred land and witnessing Chu Ge. The filter that magnified Yichen's strengths while obscuring his shortcomings shattered in an instant. Awakening from her reverie, she began to prioritize her own interests. Thus, during the grand event of the Tiandi Yin Dao, she refrained from securing benefits for Yichen and instead absorbed the myriad energies to nourish her own lingering soul. Afterward, Yichen's actions only deepened her distaste for him. Finally, one fateful night, Dan Tai Jing Lian approached her, initiating a conversation that was far from amicable. With both inducements and threats, that day solidified her resolve to abandon Yichen. As she observed Yichen kneeling in apparent remorse for his past actions, she regarded him with cold indifference. You do not truly recognize your errors. You simply realize your impending doom. Yichen's body trembled violently, his lowered head slowly rising, the look of regret evaporating, replaced by a mask of vengeful rage. He understood that he had lost his last ally. The very support that had always been by his side had now irrevocably departed. Wretched woman! Wretched woman! Wretched woman! Yichen had succumbed to madness, howling in rage. At that moment, Chu Ge spoke up. Enough, Yichen. Your pitiful performance ends here. It is time for you to awaken from this dream. Chu Ge, it's all your fault. If not for you, I would have been the direct disciple of the Holy Master. The Huanglong seal should belong to me. Everything you possess now is meant to be mine. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Yichen's eyes turned a feral crimson, brimming with unquenchable hatred. He had completely abandoned reason, vociferously unleashing the fear and anger that consumed him. Die, Chu Ge. Yi Chun roared, but instead of charging at Chu Ge, he feigned an attack, lunging toward the woman. A sinister black aura enveloped him. The soul-devouring technique. She exclaimed in alarm. Yet in the next instant, a figure materialized, swift as lightning. Yi Chun's advancing form was suddenly struck, his lower half obliterated, while the upper half of his body, propelled by the final vestiges of momentum, tumbled at the woman's feet. Yet even with half his body missing, Yi Chun did not immediately succumb. He glared at the woman with vengeful eyes, filled with unrelenting fury. Chu Ge retracted his hand and approached the remnants of Yi Chun's upper body. Confronted by the ghastly gaze of the latter, Chu Ge removed the ancient ring from his own hand. In the presence of these two souls, no, it was merely one, for Yi Chun was but a fragment of a being. The state of the woman before him was hardly that of a complete person. To call her half would be an exaggeration, as she was merely a lingering spirit, not even a full soul. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Chu Ge gradually adorned his finger with the ring. As his spiritual consciousness delved within, he beheld the neatly arranged spiritual materials and the sacred source stone, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, he concentrated spiritual light in his hand, mercilessly reducing Yi Chun's upper body to mere bloody pulp. Thus, the son of destiny, Yi Chun, was utterly annihilated. All that he had left behind was entirely claimed by Chu Ge. May I ask for the esteemed name of the elder? Turning his gaze towards the woman, Chu Ge displayed a gentle smile, entirely devoid of the ruthless determination he had just exhibited. The woman momentarily faltered, an unnatural expression crossing her features. Yet she swiftly regained her composure. With a tranquil demeanor, she parted her red lips, and her crystalline voice resonated. I am Qingjue. Chu Ge smiled and nodded. I kindly ask you to bear with me for a moment, and once today's affairs are concluded, I shall endeavor to reconstruct your body. Qingjue nodded in agreement. She had held a favorable impression of Chu Ge from their first encounter. Now that Chu Ge expressed a willingness to take her in, she naturally had no reason to decline. Furthermore, during her previous conversation with Dantai Jinglian, there had been mention of Chu Ge, who had suggested she follow him. Thus, without hesitation, Qingjue stepped into the ring. Upon witnessing this scene from the high platform, many powerful figures could not help but feel a pang of regret. This remnant soul had a mysterious and extraordinary origin. If they could possess it, they would undoubtedly reap considerable benefits. Unfortunately, this was the sacred land of Tai Huang, a place where they could not entertain any dubious intentions. Returning to the high platform, Chu Ge discovered that two more figures had appeared. One was the girl with a high ponytail from the heavenly sword sacred land, whom he had encountered before. The other was a young lady clad in a simple white gown, her beauty striking and ethereal. Who might these two be? Chu Ge inquired with curiosity. Su Lingyuan hurriedly approached Chu Ge, introducing him. This is junior sister Zhao Qinghua from the heavenly sword sacred land. She gestured towards the girl with the high ponytail, and Chu Ge turned his gaze, meeting Zhao Qinghua's bright eyes, which sparkled with a hint of intrigue. Chu Ge nodded towards the spirited young woman, Sister Zhao. Zhao Qinghua smiled in response. Greetings, brother Chu Ge. Subsequently, Su Lingyuan gestured towards the woman in white. This is Sister Dantai Xianin from Yumiao Pavilion, who is also the niece of Master Dantai. Chu Ge was momentarily taken aback, but soon his gaze fell upon Dantai Xianin, junior sister Dantai. He was naturally familiar with her name. Upon hearing this, Dantai Xianin offered a faint smile, lightly nodding her head, exuding an ethereal beauty that seemed to transcend the mortal realm. Chu Ge gazed upon the elevated platform at this moment. There stood Dantai Jinglian, Dantai Xianin, Su Lingyuan, Shui Qianro, and the sisters Lu Fu Yao and Lu Ting and I. Alongside them was Zhao Qing Sui. Altogether, there were 7 exquisite beauties, each radiating an enchanting grace, possessing their own distinctive allure. Chu Ge couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment. However, his composure was exceptional, and after a brief admiration, he turned to Dantai Jinglian and said, Master Uncle, I have suddenly gained insights into my cultivation and shall take my leave. The competition had not yet concluded. At this moment, the arena had already commenced exchanges and duels among the younger generation from various factions. Yet, Chu Ge found little interest in this. He was eager to return and tally the day's gains. Dantai Jinglian smiled and nodded, winking at Chu Ge with her enchanting eyes, which was quite alluring. Once Chu Ge departed, she glanced at Dantai Xianin and Zhao Qinghua, inquiring, What do you think? Dantai Xianin peered at the diary interface in her mind. Name, Dantai Xianin. Appearance, 9, 7. Affection, 55. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. 55 Chu Shixiang must have a fairly good impression of me, right? Having bound the diary, she had joined the group chat initiated by Dantai Jinglian and learned a great deal about the diary's intricacies. Beside her, Su Lingyuan curiously looked towards Zhao Qinghua. Zhao Qinghua checked the information in her mind. Name, Zhao Qinghua. Appearance, 9, 7. Affection, 56. With a smile gracing her lips, she remarked, I am similar to Dantai Shiji, with an affection score of 56. Initially, she had been puzzled as to why the renowned elder from the Tai Huang sacred land sought her out, feeling a twinge of anxiety. However, upon arriving and discussing the diary, she understood they all shared this connection. Dan Tai Jing Lian surveyed the assembly of beautiful women before her, a charming smile adorning her face. Dear disciples, this is all for your own good, she mused internally. Since the emergence of the group chat, she had conceived certain ideas. The diary was undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence. Women possessing the diary, regardless of their current strength or status, would inevitably see their destinies transformed by it, and by extension, by Chu Ge. The ordinary would become extraordinary, the weak would gain strength, and the noble and powerful, upon witnessing the extraordinary benefits of the diary, would likely foster curiosity and ambition to elevate their own status and prowess. Dan Tai Jing Lian aimed to rally those women with diaries to her side in advance. She could foresee a future where a vast and intricate network of diary bearers, hailing from all corners of the world, would surround Chu Ge. By establishing an alliance early on, she could effectively guard against any ulterior motives or unscrupulous individuals that might arise. Moreover, her actions would inadvertently benefit Chu Ge, as these exquisite women would inevitably intersect with him. In the process, it was only natural that some would develop feelings for him. Indeed, from her observations, aside from Luo Huangjun, who had already succumbed, Su Ling Yuan, Shui Qianro, and even the Lu sisters had all developed considerable affection for Chu Ge. The diary, however, only revealed Chu Ge's feelings towards them, obscuring their sentiments for him. Were such a feature available to quantify those affections, it would likely show that each of them held an affection score exceeding 80. Even Dan Tai Jing Lian herself could not guarantee she would not fall. Much like her junior sister. After all, she had never before adorned herself in such attire before men, let alone boldly display it. As Dan Tai Jing Lian's thoughts whirled, a group leader, long absent from the chat, finally came online. In the chat group of the Imperial Harem of Chu Song, titled Tai Wang Sacred Land Subgroup. The conversation unfolds. Lady Luo Wang, how is it that in just a few days, 2 new members have joined our group? Lady Luo Wang, Dan Tai Xianin? You must be a junior among the disciples, correct? Wait, are you the fiancée of Yichen? Lady Luo Wang, Zhao Qinghua? Lady Luo Wang, can someone enlighten me? To all members. Su Ling Yuan, Master, have you successfully made your breakthrough? Lady Luo Wang, not yet. I still need some more time. Dan Tai Xianin, greetings, Senior Luo Wang. I am Dan Tai Xianin, a disciple of Yun Miao Pavilion, and indeed, I am the former fiancée of Yichen as you mentioned. She made a special note of the word former, clearly placing significant importance on this status. Zhao Qinghua, greetings, Holy Sovereign of Taiwan. I am a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land. Dan Tai Jinglian, he. Both of them were introduced by me. Junior sister, I have put considerable effort into expanding the harem of your beloved disciple. Lady Luo Wang, senior sister. What are you talking about? Lady Luo Wang, no. Please do not heed my senior sister's nonsense. The situation is not as you perceive. Lady Luo Wang struggled to explain, but her lack of eloquence rendered her efforts largely ineffective. Instead, her earnestness, conveyed through her words, revealed an endearing clumsiness. The others found amusement in her predicament and were tempted to tease her, were it not for the constraints of their respective statuses. On the other side, upon returning to his chamber, Chu Ge first activated the system and glanced at the notifications. Ding. The child of destiny, Yichen, was subdued by the host's imposing aura, resulting in the dissipating of his combat spirit. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3,000 villain points. Ding. The child of destiny, Yichen, was crushed by the host's invincible demeanor. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5,000 villain points. Ding. The child of destiny, Yichen, was grievously injured by the host's hand. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 8,000 villain points. Ding. The child of destiny, Yichen. The initial tally of villain points amounted to a total of 25,000. While this was considerably less than the previous encounter with Luo Lingtian, it must be noted that Yichen had already suffered setbacks previously, resulting in a significant decline in his fortune. Furthermore, Yichen's level of development as a child of destiny paled in comparison to Luo Lingtian's. This 25,000 points were likely the last remnants of his fortune, and Chu Ge had essentially extracted every last drop. Continuing to peruse the notifications, he noted, Ding. Due to the various direct and indirect influences caused by the host, the child of destiny, Yichen, has completely severed ties with his greatest ally, turning into sworn enemies. Yichen's aura as the child of destiny is shattered, and the host gains 50,000 villain points. Ding. The host has directly seized Yichen's support, earning an additional 30,000 villain points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the villain task and receiving the reward item Emperor's Banner. Ding. The host has personally slain the child of destiny, Yichen, and received a fortune gift pack. As Chu Ge read this, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Setting aside other matters for the moment, the accumulation of a staggering 105,000 villain points was nothing short of a windfall. This amount not only replenished the villain points previously spent in the upgrade diary section, but also left him with a surplus. With this influx of villain points, his prior intentions to unlock the new sections could now be realized. Chapter 86, Harvest. Redirecting his focus to other matters, he prepared to claim his task rewards. As Chu Ge communicated with the system within his mind, a moment later, a grand banner woven from black silk materialized in his hands, adorned with ancient and mysterious runes. A purplish-black light flickered around the banner, occasionally accompanied by bursts of black smoke. A chilling wail, almost imperceptible, emanated from its surface, instilling a sense of dread and terror. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as the ominous aura enveloping the banner began to radiate, the entire array of prohibitions within the Tai Huang Palace was set into motion. At this moment, the ring in Chu Ge's hand, which housed the remnant soul of Qingjue, also emitted a radiant glow, as if it too sensed something significant. What is happening? I feel an overwhelming and terrifying malevolence. The voice, as clear as jade, resonated in Chu Ge's ear. It was Qingjue reaching out to communicate with him. At this moment, she could not converse with Chu Ge in his mind as she did with Yichun, nor could she perceive the external world. All is well. I have just acquired a treasure. After Chu Ge had put away the items, he finally responded to Qingjue. The tumult in the Tai Huang Hall subsided as Chu Ge retracted the human emperor banner. Is it an artifact of the sinister path? Exercise caution in its usage. Qingjue's voice resonated once more. She was rather indifferent to the distinction between righteousness and wickedness, merely offering a word of caution to Chu Ge. I am aware. Chu replied, and the brilliance of the ring swiftly dimmed as he resumed his communication with the system. System, are you certain this is the emperor's banner? Does your emperor's banner emit black smoke? He could hardly fathom that the emperor's banner bestowed by the system would appear in such a manner. Ding. The system responded, Host. As you are a villain, the emperor's banner you received naturally aligns with the characteristics of a villain. Hence, this banner is a villain-exclusive version. And it is also known as the Banner of 10,000 Souls. Chu Ge. He was momentarily at a loss for words. So, it seems that villains must present themselves with such an ominous and formidable object before others. Tongzi, I must say, your line of thinking is flawed. Who decreed that a villain must wield artifacts of dark magic? Ding. A gentle reminder, the Emperor's banner awarded by the system holds a status equivalent to that of the supreme spiritual weapon in this realm. The expression of discontent on Chu Ge's face froze momentarily, only to be replaced by a smile soon after. However, one must acknowledge that as a villain, it is essential to possess a few treasures that can instill a sense of dread at first glance. This human sovereign banner, I find it quite satisfactory. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Ge had already acquired 3 supreme-level spiritual weapons, the Radiant Dragon Seal, the Celestial Star Disc, and the Human Sovereign Banner. Although, apart from the Human Sovereign Banner, the other 2 were but remnants of their former glory. Their status alone placed them far beyond ordinary spiritual weapons. System, what treasures does this fortune package contain? Chu Ge then inquired about the fortune gift pack he would receive after vanquishing Yichun. After all, this was his first encounter with such a reward. Ding. A response resonated. Upon opening the fortune gift pack, the host shall obtain a certain number of villain points, along with items that originally belonged to the fated child who was defeated, including but not limited to techniques, spiritual laws, bloodlines, and physical attributes. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Although Yichun was still quite weak when he was vanquished by him, the potential for his future was indeed promising. Had it not been for his role as the antagonist, Yichun would undoubtedly have ascended to the rank of a supreme being at the 12th heaven. Enthusiastically rubbing his hands together, Chu Ge did not hesitate and promptly made a decision. System, activate the fortune gift pack. Ding. The fortune gift pack is being opened. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 25,000 villain points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 instance of Creation Profound Light, 1 instance of the Purple Extreme Emperor Dragon Bloodline, and the Dragon Dual Soul Fusion Heaven Sutra. As the sound of several prompts echoed, 3 luminous orbs materialized within the confines of the system's realm. Chu Ge first reached out to touch the first luminous orb. In the next moment, a radiant sphere of ethereal light materialized in his hand. Simultaneously, information regarding the mysterious light of creation flooded into his mind. The mysterious light of creation, when utilized in the process of body reconstruction, possesses the extraordinary ability to transform decay into the miraculous. Without a doubt, this was originally sought by Yichun for the purpose of reconstructing his own body. However, it now became a boon for Chu Ge. He continued to engage with the second luminous orb, the bloodline of the Purple Extreme Emperor Dragon. This was likely a power that Yichun would eventually acquire. Yet, this time no information regarding the bloodline was imparted to Chu Ge. Without hesitation, he proceeded to fuse with it. There were no immediate signs or manifestations, quietly and imperceptibly. The bloodline of the Purple Extreme Emperor Dragon began to integrate into Chu Ge's being. However, the process of fusion was not instantaneous. It unfolded gradually, suggesting that complete integration would require some time. Although there were no overt signs of change, subtle transformations were indeed occurring. At this moment, a noble purple gleam flickered in Chu Ge's eyes. His demeanor underwent a slight, yet profound shift, emanating an indomitable and regal authority. He then touched the final luminous orb. Streams of information surged into his mind, revealing the content of the dual soul dragon mastery technique. After a brief pause, Chu Ge opened his eyes. His expression was somewhat peculiar, for he realized that the dual soul dragon mastery technique was, in fact, a dual cultivation method of exceptionally high rank, reaching the supreme level. Could this possibly be the technique Yi Chen established upon ascending to the supreme realm? As Chu Ge contemplated these thoughts, a smile graced his face. A remarkable total of 130,000 villain points, the Emperor's banner, the mysterious light of creation, the bloodline of the purple extreme Emperor Dragon, and the dual souls of the Dragon Sovereign merging into the heavenly scriptures. Furthermore, there was that ring, containing the remnant soul of the formidable being named Qingjue. All of these constituted the entirety of the spoils reaped from Yi Chen, undeniably bounteous. Feeling a surge of joy, Chu Ge prepared to jot down his reflections in a diary. Having tallied today's harvest, he felt immensely gratified, as it had been a harvest beyond his expectations. As soon as Chu Ge recorded, many women possessing diary duplicates received notifications for diary updates. Chapter 87, Speculations. The antagonist has amassed a staggering 130,000 points. Combined with my previous remaining 43,500 points, totaling 175,000 points, which is sufficient to unlock a new system module. I am quite eager for the new module. Currently, I possess 3 modules. The level 4 diary module, which allows me to record daily entries, and upon settlement, I receive a reward of 2 to 6 cultivation points. In addition to item rewards and chances for a lottery, making it the most beneficial module for me at present. The check-in module, now at level 2, has not been utilized for some time. I have been accumulating check-in attempts, anticipating a day when I can employ them all at once for substantial rewards. The punch-in module, also at level 2, has been activated since I joined the Taiwan Sacred Land, where I diligently check in at new locations daily, typically garnering rewards that even the mighty covet, and at times triggering critical hits that double my rewards, simple yet potent. However, I have nearly exhausted the check-in locations at Taiwan. The effectiveness of repeated check-ins has diminished significantly, and it is time I prepare to venture outside for a change of scenery. Chu Ge merely recorded the current functionalities of her system casually, yet this revelation astonished the multitude of females who possessed diary replicas. Having perused the diary, they were aware of the formidable capabilities of Chu Ge's system, but the specifics had remained elusive until now. The information that Chu Ge inadvertently disclosed left them in utter shock. Each of these so-called segments, upon being bestowed upon another, would constitute an extraordinary stroke of fortune. What rendered this even more astonishing was that Chu Ge reaped the benefits without incurring any cost. This notion nearly upended the understanding of the group. After all, while the realm of cultivation is replete with remarkable opportunities, they are often accompanied by peril. Most fortunes require significant effort and sacrifice to obtain. Yet Chu Ge's situation was entirely unique. Perhaps the only negligible cost involved was the time spent documenting in the diary and the necessity of visiting various locations. Beyond that, there were no further sacrifices required. Many harbored feelings of envy. However, there were also astute individuals who, upon reading Chu Ge's final remark about going out for a stroll, began to contemplate their own thoughts. At the Shueihua Peak, the grand competition had concluded, and all factions had dispersed. Zhao Qinghui and Dantai Xian departed with their respective sects, as their primary purpose for visiting Taiwan was merely to meet Chu Ge. With their objective achieved, having left a favorable impression on Chu Ge and joined the group chat, an organization exclusive to diary replica holders, they departed with a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Dantai Jinglian and her entourage of 5 congregated at Shueihua Peak. Senior brother Chu truly inspires envy, Lu Fuyao exclaimed, unable to suppress her sentiments after reviewing the diary's content. The other women nodded in agreement. Do not be envious. Across the annals of history, both past and future, one will find no other like our esteemed junior. Let us instead seize the opportunities that the diary replica affords us, Dantai Jinglian remarked, her smile belying the turmoil within her heart upon witnessing the diary's contents. Regarding our junior's intention to venture out, what is your perspective, senior sister? Although our junior possesses remarkable strength, their cultivation remains nascent, and their journey in the realm of cultivation has been brief, Shui Qianro spoke, directing her gaze towards Dantai Jinglian. She bore no ulterior motives, merely a tinge of concern, lamenting that insufferable junior has only been with Taiwan for a month and already dreams of venturing outside. How intolerable. Very well. I shall accompany him to ensure his safety, Su Ling Yuan declared with righteous indignation, only to be met with a chorus of teasing glances. Since our junior harbors the desire to explore, we cannot impede him. However, I surmise he will wait for our junior sister to emerge from her seclusion before making any decisions. We shall see what plans she has then. Dantai Jinglian mused after a moment of contemplation. She was well aware that once Chu Ge, the diary's owner, chose to venture forth, it would undoubtedly stir considerable commotion and potentially attract those with nefarious intentions. However, she respected Chu Ge's wishes and had never intended to tether him to Taiwan or to their side. As for the safety of their junior, at this point, Dantai Jinglian paused, then revealed a knowing smile. Since we have been rewarded due to the diary replica brought forth by our junior, It stands to reason that if